Chapter 1. Officer, someone is trying to kill me. Hello, this is the 119 Emergency Service Center. How may I assist you with your difficulties? Officer, I've just experienced a heartbreak. Could you offer me some comfort? I apologize, but we are unable to handle matters of heartbreak. Would you like me to connect you to a psychological counseling hotline? Hello, this is 119. Hello, I'm feeling a bit of a headache. I'm sorry, but we cannot assist with headaches. Would you like me to connect you to the 120 Emergency Medical Service? Hello, this is 119. Officer, someone is trying to kill me. I'm sorry, did you say someone is trying to kill you? Someone is trying to kill me. Who's trying to kill you? At the 119 Police Center in Cang'er City, Cayenne Province, several operators turned their heads in unison towards the newcomer, Huang Lighting, who was in the corner. The previously bustling police center fell into an eerie silence. Huang Lighting fumbled with the phone receiver, her voice urgent and tinged with obvious anxiety. Please elaborate. Where are you right now, and what is happening? Listening to the rapid breaths emanating from the other end, she wanted to offer words of comfort, yet feared that it might jeopardize the opportunity to report the emergency. Officer, you have to save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Ugh. I'm here. The voice on the other end belonged to a middle-aged man who struggled to suppress the volume of his voice, seemingly terrified of making too much noise. His tone was laced with sobs, indicating his extreme fear. I'm here. The man repeated what he had just said, but after uttering those words, Huang Lighting suddenly heard silence on the line. Hello? Sir, are you still there? Not only was there no voice on the line, but even the familiar sound of static was absent. She hurriedly checked the network status and found everything to be normal. Just as Huang Lighting was at a loss for what to do, a piercing scream erupted from the receiver, nearly causing her to drop the handset in terror. He found me. Officer, save me. Help me. Buzz. Suddenly, an abrupt mechanical sound cut the man's cries short. In that moment, Huang Lighting heard something being sliced on the other end, followed by the splattering of liquid and the sound of dripping. The mechanical noise was excruciatingly jarring, and Huang Lighting could vaguely hear faint breaths on the line. This sound of breathing offered the young operator a slight sense of reassurance. Sir, are you still there? The buzzing continued, but the breathing had ceased. Huang Lighting felt a chill run down her spine. Just as she was about to hang up and report to her superiors, the man's voice, which had just vanished, re-emerged. MB 021, Mengdongfang Villa, Tiannan District, Cang'er City. This time, the man spoke in a manner that lacked the extreme terror he had previously exhibited. His tone was calm, his emotions stable, exuding an unsettling tranquility. So calm, it was as though he were already dead. Understood. Please hold on, I will dispatch officers immediately. Yang. Click. Before Huang Lighting could finish her sentence, the caller abruptly hung up. As she listened to the busy signal reverberating in her ear, her heart raced until a colleague nudged her, causing her to gasp and jump from her seat. Forgetting to exchange words with her colleague, Huang Lighting promptly issued a dispatch notification to the local security office in Tiannan District. Once the alert was sent out, the police station's broadcast crackled to life, and the on-duty officers received the call and set out. The entire process took only a few minutes, and 2 police cars sped out of the Tiannan District Security Office. A homicide. This was the first such incident the Tiannan Security Office had encountered in 3 years. Not to mention the Tiannan office, the entire Cang'er City had seen only a handful of homicides in recent years. Sharing the same jurisdiction, it took merely a few minutes to drive from the Tiannan Security Office to Mengdongfang Villa. By the time several officers arrived at the scene, less than 10 minutes had passed since the emergency call was made. Before B021, Zhang Donglei led several officers out of the car, their expressions grave. Surveying the villa before them, Zhang Donglei hoped that this emergency call was merely a farce. Having served in the police for nearly 30 years, it had been 5 years since he last handled a homicide case. However, the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the ajar door of B021 made Zhang Donglai's heart plummet. He donned shoe covers and instructed, "Once we enter, no matter what we encounter, remain calm and composed. If you feel nauseous, find a spot away from the scene. Do not disturb the evidence. We still do not know if the perpetrator has left everyone. Be cautious." Yes. He gestured for two male officers to circle around the sides of the villa, while he led a male and female officer through the slightly open door, entering with caution. The scent of blood intensified inside the villa, causing the two younger officers to wrinkle their noses in discomfort. Zhang Donglai remained unfazed, one hand resting on his sidearm as he carefully surveyed the interior. The trio cautiously traversed the villa's hall, finding no abnormalities on the first floor. Drip drop. Suddenly, the female officer heard the sound of dripping water. She turned her head, her face going pale. "Captain Zhang, the staircase, the staircase." Zhang Donglai and the male officer quickly stepped aside, only to see bright red blood dripping steadily from the second-floor staircase, pooling into a palm-sized stain on the first floor. Upstairs, the three avoided the bloodstains on the stairs and ascended to the second floor, following the slow trail of blood to the door of a bedroom. Ugh! On the second floor, Zhang Donglai and the remaining male officer gazed into the bedroom, their faces turning a ghostly white. The male officer covered his mouth, feeling extremely unwell. "Captain, to feel a bit weak, ugh." Before Zhang Donglai and his colleague lay a person who had been sliced into pieces. To be precise, not simply cut, but brutally severed. A middle-aged man, approximately 50 years old, sat against the bed, his eyes vacant, pupils devoid of light. His entire body had been horizontally sawed into segments with an electric saw, appearing as if he had not been completely dismembered. The bloody remains piled together, yet still retaining a semblance of human form. With blood gushing from his body, he resembled a grotesque piece of raw meat drenched in vivid red sauce. The blood that continued to drip pooled beneath him, and beside it sat a small, eerie doll with a ghostly face, quietly nestled in the crimson puddle, adjacent to a blood-stained circular electric saw. 1,000 miles away, at Zhengzhou Airport, a plane from Kaiyun Province landed smoothly, and the passengers disembarked in an orderly fashion. Amidst the crowd, a strikingly handsome boy with delicate features, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of scholarly refinement, stood out prominently. He wore a white silk vintage short shirt and white linen trousers, with a white shoulder bag slung over his shoulder, the strap adorned with a string of wind chimes. The boy appeared to embody two words: pristine, elegant, refined. Tinkling. As a gentle breeze blew, the wind chimes on the boy's bag rang out a melodious sound. He stood still, a slight smile gracing his face. "Yo, yo, yo, little ghost, thank you for your hard work." Meanwhile, at the homicide scene in Cang'er City, beside the dismembered person, the eerie doll sat quietly in the pool of blood, its dark eyes glimmering with a faint light. Chapter 2 is characterized by vivid and intense imagery. Ugh, Captain Zhang. Ugh, I can hardly bear it either, ugh. Behind Zhang Donglai, a young male officer clutched his mouth and turned away, retching violently against the wall, appearing as though he was expelling even the remnants of last night's meal. Even the seasoned officer Zhang Donglai, who had a modest amount of experience handling homicide cases, found himself momentarily immobilized, unsure of how to proceed. Similarly, his own stomach churned tumultuously. Once the young officer had emptied his stomach and Zhang Donglai had composed himself, the two exchanged glances. The young officer, leaning against the wall and patting his chest, said, "Captain Zhang, what should we do?" Zhang Donglai's lips twitched. What else could be done? Report to T.O. the Municipal Bureau. Upon uttering these words, he lost his composure, prompting the young officer to gently pat Zhang Donglai's back. "Captain, I understand. Should we report to the city bureau?" Yes, I will call the city. You go find some buckets. Have Xiao Wang investigate the deceased's identity, let Li Tao check the accounts, Chen Yin look into the deceased's social connections, and Su Ming collect footprints and fingerprints from the scene. Urgently have Jiang Hua contact the coroner. All right, got it. A few minutes later, Zhang Donglei managed to suppress the urge to vomit, though his complexion was ashen and devoid of color. Approximately 20 minutes later, several police vehicles arrived at the Mengdongfang Villa, halting in front of Gate B021 that the captain of the criminal investigation team, Lei Ming, entered the villa with a grave expression. Proceeding up to the second floor, observing the buckets placed outside the bedroom door and the acrid scent in the air, Lei Ming darkly inquired of Zhang Donglei and his colleagues. Someone vomited here? Zhang Donglei and his two subordinates exchanged glances before nodding in succession. Zhang Donglei spoke up. Captain Lei, I'm leading a team of young officers who have never encountered such a case. It's inevitable. Lei Ming's expression darkened further as he pointed at the buckets, demanding, what does this mean? Were these prepared for me to vomit into? Zhang Donglei, after half a lifetime as a police officer, do you not understand the importance of preserving a crime scene? Do you think I share your lack of discipline? Zhang Donglei hung his head in silence, his face devoid of color as he averted his gaze toward Lei Ming. Gesturing toward the bedroom with an expression of profound distress, look at yourself. It's merely a dismembered corpse. I've seen worse. Do you think there are ghosts inside? As Lei Ming stepped to the bedroom door and gazed inward, he exclaimed, gulp. Lei Ming swallowed hard, standing frozen at the doorway. Yet, his shoulders trembled rapidly several times. The officers trailing behind him also changed color, with two young officers silently turning away, their faces pale as they retreated to the side. Zhang Donglei pointed to the buckets he had prepared in advance. The two officers immediately displayed expressions of gratitude, each clutching a bucket and hastily moving aside, retching, listening to the incessant sounds of retching behind him. Lei Ming silently stepped back from the door. He glanced around and made his way to the window, reaching into his pocket. Yet after rummaging for a while, he found nothing. A cigarette was handed to him by Zhang Donglei, whose hand trembled slightly. Lei, this is quite a predicament. Receiving the cigarette from Zhang Donglei, Lei Ming attempted to ignite it with his lighter, but despite several attempts, he failed to produce a flame. He turned to Zhang Donglei, who shook his head and raised his own unlit cigarette, saying, don't look at me. My hand is shaking too. With a swift motion, he stowed the cigarette back into his pocket, took a deep breath, pressed his lips tightly together, and opened the nearby window a fraction wider. After a moment, Zhang Donglei heard Lei Ming swallow hard, followed by his voice. Old Zhang, prepare yourself well. We are about to make the news. Zhang Donglei took a deep inhalation from the crumpled, unlit cigarette he held, understanding the gravity of the situation. Half an hour later, all the officers gathered around Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei. Lei Ming inquired, what have we found regarding the victim? Speak up. A young officer, pale and with traces of vomit at the corners of his mouth, fought against the urge to retch as he held a folder. The victim's name is Wu Tian. He changed it from his original name, Zhang Hui. He is divorced and lives alone, a human trafficker. He has served 5 years in prison and was released last April. Upon hearing this, another young female officer, looking ashen and weak, added, I investigated Wu Tian's accounts, and he is quite wealthy, particularly in the last 2 months. His luck has been extraordinarily good, whether in stocks, cryptocurrencies, or betting on sports. He seems to win every time, and always the grand prizes. Recently, as Wang Qi mentioned, there was an unusual transfer where the victim transferred 2 million using his ex-wife's account to an individual. We have identified this person as well. In unison, Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei urged, speak. The female officer glanced at the folder in her hand, frowning. It's a 17-year-old boy named Yang Ning. Meanwhile, on the airport expressway in Zhengzhou, a refined young man clad in white attire and carrying a white bag, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, sat in a taxi heading towards the city center. He gazed out at the scenery passing by as he lifted his phone to his ear. Hello, is this Mr. Yang Ning? Yes, it is. Good day, Mr. Yang. You are looking to view the commercial properties on Yundu Road, correct? I am Chun Lan, the leasing agent you spoke with earlier. What time do you expect to arrive today? I will be there in approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, wonderful. I will arrive early to wait for you. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Yang. Goodbye. After hanging up, Yang Ning resumed his quiet observation of the swiftly retreating scenery outside. The taxi driver, smiling, remarked, young man, it won't take you 2 hours and 20 minutes to reach Yundu Road. I've been driving a taxi in Zhengzhou for over 20 years. I know this route like the back of my hand. Rest assured, I shall deliver it to you within no more than an hour and a half. A faint smile graced Yang Ning's profile as he softly uttered, all right, thank you, master. The master responded with a hearty laugh. Haha, you are most welcome. Chapter 3. Destroy that place for me. In Cang'er City, at the Dream Oriental Villa, the scene of the crime. After listening to the officer's report, Lei Ming expressed his confusion. He transferred 2 million to a 17-year-old boy and noted it was for buying dolls. Have we investigated the boy's account? Could it have been hacked? The female officer replied, we have checked, and there is no evidence of hacking. Today, this Yang Ning purchased a ticket from the provincial capital to Zhongzhou in Central Plains. And both the ticket and bank account match. Airport facial recognition has verified he indeed boarded the flight today. Therefore, Yang Ning should have no direct connection to this case, as, according to the timeline, the victim was attacked while he was on the plane. Lei Ming shook his head, saying, do not be so hasty in your conclusions that we must conduct a thorough investigation on Yang Ning and also look into the victim's family situation. Understood. Lei Ming then turned to another officer, inquiring if anything suspicious had been collected from the scene. Upon hearing the response that nothing was found beyond the bedroom where the incident occurred, both Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei fell into silence. Taking a deep breath, Lei Ming donned a mask and said to Zhang Donglei, let us proceed together. Do not expect these young ones to handle such tasks. Zhang Donglei's already pale face grew even more ashen. In the bedroom on the second floor, Lei Ming, wearing a mask and gloves, carefully avoided the bloodstains on the floor, making an effort not to gaze at the dismembered body propped against the bed. As he placed the blood-smeared circular saw into the evidence bag, Zhang Donglei, wielding a camera, captured images of every corner of the bedroom. The two worked in tandem, one documenting the scene while the other collected evidence, until they emerged, their expressions visibly more distressed with each passing moment. Just as Zhang Donglei was about to pat Lei Ming on the back in a gesture of comfort, suddenly, Lei Ming seized him by the arm first. What is it? Zhang Donglei asked, looking at Lei Ming. Lei Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the floor beneath them. Zhang Donglei followed his line of sight and discovered a series of small red bloodstains on the floor, resembling the footprints of a small animal. In the next moment, both turned their heads toward the bedroom, realizing that these prints extended from the pool of blood beneath the victim. With a grave expression, Lei Ming inquired, does the victim have a pet? Old Zhang, why are you dazed? I'm asking you a question. Zhang Donglei hurriedly shook his head, replying, no, there are no signs of pets in the victim's household. Then what is this? Lei Ming pointed at the bloodstains on the floor, stating, when I arrived, these marks were not here. He then proceeded to follow the trail of bloodstains, with Zhang Donglei trailing behind him. On the first floor of the villa, although it was not the direct scene of the crime, several officers were still busy documenting the surrounding environment. A female police officer was methodically scanning the ground floor with ultraviolet light, hoping to uncover even the slightest hint of a missed clue. Suddenly, she noticed a palm-sized, ghastly-faced doll that had appeared at her feet without her noticing. The doll, with its limbs pressed against the ground, began to crawl forward slowly, leaving behind a trail of dark bloodstains with each inch it moved. Is it mechanical? The curious officer picked up the doll, and at the moment her gaze met the tiny, grain-sized eyes of the ghastly figure, a chilling breeze swept over her. As she observed the doll in her hand, its previously expressionless face gradually revealed a sinister smile. Startled, she instinctively wanted to toss it aside. Yet she found her hand inexplicably stiffened, refusing to obey her command. The doll's smile widened. A sudden wave of intense, icy negativity surged from the depths of her heart. The bewildered officer felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, which swiftly morphed into sorrow, then despair. This profound despair cast her gaze, laden with endless sadness, towards the handgun strapped to her colleague's waist nearby. However, in the next moment, the doll's smiling visage abruptly vanished, and it turned away, leaping from her grasp with its diminutive limbs. The ghastly doll's limbs touched the ground once more. The negative emotions within the officer dissipated entirely. Emerging from the depths of despair, she stared in shock at the doll crawling forward across the floor. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Whoa! She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Observing the distraught officer, who was weeping openly, were Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei. Just having descended from the second floor, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. It was not uncommon to witness an officer frightened to tears at a scene. Soon, their attention shifted to the crawling doll, and both exhaled in relief, realizing it was merely a mechanical toy. However, Lei Ming's brow furrowed again, for he noticed that the ghastly doll had come to a halt in a corner of the villa's ground floor. And upon seeing this particular corner, he realized something troubling. Lei Ming discovered that this standalone villa had no basement. This was illogical. He gestured for an officer to approach and instructed, go to the property management and fetch the floor plan. Yes, When the floor plan arrived, Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei scrutinized it closely. According to the layout, the location where the ghastly doll now rested should have been a staircase leading to a basement, which appeared to have been sealed off with concrete. Instantly, both Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei felt a wave of goosebumps wash over them as they glanced at the doll on the ground. Was the doll attempting to convey something to them? Pointing to the spot beneath the doll, Lei Ming commanded the officers behind him, "Demolish that area for me." In Zhongzhou, on Yundu Road pedestrian street, the melodious chime of wind bells rang out as a taxi came to a halt at the intersection. In July, the weather in Zhongzhou has already become exceedingly hot. However, the driver behind the wheel feels a chill creeping down his back. A shiver that sends waves of cold coursing through him. He steals a glance in the rearview mirror at the young boy dressed in white, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, who sits quietly in the back seat, seemingly afraid to even breathe. The journey from Zhongzhou Airport to Yundu Road typically takes about an hour, even with minor unforeseen circumstances extending it to a maximum of an hour and a half. Yet today, they encountered 2 traffic jams and a car accident, in addition to a minor collision with a delivery rider that led to a heated exchange, almost coming to blows. To top it all off, the vehicle ran out of gas, necessitating a stop to refuel. Altogether, the trip took 2 hours and 20 minutes by the time they reached Yundu Road. This duration matched the precise estimation made by the boy upon entering the car, neither a minute more nor a minute less. In that moment, the driver gazed at Yang Ning with an expression brimming with reverence. Yang Ning, seated in the back, looked out at the streets and cheerfully inquired, "Have we arrived, master?" The driver nodded vigorously. Yes, we have arrived." Yang Ning handed the driver 200 yuan and casually remarked, "Thank you, master, keep the change." He then exited the vehicle. The driver, upon receiving the 2 red bills, glanced at the meter displaying a fare of 366 yuan, stifling the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes, and forced a smile towards Yang Ning's retreating figure, uttering a heartfelt, "Thank you." Chapter 4. I took a breather in Cang'er City, at the Dream Oriental Villa. 2 officers approached wielding hammers. Lei Ming took a pair of tweezers from one of the officers and delicately picked up the ghost-faced doll from the ground, placing it into the evidence bag held by Zhang Donglei. "Old Zhang, do not underestimate any item at the scene," he cautioned. Zhang Donglei replied nonchalantly, I know, do not underestimate anything here, right? What is wrong with you?" Lei Ming examined the ghost-faced doll closely within the evidence bag. "Old Zhang, this doesn't appear to be electronic. There's no battery compartment or charging port. That means it could be hiding a power cell or a button battery. Toys like this are quite common now. My son has one." Zhang Donglei dismissed Lei Ming's remarks with indifference. Lei Ming turned to stare intently into his eyes, rendering Zhang Donglei somewhat uneasy. "Lei, what do you mean by that?" Lei Ming inquired. "Your son has one." Zhang Donglei nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I bought it for him." A look of indignation crossed Lei Ming's face. "Then let me ask you this. This item was found in the victim's bedroom. The victim was a solitary man in his 50s. Do you think he would enjoy playing with such toys like your son does?" Zhang Donglei was left speechless. Before long, another police vehicle pulled up outside the villa, signaling the arrival of the forensic team. The forensic expert from the Cang'er City police force was an experienced woman in her 50s named Wang Lan, clad in a white lab coat. She greeted Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei. "Team Leader Lei, Team Leader Zhang. I noticed my colleagues appeared rather perturbed. Is the situation particularly grave?" "Grave?" Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei exchanged glances, both uncertain whether this term was adequate to describe the scene in the upstairs bedroom. Observing the expressions of the 2 individuals, Wang Lan feigned a sense of ease and remarked, "It's nothing that I in this line of work. What haven I encountered? I've seen corpses dismembered into several pieces more times than I can count." "Go on, speak." Zhang Donglei lowered his head in silence, while Lei Ming gestured toward the upper floor, saying, "Sister Wang, you might want to take a look for yourself." Wang Lan nodded affirmatively. "Very well, I shall ascend and investigate." As she turned to leave, Lei Ming hesitated for a moment, deliberately cautioning her, "By the way, Sister Wang, there's a bucket prepared upstairs." Wang Lan waved her hand dismissively, replying, "Rest assured, I have no need for that. You lot are simply too inexperienced." With those words, Wang Lan had already reached the doorway of the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Upon encountering the dismembered remains of the victim, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A forensic expert remains a forensic expert. She did not retch, but merely experienced a slight alteration in her countenance. This prompted a sense of discomfort in Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei downstairs, while Wang Lan examined the victim upstairs. The two officers below raised a sledgehammer and commenced their demolition of the floor. Bang, 80, bang, 80, bang, 80. With a few strikes, a thunderous sound erupted, debris flew, and a cloud of dust billowed, revealing a concealed underground chamber to the astonished onlookers. Simultaneously, a nauseating stench assailed their senses. A ladder was procured, and the two officers donned masks, cautiously descending with flashlights in hand. The underground chamber was enveloped in utter darkness, where one could not see a hand in front of one's face. Illuminated only by the beams of the officers' flashlights, the furnishings within were exceedingly sparse, consisting of some dilapidated tables and chairs, with several basins of varying sizes scattered across the floor and 2 buckets tucked away in a corner. The odor was so overpowering that even with masks, the officers struggled to endure it, forcing them to cover their mouths and noses while carefully exploring the area. Suddenly, one officer shuddered violently. In the beam of his flashlight, he glimpsed the skeletal remains. Zhang Yang, I have something here. The other officer immediately turned around, and the two slowly approached the remains. What lay before them was a human skeleton, devoid of any flesh, and remarkably small, roughly equivalent to that of a 6 or 7-year-old child. As they drew closer, Zhang Yang inadvertently kicked an object underfoot. Shining the light upon it, they discovered it was a notebook. Retrieving the notebook, the two officers moved closer to the skeleton, only to find, beside the small remains, 4 other skeletons of similar size. One was slightly larger, perhaps resembling an 8 or 9-year-old. The 5 diminutive skeletons huddled closely together, clearly indicating that these children had experienced profound terror in their final moments. The officers found themselves at a loss for words, struggling to fathom the despair these 5 children must have endured in life. What do you think? In response to Laming's inquiry, both officers remained silent. Zhang Yang raised his hand and handed the retrieved notebook to Laming. Observing the expressions of the two officers, Laming began to understand the gravity of the situation. He opened the notebook, revealing a series of names, phone numbers, addresses, and amounts. Some names were annotated with by, others with cell, while some bore only addresses, lacking names or contact information, marked with the notation kidnap. Laming counted the items and noted that there were a total of 47 purchases and acquisitions, while 42 had been sold. As he continued flipping through the pages, he discovered that the handwriting in the subsequent notebook had suddenly become crooked and illegible, filled with numerous misspellings, as well as an abundance of pinyin and peculiar symbols, requiring a modicum of imaginative thinking to decipher into comprehensible content. The individual had inadvertently left behind his notebook, and I resolved to secretly conceal it from him, for he had not provided us with sufficient sustenance. Today, that person took away the little calf, leaving us with one less companion. He was quite ferocious, allowing us only a meager amount of food each day, despite having clearly promised an abundance of delectable treats upon my arrival. Once again, we lost a friend today. Ha hong. I long for my mother. I miss my father. Oh, how I wish. If my mother were here, she would undoubtedly provide me with plentiful food. My father would surely confront that individual. Many days have passed, and only 7 companions remain. Cheng is kind. He secretly hid a little something and shared it with me. Today, Cheng was punished for his cries were too loud. The man struck him with great force, causing Cheng to wail even more intensely, prompting the man to strike him again, and Cheng cried out even harder. Today, Cheng too has departed. It is perhaps for the best, as he no longer has to endure punishment. Yet I will not see him again. Only 6 companions are left. Lingling was taken away. When will it be my turn? The man is now filling the staircase with dirt, yet we 5 remain here. Does he intend to keep us from leaving? It is so dark. The staircase is blocked. How then will he deliver food to us? Oh, he has ceased providing us with food. I am so hungry. Hungry. The crooked and illegible handwriting concludes here, leaving nothing further behind. With reddened eyes, Laming blinked rapidly, tilting his head back to take a deep breath, striving to prevent the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. It is unfathomable to consider what despair the child, who had written only the word hunger in his notebook for several consecutive days, must have experienced during that time. Beside him, Zhang Yang lowered his head and said, Captain Lei, we discovered 5 skeletal remains of children, approximately 5 to 8 years old. Below, they have turned to bones, devoid of any flesh or blood. There are no external injuries on the bones. Preliminary assessment suggests that the 5 children either suffocated or were starved to death. Laming could hardly contain himself. He slammed the notebook into Zhang Donglei's arms and turned to exit, declaring, "I need some fresh air. None of you follow me." However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when, suddenly, a woman's wailing echoed from the second floor of the villa. Lei Ming immediately dashed upstairs, and upon entering the bedroom where the heinous act had occurred, he beheld Sister Wang Lan, the most seasoned forensic expert in Cang'er City, whose face was etched with panic as she knelt helplessly on the ground, overcome with extreme fright and weeping incessantly. Rubbing his eyes slightly, Lei Ming inquired, "Sister Wang, what has happened?" Wang Lan turned her head, trembling all over as she said, 46 cuts, 47 pieces. 46 cuts, 47 pieces. Lei Ming glanced at the gruesomely severed body and instantly comprehended the gravity of Wang Lan's words. "Ha!" Lei Ming erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed at the blood-soaked corpse. His eyes, ablaze with fury, he exclaimed, "Good. Absolutely splendid. Well done." What a relief! A series of expletives vented the pent-up rage within him, wiping away his tears. Lei Ming asked, "Sister Wang, have you made any other discoveries?" Suddenly, amidst her sobs, Wang Lan broke into heart-wrenching cries, pointing at Wu Tian before her. He is not dead, endured 46 cuts, reduced to 47 interconnected pieces. And yet he still lives. He is alive, not dead. By the end, Wang Lan was nearly hoarse. In that instant, Lei Ming stood frozen in shock. Just then, Zhang Donglei, who had just finished reading the notes, rushed in with an angry expression and tear-filled eyes. Bewildered, what? In Zhongzhou, Yundu Road Pedestrian Street. "Hello everyone, this is Zhongzhou New Street Interview. Today we have arrived at the bustling Yundu Road in Zhongzhou, randomly interviewing the young gentlemen and ladies here. Wow, I see a very refined, handsome guy. Cameraman, hurry, follow him." Dressed in white, with a white handbag slung over his shoulder, Yang Ning strolled leisurely along the pedestrian street when suddenly, a charming girl holding a microphone appeared before him, smiling as she asked, "Hello, handsome. Can we do a street interview?" Yang Ning smiled gently, nodding, "Of course." The girl, starry-eyed, exclaimed, "Wow, you look even better when you smile. What do you think is your greatest virtue?" she added with a playful tone. Aside from being handsome, Yang Ning pondered for a moment before replying with a smile, "My greatest virtue would be kindness, though." The girl's eyes sparkled. "Could you give an example?" Yang Ning slightly raised his head, the golden-rimmed glasses on his nose glinting in the sunlight, his smile radiating warmth. "For instance, I once had a dream where I and 46 children my age were kidnapped. When we finally escaped, the other 46 children were eager to stab our captor, but I thought differently. I wondered how painful it would be to endure 46 cuts that could lead to death, that I cannot bear to witness such tragedies in the world." As he spoke, Yang Ning locked eyes with the cameraman behind the interview girl, his smile growing brighter. So, after he endured 46 cuts, I helped him take a breath. The interview girl paused for 2 seconds in silence, her face a picture of awkwardness, and finally stammered, "Okay, your joke is quite cold. Ha." She was about to inquire further when Yang Ning slightly bowed to the camera, offering a faint smile before turning to leave. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, where could one find that singular figure clad in white? Chapter 5. An unforgettable scene for a lifetime. In Cang'er City, at the Dream Oriental Villa. "Sister Wang, do you not wish to reflect on the words you are uttering?" Observing the disheveled appearance of the most seasoned forensic expert in Cang'er City, Lei Ming suspected she had been unnerved by the victim's corpse. Clang! Wang Lan dropped the tweezers in her hand, sinking to the ground as she retreated to the corner of the bedroom, trembling violently as she cradled herself, stammering, nasal breath." Lei Ming's expression shifted slightly. He indeed had not checked the victim's nasal breath, for he had already learned from Zhang Donglei's phone call on the way that what lay at the scene was a dismembered body. He immediately turned to Zhang Donglei, who, meeting Lei Ming's gaze, stuttered, This, the victim has been sliced into over 40 pieces. Is it still necessary to check for nasal breath?" Lei Ming remained silent. Although Zhang Donglei's assertion contradicted protocol, it was not devoid of logic. Resolutely, Lei Ming donned a mask and entered the bedroom, suppressing the urge to vomit as he reached out to probe the nasal breath of the victim, Wu Tian. In that instant, a jolt coursed through Lei Ming, rendering him momentarily paralyzed as if struck by an electric current. The victim, having endured 46 stab wounds, was now a grotesque assemblage of 47 pieces, yet there remained a faint flutter of nasal breath. This signified, from a clinical perspective, that the individual was not yet deceased, Lei Ming hastily tore off his mask and turned to Zhang Donglei, his expression one of despair. Quick, call for an ambulance. Call for an ambulance. Zhang Donglei was taken aback for 2 seconds before retorting angrily. Call for an ambulance? Have you both lost your minds? I refuse to believe that someone in this state can still be alive. As he spoke, Zhang Donglei approached to check the victim's nasal breath. When his hand rested beneath the severed nose of the victim, he too was struck as if by lightning. He fumbled for his phone, but his trembling hand caused it to clatter into the pool of blood on the floor. He bent down to retrieve it, yet the blood-slicked device eluded his grasp like an eel, slipping from his fingers time and again. Ultimately, it was Lei Ming who summoned an officer to dial Cang'er City's emergency number. The ambulance arrived swiftly. Within 10 minutes, that a paramedic, accompanied by 2 stretcher-bearers, approached the bedroom door. Upon witnessing the horrific scene of dismemberment, the doctor turned and vomited against the wall. Soon, the stretcher-bearers followed suit. After purging the remnants of their last meal, the doctor leaned against the wall, covering his mouth and nose, gesturing to Lei Ming and the others. Gentlemen, in such a situation, further attempts at resuscitation are unnecessary. You should contact the crematorium. Having uttered this, the doctor seemed to realize that those before him were not ordinary individuals but law enforcement officers. And he amended his statement. Well, if this involves a homicide, you may proceed as you see fit. Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei hesitated, uncertain of how to convey Wu Tian's condition to the doctor. As the doctor prepared to depart, Lei Ming reluctantly spoke up. Doctor, perhaps we should first check for a pulse. Zhang Donglei chimed in. Indeed, what if, hypothetically speaking, he is still alive? Moments later, the middle-aged paramedic with half-white hair leapt into action, exclaiming in astonishment, he can still cling to life? Incredible! He shouted for a stretcher. Save him! It seemed that the mere utterance of save him stirred the lifeless figure on the ground, prompting a slight movement. His breathing intensified, his hands twitched, and faint whispers escaped his lips. Leaning in, Lei Ming strained to listen, catching the blood-soaked man's desperate plea. Help me! Help me! Lei Ming was utterly bewildered, yet profoundly shaken. Despite suffering 46 stab wounds and being severed into 47 pieces, the man was somehow still alive. It was astonishing that he could endure for so long, and even manage to speak. What an indomitable will to survive. Yet, at that moment, Lei Ming felt no compassion for this man's tenacity. His thoughts drifted to the 5 corpses in the basement, and he contemplated inflicting further harm. Meanwhile, Zhang Donglei's eyes blazed with fury as he declared, "It is utterly unjust. How is it that he remains alive? Such a person deserves to be executed slowly." Having experienced the sensation of such a fate himself, in Zhangzhou, on Yonder Road's pedestrian street, 2 girls sat by the window of a convenience store, observing the bustling pedestrians outside, engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, one of the girls with purple hair exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, "Cindy, look, there's a handsome guy." Where? Over there, the one in the white shirt." The other girl, who wore glasses, quickly followed the direction indicated by her friend and gasped, "Oh wow, he truly is handsome. He looks so refined. Haha, with those golden-rimmed glasses, the quintessential gentleman. I knew you would adore that type." "Oh no, he's not leaving. He stopped across the street. Should we go over and ask for his contact information?" Just then, both girls abruptly ceased their chatter, for they observed that the young man they were discussing had taken a transparent umbrella from his white tote bag and opened it above his head. The 2 girls stared in bewilderment. Why is he using an umbrella on such a sunny day? I have no idea. It isn't even raining. Moreover, a transparent umbrella doesn't provide any shade. What on earth is he doing? As the girls pondered, the previously clear sky suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and a torrential downpour commenced, drenching the unsuspecting pedestrians in the bustling street. Everyone was caught off guard, becoming soaked to the skin in an instant, except for the young man in white, who stood calmly at the roadside, gazing up at the sudden summer rain with a tranquil expression. Inside the convenience store, the 2 girls were utterly astonished. Is it not raining? Why does it feel as if this rain has been waiting for him to open his umbrella before falling? Now that you mention it, I feel that way too. Goodness, could this guy be some sort of sorcerer? Uffed. If he were that kind of man, I would prefer he be unclean. Are you trying to say you would risk your life for a man? Across the street, holding the umbrella in one hand and catching raindrops with the other, Yang Ning wore that gentle smile that seemed everlasting, but he murmured, "You actually chose to end it all." Well, that's acceptable. But, Mr. Wu Tian, as a spirit summoner, death is merely the beginning for me. As he spoke, his palm, which had been collecting raindrops, suddenly flipped, causing the ominous clouds that loomed over Zhongzhou's Yundu Street to disperse almost instantaneously. The sudden downpour ceased as swiftly as it had begun, vanishing without a trace. Simultaneously, far away in Cang'er City, within the Mengdongfang Villa, a faint layer of unnoticeable dark energy rose from Wu Tian's lifeless body, slipping into the evidence bag being handled by the officers, merging with another strand of dark energy that clung to a small ghostly doll. Chapter 6. Is this person seeking spirits in the void? In Cang'er City, at the Mengdongfang Villa, on the first floor of the crime scene, Team Lei, we've received the video signal. We can play it now. All right, let's get started. In the grand hall of the villa, nearly all the officers had gathered, their eyes fixed intently on the computer screen before Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei. Everyone was eager to catch a glimpse of the individual responsible for the tragic incident of dismemberment that had occurred upstairs. Soon, as the technicians manipulated the equipment, the computer screen illuminated with footage captured by the surveillance cameras. The time displayed was 8 o'clock that morning, and the victim, Wu Tian, was still asleep. The technicians accelerated the playback of the video. At 8:30, the victim remained in slumber. 89, still asleep. By 10, he finally awakened and began to eat. At 11, he finished his meal and returned to sleep. By noon, he was once again asleep. Although the footage revealed no suspicious acts of murder thus far, Lei Ming began to sense something amiss. Upon reviewing the previous day's recordings, he discovered that Wu Tian had been asleep for an entire day and night. The victim exhibited a marked propensity for excessive sleep, suggesting a possible overdose of medication or even foul play involving drugs. He turned to an officer and inquired, "Have blood samples been taken from the victim?" The officer nodded in affirmation, replying, "Rest assured, Captain Lei, we have taken 3 samples, all of which have been sent for analysis." "Good," Lei Ming responded, returning his focus to the video. As the clock struck 1, an anomaly appeared in the footage. Wu Tian was kneeling on the bed, trembling violently and muttering fervently. However, due to the subpar quality of the camera, the audience could not discern his words. Lei Ming immediately commanded, "Turn the volume up to the maximum." With the sound amplified, he leaned in closely to the computer screen, yet still could not make out what Wu Tian was saying. A technician brought over a pair of small speakers and connected them, causing everyone to hold their breath as the video was rewound to the 1 o'clock mark. This time, Lei Ming finally caught the murmurs escaping Wu Tian's lips. Amidst the crackling static, Wu Tian was heard pleading in a low, desperate tone, "I don't want to die. Please spare my life. Spare my life. I beg you, spare my life." The room fell into stunned silence, for at that moment, there was no one else in the bedroom. Wu Tian was not on the phone with anyone. Observing Wu Tian kneeling on the bed, seemingly bowing before an unseen presence at the door, Lei Ming cast a glance at the technician, who promptly handed over a second computer displaying footage from another camera positioned directly in front of Wu Tian's bedroom door. Yet it revealed an empty space. Instantly, every officer present felt a chill run down their spines. What on earth was this individual doing? Was he beseeching a ghost in the void? Zhang Donglei's chilling remark sent shivers through everyone. There's nothing left to lose. If we cannot uncover anything, then let us advance the timeline. We must document everyone who has entered this villa in the past week. Understood, the technicians began to work diligently, while the video continued to play. As Wu Tian knelt on the bed, fervently praying, he suddenly convulsed violently, then let out a blood-curdling scream that pierced through the speakers, startling all the officers present. The footage captured Wu Tian's sudden outcry, as if he had encountered something unfathomably terrifying. Once kneeling, he stumbled and collapsed onto the bed, his legs thrashing against the sheets as he attempted to retreat. Upon witnessing this scene, Lei Ming immediately turned his gaze towards another computer. Yet the screen displayed the bedroom doorway, still devoid of any presence. In the bedroom footage, Wu Tian, his face etched with panic and terror, retreated to the edge of the bed, and with a loud clatter, tumbled off the other side. However, he swiftly regained his footing and dove into the corner wardrobe of the bedroom, slamming the wardrobe door shut with a resounding thud. It appeared that in his fervor, the wardrobe door had been forced ajar just slightly. Then, Wu Tian's voice emerged from within. "Police comrades, someone is trying to kill me. You must save me. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." Whimpers followed. The several officers watching the video exchanged bewildered glances, with one questioning, "Is he calling the police?" Lei Ming glanced at the other computer once more, the bedroom entrance remained devoid of any suspicious figures. Just then, the voice from within the wardrobe abruptly ceased. The video seemed to be frozen in time, devoid of any movement, until the gap in the wardrobe door gradually widened, ultimately swinging open entirely. Wu Tian, who had just concealed himself, emerged from within. Yet, at this moment, he bore no semblance of the previous chaos. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed, a seemingly serene smile gracing his features as he approached the bedside, settled on the floor, and retrieved a circular saw from beneath the bed, plugging it into an outlet. After completing this sequence of actions, Wu Tian's expression suddenly shifted dramatically, reverting to the earlier state of sheer panic and terror. He stared at the corner of the bedroom, his voice trembling as he cried out, "Ah, he found me. He found me. Ah, police, help me, save me. Please save my life." His mouth continued to plead for rescue, yet his hand steadfastly pressed the switch of the saw. With a hum, the circular saw roared to life, its swiftly spinning blade emanating a sense of sharpness that even the officers watching through the screen could feel. Next, the terrified Wu Tian glanced up at the camera, his expression of fear vanishing in an instant. Replaced by a bizarre smile, he opened his mouth, uttering an incomprehensible phrase. Then, whoosh, he forcefully brought the saw down upon his own foot. A spray of blood erupted, staining the floor before him crimson. However, Wu Tian did not cease his actions. He uttered a brief, unintelligible phrase directed at the camera, then pressed the saw against his ankle with alarming ease. Another torrent of blood gushed forth. He then looked up, spoke, lowered the saw, and blood sprayed forth. He raised his gaze, spoke, lowered the saw, blood splattering. Raise, speak, saw, blood. Raise. The video on the computer screen continued until the very end, where even as his head was severed in pieces, Wu Tian persisted with the cycle of raise, speak, saw, blood, until the final cut. When he severed the hand wielding the saw, everything finally drew to a close. At this point, the footage on the surveillance video came to a complete standstill. Staring at the dark video frame, all the officers stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. The ground floor hall of the villa was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that one could almost hear the rapid heartbeat of certain officers. After a prolonged pause, one of the officers, visibly anxious, stammered, "Captain Lei, I have discovered something in the dead angle of the bedroom's surveillance camera." Meanwhile, on Yundu Road pedestrian street in Zhengzhou, amidst the throng of people, a middle-aged man suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Nearby, a woman accompanied by a little girl, who was admiring the latest fashion in a nearby women's clothing store, turned her head in alarm and asked the man, "What is wrong with you? Should I call an ambulance?" As she spoke, she hastily retrieved her phone to dial 120, while the little girl, clutching her mother's skirt, blinked with a hint of distress. Only the little girl knew that mere moments ago, the man had gripped her tiny shoulders tightly. In that fleeting second, her heart raced to her throat, yet she dared not call out to her mother, overwhelmed by the man's fierce gaze. Just as she felt she might be forcibly dragged away by him, he suddenly collapsed, clutching his chest. The girl refrained from disclosing the incident to her mother. Instead, she glanced around helplessly, only to spot a remarkably handsome young man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in white. Smiling warmly at her from a short distance ahead to the little girl, he radiated beauty and warmth, illuminating the gray, rain-soaked street as if he were a beacon of light. She also noticed that he held a small doll in his hand, his finger gently pressing against its chest. Chapter 7. All direct relatives are dead in Cang'er City, at the Dream Oriental Villa, even after an officer had mentioned the discovery of something in the dead angle of the bedroom surveillance. No one seemed to care that moment. Lei Ming longed to hear the technicians declare, "Captain Lei, this video is a fabrication." Unfortunately, the forensic officers remained silent, just like him, fixated on the now-still image on the screen. Tightening the zipper of his police uniform, Lei Ming sighed and requested, "Please transfer the footage you discovered." A screenshot from an alternate angle of the surveillance footage appeared on Lei Ming's computer screen. It was captured from a camera hidden at the corner of the staircase on the second floor. Due to its lower height, this camera angle managed to capture a corner of the bedroom, an area that the bedroom's camera and the corridor camera outside the bedroom could not monitor. Through this cleverly positioned surveillance, Lei Ming and his colleagues clearly observed a figure, a doll with a ghostly face, standing quietly in the dark corner of the victim Wu Tian's bedroom. Staring at the image of the eerie doll, Lei Ming was momentarily stunned, his mouth agape, as another officer swiftly retrieved the evidence bag containing the ghost-faced doll from a pile of evidence bags. Indeed, was this not absurd? The atmosphere in the villa's hall grew palpably oppressive as silence enveloped everyone present. Cough, cough. Just when the crowd was rendered speechless, Zhang Donglei, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Regarding that video we just watched, I believe I spotted something. The technician inquired. What part? The police officers fell silent. Zhang Donglei, suppressing his discomfort, pointed at the screen and declared, Yes, right there, don't move. Stop. Zoom in, tilt it a bit, upwards, here. Yes, precisely that. Enlarge it. The area Zhang Donglei indicated was the wardrobe where Wu Tian had previously concealed something while wielding the saw. The wardrobe door was merely ajar. Yet a sliver of white could be seen in the gap. Indeed, something was hidden within the cabinet. Something pale. Without needing Lei Ming to voice it, the technician meticulously magnified the footage at the wardrobe's crevice, gradually revealing the white object until, at last, a small, deathly pale face appeared before everyone, resembling paper, tinged with a bluish hue, its eyes bloodshot. That lifeless face, devoid of vitality, stared blankly at Wu Tian, who was relentlessly revving the chainsaw. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the small corpse's face slightly tilted upwards to glance at the camera in the bedroom. Its lifeless gaze met the eyes of all those watching the video. A chilling connection forged in that instant. Instantly, every officer felt a wave of icy dread wash over them, as if the temperature in the villa's hall had plummeted several degrees. Lei Ming. What the hell? Zhang Donglei. You are a police officer. Please, have faith in science, will you? Zhang Donglei was about to retort, but at that moment, another officer stood at the doorway. Even though the corpse in the bedroom had already been removed, he still leaned in and said, Captain Lei, we have a situation. Lei Ming stepped forward and said, Captain Lei, the audio from the video has been deciphered. Each time the victim harmed himself with the chainsaw, he uttered the names of the children he had trafficked. Lei Ming maintained a calm demeanor. He had already deduced the implications based on the victim's lip movements at that moment. The officer produced a folder, visibly trembling, and continued, Captain Lei, our colleagues have just contacted the victim's family members. And the situation is extremely bizarre. This was the second time Lei Ming had heard the term bizarre within a minute. He glanced at Zhang Donglei, signaling for the officer to proceed. The officer took a deep breath and continued. Captain Lei, the father of the victim, Wu Tian, no, the father of the victim, Zhang Hui, was found hanging an hour ago. The local police speculate that the time of death was between 1 and 2 this afternoon. Zhang Hui's ex-wife, along with his son and daughter-in-law, perished in a car accident at 1:22 this afternoon. Zhang Hui's mistress drowned at 1:15 this afternoon. Zhang Hui's 2 brothers, along with their wives. A total of 4 individuals were caught in a domestic fire while dining together at 12:50. All others in the vicinity were unharmed. Only these 2 families were tragically consumed by the flames. Zhang Hui's uncle, along with his family of 4, went mountain climbing and took a cable car at 1:30 this afternoon. The cable car's track broke, and they were just discovered half an hour ago, with not a single body intact. Furthermore, Zhang Hui's sister, who had been dating an African boyfriend, was diagnosed with AIDS 6 months ago and passed away in the hospital shortly before 1 this afternoon. Police from various regions have reported finding evidence of human trafficking in the homes of these individuals, which means that none of them were innocent. Not only were they not innocent, but they were also expanding their operations, indicating that Zhang Hui's family members were all interconnected across different locations. The officer concluded his statement, leaving Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei staring at each other in disbelief. Lei Ming exclaimed, Are you seriously narrating a story to me right now? Zhang Donglei replied, I know you all despise this Wu Tian. Such a jest is utterly outrageous. The officer silently handed over the folder he held, which contained internal police information. He added, 5 household registrations. 14 individuals, all of whom had some direct familial connection to Zhang Hui, are now deceased. Essentially, all the children have been accounted for, some have grown up healthy, and one of them even became our colleague. A dispatcher at the police center named Huang Lighting, with the nickname Yang Yang. Additionally, a total of 10 children did not survive various accidents, did not make it to today. And these 10 children do not include the 5 found in the basement of this villa. As they gazed at the internal police communication handed to them, Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei were acutely aware that the officer's words rang true. Suddenly, Zhang Donglei, with wide-eyed astonishment, pointed out 2 numbers to Lei Ming. One represented the 14 family members of Zhang Hui who had perished within the span of an hour due to various circumstances. The other concerned the 10 children who had tragically died after being abducted by Zhang Hui for a multitude of reasons. Zhang Donglei then gestured towards the ground, indicating a 5 in total. This meant that 15 children, whom Zhang Hui had trafficked, had succumbed to their fates. 14. 15. Lei Ming abruptly raised his head, directing a question at the officer. Are you certain that all of Zhang Hui's immediate relatives have been lost? The officer nodded in affirmation. What I have verified is definitive. Chun Qingqing is still in contact with various local police departments and may have additional information. No sooner had he finished speaking than a female officer hurriedly ascended the stairs, exclaiming, Captain Lei, there's a situation. One of the victims has a private daughter, adopted under her friend's name, who is still alive. Her name is Zhang Wan. Instinctively, Lei Ming inquired, where is this private daughter? In Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou, Lei Ming muttered to himself. Why does this place name sound so familiar? Beside him, Zhang Donglei, with a sense of despair, closed his eyes and remarked, Zhang Hui spent 2 million to purchase a child from a 17-year-old boy. We don't know what kind of child he bought, but the boy who sold him the child booked a ticket for today to Zhongzhou to Zhongzhou on Yundalu Pedestrian Street. A woman in professional attire eagerly introduced a poised and demure girl clad in a flowing white dress to Yang Ning. Mr. Yang, this is the owner of this shop, Miss Zhang Wan. Miss Zhang, this is Mr. Yang, who wishes to rent your shop. He is quite young and handsome, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Wan smiled and nodded. Yes, he is quite handsome and appears very refined. As she extended her hand, she said, It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Yang. Yang Ning gently took her hand and replied with a smile, It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Zhang. Chapter 8. The Peach Blossom Body, Destiny-Altering Immortal Child. Mr. Yang. While this shop may be a bit small, it still boasts an area of 150 square meters. This is indeed the most bustling pedestrian street in Zhongzhou. And the monthly rent is only 120,000, quite a bargain. If you are sincerely interested in renting, we can negotiate the rent further, can we not, Miss Zhang? Yes, indeed, negotiation is possible. Zhang Wen unlocked the glass door of the shop and led Yang Ning and the agent, Chen Lan, inside, saying, I only took over this shop last month. If Mr. Yang is interested, the rental terms can be discussed. Yang Ning took a stroll around the shop, surveying his surroundings. The shop was elegantly decorated, with a few pieces of furniture left behind by the previous owner, all dust-free, indicating that it was frequently cleaned. As Yang Ning idly wandered about, the agent Chen Lan inquired from behind him, Mr. Yang, you appear quite youthful. Are you here to assist your family in viewing the shop? Yang Ning chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have no family left. Chen Lan and Zhang Wen's expression subtly shifted, and they immediately apologized. My apologies, Mr. Yang. Yang Ning waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unbothered. It's quite all right. I've grown accustomed to it. What is the approximate rental situation for shops in this vicinity? For leasing, it is roughly 1,000 yuan per square meter per month. This price has actually decreased significantly compared to previous years. With the recent surge in live streaming sales, both leasing and selling prices for shops have been on the decline. Chen Lan glanced at Zhang Wan, who nodded in affirmation, prompting Chen Lan to continue. Well, Mr. Yang, seeing as you appear quite young, I won't beat around the bush. The psychological bottom line for Miss Zhang's shop is 100,000 yuan per month. You may compare this with the vacant shops in the area. This price is undoubtedly fair. Zhang Wen furrowed her brow and added, Indeed, I can't fathom the reason, but other stores on this street have been rented out almost immediately after becoming vacant. Whereas my shop has received not a single inquiry since I took over. To be honest, Mr. Yang, you are the very first to come and inquire. It's quite perplexing. Yang Ning paused momentarily. You've noticed something? That shouldn't be. Chen Lan and Zhang Wen exchanged puzzled glances. Zhang Wen inquired, I've noticed what exactly? Yang Ning's expression returned to normal. He understood that Zhang Wen's exclamation was merely an expression of surprise, and that he had been overly sensitive. The gentle tinkling of a wind chime attached to the strap of his tote bag interrupted the moment. Noticing Yang Ning's silence, Zhang Wen hesitated before saying, Well, Mr. Yang, you seem quite young. And I understand that starting a business is not an easy endeavor. I won't speak of inauspicious matters here, but I wish to demonstrate my sincerity to you. Typically, shops are rented for a minimum of 2 to 3 years. However, if you are willing to lease, I can offer you a 6-month term. During this period, I will reduce the monthly rent by 20,000. After 6 months, if you wish to continue, we can revert to 100,000. If not, we can terminate the agreement without charging you a deposit or penalty. You can simply vacate the premises at that time. Monthly payments, would that be agreeable to you? Yang Ning smiled. All right, let's proceed. I will rent it. Handing the keys to Yang Ning, Zhang Wen glanced around her shop and said, very well, Mr. Yang. This place is now under your authority. If I may be so bold, what type of business do you intend to establish? Yang Ning surveyed the shop's layout and replied, I am a disciple of the Lingmen and plan to open a shop offering services for spiritual dolls. Lingmen, that's a first for me. I've only heard of the Buddhist and Taoist sects before. Should I address you as Master Yang? Then, Zhang Wen inquired with curiosity, can these spiritual dolls ensure safety for people? Ensuring safety is merely their most fundamental ability, if the connection is strong enough. They can also bestow luck and romance, wealth and career, or perhaps that misfortune. Puffed. Zhang Wen chuckled. Master Yang. Would anyone actually seek a doll to bring them misfortune? Yang Ning retorted. If a person were on the brink of starvation today, and you offered him 1 million, stating that this sum would bring him misfortune a year later, do you think he would accept or refuse? Zhang Wen, suddenly enlightened, pondered. So, what if I could exchange misfortune 100 years from now for 50 years of good fortune? After all, I would no longer be alive a century later. It would matter not. The improper use of the spirit doll invites calamity, and the more egregious the misuse, the more severe the resulting misfortune. Should one attempt to harness the doll's powers beyond their capacity to bear, not only would the manifestation of the doll fail, but the misfortune would also arrive prematurely. Gazing through the shop window at the summer sky of Zhengzhou in July, Yang Ning slowly remarked, there are many types of spirit dolls, which can generally be categorized into two kinds, auspicious spirits and malevolent spirits. Auspicious spirits possess limited abilities to confer good fortune. They include the Nian doll and the Fu doll, and do not bring misfortune to people. Malevolent spirits, on the other hand, consist of the Soul doll and the Ghost doll, which demonstrate their effects more distinctly and swiftly than auspicious spirits. However, excessive use may lead to undesirable consequences. In truth, even the Ghost doll, when used judiciously, can only yield benefits. At this point, Yang Ning checked the time on his phone, realizing 8 minutes had elapsed. If you have no further matters to discuss, shall we conclude for today? Zhang Wen, puzzled, inquired, what does 8 minutes signify? Do you have something to attend to, Master Yang? Yang Ning chuckled, I possess. Any woman not related to me by blood will become unforgettable to me after spending more than 10 minutes alone with me. Huh? Zhang Wen burst into laughter. Is that another type of doll? I wonder if it's the, or perhaps the, or even the, Yang Ning corrected her. It is a fairy doll that can directly alter one's fortune without any backlash. Oh, Zhang Wen teased, tapping her chin, Master Yang. With your appearance, your demeanor, and that enigmatic aura you exude, it wouldn't take a fairy doll for an ordinary girl to fall for you. 3 minutes would suffice. As she spoke, Zhang Wen reached out to touch Yang Ning's face. Suddenly, the sound of a tinkling wind chime echoed, and Zhang Wen felt an unseen, icy hand abruptly push her own away. Startled, she gasped. What? Yang Ning observed this scene quietly and asked, what happened? Miss Zhang, have you cramped? Zhang Wen, now terrified, stammered, Master Yang, do you have something unclean on you? Yang Ning replied calmly with a smile, I am utterly untainted. Zhang Wen. Chapter 9. I am watching you from behind. Before she could utter another word, Zhang Wen felt a sudden difficulty in breathing. It was as if a pair of icy hands were gently constricting her throat. Although there was no force applied, it was quite uncomfortable. When Zhang Wen instinctively stepped back, distancing herself from Yang Ning, all feelings of unease vanished instantly. In an instant, the seemingly gentle girl was nearly paralyzed with fear, cold sweat streaming down her body. At that moment, Yang Ning raised his hand to signal her. 9 minutes have passed. The door is behind you. Oh, I'm leaving right away. Zhang Wen swiftly turned and hurried towards the exit. Just as she reached the door, a thought struck her, and she turned back to Yang Ning and asked, Master Yang, I suppose we share a certain affinity, don't we? Yang Ning nodded. Indeed, if I were to request a doll, come by in the evening. I'll be here after 8. All right. Watching Zhang Wen depart, Yang Ning mused to himself. If it were any other girl, she would have likely fainted by now. Yet you, having killed and sold organs, possess such audacity. At that moment, Yang Ning felt a slight tightening on his leg. Looking down, he saw a pale-faced boy with dark circles around his eyes and blood-red hands clutching his leg, asking, she just wanted to touch you. Why didn't you let me strangle her? Yang Ning grasped the boy by the neck, lifting him to eye level, and rolled his eyes. If you had strangled her here, how would I explain that to the police? The boy blinked and replied, no need to explain. I would just strangle the police too. Then I would be wanted, and many would come to capture me. I would strangle all who are hunting you. Whoever makes you unhappy, I would strangle them. What makes you different from the trafficker who strangled you in the first place? The boy fell silent. Oh, I almost forgot that I am a dead person. Yang Ning shook his hand and said to the boy suspended in midair, I will count to 3. Disappear on your own, or I will be forced to slap you. 1.2.3. With that, Yang Ning released his grip, and the boy fell halfway to the ground, dissipating into a chilling breeze, vanishing into nothingness. After leaving Yang Ning, Zhang Wen hurriedly made her way to the parking lot of the pedestrian street, climbed into her Mercedes, took a few deep breaths to calm herself, and pulled out her phone to dial a number. The call was quickly answered, and Zhang Wen coldly inquired, how is Uncle Zhang? Sister Wen, Uncle Zhang. Speak. Uncle Zhang has passed away. The doctor said it was a sudden heart attack. Heart attack? What exactly happened? This afternoon, Uncle Zhang was at Yundu Road preparing to receive goods. Just as he was about to get them, he suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed. It was actually the goods guard who called for emergency help. All right, I understand. Please help me look into someone. I'll send you the information shortly. Okay, I got it. That's all. After hanging up, Zhang Wen retrieved another phone from her bag and quickly typed a series of numbers to dial out. The ringtone echoed. There's nothing better than a mother. A child with a mother is a treasure. Before the call connected, the ringing tone played. Zhang Wen frowned and cursed. A trafficker using such a ring-on. Isn't that just adding to their own troubles? In this world, there is nothing quite as precious as a mother. A child with a mother is indeed a treasure. The phone call remained unconnected, with the ringtone echoing incessantly. As she listened, an inexplicable sensation engulfed Zhang Wen, as the innocent voices in the ringtone gradually morphed into something eerie. It felt as though the sound emanated not from the phone itself, but rather from right beside her ear. This thought compelled Zhang Wen to glance around, relieved to find the car empty. As dusk settled, she caught sight of the warm, golden glow emanating from Yang Ning's shop in the distance, which brought her a fleeting sense of tranquility. Yet, recalling her earlier encounter in the shop sent a chill down her spine. If that young apprentice truly possessed any skill, he wouldn't have lost his kidney. A little money for a child's blessing would have sufficed. Suddenly, the rain began to pour, drumming against the car with a cacophony of sound. At that moment, Zhang Wen's call finally connected. Hello? Upon hearing the familiar voice on the other end, she let out a sigh of relief and said, you really ought to change that ringtone. Do you not realize what line of work you are in? How could you still use that melody? Oh, it's you, Xiaowen. What prompted you to call? Are you doing well out there? I'm doing just fine. I received the money you sent last month using someone else's card. Why was there so much? I bought a shop, and I just rented it out today. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. As the rain intensified, Zhang Wen noticed her father's voice sounding somewhat off. Are you all right? You seem to be speaking strangely. Me? I'm fine, just a bit of pain. Pain? Where does it hurt? Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? No, no need for that. What would I need a checkup for? You always say that. Since you're fine, why not just get checked out? Xiaowen. Yes, Dad. What's the matter? Why are you sounding so peculiar? Ugh, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't overthink it. Xiaowen, I am in so much pain. It hurts terribly. The voice on the other end broke into sobs. And simultaneously, the rain outside grew heavier. Zhang Wen felt the temperature inside the car drop sharply, mingled with an unsettling metallic scent. She wrapped her arms around herself, tilting her head against the phone as she pleaded. Dad, please don't scare me. Where exactly does it hurt? Everywhere. I hurt all over. It's unbearable. Calm down for a moment. What are you doing right now? Try to lie down. I can't lie down. Why can't you lie down? What are you doing? Because your car is too small. I'm right behind you. Watching. Drip, drip. A cascade of bright red droplets fell from the rearview mirror, landing upon the silver emblem of the Mercedes-Benz on the steering wheel before Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen trembled as she slowly raised her head, catching a glimpse in the rearview mirror of a man seated in the back of her car, his body gruesomely dismembered and bloodied. He held a phone in his hand, now in pieces, and locked eyes with her through the mirror. Xiaowen, I hurt so much. Ah. The piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the rain-drenched parking lot. Nearby, Yang Ning leaned against the storefront, observing the bustling crowd outside, and remarked softly, I thought this wouldn't frighten you. He chuckled lightly. Behind Yang Ning, a series of chilling giggles erupted. 14 pale-faced children stood in a line, their ghostly visages eerily still, quietly watching the throngs on the vibrant pedestrian street. That moment, the sky had cleared, and the setting sun cast a warm glow. Where was the sign of rain? Chapter 10. The little girl, hands clasped over her head, screamed, "Ah!" Her high-pitched cry echoed in the twilight of the pedestrian street's parking lot, startling those parked nearby. Inside the Mercedes, Zhang Wan, as if awakening from a nightmare, frantically scanned her surroundings. It was then she realized there were no raindrops tapping against the windshield, no blood trickling down from the rearview mirror, and certainly no dismembered man, especially one who bore such a striking resemblance to her father. Was it merely a false alarm? Yet, why had the sensation felt so achingly real? Wenjie, are you all right? Please don't scare me. A man's voice resonated through the phone. It was her assistant. Who's he? The very one who had just urged her to call home. Zhang Wen gasped for breath, patting her chest as she replied, I'm fine. Just got a bit lost in thought and was startled by a mischievous child. It's nothing. That's a relief. Should I go check on that person you wanted me to investigate? Wait. Zhang Wen halted the conversation, inquiring, Who's he? Did you just suggest I call home? No. Wenjie, are you feeling overwhelmed lately? You really should call Uncle Hui. All right, I understand. Let us leave it at that. Okay. Wenjie, goodbye. After hanging up, Zhang Wen slumped over the steering wheel, breathing heavily. It took a long while before she finally started the car and drove away. But where to? Following the nightmarish scene she had just witnessed, Zhang Wen was engulfed in panic. The image of the blood-soaked, dismembered man had become an inescapable nightmare in her mind. She feared every shadowy corner of the vacant hall, every concealed space behind the sofas, and every closed door. She even dreaded what lay beneath her soft, comfortable bed. The villa she had purchased for over 10 million felt like a prison, with every unseen nook potentially hiding a bloody, dismembered figure. With a sudden stomp on the brakes, Zhang Wen collapsed against the steering wheel, weeping uncontrollably from sheer terror. No matter how much the cars behind her honked, she remained frozen in place. Only when a traffic officer approached and knocked on her window did she shudder and finally pull her car to the side inside Yang Ning's shop. Yang Ning sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a slightly yellowed notepad in his hands. On the notepad, a once colorful little figure was gradually losing its hues. With a look of regret, Yang Ning shook his head. This afternoon, I had no intention of taking that person's life. However, to my surprise, he had a heart condition, and with just a press, he was gone. Now, it seems, the responsibility for this life rests upon my shoulders. Originally, I could have sent Zhang Wen on her way without having to venture out, but now, with a life lost, alas. By the way, I purchased some furniture from the local furniture store, and it will be delivered shortly. After the delivery, please assist me in arranging the furniture once the people have left. Do not forget to lock the door while arranging. It would be unfortunate if someone inadvertently entered and became frightened. Having relayed all this, Yang Ning strode away from the shop he had just rented. After his departure, although the shop appeared deserted, a keen observer would notice small handprints, footprints, and even traces of posteriors emerging sporadically on the floor, walls, and ceiling. Approximately half an hour later, a small truck halted in the pedestrian street parking lot. Wang Dong and his colleague Zhou Liang gazed at the large tables and chairs in the truck's cargo area, their faces etched with worry. He pulled out his phone and called. Boss, we can't get our truck into this pedestrian street. No problem. Just move the items into the shop at 24 Yundu Road. It's not far from the parking lot, less than 200 meters diagonally across. I'll add an extra labor fee, 50 per person. Boss, we can't issue an invoice for labor fees. Just leave the invoice for the furniture. All right, we'll start moving now. Good. The shop is empty. Just place everything there. Shout done at the shop door, and then depart. No problem. After hanging up, Wang Dong and Zhou Liang, the furniture store workers, began their task. Just as the vehicle roared to life, Wang Dong, sitting in the passenger seat, reached into his pocket and discovered an invoice meant for the buyer. Remembering the buyer's specific instructions, Wang Dong hastily urged Zhou Liang, who was driving, Stop. I forgot the invoice. I'll hand it over. Zhou Liang scoffed. Wang Gu, you're getting on in years. Your mind seems to be slipping. The vehicle came to a halt, and Wang Dong jumped out, racing towards Yang Ning's shop. Upon arrival, however, he found the previously ajar door had been locked from the inside, leaving him no choice but to crouch down and slide the invoice through the narrow gap beneath the door. At that moment, As he was passing the invoice, a sudden chill wafted through the crack that he noticed that half of the invoice he had pushed through was caught by an excessively pale little hand. Looking up, he saw a little girl with 2 sky-high buns and a complexion as white as a corpse, her wide eyes fixed on him. Initially startled, he then broke into a grin, exclaiming, "Hey, you little one. Dressed quite fashionably, aren't you? Who are you to the boss?" As he spoke, he playfully tapped on the girl's tiny face through the glass door, then tilted his head and made a silly face. In the next instant, the girl smiled back at Wang Dong, mimicking his gesture by tilting her head. Gulu, the diminutive figure, adorned with 2 sprightly pigtails, tumbled down from the neck with a suddenness that was startling. The headless body of the girl, with hands raised, embraced the small head, and through the glass door, struck the already pale visage of Wang Dong 3 times with a resounding thud, after delivering the blows. The small head, still cradled in the girl's hands, playfully stuck out its tongue at Wang Dong, a mere act of mischief. In an instant, the once crouching Wang Dong's face drained of color, and he collapsed onto the ground, struggling even to draw a breath. Simultaneously, at the entrance of the Zhengzhou University-affiliated hospital, a wind chime hanging from Yang Ning's shoulder emitted a melodious sound. Causing trouble again. Yang Ning rummaged through a white cloth bag and produced a doll with eyes glowing a vivid red, exclaiming, "Don't just stand there, lend a hand." On Yendu Road, in front of the doll shop, the girl who had been holding her head turned to flee, only to reveal a similarly pale-faced boy. The boy, observing the convulsing master outside, felt a flicker of red light in his eyes. As he stepped out onto Yendu Road, he shivered uncontrollably and cursed. "Wang Go, is the air conditioning set too high? Why on earth is it so cold?" After his outburst, he glanced down, realizing he hadn't even turned on the air conditioning. In the passenger seat, Wang Dong furrowed his brow, perplexed, as he realized he had just experienced a moment of disorientation. Unable to recall the earlier incident of delivering an invoice, Chapter 11, Is Fate Not to be Defied? At the Central University First Affiliated Hospital, a nurse surveyed the boy before her, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an air of refinement, complemented by a barely perceptible smile that sent a shiver down her spine. Drawing from her years of professional experience, she concluded that such a smile is often seen on patients who have received a terminal diagnosis and resolved to forego treatment. With this thought in mind, the nurse empathetically inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you?" Yang Ning responded with a smile. "Hello, I would like to ask if there are any patients who could be saved but have had to abandon treatment due to financial constraints." The nurse immediately understood Yang Ning's intent. Having encountered numerous patients in similar circumstances over her career, they either sought to purchase organs from those who had given up on treatment due to economic hardships or wished to donate their own. In either case, the nurse could not turn a blind eye. "I'm sorry, but we do not support private organ donation agreements here." Yang Ning remained silent for a moment before clarifying, "I am not looking to buy organs. I merely wish to inquire if there are any such patients that I wish to help them." Upon hearing this, the nurse's gaze filled with even more sympathy. "You are so young. Why forgo treatment? Trust in the hospital. Trust in the doctors. You can surely overcome the illness. Please take care of your own organs," Yang Ning replied. Nurse, I also do not wish to sell organs. What I mean is, I want to sponsor a patient to help prolong their life." This statement from Yang Ning moved the nurse to tears. She was moved and said, "This dashing young patient, you should keep the money for yourself. Focus on healing your own ailments before considering assisting others." Yang Ning, feeling a bit indignant, replied, "Sorry, but I am not ill." The nurse's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you from the psychiatric ward?" Yang Ning. That in truth, Yang Ning could easily employ his spiritual doll to resolve his issues. However, this was a hospital where the yang energy was weak and the yin energy was abundant. Recklessly utilizing the powers of the doll could easily affect some patients who were on the brink of death. Therefore, Yang Ning sought to extract the information he desired from the nurse, but given the current situation, observing the nurse's gaze, which was akin to looking at someone with a mental disability, Yang Ning felt that his plan might be somewhat unfeasible. He lifted his head to gaze at the hospital ceiling, muttering, "Could it be that Zhang Wen's life is not meant to end today?" In the next moment, Yang Ning promptly dismissed this thought. Who has the authority to decide her fate? Within a single day, he had already sent her entire family away, leaving her as a solitary girl. Is this something a person could do? She must be reunited with her family. Resolutely, Yang Ning turned and exited the hospital, hailing a taxi. Upon entering the vehicle, he instructed, "Driver, take me to the crematorium." The taxi driver, who had not rested for a single minute after a long afternoon of picking up passengers, suddenly shivered at the mention of the crematorium in the darkening evening. Why not go in the early hours? That would be more fitting. Though he thought this, he merely replied, "All right," stealing a glance through the rearview mirror at the young man who had just entered his cab. He was taken aback. This was the very same boy he had picked up from Zhengzhou Airport that afternoon, the one carrying a white cloth bag adorned with a string of wind chimes that jingled melodically, who had predicted the travel time from the airport to Yundu Road to be exactly 2 hours and 20 minutes, neither a second more nor less. Such an uncanny boy. The driver dared not dwell on the fact that the boy had shorted him over 100 in fare. Noticing that the boy had yet to fasten his seatbelt, he casually remarked, "Well, look how many taxis are around at this hour." Click. Yang Ning swiftly buckled his seatbelt and replied, "Driver, shall we get going? By the way, why do I feel like I recognize you? Not familiar. I have a common face," the driver said, tightening his mask and donning sunglasses, ensuring no skin was exposed before gripping the steering wheel and accelerating onto the road. Once the car was in motion, the driver couldn't help but glance back at the mirror repeatedly, pondering how long this journey would take. After the third glance, Yang Ning casually remarked, "This trip will likely take about 35 minutes. 35 minutes? The crematorium in Zhengzhou was located on the outskirts, while they were currently in the city center during rush hour. Could they really arrive in 35 minutes? An hour would be more like it." The driver questioned this in his mind, but dared not voice his skepticism at that moment. He was completely unaware that despite the heavy traffic, the road conditions were surprisingly smooth, with no congestion whatsoever. After more than half an hour, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the Zhengzhou crematorium. The driver glanced at the meter, noting 34 minutes, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. He awkwardly smiled at Yang Ning in the back seat, saying, "You really are quite precise. You were off by just a minute." Yang Ning yawned and replied, "How much is it?" The driver looked at the meter, which read 65. Just as he was about to speak, Yang Ning had already handed him a 50 yuan bill, casually saying, "No need for change." After a moment's hesitation, the driver accepted Yang Ning's money with a tearful expression. Forcing out a smile, "Please take care. Yes, you drive slowly as well." Drive slowly? The driver thought to himself, barely containing his frustration. He had been exceptionally busy today. It was hard to believe that he had not had a single empty cab all afternoon. The earnings from this half-day were equivalent to that of 2 or 3 normal days. It felt as if he had encountered a ghost. After Yang Ning exited the vehicle, the driver reset the meter, only to find that the originally recorded 34 minutes had now changed to 35. He swallowed hard, quickly turned the steering wheel, and drove away. Outside the crematorium, the square was filled with the sound of weeping. Some were wailing loudly, while others gathered in small groups, crying and burning paper offerings. Among them were fresh arrivals, newly delivered for cremation. Yang Ning found a corner to sit cross-legged, pulling out an object resembling paper-cut art from his cloth bag. He unfolded it and shaped it into a lantern, placing it before him. As he brushed his hand over the top, a flickering red flame ignited within the paper lantern, under the darkening sky. The entrance of the crematorium appeared particularly eerie. In this dim corner, the soft glow illuminated Yang Ning's refined and handsome face, casting a slightly somber shadow. His eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through the realms of life and death, swept over the crystal coffins being brought into the crematorium, murmuring to himself, "This one is thoroughly cold. Not much hope here. Sir, you've been gone for a month before coming for cremation. Surely, you must be decomposing by now. Oh dear, so young. How tragic. Miss, why must you do this? Well, if you don't value your own life, I cannot save you. Young man, it seems you brought this upon yourself. You deserve to lose that part of you, and thus your life. Brother, you are quite the character. Good medicine paired with liquor only makes it better. Damn, what an unusual way to die. Is it possible for someone to suffocate to death? None of the 100 or so in red I oversee met such a bizarre fate. Oh, buddy, you truly are something. Achoo. Damn, who is cursing me?" Yang Ning turned to survey his surroundings, and suddenly his eyes lit up, fixating on a coffin that had just been delivered. This one is rather special. She has not been dead long, and her son will surely perish soon as well due to lack of care. Saving her could lead to 2 lives being bound by fate. I could then take 2 more lives. No, I could forge 2 more malevolent ties, profit indeed. So delightful. Beside the icy coffin stood several individuals and a small boy, yet all maintained their distance from the child, so much so that when the boy strayed from their group, No one seemed to notice. The young boy was captivated by the flickering paper lanterns dancing before Yang Ning that he approached and pointed towards the crematorium, inquiring, "Brother, do you also have family members who have been sent inside?" Yang Ning remained silent. Observing his reticence, the boy extended his fist in a gesture of comfort, saying, "You need not fear, brother. My mother also lies on the ice bed, having been sent in." Yang Ning offered a faint smile and gently tapped fists with the boy. To his surprise, the boy flipped his hand open, revealing 2 chocolate candies nestled within. "These are my favorite. My mother used to buy them for me occasionally. Today, the village committee brought me many. I've already eaten several. You can have these too." Yang Ning accepted the boy's offering, ruffled his hair, and asked, "Do you wish for your mother to come back?" The boy turned to glance into the crematorium, slowly nodding, but he thought, "Although my mother never bought me these candies, I truly do not want her to leave me, even if just for a few days." That moment, those who had accompanied the boy noticed his absence and began calling out in search of him. The boy fixed his gaze on Yang Ning for 2 seconds, then nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, goodbye, brother, farewell." After the boy departed, Yang Ning placed the 2 chocolate candies into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully as he retrieved 5 thick white candles from a white cloth bag, the contents of which were a mystery. That he arranged them around the paper lanterns and lit each wick. Then, using a sharp little knife, he sliced his left index finger, allowing droplets of blood to form. With a gentle flick, he sent a bead of blood splattering onto the lantern, and in that instant, 6 flames surged upward, spiraling high into the air around the lantern and the 5 candles. Yet, as Yang Ning pressed his hand down, the 6 roaring flames swiftly settled back into 6 flickering flames. Within the brief dance of light and shadow, it seemed as if whispers of figures glided above the lantern. Moments later, in the service hall of the crematorium, Su Liang watched as his mother, lying on the ice bed, was lifted from the crystal coffin and placed onto the conveyor belt, adorned with flowers and gold ingots. The thought struck him that no one would cook for him anymore, that he would grow up without anyone by his side, and that no one would buy him candies. Though the village committee members might provide him with sweets. But that Su Liang felt an unsettling sense that those individuals could not compare to his mother's reliability. As he observed his mother's cold form gradually receding on the conveyor belt, a stark realization hit him. He no longer had a mother. Without her, how could he grow up? Even if he were to attain a prestigious education or achieve great success and wealth, that one closest to him, with whom he could share his joys, was no longer present. In a sudden surge of emotion, Su Liang's small frame erupted with astonishing energy. He leaped onto the conveyor belt leading to the cremation area and cried out with a heart-wrenching voice, "Mother! Mother!" Chapter 12. If only she could open her eyes. The cremation area of the funeral home. The attendant, Wei Jinjin, bowed respectfully to a corpse that had been brought to the conveyor belt. After waiting for approximately 2 minutes, she pushed the body into the corresponding cremation furnace according to its identification number, and then yawned out of sheer boredom. Years of experience had rendered this job second nature to her. When she first began working at the crematorium, she was perpetually anxious that the cold corpses lying on the conveyor belt might suddenly open their eyes and gaze at her. Yet now, in truth, if a deceased person were to open their eyes, it would not be entirely unwelcome. At least this job would not be so monotonously dull. The crematorium's workload was not particularly heavy, and being a public institution, there was no risk of unemployment. The routine, day in and day out, had led Wei Jinjin to harbor some thoughts that one ought not to entertain. She also had a peculiar work habit. Before she pushed a body into the furnace, she always waited for a moment. This was merely a precaution against the rare possibility that someone might still be alive, only to be sent for cremation, with modern medicine being so advanced. The likelihood of such an occurrence was virtually negligible. That a former colleague once teased her, saying, "Do you really think that by waiting a minute or two, you can guarantee that a living person won't wake up during that time?" This statement was quite understandable. It offered the deceased a chance to open their eyes and provided her with a thrilling opportunity as well. As she yawned, Wei Jinjin fell into contemplation. When would she have an opportunity for excitement? In the reception hall ahead, a heart-wrenching scream of a little boy echoed, a sound Wei Jinjin had heard countless times throughout her extensive experience in cremation. Watching as another body was conveyed on the belt to her colleague, she understood that the corpse, which had elicited such anguished cries from the boy outside, would soon be entrusted to her for cremation. "Mommy, I want my mommy." The boy's wails continued, growing ever more desperate. Amidst a rising clamor from outside, she even heard a colleague from the security department shouting in anger, But none of that concerned her. Her focus remained solely on the corpse that would soon arrive before her. Estimating the deceased's age based on the cries from the hall was perhaps one of the few pleasures afforded to a cremation worker. Before long, accompanied by the low hum of the conveyor belt, Wei Jinjin caught sight of the body slowly approaching her. It was a woman, perhaps in her 30s or 40s, elegantly attired in a qipao, adorned with flowers and gold ingots. Due to the distance and angle, Wei Jinjin could not discern her features clearly, yet she sensed that this corpse possessed a certain uniqueness, lacking the three common traits found in most deceased: aloofness, reticence, and stillness. Though the woman remained silent and motionless, Wei Jinjin felt as though she were gazing upon someone merely asleep, rather than a lifeless body. After years in the profession and thousands of corpses cremated, this was Wei Jinjin's instinctive perception. As the body drew nearer, she paused the conveyor belt and bowed once more, silently counting in her mind. Upon reaching 50, she stole a glance at the conveyor with her peripheral vision. Fortunately, the eyes remained closed, indicating that the process was proceeding normally, with little chance of unexpected occurrences. Alas, hearing the cries from outside, does she truly have another child? That poor little one. Oh, if only she could open her eyes. With a silent mantra echoing in her heart, Wei Jinjin continued her counting. Upon reaching 100, she stole another glance at the conveyor belt. Thankfully, nothing amiss? Open her eyes. Suddenly, Wei Jinjin was jolted, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. A chilling sensation surged from her forehead to the soles of her feet. No, surely, I must be seeing things. Night shifts are truly tormenting. She blinked fervently, gradually directing her gaze once more towards the conveyor belt. This time, every hair on Wei Jinjin's body stood on end. Despite it being the sweltering heat of July, mere inches from the crematory, she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her, penetrating to her core. Slowly, she turned her head, her heart racing in terror as she met the gaze of the body lying on the conveyor belt. This time, the corpse winked at her, buzzed in that fleeting second. Wei Jinjin felt as though she could hear nothing. Her ears filled with a relentless buzzing, her mouth opened slowly, widening with desperation to scream. Yet in her paralyzing fear, she realized she was utterly voiceless. Not a sound escaped. She yearned to flee, dismissing the ridiculous notion of a stable job, but found her legs weak, as if rooted to the spot, unable to move. Ultimately, her vision filled with golden stars, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground in the last moment before losing consciousness. One thought surged in her mind. Exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. Meanwhile, on the adjacent conveyor belt, male cremation technician Deng Gang, alerted by the commotion, inquired, "Jinjin, what's the matter? Let me help you to the rest area." As he reached out to assist Wei Jinjin, a faint, ethereal voice interjected, "May I lend a hand?" "Who are you?" she questioned, puzzled. "I am Su Wan, though I cannot quite explain how." Before she could finish, Deng Gang interjected, "You must be a relative of the deceased, right? What are you doing in here?" "That's not permitted." "Never mind, just help me lift her onto my back." Given the unusual circumstances, Deng Gang chose not to dwell on the matter, turning to hoist Wei Jinjin onto his back. He caught sight of the items meant for the deceased. A mat still lay on the conveyor belt, surrounded by scattered flowers and joss paper. Ordinarily, these offerings should accompany the deceased into the furnace for cremation. Yet, their presence indicated that Wei Jinjin's corpse had not yet been cremated. In an instant, Deng Gang's gaze towards Su Wan shifted, a flicker of unease dawning upon him. Then, his eyes fell upon the scattered nameplates of the deceased, where, following a lengthy sequence of numbers, the name Su Wan was clearly inscribed. Deng Gang was momentarily stunned. An icy chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Just moments ago, the expression in his eyes when he looked at Su Wan had shifted dramatically. Now, he scarcely dared to cast a glance in her direction. "Oh, shall I assist you by placing her upon your back?" "Is that it?" Very well. As they spoke, Su Wan had already extended her hand to push Wei Jinjin, who was slumped on Deng Gang's back. Her voice was low and feeble, resonating in Deng Gang's ears with an unsettling quality that hardly resembled that of a living being. You. Why are you trembling incessantly? Are you feeling cold?" As she spoke, Su Wan's hand inadvertently brushed against Deng Gang's back. In that instant, feeling her chilly touch, a singular thought coursed through Deng Gang's mind. Cold. Indeed, it is chilling. There can be no misunderstanding. It is genuinely cold. At this moment, Deng Gang had evidently forgotten that even a living person would feel frigid after lying for hours in a cold crystal coffin, let alone Su Wan, who had truly experienced death. A hoarse, desperate scream erupted from Deng Gang's lips, immediately followed by the shrill cry of a woman behind him. What the hell? Is this thing no longer even pretending? In that moment, Deng Gang could not care less about Wei Jinjin on his back. He cast her aside and fled in a panic. With Deng Gang's hasty retreat, Wei Jinjin fainted, leaving Su Wan all alone in the cremation area. I am not an employee. I should not be traversing this path. Mother, mother, I want my mother. At each, a woman's voice echoed from the conveyor belt passage, each utterance more urgent than the last, sending shivers down the spines of everyone in the reception hall outside. This was, after all, a crematorium. Just as the tension reached its peak, a woman clad in a qipao emerged from the shadowy corridor. The moment she stepped into the light, she raised her head, and in that instant, all eyes in the hall were drawn to her visage. It didn't take long for the sharp-eyed to notice the crucial detail. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the child who had been crying for his mother, clutching a black-and-white memorial photo. Indeed, they were one and the same. A woman from the village committee, who had accompanied Su Liang, slowly covered her mouth with trembling hands, her entire body quaking, tears welling in her eyes, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Beside her, a man from the village committee gasped, "Is this Su Liang's mother?" His words, once spoken, revealed the figure of Su Liang's mother emerging from the cremation area behind. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. A dead person has come back to life. My goodness! A cascade of reactions ensued, and the entire hall erupted into chaos. Regardless of gender or age, the mourners, who had initially worn expressions of sorrow, turned and fled toward the exit. Amidst the panicking crowd, a small figure defied the tide, rushing toward Su Wan, who had just crawled out of the passage. Mommy, Xiao Yang. Navigating through the throngs of frantic individuals, this mother and son finally embraced tightly within the crematorium hall. Immediately, Su Wan took her son Su Liang's hand and walked out of the hall, just as the night had fully descended. Due to the incident that had just transpired within, the area outside the crematorium was eerily deserted, the escapees having cleared out completely. Glancing back at the crematorium and the adjacent funeral home, Su Wan murmured to her son, "At that moment, I felt as if I had fainted into darkness. But did I truly die? Yet, if I were dead, how am I alive now?" Su Liang immediately countered, "Mom isn't dead. Mom will never die." Their eyes met, and as the son broke into a grin, the mother mirrored his joy, affirming, "Yes, Mom isn't dead." At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness, approaching the pair. It was Yang Ning, offering Su Wan a paper lantern. In the flickering light, Yang Ning's already refined and handsome features appeared even softer. Upon encountering this unexpectedly kind youth, Su Wan felt an inexplicable warmth, accepting the lantern with a grateful, "Thank you." Yang Ning smiled and offered a slight bow before turning to depart. This gesture honored both the deceased and the living. Upon exiting the crematorium, Yang Ning retrieved a yellowed notebook from the white cloth bag he carried, opening it to find two small, colorful stick figures added within it. He looked up at the night sky, where the stars were beginning to twinkle, a smile spreading across his face. Zhangwan, Director, it's bad. Something has happened. The director of the crematorium, who was dining with superiors, responded irritably to the call from the on-duty staff. What the hell are you panicking about? What significant occurrences might transpire at a crematorium? Is it a case of haunting, or have the deceased risen from the incineration furnace? A moment of silence ensued on the other end of the line, while the other individuals dining at the same table as the director displayed expressions of displeasure. Present were members of the funeral service system, including the district's head of the funeral system, Director Liang Yun. Liang rapped the table and admonished, "Old Wang, mind your language. We are in the midst of a meal. Such talk is inauspicious." The crematorium director cast an apologetic glance towards Liang Yun and barked into the phone. "Are you mute or something? Speak." On the other end, the duty officer at the crematorium timidly replied, Director, truly, there is not someone. As he uttered the word someone, his voice trembled noticeably. Indeed, someone had crawled out from the cremation area. The director stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, as if immobilized by an invisible force. Director, what shall we do now? Upon regaining his composure, the director inquired, "What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Please repeat." Director, someone crawled out from the cremation area. The director was utterly bewildered. He stammered, "Crawled out? Is it a living person or a corpse? I don't know, Director. Who would dare to ask? It's a woman, and she has a child with her. Her fellow villagers were so frightened upon seeing her that they fled in terror. Oh, and one driver, in his excitement, crashed his vehicle into our gate. At a loss for words, the director lowered his phone and noticed the other diners staring at him with a mix of fear and panic. Director Liang Yun quavered, "Old Wang, please tell me, you aren't implying that someone crawled out from the incineration furnace?" By the end of his statement, Liang's voice quivered with trepidation. Observing this, the crematorium director, Old Wang, hesitated momentarily, then steeled himself, wiped the perspiration from his brow, and cheerfully declared, "Hey, Director, you are remarkably astute. You guessed it right away." Chapter 14. Stay away from a person named Yang Ning. At the Cang'er City police station, Huang Lighting encountered seasoned officers Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei. Both bore expressions of considerable distress. Zhang Donglei cradled a phone, repeatedly attempting to dial a number, appearing increasingly anxious, yet the call remained unanswered. "Captain Lei, I've been trying this number for quite some time, and no one is picking up. Should we inform the local police in Zhongzhou to prioritize the protection of Zhang Wen?" Lei Ming, hands on his hips, furrowed his brow and rolled his eyes, retorting, "How can you convey that to the police in Zhongzhou without any evidence?" After a brief silence, Zhang Donglei replied, "Captain, are we currently safeguarding the daughter of a human trafficker?" Lei Ming turned to Zhang Donglei and spoke deliberately, "Old Zhang, until we uncover substantial evidence of Zhang Wen's criminal activity, she remains a lawful citizen and within our protective jurisdiction. At that moment." As Huang Lighting approached, Lei Ming turned to her and said, "Greetings, I am Lei Ming, the captain of the city's criminal investigation team. I summoned you here primarily to inquire about certain matters." Huang Lighting immediately inquired, "Are you referring to the emergency call made today?" Lei Ming nodded and replied, "Indeed. Please take a seat, and we shall discuss it further." As he spoke, Lei Ming produced a dossier, and Huang Lighting glanced at it, only to discover that it was, astonishingly, her personal file. A wave of unease washed over her as she asked, "Captain Lei, why are you investigating me? Have I committed some error?" Lei Ming shook his head reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, you have done nothing wrong. It is merely well, have you ever experienced abduction?" Huang Lighting's expression suddenly turned anxious, and she nodded, saying, "Yes, I was abducted at Cang'er City when I was very young. Do you remember the name of the trafficker who took you?" She was asked. "I do not recall," she admitted, "as I was quite small at the time." "During your abduction, did you encounter any other children who had also been taken?" "Yes, many. There must have been dozens, but I cannot remember them all. Only a few names. Please share what you can." "The one I remember most vividly was named Hong Hong. She had bright red hair. There was also someone named Tianyang, and another called Chengcheng. Chengcheng was the kindest of them all, but he always cried, which led to him being beaten by the traffickers. Lastly, there was a boy named Xiaonyo. That's all I can recall. The rest have faded from my memory." Holding the weathered notebook he had found in the basement of the Mengdongfang Villa, Lei Ming compared its contents with what Huang Lighting had just shared and found them all to align perfectly. At that moment, Zhang Donglei, who had been dialing on the landline, turned to Huang Lighting and asked, "Given your background, how did you manage to pass the political examination when you applied to the police department?" "My adoptive parents treated me well and arranged for me to obtain a local household registration. This was over a decade ago, when the regulations regarding household registration were not as stringent as they are today. Aside from the legal infraction of purchasing me from the traffickers, my adoptive parents had no other blemishes on their record." Lei Ming nodded and remarked, "Very well. Lighting, we are not here to scrutinize you today, so there is no need for you to feel anxious." He then proceeded to inform Huang Lighting about the identity of Zhang Hui. Upon hearing this, Huang Lighting appeared utterly disoriented, exclaiming, "So, that trafficker is dead. He was the one who called me today?" She seemed to feel a chill, wrapping her arms around herself as she murmured, "No wonder he knew my childhood nickname. I had been momentarily lost in thought because of that. Has anyone ever asked you if you would seek vengeance against the trafficker who abducted you?" Huang Lighting gazed at Lei Ming with eyes wide with terror, slowly nodding her head. "Not in reality, but I did have a dream about it once. However, I could not see his face. I only knew he wore white clothing and carried a very simple white cloth bag over his shoulder." Zhang Donglei inquired, "So, you expressed a desire to take revenge on that individual?" At that moment, Huang Lighting's countenance suddenly transformed into one of fierce intensity, and she declared vehemently, "That trafficker, I would relish the opportunity to plunge a knife into him." Cough, cough. I am consumed by an overwhelming desire to plunge a knife into him. Lei Ming inquired with confusion. Did you not claim that your adoptive parents treated you well? This has nothing to do with my adoptive parents. Zhang Hui replied. One of the men under Zhang Hui is a creature more base than a beast, A.S. Huang Lighting spoke. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she lowered her head, allowing 2 streams of warm sorrow to cascade down her cheeks. Both Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei comprehended the gravity of the situation, suppressing their inner fury. Lei Ming, bowing his head in regret, murmured, I am sorry. Meanwhile, Zhang Donglei offered consolation, Lighting, this is not your fault. Suddenly, he trembled violently while holding the telephone receiver. His excitement palpable as he exclaimed, Captain Lei, Zhangwen's phone has been connected. My heavens, you finally answered the call. In Zhongzhou, the shop had transformed dramatically since his departure. The store, with its entrance facing east, was now divided into southern and northern sections, each meticulously arranged with 4 rows of shelving units. Positioned centrally between these shelves was a long, ground-level writing desk, beneath which a carpet had been laid. On the inner side of the main seat, a mat had been placed, while 2 mats adorned the outer guest seating. Yang Ning surveyed the surroundings and nodded in approval. Not bad. Instantly, the once empty store resonated with cheerful sounds of bouncing. Tying the wind chimes at the entrance, Yang Ning settled cross-legged on the mat at the main seat and contemplated, then said, Yame, come here. Across the desk, a little girl with her hair styled into 2 playful top knots appeared slowly. Yang Ning instructed, straighten your head. Obediently, the girl attempted to comply, but after much effort, she ended up facing Yang Ning with the back of her head, innocently asking, is this straightened? Yang Ning replied, haven't I taught you this before? How many times must I remind you to face people with your eyes? The girl responded with a pitiful tone, today I was looking at someone, but it seems I frightened that person. Yang Ning, rubbing his forehead in exasperation, retorted, from now on, do not detach your head from your neck. He then glanced outside the shop and declared, all right, you may go and play Dotto. The girl nodded, her form gradually becoming transparent until she vanished completely. Yang Ning retrieved several items from his cloth bag, placing them on the table. 2 candles, a photograph, a carving knife, a wooden figurine, and a few crayons. Lighting the candles, he picked up the carving knife and began to chip away at the wooden sculpture, revealing the exquisite likeness of a human face. After a few minutes, a haggard Zhangwen appeared. Upon entering Yang Ning's shop, the wind chimes hanging by the door jingled melodiously. Hearing the sound, Zhangwen felt a slight uplift in her spirits. She surveyed the shop's decor in astonishment and remarked to Yang Ning, who sat cross-legged behind the desk, Master Yang, you work remarkably fast. Is it all set up already? Yang Ning gestured to the 2 guest mats opposite him and said, please, come and sit. Zhangwen approached, removed her shoes at the edge of the carpet, and knelt down facing Yang Ning. She cast a fleeting glance at the desk, noticing a photograph resting upon it, alongside a doll that Yang Ning was meticulously carving. Before she could utter a word, Yang Ning spoke first. Your phone? Huh? Zhangwen queried, perplexed. My phone. Without pausing in his delicate task, Yang Ning nodded in affirmation. Yes. Instantly, Zhangwen retrieved a mobile phone from her purse, the Xenal, exhibiting no signs of distress. Another one. Zhangwen's expression shifted slightly. How did you know I possess 2 phones? Yang Ning, continuing his carving, smiled as he replied, because someone has been incessantly trying to reach you. Skeptical, Zhangwen pulled out her second phone and was taken aback to discover numerous missed calls. How did I not notice this? As Yang Ning focused on his doll, a silent smile graced his face. Observing the incoming call, Zhangwen pressed the answer button. Hello. On the other end, a voice sounded urgent. Captain Lei, Zhangwen's phone has connected. My heavens, you finally answered. Who is this? This is Zhang Donglei from the Cang'er Police Department. That I'm calling you with an important warning. What is it? Steer clear of someone named Yang Ning. He is exceedingly dangerous. Remember, very dangerous. Keep your distance. Stay away from him. Zhangwen stared at Yang Ning in sudden alarm, and in a moment of panic, her hand trembled, causing her phone to clatter onto the table between them. Meanwhile, the frantic voice continued to resonate through the line. He knows everything your father, Zhang Hui, has done. Now, your entire family is gone, leaving only you. Chapter 15. I fear the dark, so I lit his soul lamp. Zhang Donglei on the other end seemed anxious that the call might terminate at any moment. Thus he hastily conveyed all his thoughts. Yang Ning persisted in his delicate carving, the sharp blade dancing in his hands, and in no time, the doll's face began to take shape, with exquisite features emerging. Zhangwen gazed at the doll, feeling an unsettling familiarity, and as Yang Ning executed the final stroke, she was rendered speechless, for the doll unmistakably resembled her. Master Yang, what is this? Setting aside the doll, Yang Ning looked at Zhang Wen with a smile and said, Sister Wenwen, the form is complete. It just requires the final touch. Upon hearing Yang Ning address her as Sister Wenwen, Zhang Wen was suddenly taken aback. A flicker of fear crossing her eyes as she stared intently at him, not daring to blink. At that moment, Yang Ning slowly picked up the photograph that had been placed face down on the table, carefully turning it around to reveal its front, presenting it beside his face to Zhang Wen. Sister Wenwen, do you think I've changed much since then? Trembling, Zhang Wen gradually shifted her gaze from Yang Ning's face to the photograph, where she beheld a boy of about 5 or 6 years old. The resemblance in features and appearance to the Yang Ning before her was strikingly uncanny. In a moment of clarity, a flicker of realization appeared in Zhang Wen's eyes. She blinked several times and stammered, You are Cheng Cheng. You remember me? I thought it would take you quite some time to recall my presence. Yang Ning replied with a gentle smile, his gaze calm and expression tender, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Zhang Wen, kneeling on the mat, suddenly slumped backward onto the ground, her feet pushing away from Yang Ning as she shook her head in denial, saying, No, you are not Cheng Cheng. Cheng Cheng was taken away years ago by a mad old man, who acquired over 100 children from various sources, none of whom survived. Ha ha, what a madman indeed. 3 months ago, he passed away, and I buried him. Zhang Wen questioned in disbelief. The madman, he is dead, dead. Yang Ning shook his head with a smile. No, he is not dead, and I shall not allow him to die. As he spoke, Yang Ning reached out and flicked the flame of the candle on the table to the right. Suddenly, a cacophony of frenzied laughter intertwined with a chilling scream echoed in Zhang Wen's ears, a sound she found hauntingly familiar. Yang Ning lifted the candle before her, and Zhang Wen vaguely perceived a terrified, agonized face of an elderly man emerging within the flickering flame. It was the very same major client who had repeatedly purchased children from her father. Zhang Hui, the madman she had just mentioned. Behind the flame, Yang Ning gazed at that vaguely visible old face, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his refined features. The madman? He was my master. How could I allow him to perish? At that moment, Yang Ning seemed to indulge in the revelation, speaking softly and tenderly. I am rather timid, having feared the dark since childhood, thus that I lit his soul lantern for the remainder of my life. It shall forever illuminate the darkness surrounding me, eternally. Eternally, the shadowy figure faintly discernible in the candlelight, the wailing akin to a vengeful spirit filled her ears, and everything unfolding before Zhang Wen rendered her utterly speechless. Staring at the dancing flame, she murmured in disbelief, So, this candle will never, ever extinguish. Never extinguish. No, no, no. Yang Ning chuckled. If I so desire, the soul lantern can indeed be extinguished, but I am afraid of the dark. Therefore, as long as it is necessary, I must keep the candle lit. Yang Ning slowly nodded and said, Sister Wenwen, do not worry about him. Rest assured, he shall not be lonely, for your father will soon come to accompany him. Zhang Wen struggled to swallow, her face devoid of color. Then, what about me? What do you intend to do with me? Have you also lit a soul lantern for me? Cheng Cheng, at that time. I pleaded with my father not to sell you, but I had no say in the matter. As these words escaped her lips, Zhang Wen's emotions teetered on the brink of collapse, and she nearly succumbed to tears. Exclaiming, You shall not be subjected to the soul lantern, as Yang Ning spoke. His gaze fell upon Zhang Wen, resting on her flowing gown, a dreamy expression of sheer enjoyment resurfacing on his face. Sister Wenwen, the white gown does not suit you. The red one is far more fitting. From now on, I shall don no garments of white, only red, orange. Please spare me. I beseech you, grant me mercy. Sister Wenwen, I implore you. Among all those children back then, I bestowed upon you special care. Let me be free, and I shall commit acts of kindness daily. Is that acceptable? Yang Ning gently pushed the intricately carved wooden figurine towards Zhang Wen, a slow smile gracing his lips. Sister Wenwen, let us partake in a game, shall we? The game is named What is Your Wish? Not counting those sold by you. The number of souls who perished directly at your hands due to organ harvesting stands at 12. As he spoke, Yang Ning pointed toward the pedestrian street outside the shop. Now, over 10,000 souls traverse this street, and those 12 individuals are concealed within this multitude, hidden among the various stores you have visited over the past month. I grant you 12 minutes. I hope you can locate them and fulfill their wishes. For every wish you complete, I shall spare you one less piece of yourself. Should you fulfill all 12, your sins will be absolved. With that, Yang Ning took out his phone, activated the stopwatch, and turned the screen toward Zhang Wen, grinning. However, upon closer inspection, the bustling Yundo Road pedestrian street was alive with a cacophony of voices, thronged with pedestrians jostling against one another, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At around 8 in the evening, it was indeed the peak time for the street, teeming with life and energy. Suddenly, Zhang Wen found herself feeling somewhat absurd. Could Yang Ning truly bring about her own demise in the midst of such a crowd? It was worth noting that the one who had truly taken lives, who had severed lives, was herself. Yet, as she turned to behold the dim light emanating from Yang Ning's shop, along with the 2 candles flickering softly on the desk facing the door, she involuntarily shuddered, taking a deep breath. Zhang Wen ultimately could not summon the courage to take that step forward. Overwhelmed with helplessness, she covered her head and stood there in a daze for a moment before turning to blend into the throngs of pedestrians on the street. After hastily walking about 100 meters, realizing that Yang Ning's little shop was now a considerable distance away, Zhang Wen retrieved her phone and dialed 119. In this critical moment of life and death, her thoughts did not immediately turn to her subordinates. She was acutely aware of their capabilities and believed they would not stand a chance against Yang Ning. Zhang Wen had never imagined that one day she would find herself dialing such a trio of digits. For a brief instant, those numbers seemed painfully glaring. Yet, what was even more disconcerting than the glaring numbers was the incessant busy tone emanating from her phone. As her anxiety mounted with each passing second, she began to stomp her foot against the cold tiles of the pedestrian street. But the busy signal persisted. Having never made this call before, she was unsure whether such a lengthy, busy tone was typical. Yet she could no longer afford to wait. She hung up and dialed again. This time, the call connected swiftly, but the voice on the other end made her heart plummet into despair. It was Yang Ning. Wen. Don't bother calling. Have you ever seen an emergency call in a horror movie that actually gets through? By the way, 2 minutes have already passed. With a finality, Yang Ning hung up. Zhang Wen was utterly bewildered. This was a barbecue restaurant, and upon entering, the rich aroma of grilled meat enveloped her senses. Ignoring the rigidly smiling waiter approaching her, Zhang Wen swiftly navigated past table after table. Her eyes, I care not whether you are human or specter. While you still draw breath, I can extinguish your life, and even in death, I can slay you again. The girl devoid of eyes gradually revealed a smile upon her pale, frigid visage, her sunken sockets rendering her countenance eerily spectral. Yet, with a resounding slap, Zhang Wen struck her sharply across the face, exclaiming, "Did you not hear my words? Wish for something else. Otherwise, I shall end your existence once more." Once more? Zhang Wen's voice escalated into a frenzied crescendo, her tone growing hoarse. The eyeless girl, unfazed and undeterred, continued to smile and replied, "Then, grant me but a single finger." Zhang Wen inhaled deeply. Very well. She pivoted and re-entered the kitchen, emerging moments later wielding a boning knife. She placed her left pinky finger upon the table and, with her right hand gripping the blade, steeled her resolve, bringing the knife down with ruthless intent. Splatter, blood sprayed across her body, splashing onto the eyeless girl's face. However, this scene never transpired. It was merely a figment of Zhang Wen's imagination. In truth, while she was decisive in excising the organs of others, she faltered when it came to severing her own finger. The blade hovered against her digit. Tears welled in Zhang Wen's eyes as she choked out, "Why yes, I'm sorry." The eyeless girl tilted her head, leaning closer to whisper chillingly, "No need for apologies. Soon, you shall join me." Her words jolted Zhang Wen awake, transforming her expression into one of ferocity as she tightened her grip on the boning knife. "So, you wish for my demise, do you? You wish for my demise, don't you? You wish for my demise?" With a swift motion, Zhang Wen plunged the knife into the hollow eye socket of the eyeless girl. This time, the blood truly erupted forth, staining her flowing white dress with crimson splatters. With a swift motion, she withdrew the knife, now consumed by a frenzied madness. "Ah, you wish for my death, do you? Who among you dares to challenge me next?" Armed with the steel blade, Zhang Wen departed the barbecue shop, intent on her next target. In a CAF, Zhang Wen cornered a gaunt man with a gaping wound beneath his ribcage, demanding, "What is your wish? How about giving me your kidney? Choose another. I shall take one of your fingers." With a fierce thrust, Zhang Wen drove the knife into the man's open wound, blood gushing forth. In a clothing store, she trapped a saleswoman with a low-cut top in a corner, asking, What is your wish? I desire your heart. No. Choose another. I shall take one of your fingers. With a swift stab, the blade pierced through her heart, blood erupting. In a luxury boutique, she demanded, What is your wish? I want your liver. Choose another. I shall take one of your fingers. Again, blood sprayed forth. In a cinema, blood splattered. In an arcade, blood splattered. In a snail noodle shop, blood splattered. In a hand-pulled noodle restaurant, blood splattered. In the commercial women's restroom, blood splattered. When Zhang Wen emerged from the women's lingerie store, she had visited 11 shops, dispatching 11 malevolent spirits who harbored ill intentions toward her at this moment. It had been a considerable time since Zhang Wen was supposed to meet Yang Ning. Yet she was indifferent. Her vision was clouded with rage, grasping a knife in her hand and dragging a long dress stained crimson with blood. Zhang Wen, disheveled and bent over, staggered through the throngs of people. Resembling a malevolent spirit, in search of the 12th shop. As she searched, she mumbled to herself, What is your wish? What is your wish? What is your wish? The other pedestrians on the bustling shopping street seemed oblivious to her presence, each wearing a vacant expression, devoid of any spark of vitality. Ultimately, after wandering for quite a while, Zhang Wen failed to locate the 12th shop she had previously visited, standing amidst the throng on the long street. Disregarding the bustling crowd around her, she brought the bloodied bone knife to her lips, gently wiping the blade clean with her mouth. Suddenly, she laughed. Haha, found it. Found it. Turning around, Zhang Wen wobbled towards Yang Ning's shop. The 12th establishment. It's right here. Haha. Cheng Cheng. What is your wish? Chapter 17. What a swift blade, Sister Wenwen. Does it hurt? This is the 119 Emergency Service Center. Please speak. Someone is attempting to take their own life on Yundu Road. Please dispatch help quickly. Thank you. The operator seemed momentarily taken aback by the calm and polite demeanor of the caller, struggling to adapt. All right. Could you provide a more detailed address and the specific situation? Stop. How do you know so much? Could you please disclose your identity? My name is Yang Ning. I have arranged for the police to be dispatched. Please remain on the premises and do not leave. Officers will come to consult you shortly. Yes, I want to leave. I just paid my rent for the month. Are you a local merchant? Yes, I just rented number 24 Yundu Road. The deceased is my landlord. Oh, okay. Please wait at your location for the officers. Thank you for your cooperation. No need for thanks. It's the least I can do. Ding-ling ding-ling. The urgent sound of wind chimes rang incessantly. In front of number 24 Yundu Road, Yang Ning watched as Zhang Wen, drenched in blood, ended the call. At this moment, Zhang Wen had shed her former composed and demure demeanor. She was covered in blood. Hunched over, with long hair cascading down, revealing only one bloodied eye. Clutching the bone knife, she gazed at Yang Ning, emitting a series of chilling laughs. Ha ha. Ching Chong. What is your wish? Yang Ning brushed off his white shirt and responded with a smile. Sister Wenwen, my wish is. Just then, Zhang Wen interrupted him. Let me guess. In those years, the old man once proclaimed during his acquisitions that his lifelong ambition was to forge a crimson-clad specter. Lowering her gaze to the bloodstains that marred her entire being, Zhang Wen flashed a grin at Yang Ning, her face, concealed beneath disheveled hair, smeared with blood, revealing an almost deranged smile. Cheng Cheng, your wish must be similar. Right. Yang Ning furrowed his brows and muttered, the old man's lifelong wish, to forge a crimson specter? Is that so? I hardly recall. Perhaps it is true. Zhang Wen threw her head back in laughter, her tousled hair parting to reveal a blood-soaked eye socket. Cheng Cheng, come, transform me into a crimson specter and fulfill your desire. Yang Ning shook his head and replied, I apologize, but I am quite normal. My wishes are not so twisted. Zhang Wen retorted. Do you even hear what you're saying? With calm eyes and an unruffled expression, Yang Ning stated, my wish is for the world to be free of malevolence, for there to be no more child trafficking, no more forced organ harvesting, and no more lives being trampled upon. Just as our sect's doctrine teaches, all beings are bound by fate. He slightly lowered his gaze, locking eyes with Zhang Wen, who had only one visible eyeball. In his serene gaze, ripples of emotion danced, his voice soft and melodious. If anyone desecrates another's life, then I shall reciprocate in kind. After Yang Ning finished speaking, Zhang Wen tilted her head slightly, and the blood vessels in her visible eye suddenly bulged as she snarled. No, change it. Yang Ning smiled and shook his head. No change. Then perish. A piercing wail erupted from Zhang Wen's lips, and in an instant, all the streetlights along Yundu Road began to sway violently. Before shop number 24 on Yundu Road, the crimson-clad Zhang Wen charged at Yang Ning with a knife. Yet, at that moment, a rare spark of excitement flickered across Yang Ning's face. Resentment? Yes, resentment. Behind him, a boy, excessively pale with crimson hands, materialized out of thin air, clutching a small doll, the very one Yang Ning had just painstakingly carved that evening. However, unlike before, the doll was gradually transforming into a vivid crimson hue. As Zhang Wen lunged at Yang Ning with her knife, the boy's expression morphed into one of mockery. With a swift motion, Zhang Wen plunged the blade into Yang Ning, yet the expected scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Clang! The knife clattered to the ground, accompanied by the doll that had just been in the boy's hands. At that moment, the doll shimmered with blood-red hues, its lifelike face contorting into a grimace, becoming ever more grotesque. Yet, no matter how her expression shifted, she remained merely a palm-sized figurine. Meanwhile, the Zhang Wen who had appeared in the shop had vanished without a trace. Yang Ning bent down, picked up the crimson doll, and gave it a couple of light taps, saying, "You once extended special care towards me, and I remember. Thus, I have harbored a slight selfishness towards you. In truth, I have granted you a lifeline. As long as you possess the will to fight against adversity, you may continue to exist in this world. Yet, at the critical juncture, you chose to safeguard yourself by inflicting harm upon others. So how could I possibly spare you? You believe that each blade thrust was aimed at another, but ultimately, each cut will only claim your own life. How swift and merciless the blade is. Sister Wen, does it hurt?" With a fierce expression, Yang Ning held the red-clad doll, its features contorted in malice, to her lips and gently kissed it, saying, "Henceforth, you shall remain by my side forever. Do not venture forth to harm others again." Behind her, 14 little specters observed this scene in unison. Chung is so utterly revolting. Bah, scoundrel, such words had reached my ears over 100 times. Indeed, he has uttered these phrases to every red-clad doll. Regardless of whether they were male or female, all identical. Could it be that Cheng refrains from seeking a girlfriend simply because he harbors an affinity for red-clad ladies? A friendly reminder. Red-clad figures include not only ladies but also gentlemen. Yet, Chung has never shown affection towards the gentleman. Only the ladies. He kisses the doll, not the corporeal form. Do you grasp the significance of ritual? And what of the red-clad gentlemen? Must one still adhere to ritual when they are already clad in red? As for the red-clad ladies, surely, the ladies require a sense of ritual. This has nothing to do with whether they are in red or not. The other little spirits engaged in animated discussion, each contributing their thoughts, while a small girl named Yamei, with her hair styled into 2 skyward tufts, repeatedly knocked her little head against the floor, her childish voice proclaiming, "Congratulations to Chung for avenging his grievances and dealing with all his enemies." She then delivered a swift kick to a nearby chubby ghost, who was incessantly tugging at his own innards. "Son de Peo, if you continue to play with the contents of your belly, next time I shall kick you to the heavens." Finally, lifting a small ghost, whose limbs had been severed, from the chandelier, she cradled it in her arms, gently patting its head. "You've lost your hands and feet. Must you not behave yourself?" Having completed these actions, Yang Ning turned to depart, stating, "I must attend to some matters. You are not permitted to wander." Upon exiting the shop, Yang Ning made her way towards the eastern side of Yundu Road, and shortly thereafter encountered the lifeless body of Zhang Wen lying in a pool of blood. The vengeful spirit of Zhang Wen had just rushed into Yang Ning's shop, while Zhang Wen's actual corpse remained where it had fallen after exiting the 11th store. The crowd surged around them. Yet all appeared as if they had lost their souls, utterly oblivious to the conspicuous corpse upon the ground. Approaching, Yang Ning produced a paper contract, lifting Zhang Wen's bloodied finger to the document, requiring no seal, and pressed it down to create a handprint. Thereafter, gazing at the contract in her grasp, Yang Ning retrieved Zhang Wen's red-clad doll and remarked, "This is merely a standard lease agreement, albeit with a few additional clauses. It stipulates that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, your shop shall remain under my lease, with the term automatically extended until such time as I choose to terminate it. Rest assured, I shall dutifully burn the rent for you each month." Chapter 18. The blade-wielding woman in white. The public outcry. "Did you report the incident?" A female officer in her 30s scrutinized Yang Ning with a gaze full of vigilance. Her voice icy as she inquired, "Where were you at the time of the incident? How do you know so much about Zhang Wen's actions? Has Zhang Wen exhibited any unusual behavior recently?" "I just arrived in Zhongzhou today and am unaware of any recent peculiarities regarding Zhang Wen," Yang Ning replied. The female officer swiftly recorded his responses on her notepad. a young male officer approached. Glancing at Yang Ning, he handed an iPad to the female officer, frowning. Sister Chun, the murder weapon has yet to be located, and the surveillance footage we retrieved is rather perplexing. The female officer took the iPad and reviewed several surveillance clips. Her brow furrowing in tandem with the male officer's, the footage distinctly showcased Zhang Wen brandishing a knife in various settings. While Zhang Wen's solitary actions appeared unremarkable, the reactions of those around her were decidedly peculiar. For instance, within a barbecue restaurant, Zhang Wen effortlessly penetrated the kitchen area, even retrieving a bone knife from the kitchen with ease, as if the establishment harbored no other patrons. Yet, the surveillance clearly indicated the presence of numerous individuals within the barbecue restaurant. Strangely, both the diners and the kitchen staff seemed oblivious to Zhang Wen, regardless of her wielding the knife or gesturing toward herself. Similar anomalies were evident in other surveillance clips. The female officer exchanged a glance with her male counterpart. Before she could speak, he interjected, "There are no signs of video tampering. It has barely been half an hour since the incident occurred, and unless it was premeditated, there would be insufficient time to alter all the surveillance footage." Sister Chun, in just one day, 2 incidents on Yundu Road. Understood. Yang Ning nodded with a smile, cooperating amicably as he departed. Once he left, the female officer wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a tissue. Murmuring to herself, "Today is truly bizarre. It feels as if I've encountered a ghost," and no sooner had she spoken than her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she promptly answered, "Hello, Team Leader Chen? Yes, I just finished taking the statements. The individual has been released. I've already clarified that they had just rented a shop and came here to conduct business. All right, Team Leader Chen, let us leave it at that for now." Upon returning to the shop, Yang Ning yawned, closed the door, and drew the curtains, preparing to lay down a makeshift bed for himself, having dispatched the entire family of the traffickers who once abducted him in a single day. He fell into a deep slumber that night. However, for the police in both locations, the night was fraught with anguish. In this era, much information cannot be concealed, even before dawn broke. A sensational piece of news began to circulate on a popular short video app. A major criminal incident erupts in Cang'er City. A middle-aged man has been stabbed 46 times. The assailant remains at large. Upon the release of the video, it initially garnered attention only within a limited scope in Cang'er City. However, due to its exceedingly shocking content, nearly everyone who stumbled upon it paused to comprehend the situation. The algorithms of short video platforms swiftly amplified its exposure, and within mere hours, the news erupted. The comment section beneath the video seemed to refresh with new remarks incessantly. My heavens, what a profound grudge must exist. Upon locking eyes, one could tell this was a ruthless individual. Ruthless. Wasn't this akin to a wolf's massacre? You may find it hard to believe, but just yesterday, this man's entire family was wiped out. Goodness gracious. To encounter this in the dead of night is a frightful attempt to scare me to death. Lu Bai, homicides abound. Yet I have never witnessed someone being stabbed over 40 times. 46 times, you say? What a monumental vendetta. I suggest an investigation into the deceased. Goodness gracious. I've stumbled upon several reports of fatalities today. So have I, as dawn approached. The fervor surrounding the homicide in Cang'er City showed no signs of waning. While the self-inflicted tragedy on Yundu Road in Zhangzhou began to gain traction, although the incident in Zhangzhou may not have been as sensational as the 46 stab wounds in Cang'er City, Zhang Wen's act of stabbing herself 11 times while donned in a white dress certainly carried its own shocking impact. Astonishing. A woman in white in the bustling district of Zhangzhou stabs herself 11 times. Each blow aimed at a vital point. The individual who uploaded the video managed to acquire surveillance footage of Zhang Wen wielding the knife against herself, despite the blurring. The sight of that white gown gradually stained crimson was enough to send chills down one's spine. Likewise, the comments section erupted with fervor. Incredible, incredible. I did not waste my night. At 3, I witnessed the 46 stabs in Cang'er City, and at 5, the 11 stabs in Zhangzhou. What a thrill it was. Good heavens. Have people become so volatile nowadays? Each act is more brutal than the last. Is it conceivable that these 2 homicides were perpetrated by the same individual? Are you out of your mind? The incident in Zhangzhou was clearly a self-inflicted demise. Today, we also experienced a fatality. A woman fell into the water, and it terrified me. You were scared by someone merely falling into water. The victim of 46 stabs hasn't even uttered a word. In truth, I find the Zhangzhou incident even more terrifying, as if possessed. Indeed, I was also on Yundu Road last night, and I felt the same. Are those 2 up there cultivating immortality? It's best not to meddle with such porcelain. People nowadays. You likely have no idea that the individual who perished on Yeondu Road yesterday was not the only one. In this era, even the most trivial matters have the potential to ignite the internet, prompting both the Cang'er and Zhengzhou police to devise public relations strategies well before the incidents even unfolded. At 8 in the morning, almost simultaneously, the police from both Cang'er and Zhengzhou held press conferences to elucidate the specifics of the two cases. The Cang'er police disclosed the identity of the deceased, Zhang Hui, as a human trafficker, while the Zhengzhou police had yet to ascertain the particulars regarding Zhang Wen, focusing instead on recounting the events that transpired on Yeondu Road the previous night. Concurrently, the Cang'er authorities refrained from revealing that Zhang Wen was indeed Zhang Hui's daughter, because they are acutely aware that once this matter is made public, it will become a sensational homicide case worthy of being etched in the annals of criminal history. Let us not forget that Zhang Hui's demise did not claim only his life, but also the lives of his entire family, totaling 14 souls, including Zhang Wen. That amounts to 15 for household registries, all extinguished. However, even if the police in Cang'er City choose not to disclose this information, they cannot withstand the multitude of talented individuals in the world, just as the press conference between the two police departments was yet to conclude. Another piece of news erupted. It has been confirmed. The white-clad knife maiden of Zhengzhou is the biological daughter of the middle-aged knife man from Cang'er. Upon the release of this information, the entire online discourse erupted into chaos. Chapter 19. Collaborative efforts between the two police departments, targeting Yang Ning. What the actual heck? Father and daughter. Are you certain? This is utterly shocking. I have decided to offer a proper incense tribute to my family as Buddha. Oh my, this is absolutely terrifying. In broad daylight, these three news stories have left me drenched in cold sweat. This father and daughter have certainly drawn the ire of formidable individuals. I recall seeing a comment yesterday stating that the man's entire family had perished, and that I must assert that certain phenomena are indeed sinister. You may choose not to believe, but they undeniably exist. Have this father and daughter encountered malevolent spirits? Is their fate truly so grim? Cang'er City in Kaiyun Province and Zhengzhou City in Zhongyuan Province are separated by over 1,000 miles. Could it be that there are evil spirits at play? A mere display of minor skills. Witness my grand prowess. Umitba. Authentic Buddhist talismans are available for 50 yuan per set, and orders placed now come with free shipping. Woyang Tianzuan. Genuine Taoist peach talismans are priced at 60 yuan per set, and orders placed now also include free shipping. Wait, master, why not use a different account to sell products from both sects? Damn, I forgot that Cang'er City Police Force had just concluded their press conference. Lei Ming gazed silently at his phone, fixated on the news regarding the white-clad knife maiden of Zhengzhou from the previous night. Beside him, Zhang Donglei, witnessing his silence, offered words of comfort. Captain Lei, we have done all that we could. Let us leave the rest to the Zhengzhou police. And what about our side? Lei Ming sighed. Old Zhang, I stayed at the station all night, scrutinizing every piece of evidence, and honestly, I have found not a single clue. Zhang Donglei scratched his head and replied, Captain Lei, there are far too many unsolvable cases. While the online buzz may seem intense these past few days, I guarantee that in a couple of months, there will be not a whisper. Old Zhang, today you should communicate with the Zhengzhou police. Exchange information. After speaking, Lei Ming shook his head and turned to leave, prompting Zhang Donglei to inquire from behind. Where are you going? To the evidence room. Zhang Donglei shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself. Once again, I feel it would be more prudent to seek out a monk or Taoist for this matter. Zhengzhou, Criminal Investigation Department Office. Initially, the matter of Zhang Wen, the white-clad knife maiden, should not have fallen under the jurisdiction of the Criminal Investigation Department. But due to the exceedingly bizarre nature of the incident and the pressure from online public opinion, the case was transferred. From the moment he arrived at work in the morning, Chief Chin Tao of the Criminal Investigation Team had already reviewed the surveillance footage from Yeondu Road several times over. Beside him, the two officers who responded to the incident on Yeondu Road last night, along with the core members of the Criminal Investigation Department, were all present. An older officer, slightly more seasoned, remarked, in truth, if not for the current public discourse online in the related case from Cang'er City, the matter concerning Zhang Wen could easily be classified as a suicide. Firstly, the surveillance footage has not been tampered with. Secondly, Zhang Wen has no prior history of mental illness, and the forensic examination found no suspicious substances in her blood, indicating that she neither actively nor passively ingested any psychotropic drugs. A female officer, frowning, interjected, but she had no motive for suicide at all. Her mental health is intact, and she is quite affluent, owning 2 villas and 5 commercial properties, all exceeding 100 square meters, one of which is located on Yunda Road. She is practically a golden goose. At that moment, Chin Tao, the captain of the investigation team, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired, "Have we traced Zhang Wen's financial sources?" An officer replied, "Yes, we have traced it. Most of Zhang Wen's funds derive from 2 channels, both involving unauthorized accounts. One channel has been confirmed to be linked to her father, Zhang Hui, who also encountered an incident yesterday. The other is still under investigation. Have we located the knife used by Zhang Wen?" The personnel from the precinct had nearly turned Yundu Road upside down, yet no trace had been found thus far. Just then, an officer rushed in from outside the office, exclaiming, "Captain Chun, the police from Cang'er City are calling, saying they have some information to share with us." All right. Half an hour later, after concluding a conversation with Zhang Donglei, Yang Ning's personal identity dossier appeared before Chin Tao and his colleagues. A group of criminal investigation officers furrowed their brows, their expressions laden with gravity. This was indeed utterly bewildering. 47 children trafficked, and he endured 46 stab wounds. That amounts to being sliced into 47 pieces. Among the abducted children, 15 had perished, which implies that all 15 members of the Zhang Hui family have vanished. My heavens, all 4 household registries are now pristine. To be precise, it should be 5 household registries, as Zhang Wen had her own separate household. Thus, it stands to reason that Yang Ning is indeed the prime suspect. He was in Cang'er during the day when Zhang Hui's incident occurred and in Zhangzhou at night when Zhang Wen's incident transpired. However, when Zhang Hui's incident occurred, he was on a plane. And Zhang Wen's case was a suicide. This, even seasoned criminal investigators could not help but feel a chill run down their spines when confronted with such an extraordinary case. The personal dossier of Yang Ning lay before them, and the image of Yang Ning's passport photo appeared increasingly uncanny in their eyes. Chin Tao, typically reticent, meticulously reviewed Yang Ning's dossier before addressing the 2 officers who had responded to the incident on Yundu Road last night. "Let us pay a visit to Yang Ning's establishment." Understood. At Yundu Road, number 24, at 10 in the morning, Yang Ning opened his eyes, gazing at the ceiling above, pondering a profoundly philosophical question. Should he rise now for breakfast or wait a while longer for lunch? After pondering for an extended period without arriving at a satisfactory answer, Yang Ning felt a twinge of irritation. Consequently, he shifted to a more comfortable position, turning onto his side, and resolved to engage in earnest contemplation. "Yang Ning," he irately inquired, "Chin Yame, where on earth have you misplaced your head this time?" A soft, childlike voice emanated from Yang Ning's embrace. "It's being held by you." Upon glancing down, he discovered a round, pallid little head snugly cradled in his arms. Clearing his throat, he proceeded to the bathroom, where he gazed into the mirror, and suddenly the image of the refined, handsome young man morphed into a ghastly visage. Tears of blood streaming from his eyes as he vehemently shouted, "Get lost!" In the mirror, the figure of Yang Ning clawed at the frame, crawling out. A bald little boy who made a face at Yang Ning, sticking out his tongue before leaping aside and vanishing. "Water." Yang Ning muttered a single word, and a small male ghost with a chest-sized gaping wound promptly turned on the tap, testing the water temperature with his hand. He bent down to wash his face. A petite female ghost, her body adorned with dark crimson cracks, as if glued together, took over the faucet to wash Yang Ning's face, her movements gentle and meticulous. Yang Ning remarked, "There's no need to be so tender. You can apply a bit more pressure." The girl with the fissured skin smiled and replied, "No, I cannot bear to." Next came toothpaste, brushing teeth, washing hair, toilet paper, flushing. Yang Ning managed his grooming and various tasks solo, while a throng of little male and female ghosts hopped about to assist him. Upon exiting the bathroom, a small female ghost with a finely crafted face marred by grotesque scars approached, holding a freshly cleaned shirt and pants to present to him. A group of little ghosts assisted Yang Ning in dressing. After changing, the disemboweled little male ghost, Sun Depang, squatted on the floor, while the scarred female ghost stepped onto his shoulder to place a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on Yang Ning's face, followed by a simple trim of his hairstyle, meticulously cleaning away any remaining dirt on his face. Yang Ning, feeling exasperated, remarked, "I'm a man. There's no need for such exquisiteness. A bit of eye crud is hardly consequential." The scarred girl blinked and retorted, "Others may be unrefined, but you cannot afford to be." Sun Depang, while clutching his belly fro, Changcheng expressed his desire for a light meal. This, spicy hot pot with blood curd. It is delectable. Couples lung slices, braised pork. Early in the morning, sipping soup, lamb offal and lamb penis soup. I still believe that braised intestines are the most delicious. How about spicy lamb trotters? Amidst the lively banter of the little ghosts. As they exchanged words, a police car came to a halt in the parking lot of Yundulu. Chen Tao led a male and a female officer who had been on duty the previous night out of the vehicle, making their way directly to Yang Ning's small eatery. Chapter 20. The matter is not yet concluded. He will kill again. As guests arrived, boiling a kettle of water and pouring 2 cups of tea became imperative. Yang Ning sat cross-legged, appearing to converse with the air. Soon, in the empty tea room of the little shop, a sealed barrel of water unexpectedly popped open with a crack, and the flowing water cascaded into the kettle beside it. The unpowered kettle sprang into action with high energy, quickly producing the bubbling sound of boiling water, filling the air with steam. A seemingly normal little male ghost, intact in form, materialized. He opened the cabinet in the tea room, glanced around, and turned to Yang Ning, saying, "Chung Chung, there are no tea leaves." Yang Ning retrieved a small red figurine resembling Zhang Wan from the white cloth bag slung over his shoulder, flicked her head, and remarked, "Look, this is all the trouble you've caused me. Now the police are here to investigate your cause of death. Go fetch some tea leaves so I can deal with them." The fierce little red figurine, Zhang Wan, displayed a menacing expression towards Yang Ning, her limbs straining as if trying to escape his grasp. Yang Ning rolled his eyes and commanded, "Lazy, zap her, crack." A blue arc of electricity suddenly appeared beside Yang Ning, striking the little red figurine, Zhang Wan. At that moment, the figurine transformed into a little black one. Yang Ning flicked his hand, and the charred wooden splinters cascaded off Zhang Wan, with a pained expression. Yang Ning lamented, "Such a fine form, and now it's turned black? Sister Wanwan, I forgot to mention, besides peach blossoms, I also possess lightning. You've committed many sins. Stealing tea leaves is just a trifling matter for you. As for me, I have never done evil. Stealing tea leaves would bring about a malevolent fate. So, Sister Wanwan, be obedient. Otherwise, witnessing you being zapped by Lazy would genuinely sadden me. That celestial child despises you ghostly children the most, and his strikes are merciless. I can hardly bear to watch." Little red figurine, Zhang Wan. The next moment, in a high-end tea specialty store on Yundulu, a loud crash echoed. A ceramic tea jar, which had been steadily placed on the shelf, suddenly toppled and shattered on the ground, scattering premium cayenne red tea everywhere. The owner, seated at the tea table, was initially taken aback, then rushed over with a pained expression to clean up the mess. After tidying up, the owner began weighing the freshly organized tea leaves, only to discover that the originally priced Jinjin red tea, marked at 5,988 per pound, was merely 7 taels. Enraged, he shouted, "Damn this wretched supplier. A pound of tea should weigh 8.5 taels. How can it possibly be only 7 taels now? Bah, taking advantage of me, giving birth without a posterior eye." Yang Ning's small shop. Chen Tao led 2 police officers into the room, and as they entered, a melodious chime resonated from above. The 3 felt a sudden clarity wash over their minds. The female officer, Qin Yu, who had met Yang Ning the previous night, said, "Yang Ning, this is our Captain Qin, here to gather some information from you." "All right, welcome," Yang Ning replied, gesturing towards the 2 cushions opposite him at the table. "Please, have a seat." Upon seeing this, the youngest officer moved aside, while Chen Tao and Chen Yu removed their shoes and sat cross-legged on the carpet. Chen Tao surveyed the vacant shelves lining both sides of the shop and inquired, "What business do you intend to conduct here?" Yang Ning indicated the 2 cups of tea on the table and explained, "I am a disciple of the spiritual realm, providing services for summoning and delivering spiritual dolls. You may liken the spiritual dolls to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Buddhism, or the Jade Emperor and God of Wealth from Taoism." The photograph he possessed, obtained from the Cang'er police, depicted the very green-faced doll that had appeared at the scene of Zhang Hui's death. "Then, Mr. Yang, is it true that your doll is ineffective?" Chen Tao asked, furrowing his brow. "The person who summoned your doll received no benefits and yet died. You must reconsider this situation. Did Zhang Wen also summon your doll? Did she not receive any benefits?" Chen Tao was well aware that Zhang Hui had indeed reaped benefits. Otherwise, how could he have thrived in his endeavors in the 2 months prior to his death? His words, however, were a deliberate attempt to provoke Yang Ning. Yang Ning did not refute him, but merely smiled and countered, "Captain Chun, if I summon a god of wealth to my home, am I guaranteed to become prosperous? Know then regarding your rental of Zhang when shopped this afternoon, and the fact that she took her own life that very night. Do you have anything to say?" "I do." Yang Ning retrieved a leasing contract from his white cloth bag and handed it to Chen Tao. It was a rental agreement, complete with additional clauses stipulating that even if the landlord were to pass away, he could still lease the property indefinitely. Both Chen Tao and Chen Yu were taken aback, and Chen Tao, staring intently at Yang Ning, asked each word with precision. Why did you add this clause to the rental contract? Yang Ning spread his hands and replied, I did not add it. Zhang Wen did so herself. At the time, I did not comprehend it, but now I understand. Perhaps she had already contemplated taking her own life and did not wish for me to lose my investment after just having paid the rent, which would have been unfair to me. Chen Yu could not help but interject. How can one contemplate taking their own life while still thinking about renting out a shop, Mr. Yang? Does that make sense to you? Yang Ning acknowledged. Indeed, it does not make sense. But who can we ask Zhang Wen to clarify this with? A silence enveloped Chen Tao and the others. This was a pivotal moment. Typically, individuals who had not interacted with the police would divulge everything when questioned in such a manner. However, Captain Chen, if manufacturers of chainsaws and bone saws are also to be investigated alongside me, then I find myself with little reason to refuse. Yang Ning, as if struck by a sudden realization, slowed his speech and asked, By the way, it seems your colleagues were searching for the bone saw that Zhang Wen used this morning when she took her life. Have they found it? Chen Tao remained silent, while Yang Ning turned to Chen Yu, who also refrained from speaking. Haven't found anything yet. It's been over half a day. That's true. After all, a bloodstained knife is not easily located. The expressions of Chen Yu and the young police officer darkened considerably. While Chen Tao exhibited little reaction, he lifted his teacup and inhaled the fragrance of the tea, inquiring, What kind of tea is this? It smells like black tea, but seems to possess a more aromatic quality than the ordinary kind. Yang Ning intended to respond with Ling Pao tea, but the words morphed into Gui Pao tea at the last moment. Chen Yu nodded, affirming, Good. The two rose to their feet, and Yang Ning followed suit. Just as Chen Tao was about to bid him farewell, Yang Ning preemptively stated, Captain Chen, I have a question I would like to ask. Go ahead. Yang Ning wore a smile that suggested he was discussing a trivial matter. I have a friend who was victimized when she was just 12 years old. According to current laws, the perpetrator would receive a death sentence. However, due to the passage of time, over a decade, there is no evidence. Only she can attest to the occurrence of that incident. Before Yang Ning could elaborate further, Chen Tao shook his head and interjected, It's impossible. Don't dwell on it. Presumption of innocence is paramount. The police operate on evidence. This matter cannot be filed. Yang Ning murmured, Presumption of innocence, the emphasis on evidence. All right, Captain Chen, I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. Chen Tao donned his shoes and approached the door, with Yang Ning accompanying him. As Chen Tao turned to face him, he remarked, Yang Ning, yes. Some of my earlier words may have been somewhat impolite, but it is my duty. I hope you can comprehend. I completely understand. Moreover, Chen Tao hesitated briefly before stating slowly, Yang Ning, the impression you give me is that the deaths of Zhang Hui and his daughter are somehow connected to you. Yang Ning's gaze drifted past Chen Tao, looking towards the sky behind him, his smile unwavering, his demeanor consistently calm and warm. Captain Chen, the police operate on evidence and presumption of innocence. Chen Tao was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of realization crossing his eyes, he then pointed emphatically at the ground beneath him, declaring, Yang Ning, vigilantism is strictly prohibited on this land. Do you understand? Yang Ning nodded with a smile, raising 2 fingers and replying, I understand. Captain Chen, I swear to you, I will never resort to vigilante justice. Should I do so, may I be haunted by vengeful spirits for the rest of my life. Nonsense, Chen Tao exclaimed, cursing as he turned and exited without another word. As soon as he stepped out of the establishment, he pulled out his phone and called the police in Cang'er. By coincidence, it was Lei Ming who answered the call. Hello, this is Chen Tao from the Zhongzhou Police Department. Please help me look into your records and see if any of the children abducted by Zhang Hui includes one who was victimized at the age of 12. Lei Ming instinctively nodded, saying, Yes, there is one. Why? Chen Tao exhaled deeply, his tone grave as he stated, The matter is far from over. Chapter 21. The Vigilante, the Hero, the Doll Incense, the Fated One, the Police Force of Cang'er City. All right, Captain Chen, I understand your intentions. I will reach out immediately. I will contact you as soon as I have any news. After ending the call with Chen Tao, Lei Ming swiftly dialed the emergency services. This is Lei Ming, the captain of the criminal investigation team. Is Huang Lighting available? I'm sorry, Captain Lei, but Huang Lighting is on leave today. On leave. What is she up to? She mentioned feeling unwell. I believe she went to the hospital for a checkup. Which hospital? I'm not sure. Should I contact her to find out? No need. I will reach out myself. Understood. Using the internal line of the police communication system, Lei Ming found Huang Lighting's mobile number and dialed it. The line was perpetually busy, with no response. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lei Ming's expression grew increasingly grave. The plight of Zhang Hui and his daughter had already stirred a tremendous uproar online, and that was with the news of other fatalities in Zhang Hui's family not having spread widely. If another associated individual were to meet a similar fate, it might go unnoticed if the circumstances were common. But if that person followed the tragic path of Zhang Hui's daughter, Lei Ming dared not contemplate the ramifications of such a scenario on public opinion. The case was already shrouded in mystery. If it drew public attention without resolution, the police forces of Cang'er and Zhongzhou would find themselves subjected to public scorn. With this thought, Lei Ming's brow tightened in a knot of concern. Suddenly, his phone rang that he hastily answered. Hello, Huang Lighting. Where are you? What Huang Lighting? This is Su Kuan. Come to my office immediately. Understood. Su Kuan, the head of the Cang'er police force and the director of the city bureau. Upon Lei Ming's arrival, the elderly police chief, with graying hair, presented his phone to Lei Ming, displaying a news video regarding the Zhang Hui murder case. Look at the comments. Take a moment to peruse them. Su Kuan instructed, handing the phone over. Yes. Lei Ming opened the comments section of the video, where the top comment, garnering over 100,000 likes, read, "Please remain calm and trust the local police. They will surely bring the perpetrator to justice." At that moment, Lei Ming felt a burning sensation on his face. He continued scrolling down. My heavens. I never imagined such a thing could occur in this society. It terrifies me. This person must be deranged. Murder is simply unfathomable. To inflict such torment, I can hardly believe these two news pieces are real. Human nature is inherently good, regardless of the evils committed. One should at least be given a chance for redemption, rather than being silenced outright. The current society is so restless, so volatile. Is it possible that this person was killed by his own daughter? And after that, she took her own life? I hope the case is resolved soon. It's far too dangerous for such a deviant to remain at large. Let us strive to apprehend the murderer swiftly. Cang'er police. Upon witnessing this, Lei Ming returned the phone to Su Kuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out of the window. Lei Ming, this is not the only video. In just half a day, Zhang Hui's incident has dominated the headlines on major news platforms, significantly undermining public safety. Do you understand my point? Lei Ming nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Director Su. I understand. Su Kuan turned to look at him, asking, how long will it take to solve the case? Lei Ming lowered his head in silence, uncertain of how to respond. I am asking you a question. Su Kuan's tone grew increasingly stern, with a deep sigh. Lei Ming said, I apologize, Director Su, but this case may need to be indefinitely postponed. Su Kuan stepped away from the window, positioning himself directly across from Lei Ming, and inquired, is this the explanation you intend to provide to the public? Lei Ming replied helplessly, if we report Zhang Hui's identity as a human trafficker, the public will understand, and public opinion will shift. Su Kuan spoke in a low voice, a shift in public opinion? Let me ask you, Lei Ming, do you believe such a reversal is beneficial or detrimental? When public sentiment begins to cheer for those who take the law into their own hands, these vigilantes become heroes. And what about us? Are we to arrest the very heroes that the public praises? The situation will become far more complicated. Su Kuan rubbed his temples, then seated himself in the swivel chair behind him, stating, Lei Ming, Zhang Hui's identity cannot remain concealed for long. Before his identity is exposed, we must apprehend this vigilante before he becomes a hero in the eyes of the public. Do you understand? Lei Ming closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them with determination, affirming, yes. Exiting Su Kuan's office, Lei Ming made a beeline for the Technical Investigation Department. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed, locate Huang Lighting's phone for me. He then pulled out his own phone and called Zhang Donglei, saying, Old Zhang, do you recall the operator girl, Huang Lighting, whom we met last night? I will send you her coordinates shortly. You must find her. It's imperative. Listen closely. It is essential that she reveals specific information about the person who assaulted her years ago. The Zhongzhou police are searching for this individual, and they suspect Yang Ning. They fear that the suspect may next target her for a homicide. Understood, Captain Lei. 30 minutes later, Zhang Donglei successfully located Huang Lighting by the shores of Canghai. Canghai is not an ocean, but rather an inland lake, and Cang'er City is renowned for both Canghai and Erzhan. At this moment, Huang Lighting sat on the rocks by the water, her long hair billowing in the sea breeze, a flowing white dress dancing with the wind. as the waves lapped at her feet, creating frothy white bubbles. She wore headphones, swaying gently to the melody within, seemingly lost in her own world. Zhang Donglei navigated over the rocks to her side, calling out, "Lighting." Initially, he had anticipated the task would be quite challenging. But as soon as he spoke, Huang Lighting raised her phone to signal him. On the screen, a brief message read, "That person is nicknamed Huzi. He has a scar on his belly. That's all I know." Zhongzhou, Yendu Road. The tinkling of a wind chime hung at the entrance of the shop resonated melodiously, as Yang Ning gazed contemplatively at a bowl of braised intestines and a bowl of spicy blood stew before him. "I seem to recall having mentioned a desire for something more delicate." In response to Yang Ning's unvoiced query, the dozen or so little spirits blinked in confusion. The chubby spirit, Sun Daping, tugged at his own belly and exclaimed, "Isn't this sufficiently light? Shall I add some extra ingredients for you?" Yang Ning cast him a sidelong glance and replied coldly, "Sun Daping, it appears you've been rather carried away lately." Sun Daping hung his head, silently toying with his intestines. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Yang Ning finished the rather heavy meal. Checking the time, after conversing with Qin Tao and indulging in his meal, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He took out a doll and lit a stick of incense for it, placing 2 signs reading "All Beings and Connections of Fate" at the entrance of the shop. He then set dozens of dolls on the ground. Stretching his back and yawning, he declared, "Well, it's time for my afternoon nap. Please arrange these dolls according to classification on the first 2 rows of shelves on either side. Place the benevolent spirits on the south side. The first row for thought dolls, the second for fortune dolls. On the north side, arrange the malevolent spirits, the first row for soul dolls, and the second for ghost dolls. Leave 3 to 4 rows empty on both sides. Oh, and wake me at 3. With that, Yang Ning unfurled his bedding and lay down, instantly falling into a deep slumber. The little spirits in the shop busied themselves according to his instructions until 3 o'clock. Apart from the occasional sound of the wind chime, the shop remained eerily quiet, devoid of any noise. At the stroke of 3, a dozen little spirits manifested, surrounding Yang Ning to commence a gathering. At that moment, the wind chime in the shop seemed to come alive, swinging wildly and producing a series of increasingly high-pitched tinklings, only ceasing when Yang Ning opened his eyes, folding his bedding away. Yang Ning sat cross-legged behind the writing desk, drumming his fingers on the table, counting absently. 1, 2, 3. As he reached 99, the wind chime at the entrance chimed again, and a stylishly dressed, lovely girl appeared at the door, peering curiously inside. "Hello, may I inquire if you offer dolls here?" At that moment, Yang Ning had just finished counting to 100. He put away the dolls he had lit incense for earlier and replied with a smile, "Indeed, please come in." The girl, sporting a baseball cap, a bright yellow t-shirt, and denim shorts, entered the shop. First glancing at the shelves on either side, she couldn't help but exclaim, "How adorable." She then turned to Yang Ning and asked, "Boss, how much are these dolls?" Yang Ning gestured toward the cushion across from him and replied, "I'm afraid these are spirit dolls, not ordinary toys. They are only given to those fated to receive them." "Given?" the girl asked in surprise. "They don't cost anything?" Yang Ning replied, "Only given to those fated to receive them." The girl quickly understood, her face lighting up with a smile as she said, "Oh, I see. I understand now, little master. It is indeed rather peculiar to mention that I had no intention of venturing out for a leisurely stroll today. Yet, quite unexpectedly, an impulse seized me to do so. Upon arriving at the entrance of your establishment, the enchanting chime of the wind bells beckoned me in irresistibly." Having uttered these words, she stood at the edge of the carpet, removed her shoes, and knelt upon the mat opposite Yang Ning. "Master, the situation is as follows. I have an elder brother, and last night he suddenly called me, weeping as he conveyed that he might soon encounter misfortune. I initially intended to visit Tianma Temple to seek a jade talisman for his safety. Just now, I noticed the sign at your entrance suggesting that the dolls here might possess similar protective qualities." "Is that correct?" Yang Ning inquired with a smile. "Are you from Cayenne province?" The girl, momentarily taken aback, replied bashfully, "Ah, you discerned it? I apologize. I'm accustomed to speaking in my native dialect." Yang Ning waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. I have resided in Cayenne province for many years myself. May I ask your surname?" The girl gazed intently at Yang Ning, her eyes unwavering, and murmured, "Master, you possess remarkable beauty and an admirable demeanor." "My name is Su Ying, and my brother's name is Su Hu. Though he is also affectionately called Huzi, he is truly a wonderful person." Chapter 22. The gift from Chengcheng. Who do you deem to be the criminal? In Cang'er City, by the seaside, with the ocean breeze caressing him, Zhang Donglei transmitted the information provided by Huang Lighting to Lei Ming. He then moved closer to sit beside Huang Lighting and said, "Child, the individual you spoke of in your dream yesterday, it was Yang Ning, was it not?" Huang Lighting removed her earphones, puzzled. Who? Who is Yang Ning? Yang Ning is the one among the group of abducted children whom you know as Chengqing. Zhang Donglei picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully into the sea. He was one of the abducted children, as were you. The fact that you both managed to grow up is no small feat. What I am about to say may breach protocol, yet I feel compelled to express it. Zhang Donglei chuckled, insisting, Zhang Hui deserves his fate. He acted correctly, and I can even believe, without evidence, that Zhang Wen is not innocent. I am tempted to applaud Yang Ning for his commendable actions. However, child, he has already taken many lives. It must cease. You ought to persuade him to hold back, although I do not comprehend the extent of his influence. Capable of eliminating Zhang Hui and 4 household registrations within an hour, I can assure you that he and his accomplices are exceedingly meticulous. The police currently possess no evidence, and he is safe. Yet, should he continue to kill, that may not hold true. If you genuinely care for him, you must encourage him to stop. Truly, it is enough that he is merely 17, yet has reached the pinnacle of criminality. At that moment, Huang Lighting abruptly turned to Zhang Donglei, a mere 20-something young woman, yet her piercing gaze unnerved the seasoned officer. Each word she uttered was like a blade. Who did you just say is the criminal? Zhang Donglei was momentarily at a loss for words. Mumbling, Lighting, you must understand that I am acting in your best interest. I in our best interest? I was utterly terrified at that moment, yet I could only feign ignorance of his identity. For I knew that as long as he left no trace, there was nothing you could do to apprehend him. Now, I reveal to you that this individual is in Zhangzhou, and I am willing to testify in court. Will you be able to capture him? Moreover, you managed to apprehend Zhang Hui, who abducted over 40 of us children from 1,000 miles away. And what was the result? 5 years. Is 5 years of imprisonment sufficient to atone for his heinous crimes? His daughter, Zhang Wan, is worth tens of millions, gained through the lives and organs of others. It has been over a decade. If it weren't for Chengqing, she might still be harvesting the organs of others today. I know that law enforcement officers are human too, and your capabilities are limited. Therefore, I have never held you responsible. On the contrary, I am eager to join you in this noble and grand endeavor. Yet, this is my capacity. All I can do is this. Chengqing is different. He acts with greater resolve. He dares to apprehend those you fear to confront. He dares to eliminate those you hesitate to touch. Enforcing justice and eradicating evil. To us, the 47 abducted children, he is a beacon of light in our lives, the most radiant, the most dazzling light. Upon finishing her words, Huang Lighting's smile grew even more resplendent. Her long dress billowed in the sea breeze, her voice distinctly reaching Zhang Donglei's ears. Senior, the Zhang family is merely the beginning. Chengqing has prepared a gift for each of us who have suffered. As the eldest, I shall be the first. Tonight, I am going to Zhangzhou to receive my gift. Please inform the colleagues over there to be prepared. She turned and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "To the airport. Zhangzhou, number 24, Yonder Road. May I have your birth date?" "Yes, I have it on my phone." "Here you go." Su Ying retrieved her notes and handed over the birth dates of herself and her brother to Yang Ning. Yang Ning glanced at them and inquired, "Your fate lies in Fuling. Do you wish to summon a Nianhua or a Fuwa?" Both types of dolls belong to the Fuling dolls, with the distinction that a Nianhua is only effective once and is relatively inexpensive, ranging from 20,000 to 100,000, whereas a Fuwa can be effective long-term, albeit at a higher cost, varying from several 100,000 to millions per year. Several 100,000 per year? Su Ying was taken aback. She had assumed that summoning a doll would cost a few hundred at most, only to discover that the cheapest option was 2,000, and it even had a time limit. "Little master, this is quite expensive." Yang Ning nodded. "Indeed, it is rather costly. An average family might be reluctant to spend that much." Su Ying frowned. "No, little master, I could afford a few thousand, but a few thousand for a doll? Isn't that excessive?" Yang Ning agreed. "Indeed, you appear to be a university student, right? If your brother is merely an ordinary worker, then this is indeed too much for you." Su Ying, "Little master, shouldn't you be encouraging me to spend money? Why are you so insistent?" Yang Ning calmly remarked, "Regardless, you will purchase it sooner or later. Why should I be in a rush?" Su Ying, feeling somewhat awkward, lowered her gaze and stammered, "Well, my brother actually earns quite a lot." By the end of her statement, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to that of a mosquito. Deep down, Su Ying harbored a sense of unease, suspecting that her brother's means of earning might not be entirely legitimate. Yang Ning replied, "Indeed, your brother is a wonderful person." Su Ying detected the sarcasm in Yang Ning's tone and retorted, "Being a good person does not preclude one from making money, does it? What line of work is your brother in?" "He works as a bodyguard. His employer holds him in high regard, and he can earn quite a substantial amount in a year. Well, as for the little figurine, I shall request a fortune-telling doll." "All right, now you may pray in your heart. The purer your intentions, the better this." Su Ying closed her eyes and began to silently pray, while Yang Ning formed a hand seal before him. Suddenly, the flames of the two candles flickering on the table grew erratic. Moments later, Su Ying felt a sudden twitch in her eyelids. Simultaneously, several dolls on the first shelf of the southern section of the shop began to sway slightly. "Miss Su, on the first southern shelf. You may select from all the trembling spirit dolls." Su Ying opened her eyes and rose to approach, discovering indeed that several dolls on the storage shelf were gently rocking. She gazed in astonishment. "Is there some mechanism installed?" Grabbing the nearest doll, a jolly, rotund old man, she felt an immediate rush of hearty laughter and warmth resonate within her mind upon touching it. Yang Ning observed the doll in her grasp and remarked, "The plump old man symbolizes harmony and prosperity. He can slightly enhance your financial fortune, but you must offer incense respectfully, priced at 80,000. Enhance my financial fortune. Then you could opt for the Narcissus maiden below to improve romantic prospects. Or the peaceful toad above for safety." "Peaceful toad?" Su Ying looked up to see a gray toad quivering slightly before her, frowning as she said, "Master, this toad is rather unsightly, isn't it?" To the left, "There is a scholar Ning, who can also ensure safety." Su Ying turned her head to discover a far more pleasing doll of a refined scholar, dressed in a green long robe and cradling a book. Strangely, upon hearing this, she felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility envelop her. "Scholar Ning, 80,000. No incense or maintenance required. Simply carry him with you," Yang Ning said. His eyes half closed behind her. Su Ying furrowed her brow and tentatively inquired, "Then, may I add some money?" "No, if you truly wish to request him, please bring your brother tomorrow," Yang Ning replied, a subtle shift in his smile as he added, "if he is still willing to come." "Very well." After saying this, she transferred the payment to Yang Ning, but he extended his hand towards her. "Give me your hand." "All right, here it is." Yang Ning grasped Su Ying's hand with his left, while his right hand brushed over the flickering flames on the table. He gently tapped the head of the Scholar Ning doll, then forcefully pressed it against the palm of Su Ying's hand. Instantly, she let out a startled cry. "Ah, that hurts." In the next moment, Yang Ning released his grip, stating, "All right, that will suffice. Remember to keep it with you at all times. If one day you discover that Ning Shusheng is shattered, it will signify that it has aided you once, fulfilling its purpose." As he contemplated the item, he remarked, "Nian Hua possesses no spirit. There is no need for its return. You may dispose of it as you see fit once used." Su Ying meticulously examined the Ning Shusheng in her hand and nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. "In any case, I simply need to keep it by my side, correct?" "Indeed. Very well. Then, I shall take my leave, master. Farewell." Su Ying carefully stowed away the Nianhua, and Yang Ning rose to see her off. Gazing at Su Ying's departing figure, he murmured to himself, "Look at that, so effortlessly earning 80,000. If I don't seek some amusement in my life, it would be rather dull, wouldn't it?" The shop remained silent, save for the tinkling of the wind chimes. A few minutes later, Yang Ning picked up his phone to book a taxi from Qinghe Community to Zhongzhou Airport. Zhongzhou Criminal Investigation Team. Upon receiving information from the police in Cang'er City, the Zhongzhou side commenced a search for all individuals around Zhang Wen who bore the nickname Tiger and had scars on their abdomen. In fact, the Zhongzhou police had already begun their inquiries into Zhang Wen's associates the previous night. And this investigation yielded unexpected results, uncovering Zhongzhou's largest underground organ trafficking and human smuggling operation. The sheer scale of it sent chills down the spines of all high-ranking officials in the Zhongzhou police force. The police force mobilized fully, apprehending dozens within a single morning. Among those detained, the criminal investigation team conducted inquiries one by one, swiftly identifying the individual known as Tiger, who bore a scar on his abdomen. The target's name was Su Hu. He owned a villa, but according to the suspects already in custody, Su Hu rarely resided there. He mostly lived in an ordinary, dilapidated community, Qinghe Community. Hearing the report from his colleagues, Chun Tao immediately ordered, "Deploy personnel to surveil Qinghe Community. Keep a close watch on Su Hu. Additionally, contact those monitoring Yang Ning. I want them to maintain strict observation. Understood. Chapter 23. Unusual noises from under the bed. Boss, it seems we may have been exposed. Boss, the target is leaving. Stay alert. Report at all times. Roger. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Ning stepped outside. He stretched lazily in front of his shop and pondered aloud. What should I eat? The crepe stall over there appears enticing. The young man and woman there look youthful, and their glances keep drifting towards me. Yes, I shall indulge in their offerings. Yang Ning turned and walked towards the crepe stall. Boss, the target is approaching us. Stay alert. Report at all times. Understood. At the crepe stall, Yang Ning glanced at the prominently displayed sign that had evidently just been printed a few hours prior and inquired, "How much for a crepe?" Behind the stall, a young man and woman clad in aprons exchanged glances, and the woman, smiling, responded, "Well, brother, this is our first day setting up shop, and we are not quite familiar with the pricing here on Yundu Road. How much do you think a crepe should sell for?" Yang Ning was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a brief 2 seconds before stating, 2 plain pancakes, one with an egg and one with sausage. Totaling 4 pieces, is that acceptable? The 2 individuals across from him nodded in unison. No problem. Boss, the target is ordering pancakes. Morse code, stay focused, report at all times. Understood. Morse code. That a few minutes later, observing the utterly charred pancake, Yang Ning and the vendor found themselves lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the woman remained unfazed as she deftly cleared the burnt pancake and commenced fashioning a second one from a fresh batch of batter. This time, the pancake took form splendidly, yet regrettably, she neglected to include an egg until the pancake was ready. Yang Ning remarked, "Sister, one cannot engage in underhanded business practices. Boss, it seems we've been compromised." Morse code. Boss, Morse code. Why are you still tapping away with that damned Morse code? At the pancake stall, Yang Ning wore a smile as he observed the woman's face finally betraying a hint of embarrassment. No worries, we shall try again. After numerous failures, he finally relished a pancake enhanced with egg and sausage. Although slightly undercooked, it appeared edible. Just as the vendor and his partner exhaled in relief, Yang Ning took a bite of his half-cooked pancake and exclaimed, "Delicious. Please, give me 2 more." The couple responded with an unspoken disbelief. But after successfully acquiring 2 more seemingly edible pancakes, Yang Ning produced a 10 yuan note and inquired, "No change? Could you spare some?" The woman, glancing at her dough-covered hands, replied tearfully, "Brother, that's perfectly fine. Whatever works." Thus, leaving behind the 10 yuan, Yang Ning departed with 3 half-cooked pancakes in hand. As he walked away, he mused, with both egg and sausage. Even if it's undercooked. This vendor has a good heart. I hope they come here every day. Boss, the target has departed. Eastward, prepare the personnel at the intersection. Follow closely. Yes, when Yang Ning picked up another pancake, all 3 had finally cooked through. He took a hearty bite, casually perusing the street, while the plainclothes officers trailing him grew increasingly serious. Boss, the target is approaching the Qinghe community. Received. Qinghe community, are all units in position? All units are ready. The SWAT team has also arrived. Good. At that moment, not far from the Qinghe community, in a business vehicle, Chen Tao hesitated before speaking into the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, listen up. The target of this operation appears refined and cultured, yet harbors a ruthless disposition. If, and I emphasize if, the adversary exhibits any intent to harm bystanders or resist capture, do not await my command. Feel free to engage with gunfire. SWAT team." "Do you copy?" "Received, Captain Chen. We have encountered our fair share of vicious individuals. We're well prepared. Well, with your assurance, I am at ease." After a roundabout journey, having consumed 3 pancakes, Yang Ning found himself stopping right at the entrance of Qinghe community. He rubbed his belly and thought, I still don't feel full. What shall I eat next? Turning to survey his surroundings, Yang Ning noticed that the barbecue stall owner, who had been fixated on him, had burnt the skewers, while the lady selling ice porridge, who kept sneaking glances his way, was chattering endlessly to the air. Most infuriating was the young woman at the street corner selling watermelons, who, despite the pile of watermelons at her feet, was loudly proclaiming, "Apples for sale. Apples are cheap." It became evident that acting is indeed a skilled endeavor. After purchasing 2 cups of ice porridge, carrying a watermelon, and grabbing a handful of skewers, Yang Ning swaggered into Qinghe community. The moment he stepped through the gate, a group of individuals, who had been idling at the entrance, immediately set down their belongings and prepared to follow him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yang Ning emerged from the community once more, savoring his skewers, sipping his ice porridge, and toting his watermelon. Consequently, the barbecue stall owner resumed his grasp on the already charred skewers. The ice porridge lady continued her animated monologue to the void, and the watermelon vendor began hawking mangoes at a bargain. As darkness descended, a satiated Yang Ning surprisingly laid out a cloth by the roadside outside Cang'er Community. From the white cloth bag he carried, he produced what resembled an origami piece, unfolded it, and crafted a paper lantern, placing a candle inside and lighting it. That moment, all the mutated officers lurking in the shadows were taken aback, a shared question lingering in their minds. What is he doing? Inside a modest apartment within Cang'er Community, Su Hu, in his 30s, lay trembling on his bed. Ever since he received the news of Zhang Hui and Zhang Wen's demise the previous night, he had been in this state. Having worked with the Zhang family since childhood, he had amassed considerable wealth and owned a villa in Zhongzhou, yet he preferred residing in this ordinary dwelling. The villa was overly tranquil. Here, he could hear the clatter of neighbors cooking, quarreling, and the vibrant sounds of life, which made Su Hu feel more secure. However, since last night, that sense of security had vanished entirely. Su Hu felt that the person responsible for the elimination of the Zhangs had set their sights on him. It was worth noting that just 2 hours before Zhang Wen's tragic end, he had spoken with her on the phone. Now, whenever he closed his eyes, his mind was flooded with images of Zhang Wen, her stooped figure, long hair cascading down, knife in hand, drenched in blood-red garments. He reached beneath his pillow to touch the steel knife and handgun, which offered him a slight sense of reassurance. Nonetheless, as he gazed outside at the ink at this moment, Su Hu fervently wished that old Li and his wife upstairs would engage in yet another quarrel, and that the little girl downstairs would begin reprimanding the child who had just started kindergarten. Yet, there was nothing. The room was enveloped in a suffocating silence. The quietude, akin to a suspended moment in time, drove Su Hu to the brink of madness. He took out his phone and pressed the number 1, deciding to call his sister. The instant the call connected, a loud thud resonated from beneath his bed. Su Hu dismissed it, knowing full well that there was nothing under there. After a brief period of busy tone, the cheerful ringtone began to play, and simultaneously, he heard a melodious phone ring emanating from beneath his bed. In an instant, his head buzzed with confusion. How could Su Ying's phone be under my bed? Suddenly, another strange noise echoed from below. Su Hu froze in place, as if struck by lightning, just as he was at a loss for what to do. There came a series of urgent knocks at the door, accompanied by his sister Su Ying's voice from outside. "Brother, open the door. It's me. I need to talk to you." Su Hu immediately felt a wave of relief. Perhaps his sister had accidentally left her phone with him. He rose to sit on the edge of the bed, preparing to open the door. However, just as he was about to put down his phone, he noticed that the number he had dialed was not 1, but rather 2. In his speed dial settings, 1 was for his sister Su Ying, while 2 was for his boss Zhang Wen. It was Zhang Wen. He had inadvertently called Zhang Wen. The cheerful ringtone continued to play on his phone, while the phone ringing from beneath the bed remained melodious. Thud. Another strange noise came from underneath. Chapter 24. A ghostly encounter. I am waiting for her to leave. Before the entrance of Cang'er Community, shrouded in nightfall, the flickering paper lantern before Yang Ning appeared increasingly eerie. The sky was completely dark, and the number of pedestrians had dwindled. Aside from the officers and plainclothes policemen watching over Yang Ning, there was scarcely a soul in sight. Consequently, the barbecue stall owner, the woman selling ice porridge, and the young lady peddling watermelons grew increasingly awkward. Should they set up their stalls or not? Realizing that his men were thoroughly exposed, Chun Tao decided to drop the pretense. He stepped out of his business vehicle and strode up to Yang Ning. "Master Yang, are you performing a ritual here? Waiting for someone?" Yang Ning gestured towards the watermelons beside him. "Want some?" Chun Tao shook his head. "I'm afraid of dying." "Who are you waiting for here, Master Yang?" "Waiting for Su Hu." Yang Ning chuckled. "What would I be waiting for a big man like him?" Chun Tao pressed on. "Then who are you waiting for?" He added, "Master Yang, your identity is special now. As an officer, I have the right to know your whereabouts." Yang Ning glanced at the candle flame flickering in the paper lantern and gently played with the flame. "I am waiting for Su Ying." "What are you waiting for Su Ying for? She is completely innocent. So innocent that she doesn't even know her brother's true identity." Chun Tao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing through them. "Could it be that, Master Yang, you can no longer resist the urge to target ordinary people?" Yang Ning shook his head and said, "I do not comprehend what you mean, Captain Chen. However, it is evidently clear." Chun Tao replied coldly, "Master Yang, we harbor no prejudice against you. In fact, Many within our ranks hold a certain admiration for you. Yet, due to our responsibilities, we are destined to be adversaries. The flame within the paper lantern danced vigorously in the wind as Yang Ning inquired softly. Captain Chin, has the police now resorted to intuition for investigations? Is it not supposed to rely on evidence? Indeed, Qin Tao replied calmly. This is precisely why you are still able to sit here so freely to discuss matters. Now, Master Yang, please enlighten me as to what you are waiting for regarding Su Ying. Yang Ning produced a slightly yellowed booklet and opened it, revealing page after page adorned with intricate black and white figures. Turning to the last page, he observed the only colored figure and, looking up with a smile toward Qin Tao, stated, I am waiting for her to leave, casting a fleeting glance at the booklet in Yang Ning's hand. Qin Tao's speech gradually slowed. So, Master Yang, may I interpret this as you still intend to kill Su Hu? Yang Ning maintained his signature warmth and smile, replying, Captain Qin, I believe that Su Hu would never have imagined that one day he would be under police protection. Just as Qin Tao was about to respond, a nearby officer interjected, Captain. Following the officer's gaze, Qin Tao spotted a girl frowning as she exited the Qinghe community. It was Su Ying. She muttered to herself. She suddenly noticed Yang Ning outside the community gate. Master Yang, what are you doing here? Su Ying approached with surprise, only to then see Qin Tao standing before Yang Ning. Who is this? She asked. Slightly apprehensive. Oh, I see. Su Ying said cautiously. Then, shall I take my leave? Yang Ning nodded, and Qin Tao assured her, you may leave without worry. No one here can harm you. Su Ying looked at Qin Tao in bewilderment. Then waved goodbye to Yang Ning. Goodbye, Master Yang. Farewell. After Su Ying departed, Qin Tao turned to Yang Ning and remarked, she has left. Indeed, Yang Ning replied as he rose to his feet, saying, then I too must take my leave. He turned to glance back into the Qinghe community. It was indeed time for him to go. Qin Tao positioned himself firmly between Yang Ning and the community entrance, his silent demeanor conveying resolute determination. At that moment, a garbage truck rumbled out of the community, adding an unpleasant odor to the air. Suddenly, a flame erupted from the paper lantern that Yang Ning had been toying with, startling everyone present except for him. What are you doing? Don't move. Several officers shouted sternly, with some drawing their weapons and aiming at Yang Ning. Qin Tao's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled a crucial detail. The woman who had died and then revived at the crematorium. Qin Tao had investigated this case, and while tracing Yang Ning's information that morning, he discovered that Yang Ning had visited the crematorium the previous day. He had even reviewed the surveillance footage from the crematorium, where Yang Ning had lit a paper lantern in precisely this manner. At last, he handed the paper lantern to the woman, Su Wan, who had once been declared dead by the hospital, only to miraculously return to life. Observing the reactions of the surrounding officers, Yang Ning merely smiled faintly, picking up the yellowed booklet and stating, my matters are concluded. I shall take my leave. The booklet, which had previously contained only a single colorful figure, now featured an additional one. Yang Ning set the flickering paper lantern in a sheltered corner and addressed Qin Tao, saying, Captain Qin, if can ambulance arrive shortly, would you be so kind as to deliver this lantern to the patient in need of urgent care? If you are unwilling, then I shall simply wait a little longer. That moment, Qin Tao's eyes were filled with an overwhelming sense of astonishment as he murmured, all right. Thank you, Captain Qin. After speaking, Yang Ning stepped to the roadside. And serendipitously, a taxi halted directly before him. Once inside, Yang Ning closed his eyes and feigned sleep, heading to the airport. All right, casting a glance at the driver, who sported sunglasses and a mask even at this late hour. Yang Ning added, 43 minutes. The driver shuddered, nearly stalling the cab that had been accelerating. After Yang Ning departed, a group of officers gathered around Qin Tao at the entrance of Qinghe community, one of them inquiring, Captain Qin, should we apprehend Su Hu? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tao responded sternly, arrest him. You all go apprehend him. I will wait here. The officers exchanged glances of surprise, as it was unusual for Qin Tao to remain behind while they pursued suspects. However, no one questioned his command, and soon all officers rushed to the building where Su Hu was believed to be. Shortly after their departure, Qin Tao, standing at the community entrance, noticed a blue emergency light illuminating the night as it swiftly approached. Indeed, an ambulance was arriving. Qin Tao felt as though he had seen a ghost. He promptly moved forward to direct the property management to open the gates, allowing the ambulance to enter the community. Accompanying the paramedics, he soon encountered their patient, a young boy who had choked on a fishbone. The boy's mother, in tears, exclaimed, my son choked while eating, and I tried everything, but nothing worked at that moment. He was truly lifeless. My husband had lost all hope, but suddenly he coughed and expelled the fishbone. I apologize. I apologize. When I called, he hadn't yet arrived. It was only moments ago that he regained consciousness. I am so sorry for wasting your time. Not at all. Not at all. What matters is that the child is safe. Such a lovely little boy. You must grow up well. After Qintao dutifully delivered the paper lantern to the boy, who had choked on the fishbone, his phone rang with a series of beeps. Hello? Captain, there's trouble. Suhu has vanished. Given this development, Qintao felt no surprise if Suhu had indeed been apprehended. That would have been unexpected. He didn't even wish to dispatch personnel for a search nearby, sensing it would likely be futile. Dialing the technical investigation department, Qintao's voice was as calm as still water. Track the mobile locations of Suhu and Yang Ning immediately. Captain Chun, the mobile location of Suhu is right at his home in Cang'er Community. As for Yang Ning's phone, it appears to be heading towards the airport. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Qintao urgently grabbed the intercom and declared, the second team will remain and continue the search. All others, proceed immediately to Zhengzhou Airport. Contact airport security. Chapter 25. Haunted by malevolent spirits. How can there be such unfortunate souls in this world? Inside the garbage truck that had just left Cang'er Community, Suhu trembled in fear. His mind was filled with the image of a ghostly face, pale as parchment, with one eye completely missing, leaving only a gory hollow. Beneath that ghostly visage, a red garment was soaked in blood, and beneath it, the remnants of flesh torn by a sharp blade were faintly visible. It was Zhang Wen's, who could never have imagined that when Zhang Wen's phone rang from beneath his bed, and he looked down, he would see the lifeless body of Zhang Wen. Yet, the deceased Zhang Wen brandished a bone-slicing knife, striking the bed frame that was being repeatedly jolted from below. The moment her ghastly, corpse-like face met his gaze, with its solitary eye resembling that of a lifeless fish, Suhu could still vividly recall the horrific scene. A deceased Zhang Wen, so brutally slain, was trembling. Suhu distinctly observed that the blood-soaked long dress dripped with crimson droplets due to her violent shuddering, and the face that should have instilled terror bore an expression of quivering fear. Run, run quickly. Having laid out his escape plan for years in Cang'er Community, Suhu had already devised a strategy for evading capture should the police ever surround him. There was a secret passage from the bathroom to the neighboring unit. He would transfer to the other side of the building, ascend to the rooftop, and descend swiftly into the night. At that moment, a garbage truck, long dormant in the corner of the community, ignited at a completely unexpected time, facilitating Suhu's successful escape from Cang'er Community. Once out of the neighborhood, the garbage truck sped along the main city road directly onto the airport expressway, exceeding the speed limit without restraint. In the satchel that Suhu had meticulously prepared, there was cash, a phone under an alias, and a full set of identification. Using his alias, Suhu booked the soonest flight out of Zhengzhou, departing at 11 o'clock tonight. As he witnessed the successful issuance of his ticket, Suhu felt that he had already completed half of his journey to survival. The remaining half would be his successful arrival at the airport. Although Suhu still had no idea who had murdered Zhang Hui and Zhang Wen, he felt confident that this person could not possibly eliminate him at the airport, unless that individual was equally indifferent to their own life. Contemplating Zhang Wen, Suhu's mind was beset by doubts. Was it truly the ghost of Sister Wen that had appeared beneath his bed? Had Sister Wen come to urge him to flee for his life? What a kind-hearted Sister Wen. With such thoughts, Suhu slapped himself sharply and scolded. How could I be so foolish? Must it take Sister Wen's reminder for me to realize I should run? I should have made my escape early this morning. Suhu, you are such an idiot. In a fit of self-mockery, Suhu gradually loosened the tension that had gripped him throughout the day. He even found himself in a mood to lean against the side of the garbage truck, observing the stream of vehicles on the airport expressway. Look, that girl driving in that car is quite stunning. Old chap, are you driving so fast because you're off to meet a young lady? Brother, why the long face while driving? Has your wife been unfaithful? Goodness, how can that lad in the taxi be so handsome? And wearing gold-rimmed glasses? Off in his pristine white attire, as if heading to a funeral? Oh, that person waved at me. Well, I might as well wave back. But why does that lad's face seem somewhat familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? Never mind that. The starlight and moonlight tonight are truly splendid. At Zhengzhou Airport, the taxi came to a halt outside the terminal. This was already the third time in 2 days that the taxi driver had transported Yang Ning. And upon glancing at the fare meter, he noted that the duration of this trip was precisely as Yang Ning had described. The driver had grown accustomed to this uncanny precision and was preparing to quote the fare when Yang Ning abruptly opened the door and exited the vehicle. The entire sequence of actions was fluid and devoid of any indication of intent to pay. The driver, pondering the past couple of days' business and recalling the boy's peculiar talent for guessing time, couldn't help but reflect on how he had just dropped this boy off at Yundu Road, only for a figure clad in white to appear that very evening, leading him to the crematorium, where even the deceased seemed to come back to life. Contemplating all this, the driver gazed at Yang Ning's retreating silhouette and ultimately made a difficult decision. "Young man, you haven't paid." The driver, begrudgingly accepting the money, muttered, All right, should I wait for you in the parking lot then?" "Sure." Once the driver departed, Yang Ning did not immediately enter the terminal, but instead walked across the road to stand by the fence on the opposite side of the terminal. Allowing the night wind to whip against him, he retrieved an incense stick from the tote bag he carried and gently blew on it. The incense was ignited. Yang Ning casually placed the stick against the railing, where it remained as if affixed, while wisps of smoke gracefully ascended into the night air. Subsequently, he took out an iPad, pulled up a map of Zhengzhou Airport, zoomed in, and marked several points with an electronic pen. A few minutes later, in the northwest and southwest corners of the T2 terminal at Zhengzhou Airport, two ghostly dolls dressed in Taoist robes materialized. In the northwest corner, in the passenger lounge, a little girl noticed the palm-sized ghostly Taoist doll in the corner and, filled with curiosity, approached to play with it. However, 5 meters away, she inexplicably sat down and began to see in the southwest corner, in the staff lounge. A cleaning lady was tidying up when she spotted the doll that had suddenly appeared on the ground. She approached with her broom, but as she neared within 5 meters, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall. Undeterred, she pressed on, only to be startled when a teacup that had been perfectly placed on a nearby shelf suddenly fell and shattered. After clearing the shards of the cup, the cleaning lady, still unconvinced, continued toward the doll. This time, the ghostly Taoist doll revealed a hint of malevolence, and just a meter away, she exclaimed, "Oh dear." The ant unexpectedly plopped down onto the ground. With a face full of terror, she stared at the ghostly doll for a prolonged moment, finally succumbing to the eerie belief. After a few more minutes, 2 identical ghost dolls appeared in the southeastern and northeastern corners of the airport terminal. Yang Ning stood before Gate 5 of the airport departure hall, holding a lit incense stick, patiently awaiting. Outside the terminal, Suhu's vehicle was parked in front of Gate 4 of the airport departure hall. He had discarded the garbage truck several kilometers away from the airport and switched to a taxi. Noticing the prominently displayed number 4 on the sign, Suhu instructed the driver, "Master, this gate is inauspicious. Let us change it." The driver complied, and the taxi came to a halt before Gate 5. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he opened the car door and stepped out, meticulously surveying his surroundings. Not far off, a young monk clad in a robe observed Suhu as he exited the vehicle, his face etched with boundless panic and fear. This individual was haunted by malevolent spirits. The space between his brows resembled a stagnant pond, and the aura of dread radiated from his forehead like a ghostly domain. How could such misfortune exist in this world? Upon noticing Suhu's gaze directed towards him, the young monk wasted no time and fled in haste. Amitabha, take care, benefactor. The monk's reluctance to assist stemmed from his own desire to survive a few more years. Amitabha, Chapter 26, A Terrifying Game. The frightening airport. Watching the young monk dash away in sudden fright, Suhu was utterly perplexed. What was he running from in the dead of night when no ghosts were present? However, the sight of the monk triggered a nearly forgotten memory. He opened his handbag and retrieved a small box from the innermost depths. Upon opening it, he beheld a jade bodhisattva that shimmered with an exceptionally moist luster. Suhu smiled, recalling how he had spent a considerable sum at the Tianma Temple in Luoqing during his prosperous days to procure it, blessed by the temple's eminent monks for protection and peace. Previously, Suhu had no need for such an item, but now, as he was on the run, he held the jade bodhisattva and reverently bowed several times towards the night sky outside the terminal. Having completed his prayers, Suhu turned to enter through Gate 5 when suddenly, with a sharp sound, the jade bodhisattva slipped from his grasp and shattered into countless pieces on the ground. Gazing at the fragments at his feet, an inexplicable dread surged from the depths of Suhu's heart, and in that moment, the thought of retreat crossed his mind. The airport housed too many surveillance cameras. Perhaps he should consider an alternative escape route. However, just as this thought emerged, a familiar, unusual sound resonated from behind him. Upon hearing it, Suhu recalled the strange noise that had emanated from beneath his bed earlier. He turned to see an elderly woman, one hand pushing a small cart while the other bore a sack on her back, slowly passing by him. She leaned on a cane with her other hand, which thudded against the ground with a rhythmic sound. As if sensing Suhu's gaze, the old woman turned her head towards him, and to his astonishment, he discovered that she possessed only one eye. When the old woman smiled at Suhu, her entire demeanor resembled that of Zhang, who appeared to be missing an eye. The only distinction lies in the fact that the old lady's eye sockets are adorned with fleshy membranes. While Zhang's are gory voice, Suhu was immediately drenched in cold sweat. "Annie, there are no bottles to pick up here." A staff member from the airport hurried over to the old lady, who nodded and replied, I know, I will leave right away. However, Gate 5 appeared rather ominous. I shall depart through Gate 1 instead." Outside the gate, Suhu turned and made his way towards the departure hall's Gate 1. Within, Yang Ning muttered in astonishment, Is there a sage among us? Yet, regrettably, it pales in comparison to our little red-clad figure by a mere fraction. Tiger, oh tiger, the red-clad specter seeks your demise. Can you truly escape? Inside the airport, Suhu presented his boarding pass and hurried toward security. While he stood in line, not far behind him in the hall, a bloodied hand slowly lowered a lit incense stick, which soon touched the ground with a crack. That seemingly pliable stick penetrated the hard floor with unwavering steadiness. Wisps of smoke spiraled upward, while 4 ghostly dolls, concealed in the corners of the airport hall, wore grotesque expressions, collectively emitting a piercing wail. In an instant, an unseen darkness surged from the corners of the airport, rapidly converging towards the center. With a snap, as the darkness enveloped completely, Suhu found the world before him plunged into utter blackness. The once brightly lit airport hall now lay shrouded in shadows. A power outage. How could the airport lose power? Soon, Suhu discerned something even more bizarre than the blackout. Aside from himself, it seemed no one else noticed the power failure. The man ahead was still engaged in jovial conversation with his family, and the young girl behind him continued to scroll through short videos, laughing merrily. Yet from Suhu's perspective, the girl's phone screen remained unlit. He listened intently to the man's words, realizing that the man's expression retained a disturbingly rigid smile, as he incessantly repeated, "This flight is so late. This flight is so late. Can't you see? It's pitch black. The power is out," Suhu exclaimed in panic to those around him. Yet no one paid him any heed. The man persisted in his monotonous refrain. The girl continued to giggle, and the woman nearby pouring water remained oblivious, spilling it all over the floor. Suhu felt as though he had been severed from the entire world. In a state of utter distress, he abandoned the security line and seized a person in the hall who was on the phone, desperately asking, You, wake up. Yes, I have arrived. Yes, I have arrived. Like the man before him, this individual too echoed the same phrases robotically. Suhu's heart raced to his throat as he helplessly surveyed the airport hall before him. Could it be that he was trapped in a nightmare? Yes, it must be a nightmare. This is merely a dream, just a dream. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Suhu felt a slight sense of calm wash over him. Just then, a melodious laughter echoed from behind him. Turning around, he discovered a charming little girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, whose beauty was striking that eye in an instant. The fear that had gripped Suhu dissipated entirely, to the point that he failed to notice the stark contrast between the vibrant girl and the surrounding darkness of the airport hall. The girl giggled joyfully and darted away, prompting Suhu to lick his lips and resolutely follow her. As he took his first step, a crisp sound rang out behind him. Initially, he intended to disregard it, yet the sound resonated within his heart, causing a tremor of unease. Turning back, Suhu beheld the dimly lit airport hall, where, from the shadows of a corner, a figure clad in red slowly emerged out a shiver coursed through him. Is that you, sister one? The figure in red advanced, slightly bowing their head, seemingly clutching something in hand. As the same crisp sound echoed from behind, Suhu's legs trembled uncontrollably. Sister Win, you can't harm me after I ran away. A pained cry emanated from the figure in red, and with each step it took, Suhu's eyes widened in horror. Ultimately, he beheld the face of the figure, and it was not Zhang. Instead, it was a pale old man, his visage marred with decay, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, to Suhu's utter disbelief, he indeed spotted Zhang, though she, too, was clad in red, being dragged along the ground by the old man, as if she were a mere chick by the neck. The cries of anguish were unmistakably hers. Suhu shook his head in disbelief. No, sister one, is that you? The crisp sound rang out once more, and this time, Suhu discerned its origin. It came from the neck of the figure holding Zhang. An iron chain extended from the neck of the red-clad figure into the encroaching darkness. As a white figure emerged from the shadows, the other end of the chain was revealed to be held by a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared exceptionally refined and delicate. Su who recognized this boy from the airport expressway, a fleeting familiarity prompting him to wave. Trembling in fear, Su observed as the old man effortlessly grasped Zhang, while he himself was tethered like a dog to the young man. Meeting Suhu's gaze, the boy, Yang Ning, slowly approached, a glimmer of fascination flickering in his eyes. "Shall we play a game?" he proposed. The game is called Hide and Seek. Chapter 27. A gentleman's repast. Fair game rules. The rules of this game are quite simple. Yang Ning, dragging the iron chain, stood before the quaking Suhu and smiled. "You adore the lightning girl, don't you? You must claim one every month, mustn't you?" Sweat poured from Suhu's brow, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, unsure if he was nodding or shivering. Had that little girl seen it all? In the dimly lit airport terminal, Yang Ning, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, said, "Your game task is quite simple. Shortly, that girl will hide, and your objective is to find and capture her. Once you accomplish this, your mission will be complete, much like how you once dealt with Sister Yang Ong." Upon hearing the name Yang Ong, Suhu's face transformed in an instant, revealing a profound terror. He had always found Yang Ning familiar, but now he finally recalled where he had encountered her. "Ah, have you recognized me?" Yang Ning observed the shift in Suhu's expression, maintaining her serene smile as she leisurely continued. "You remember, don't you? Back when you forcibly took Sister Yang Ong away, I tugged at your pant leg, and in response, you kicked me several meters away. I was barely 5 years old at the time." Yang Ning gestured to indicate her height as a small child, exclaiming, "TSK, TSK, TSK, I was this little then. Even now, I can still feel the force of your kick. But what pains me most is not that blow. It is the cries and screams of Sister Yang Ong that echoed from your room afterward." At that moment, I had no idea what transpired inside. I naively believed you were merely hitting her. For half an hour, her cries endured, followed by her faint whimpers, and when you finally threw her out of that room, she was wrapped in a few rags, her body covered in bruises. The suffering that girl endured throughout her life could not compare to that single day. Tears welled in Yang Ning's eyes. Yet her smile remained unwavering. "I still remember you emerging from that room, laughing as you asked, 'Does it hurt?' It should. After the pain, you will find joy." Thankfully, not long after, you bought her new clothes because a buyer had taken an interest in that poor yet beautiful girl. Apologies for digressing. It is quite ironic that the child you once kicked several meters away now stands before you, demanding retribution. He took a step back, seeking something to steady his increasingly feeble body. But even as he sank to the ground, he found no solace. Yang Ning dragged the iron chain forward and patted Suhu's sweat-drenched face, saying, "Yes, complete the task, and you may live. Are you happy? But there is a small requirement. During this task, you must maintain a certain demeanor, the very state you favored when engaging in such acts with little girls. You must keep your little Hu in an exuberant state. You understand what I mean, don't you?" Suhu certainly comprehended, and he was taken aback. What a perverse demand. At that moment, Yang Ning shook the iron chain in her hand, causing a clattering sound. The ferocious figure of the old man in red dropped Zhang, his shoulders shaking with manic laughter. Bloodied and battered, Zhang lay on the ground, retching to ease her throat's discomfort. "Sister Wen, to be honest, you were not supposed to be involved today, but why, may I ask? Did you think to take the opportunity to urge your little brother to flee while I made a trip to Cang'er Community? The sins he has committed in his lifetime far exceed yours. Do you truly believe I would let him go?" Yang Ning crouched beside Zhang, gazing at her as she lay prostrate on the ground, and with a smile, inquired, "Did I instruct you to seek him out?" Zhang, her face ashen and her eyes bloodshot, trembled as she shook her head. "Ah, that is indeed correct. Whether in life or in death, one must remain honest." Yang Ning, with great affection, tenderly brushed through Zhang's disheveled hair, then turned to Suhu and remarked, "We were just discussing the necessity of maintaining a spirited demeanor, were we not? You must be wondering what might transpire if you fail to uphold that spiritedness. The scenario remains unchanged. The girl is playing hide and seek with you, while you, in turn, are engaged in a similar game with Sister Wen. You search for the girl, and Sister Wen searches for you." With a swift motion, Yang Ning retrieved a bloody bone knife from the crimson-stained hem of Zhang's gown, his smile unwavering, yet now imbued with an air of twisted delight. Should little tiger become complacent, then Sister Wen, Yang Ning gently brandished the dripping knife, a sinister grin creeping upon his face. Ha ha ha. She will be the one to carve you up. That Su whose legs began to tremble uncontrollably as he gasped. No, no, I don't want to play. I refuse to partake in this game. I won't play. You sick pervert. Yang Ning took a moment to compose himself, waiting for Su Hu to quiet his protests before continuing. Rest assured, I suspect you will most likely be unable to outrun Sister One. Thus, I have imposed a limitation upon her. I have restricted her to striking you only once per minute, and furthermore, she cannot kill you. Ha ha. So, what do you think? Is this game enjoyable? Exciting, is it not? Exciting, indeed. In a fit of desperation, Su Hu hurled an insult at Yang Ning, struggling to rise and flee, only to collapse once more after just a few steps, his legs giving way under the overwhelming weight of terror, a natural response to such extreme fear. Observing Su Hu's attempt to escape, Yang Ning remained unfazed. He turned to Zhang Wen and cheerfully remarked, "Look, brother who is eager to commence the game. When do you plan to begin?" Zhang Wen, clad in red, trembled uncontrollably, unable to bear the weight of Yang Ning's gaze. Yang Ning gently wrapped his arms around her head, cradling her close, and softly murmured, "You must participate in today's game. That if you refuse, I shall find myself quite displeased, and when I am unhappy, well, it is not as though there are no alternatives, should you adamantly decline. I shall present you with two choices." With a clang, he raised the iron chain in his hand, casting a glance at the grotesquely grinning, sickly old man in red. Yang Ning leaned closer to Zhang Wen, whispering, "First, I shall allow old Chow to consume you." Upon hearing this, the old man's deranged grin widened, the corpse-like skin around his eyes quivering with the sickly smile. Yang Ning continued, "Second, I could light a soul lamp for you, granting you eternal illumination. What do you say? How does that sound?" With a clatter, Yang Ning dropped the blood-stained bone knife belonging to Zhang Wen before her. "The rules of your game are rather simple. You will play hide and seek with old Chow. You must seek out Su Hu while old Chow seeks you. Should old Chow find you, he shall devour you, not all at once, but piece by piece, savoring each morsel slowly and methodically, a gentlemanly manner of consumption that old Chow excels in. Certainly, akin to Su Hu, you possess methods to evade harm. Specifically, the closer you are to Su Hu, the slower Lao Chow will pursue you. With each strike you deliver to Su Hu, Lao Chow will retreat 2 steps in the opposite direction. In truth, as long as you can keep pace with Su Hu and are willing to strike, you shall remain unharmed. However, do remember to ascertain whether he is in an invigorated state before delivering your blow, lest you disrupt the game's integrity. The same applies to that elder brother Su Hu, provided he can locate the little girl while in an invigorated state, he too will be spared from harm. Oh, and mind you, both you and Lao Chow must remain stationary for 10 seconds after delivering an attack before you can act again. Lao Chow, on the other hand, must remain in place for 20 seconds following his assault. Observe, each individual's rules of the game possess their own advantages and disadvantages. I, indeed, maintain fairness, do I not? Zhang Wen's pallid, corpse-like visage began to convulse violently. She seized the bone knife that had fallen to the ground. Her remaining lifeless eye fixated intently on the Su Hu, who was attempting to rise from the ground to flee. Clang! Yang Ning shook the iron chain in his left hand while slowly raising his right. Snap! He snapped his fingers, his eyes partially closed, a blissful smile adorning his face as he declared, "Let the game commence." Chapter 28. The game begins. The vengeful spirits count. The malevolent specters devour. He. The elder in red let out a chilling laugh, stepping forward to grasp at Zhang Wen. Roar! A harrowing wail erupted from Zhang Wen as she dashed towards Su Hu like a frenzied beast. Meanwhile, Su Hu lay on the ground, crawling forward like a maggot, exclaiming as he crawled, "No, I refuse to play this game. I won't play. I don't care who you are. I will not play." Tap, tap, tap. "Sister One, you won't harm me, will you? We've known each other for so many years." Su Hu's gaze sharpened abruptly as he beheld Zhang Wen brandishing the bone knife toward him. The malevolence reflected in her remaining lifeless eye was nothing short of savage. Su Hu fell silent, hastily propelling himself forward with hands and feet. Zhang Wen, hearing the increasingly ominous clanking of chains approaching from behind, let out a fierce roar from her bloodied mouth, plunging the knife mercilessly into Su Hu's left hand, piercing through his palm and splattering blood upon herself. A heart-rending scream echoed as the elder in red, who had been pursuing Zhang Wen, automatically retreated 2 steps, granting Zhang Wen's corpse-like visage a semblance of relief. Behind them, Yang Ning gazed at the scene with a look of satisfaction, Moved, he declared, "How touching. See, who says vengeful spirits lack compassion?" Sister Wen only stabbed his left hand, refraining from targeting his dominant right hand or his legs and feet to impede his movement. Truly, human emotions prevail. It brings tears to my eyes. On this side, Yang Ning feigned wiping away non-existent tears, while on the other, Su Hu endured the excruciating pain, scanning his surroundings. The agony in his hand made him realize that should he refuse to partake in this game, he might not survive the day. Soon, Su Hu spotted the colorful girl standing amidst the dimly lit airport. The radiant girl appeared to illuminate a glimmer of hope for Su Hu amidst the darkness of night. He struggled to rise and swiftly dashed towards her. Hee, I'm going to hide now. Come and find me. Upon seeing Su Hu rushing towards her, the girl beamed with a smile and darted away. Su Hu hurriedly pursued her, but amidst the bustling airport terminal filled with numerous people, locating a small girl was a daunting task. Behind him, Zhang Wen and the elderly man in red waited for 10 seconds before resuming their movement. A sudden realization struck Su Hu. 1 minute. Within this minute, Zhang Wen could only strike him once. Was she counting? If he wished to avoid being harmed. Then Su Hu glanced down at his groin. Little Tiger was standing tall. Aimlessly, he trudged forward, trembling as he attempted to activate his protective state with his uninjured right hand. Normally, Su Hu would find such an endeavor at home quite romantic, but given the present circumstances, he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Truly perverse. Cursing Yang Ning under his breath, Su Hu endeavored to enter his protective state, yet the excruciating pain and profound fear, coupled with Zhang Wen trailing behind, became formidable distractions. 45, 46, 47. The chilling numbers that flowed from Zhang Wen's lips felt like a death knell. At that moment, how could Little Tiger possibly stand tall? It would be utterly absurd if he could. Su Hu would willingly bow in reverence to anyone who could maintain their composure. 53, 54, 55. Listening to the relentless countdown behind him, Su Hu quickened his pace while attempting to activate his protective state. However, how could he outrun a vengeful spirit clad in red? 58, 59, 60. As the final number echoed, Zhang Wen mercilessly struck again. With a swift motion, she pierced Su Hu's left arm, the force nearly toppling him to the ground. Behind her, the elderly man in red took 2 steps back. The 2 figures in red stood steadfast, awaiting the passage of time. A more anguished cry erupted from Su Hu. His mind was devoid of any thoughts. He no longer perceived the game as perverse, nor did he consider Yang Ning as such. All he yearned for was to swiftly activate his protective state to evade the impending strike. Thus, he hastened his steps, simultaneously conjuring vivid images in his mind. Coincidentally, at that very moment, the girl who had just vanished reappeared, standing not far ahead of Su Hu, pouting as she remarked, "You promised to come find me. Why aren't you here? I'm so scared hiding all alone." Suddenly seeing a glimmer of hope, the pain-stricken Su Hu let out a ferocious roar, charging toward the girl like a wild beast. Hee. Come on. Come on. The girl turned and fled, and Su Hu, in a frenzy, pursued her. Just as he was about to catch up, the girl swiftly darted into the queue for security checks, weaving through the throngs of people outside the checkpoints until she vanished from Su Hu's sight. With her petite stature, a single adult could easily block her from view, leaving Su Hu with no choice but to endure the agony as he searched each security checkpoint one by one. He scoured ahead while Zhang Wen followed closely behind. That icy voice once again transformed into Su Hu's harbinger of doom. 21, 22, 23. To Ghost Zhang Wen was instantly thrown into a panic, clutching the bone knife tightly in her hand. She turned to gaze at Su Hu, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, he had already increased the distance between them. At that moment, Su Hu was running madly ahead, his right hand attempting to activate his protective state. A hoarse ghostly roar erupted, prompting Ghost Zhang Wen to pursue Su Hu. 36, 37, 38. Thus, he had no choice but to accelerate in a bid to engage his protective state. 44, 45, 46. In mere seconds, Zhang Wen found herself once more behind Su Hu. This time, Su Hu, fixated on a line of passengers awaiting security checks, gritted his teeth and decided not to run anymore. He approached a woman clad in an alluring outfit, sat down on the ground, and observed her as she resolutely activated her protective state. After all, having spent decades in the ruthless trade of human trafficking, he possessed a heart of immense courage at critical moments. Upon witnessing this, Ghost Zhang Wen's face betrayed a hint of fear. Her apprehension was not directed at Su Hu, but rather at the elderly figure in red trailing closely behind her. 51, 52, 53. In her panic, Ghost Zhongwen's counting voice grew increasingly frantic. Soon, 58, 59, 60. Just as Ghost Zhongwen raised her bone knife, Suhu's entire body shuddered, his countenance transformed. Little Hu was emboldened. Suhu lifted his head, a face twisted with resentment as he spat at Zhongwen. Die. You filthy bitch. I have one. In an instant, Ghost Zhongwen's body began to tremble violently. At that moment, behind her, the figure in red made its appearance. The fierce old man, his face marred by gruesome patches, savagely sank his teeth into Ghost Zhongwen's shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Chapter 29. Ghost. A blade pierces through 5 limbs. Zhongwen's ghostly scream was sharp and ferocious, her wails echoing through the airport hall, causing a slight tremor. At that moment, Suhu was completely paralyzed by the terrifying presence of the old man in red. Once in a state of combat, he suddenly felt utterly deflated. It was only when he caught sight of Zhongwen's eyes, brimming with a brutal aura, that he swiftly scrambled to his feet and turned to flee. The old man in red remained in place, biding his time, but Zhongwen did not. The moment Suhu ran, she immediately followed suit. At this point, she no longer needed to time herself. As long as she caught up to Suhu, she could strike him. Moreover, if she managed to stab Suhu now, the elderly figure behind her would be forced to pause for 30 seconds. Thus, in that moment, Ghost Zhongwen was utterly frenzied. Whoosh! Her blood-red attire nearly soared through the dim airport hall, a ghostly claw extending forth to seize Suhu. Yet, even as Suhu fled, he did not relent in his efforts. At that moment, upon being grabbed by Zhongwen, he pivoted, only for her to realize that he had once again entered his protective state. Zhongwen. Suhu, unable to comprehend Zhongwen's ghostly shriek, grimaced through the agonizing pain and chuckled. So, how is it, Sister One? Surprised? Unexpected? Quite impressive, right? Haha. He turned and continued to run. However, this time, the ghostly Zhongwen, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, had grown wiser. The red figure floated beside Suhu, its ghostly claw grasping him tightly. Suhu, hissed In the next moment, Suhu's protective state came to an end. The ghostly visage of Zhongwen, pale and ghastly, revealed a sinister grin as she swiftly struck the left side of Suhu's abdomen with her blade. A piercing scream erupted from him once more. Suhu felt that the agony he had endured throughout his life paled in comparison to the torment he experienced that day. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase uttered by Yang Ning. The pain that girl has endured in her lifetime is nothing compared to that single day that a shiver ran through Suhu's entire being. He understood that today, he must inevitably atone for his past transgressions. Thus, he ceased his flight. He remembered Zhongwen's rules of engagement. One cannot kill oneself. Soon, the ghostly Zhongwen, brandishing her weapon, approached him from behind. Yet she refrained from striking immediately. Instead, she waited until the red-clad elder drew near before delivering a blow to Suhu. Then she dragged him forward, pausing a minute later to inflict another wound. With each passing moment, the distance between Zhongwen and the red-robed elder widened. However, after several strikes, Suhu could no longer withstand the excruciating pain and yearned to resist. With a swift motion, Zhongwen plunged her blade into his right arm, rendering him incapable of entering a protective state. Yet, propelled by an overwhelming will to survive, Suhu somehow managed to enter that state. As he noticed the red-clad elder drawing ever closer, a menacing expression spread across Zhongwen's ghostly face. She observed Suhu intently for a moment, then conceived a method to incapacitate him, preventing his return to a protective state. Gradually, her pallid visage inched towards him. Suhu was struck with terror. He gasped in horror. No, 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 no. Please don't. In the next instant, the ghost, Suhu, exited his protective state, not in a violent eruption, but in a dispirited withdrawal. After all, the chill of the ghost was unbearable. Just before the red-clad elder could seize him, Zhongwen succeeded in delivering another strike to Suhu. Yang Ning, with his eyes half closed, listened to the intermittent screams emanating from the airport hall while occasionally glancing at the time. Half an hour had passed, neither more nor less. Precisely half an hour. Yang Ning opened his eyes and rose, pulling on the iron chain on the ground. All right, the game is over, Sister Wenwen. Grant your tiger a swift end. In an instant, the red-clad elder, who had been engaged in a thrilling chase with ghostly Zhongwen, vanished from sight. Zhongwen's hand, still clutching the blade, fell limply by her side as she turned to regard Suhu, who lay on the ground in a peculiar position, barely clinging to life after sustaining numerous stab wounds. He had collapsed at the exit of the airport's arrival corridor, the next moment. The bloodied bone knife gleamed ominously, Brushing off his garments, Yang Ning furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. What a shame to turn a delightful game of hide-and-seek into such a bloody affair. He stepped forward, with two red-clad specters obediently trailing behind him. Even as Yang Ning did not bother to retrieve the iron chain that lay on the ground, the ferocious elder, bound by it, complied like a docile hound. As he walked, Yang Ning suddenly halted. He turned his gaze towards a resting area in the departure hall. There, seated, was a small monk. That moment, the young monk appeared as if he had just emerged from water. His robe drenched in sweat. He trembled visibly, clutching a string of prayer beads. Although it seemed he was reciting mantras, his hands shook so violently that he either fumbled with the beads without making progress or inadvertently moved several at once. Clearly, his recitations lacked genuine focus. Yang Ning turned and approached the young monk, smiling as he inquired, "Little master, can you see my realm of spirits?" The monk hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "No, I cannot see anything. No, I see nothing at all. It is not that I cannot see." Yang Ning chuckled softly, gently patting the monk's shoulder. "Do not be afraid, little master. Where do you practice your vows?" The monk stammered. Tianyan, I am but a wandering monk, without a temple." Yang Ning furrowed his brow. "Tianyan Temple. Is it not a well-known monastery in Zhangzhou?" The young monk trembled even more, sweat pouring from his small, bald head. I do not comprehend what you are saying." Yang Ning pondered. "Since you possess the innate ability of the Enai, surely there must be offerings in the temple." Not wishing to press further, Yang Ning took out a small red string and tied it around the monk's wrist. "I bear no ill intent. Since our paths have crossed, it must be fate. Let us forge a bond of goodwill. Deliver this red string to the offerings at your temple. Since you partake in their incense, encourage them to perform more benevolent acts." With that, Yang Ning patted the monk's hand and departed. After Yang Ning left, the young monk cautiously opened his eyes after a considerable interval, nearly in tears as he murmured, Ba, I was terrified." He called out to his fellow disciples, "Brothers, masters, who understands? On my first descent from the mountain, I encountered such a person." Minutes passed, and the ghostly figures concealed in the corners of the airport vanished one by one. The incense stick embedded in the floor of the hall was crushed by Yang Ning. And moments later, the dimness in the airport lobby dissipated, returning to its previous brightness. Simultaneously, a passenger plane from Kaiyun province successfully landed, and passengers began to disembark in an orderly fashion. In the airport security monitoring room, a yawning security officer suddenly jolted awake, quickly magnifying a particular surveillance feed. Wah, what the hell? A few minutes later, Officer Chen Tao and a team of police arrived at the airport, having just received an emergency call from security. Due to the brief time frame, the airport had been unable to regulate passengers who had disembarked and exited through the arrival corridor. Thus, a few minutes later, airport security, Zhangzhou police, and passengers arriving from Kaiyun province gathered at the exit of the arrival corridor. There lay a blood-soaked individual, contorted as if practicing yoga. With legs grotesquely severed and folded before, he slowly approached the passengers who had just arrived at Zhangzhou airport, murmuring softly, I apologize. At the forefront of the group of travelers from Kaiyun province stood a tall and exquisite figure, Huang lighting. Chapter 30. Coincidence? 2 days. For locations, 5 lives lost. Attention all passengers. An emergency situation has arisen at the airport. The arrival channel exit will be placed under control. All passengers who have just arrived at Zhangzhou airport are requested to follow the staff's guidance and exit via the temporary passage. The airport announcement echoed as staff hurried to the arrival channel to direct disembarking passengers. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the arrival channel exit. The first batch of passengers to arrive bore witness to the horrific scene of Suhu, causing some timid individuals to burst into tears on the spot. I was terrified. Is that even a person? My eyes. I thought I was watching a horror film, and now you tell me this is an emergency? That person isn't dead. He's still alive. Quick, call for medical assistance. My goodness, the psychological trauma from this will haunt me. How will I endure countless nights for the rest of my life? Please follow our staff and exit through this temporary passage. The airport personnel began to evacuate those at the exit. Nearby, police officers who had just arrived stood in silence, staring at Suhu, covered in blood and pierced through 5 limbs. Something has indeed gone awry, murmured one officer, voicing the collective sentiment of those present. Clap? Chen Tao clapped his hands forcefully, his mood exceptionally heavy at that moment. After covering his face in despair for a few seconds, he commanded the crowd. You, secure the scene, establish a perimeter, Call for a coroner and assist in evacuating the passengers. I will check the monitoring room. Understood. On his way to the monitoring room, Jintao sent a message to Lei Ming. Suhu has encountered trouble again. Huang Lighting stood beside the barricade set up by the staff, initially laughing before breaking into tears, ultimately alternating between laughter and sorrow. It was not until her phone rang that she managed to somewhat compose herself. Hello, Yang Ming's voice resonated from the other end. That person is destined to die. Huang Lighting nodded, replying, Cheng, thank you. Thank me for what? This has nothing to do with me. Don't make wild claims. Huang Lighting, wiping her tears while laughing, affirmed, yes, it has nothing to do with you. I merely wanted to express my gratitude. Your gift has brought me joy, and I will sign for it immediately. A moment of silence ensued on the line. Before Yang Ming continued, regardless, that person is bound to die. Why risk your own future? Isn't your current state of life satisfactory? Huang Lighting remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Cheng, each day I live is fraught with unimaginable pain. Over the past 10 years, I have only felt genuine happiness twice. The first was when you stole a piece of candy from me during our abduction, and the second is today. Sister Yang, if you survive, perhaps there will be even happier days ahead. Upon suddenly hearing those 3 words, Huang Lighting trembled all over, her voice choking as she uttered, Cheng, in this filthy world, never mind. Let me not speak of it. If there is a next life, Yang Jia will be your lover. With a sharp snap, she hung up the phone, closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. When she reopened her eyes, a steely glint of murderous intent shone in her beautiful gaze. She dashed past the police cordon, rushing towards Suhu, who lay bloodied and impaled through his limbs. Huang Lighting's actions startled the surrounding officers and airport staff, who turned to her in unison, exclaiming, What are you doing? Ma'am, please step away. At that moment, Suhu was still alive, weakly repeating, I'm sorry. Huang Lighting, her face streaked with tears, managed a faint smile and replied, It's all right. Next, she grasped the bone-chilling steel knife that had pierced Suhu's neck, hands, and feet, slowly extracting it from his body. The blade, stained with blood and gleaming ominously, froze the approaching officers in their tracks. Their vigilance heightened as they watched Huang Lighting intently. Meanwhile, she fixated on the barely breathing Suhu, her expression contorting into a snarl. With a ferocious cry, she gripped the hilt tightly and brought the blade crashing down onto Suhu's head. With a sickening squelch, the knife effortlessly penetrated his skull, embedding itself to the hilt. Yet, Huang Lighting did not cease her relentless assault. She withdrew the bone knife and struck again. Squelch, again, squelch, once more, changing her stance. She continued her savage onslaught. Outside the airport, in the parking lot, Yang Ming stood gazing at the night sky, his expression serene. Beside him, a dozen little ghosts, each with their distinct demeanor, lingered. The little ghost girl, Xinyame, cradled her head with one hand and rested the other on her hip, her childlike voice inquiring, Cheng, why does Yang Jia want to be your lover instead of your wife? Sun Depeng, a small boy ghost with his intestines hanging out, raised his hand, declaring, I know, wives aren't as sweet as lovers. A bald little boy ghost leapt from the mirror of a luxury car, exclaiming, moreover, lovers aren't responsible. But wives are. A delicate, yet blood-red cracked, golden-haired girl ghost interjected, No, it must be that Yang Jia knows Cheng dislikes being restrained, and she chose to be a lover instead of a wife. Nearby, a little ghost girl with a perfectly normal face, though her body appeared torn and then hastily glued back together, gently suggested, I think Yang wants to be with Cheng, yet she hopes for Cheng to find someone better, which is why she is content to be just a lover. Yang Ming's gaze swept over the little ghosts, stating, If you all had grown up normally, you would be about the same age as Yang and me by now. The little ghost fell silent. Xinyame, still cradling her head, blinked and asked, Are you implying that we can be your lovers? Sun Depeng insisted, That's exactly what he means. This seemingly refined and handsome boy is quite wicked at heart. The bald little ghost exclaimed, Wow, is it really that thrilling? The exquisitely cracked golden-haired girl ghost nodded eagerly. I can do it. I can, Cheng, I can. The delicate little ghost, with a hint of shyness, softly uttered, Cheng. Could you perhaps inquire about this privately next time? Yang Ning remained silent. He lifted a small boy ghost, whose limbs had been severed halfway, slumbering soundly atop a sleek Talala sedan, and remarked, It's time to go. The driver has arrived. The other little ghosts dissipated into the ether like a fleeting gust of wind upon hearing this. The bright headlights of the taxi illuminated the scene as it came to a halt before Yongning. The driver promptly exclaimed, "My apologies, brother. I was just waiting for you." But someone approached and asked if I was departing. Not seeing you emerge, and since his destination wasn't too far, I decided to give him a ride. Rest assured, I shall discount your fare. Without uttering a word, Yongning opened the car door and entered, providing the destination, Yunda Road, number 24. All right, the driver commenced their journey, casting a glance at Yongning through the rearview mirror, only to find the boy had now succumbed to slumber, completely oblivious to his presence, reflecting on the events of the past couple of days and the places Yongning had visited. The driver adjusted his sunglasses and mask, muttering to himself, to be this busy upon arriving in Zhengzhou is indeed exhausting. He then glanced at the gleaming letters of Zhengzhou Airport outside the terminal, pondering aloud, I wonder what significant events might unfold at this airport tonight. And no sooner had the driver uttered these words than a message crackled through his taxi's intercom. Emergency announcement. A grievous homicide has occurred at Zhengzhou Airport. All vacant taxis in the vicinity are urged to assist in passenger evacuation. The announcement echoed once more. A grievous homicide has occurred at Zhengzhou Airport. With a jolt, the driver slammed on the brakes, nearly sending the taxi crashing into a roadside flower bed. The intercom repeated the alarming news for a third time, causing the driver to tremble and break into a cold sweat at that moment. He was utterly flustered, unsure of how to proceed. Coincidence, mere coincidence, he desperately sought to convince himself. Yet, Yunda Road, the crematorium, Qinghe community, and now Zhengzhou Airport, within 2 days, for locations, 5 lives lost, 3 dead, 2 surviving. Was this truly just coincidence? As he pondered, the driver gingerly raised his head and peered into the rearview mirror, discovering that the boy, who had previously been snoring, was now awake and staring back at him. Suddenly, a chilling voice whispered close to the back of the driver's head. Are you all right? Startled, the driver nearly jumped out of his skin. Fortunately, he noticed the boy's lips move, affirming that it was indeed the boy speaking and not some unseen entity. Releasing a sigh of relief, the driver wiped away the tears welling in his eyes and stammered, "And no, I'm fine. We'll be on our way immediately. I just momentarily lost focus. My apologies. We'll leave right now." With that, the driver refocused, steering the taxi back onto the proper route. Yongning gazed out of the car window with his eyes closed, and before long, he resumed his rhythmic snoring, indeed, as the driver had surmised. After 2 days in Zhengzhou filled with numerous activities, he was undeniably fatigued. Soon, upon reaching Yunda Road, Yongning showed no signs of waking. The driver, displaying remarkable understanding, refrained from rousing him and quietly concluded the fare on the meter, patiently awaiting Yongning's awakening in the parking lot. Then, a chilling event unfolded. As the first hour slipped by, the drowsy driver perceived a fleeting white figure outside the car, followed by a crisp red 100 yuan note landing in his hand. Initially, the driver believed he was dreaming. However, as the white figure vanished and reappeared, he found a second 100 yuan note in his possession. By the third hour, yet another 100. By the fourth hour, the driver could no longer contain his curiosity. Seizing the opportunity to visit the restroom, he surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. That night, another incident transpired. Huang Lighting was apprehended by the Zhengzhou police on charges of intentional homicide. 1,000 miles away in Cang'er Province, Cang'er City, Suhu was embroiled in trouble once again. Working late into the night, Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei exchanged a wordless glance at the message sent by Chen Tao. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Donglei murmured, "It seems this is the gift he has bestowed upon Huang Lighting." Huang Lighting had declared that due to her age, she was the first, the very first. Zhang Donglei emphasized the word first with great weight. Lei Ming's expression turned serious as he remarked, "Indeed, he will continue his crimes. Old Zhang, please compile the statistics on the batch of children who were trafficked, including all those who have died, been injured, or suffered abuse." Understood. Chapter 31. Huang Lighting. These few stabs have salvaged the latter half of my life. The pallid light illuminated Huang Lighting's face as she sat handcuffed in the interrogation room. Opposite her sat 2 police officers, 1 male and 1 female. "Huang Lighting, I urge you to truthfully disclose everything you know. We comprehend your hatred towards Suhu and the actions you took in your moment of mental breakdown. We also believe that Suhu was not killed by you. Rest assured, as long as you are honest, the law will be lenient. I am the one who killed Suhu," Huang Lighting stated, her gaze fixed on the 2 officers. Although her complexion was somewhat pale, her eyes were strikingly clear, devoid of any impulsiveness or signs of madness. Rather, they conveyed a sense of relief, as if she were shedding a heavy burden. The many witnesses present clearly saw that Suhu had not died at that moment. Ultimately, it was I who ended Suhu's life, not anyone else. Bang! The female officer slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising sharply. Huang Lighting, you are a police officer. You are currently shielding the true murderer. Do you realize what the gravest consequence of your previous statement is? You could be sentenced to death. Huang Lighting smiled slightly and continued. Due to certain reasons that you are all aware of, my act of killing Suhu will likely result in a sentence of no more than 10 years. And it is quite possible I will serve around 5 years, or even just 3. In a moment of silence, the female officer furrowed her brow and inquired, given his condition at that time. His demise was inevitable. Why did you still proceed? It was precisely because he was on the brink of death that I felt compelled to stab him a few times. Was there really any time to spare? Those stabs will ruin the latter half of your life. Why the silence? Huang Lighting suddenly posed a question to the female officer before her. Sister, your early years must have been filled with happiness. Am I right? The officer was momentarily taken aback, and Huang Lighting continued. From your perspective, having inflicted those stabs has doomed my future. Yet, for someone like me, who has borne the weight of psychological shadows for over a decade, those stabs have salvaged my subsequent existence. The female officer was momentarily speechless, seemingly struggling to comprehend Huang Lighting's words at that moment. The male officer interjected, Huang Lighting, what is your relationship with Yang Ning? I'm sorry, but I do not recognize the Yang Ning you speak of. The female officer clarified. His nickname is Chengqing. He is one of the children who were abducted alongside you. In that instant, both officers distinctly noted that Huang Lighting's gaze softened considerably. Chengqing and I, that we share a bond forged through adversity. He once shared candy with me, and I took a beating for him. Moreover, thanks to Zhang Hui and his family, we are both children of Zhongyuan province, yet adults of Kaiyuan province. Huang Lighting's voice was gentle and measured, yet the phrase children of Zhongyuan province, adults of Kaiyuan province struck the two officers like a slap across the face. The female officer's tone softened significantly. I apologize. Our work indeed has many shortcomings. Huang Lighting shook her head. There is no need for that. You are human too. I understand. The two officers exchanged a glance and simultaneously raised their eyes toward the camera in the interrogation room. A voice crackled through the male officer's earpiece, prompting him to rise. The interrogation concludes for today. In the Cang'er City Police Department, both Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei were monitoring Huang Lighting's interrogation. Once it concluded, Chen Tao called in. Captain Lei, did you see? I did, Captain Chen. Huang Lighting has been diligent and conscientious in her work here, without a single mishap. The impression her colleagues at the police center have of her is entirely positive. I understand. I will communicate with the district prosecutor's office regarding this matter. The pressing issue is as soon as this was mentioned, silence enveloped both ends of the call. Then, they simultaneously inquired, do you have any progress on your end? They paused, and in unison replied, none. A resigned smile crept across their faces. A middle-aged man, perhaps in his 40s or 50s, slightly hunched, and carrying a burlap sack, caught Lei Ming's attention. He recognized the man as the janitor responsible for maintaining cleanliness within the police department. He muttered to himself, others have begun their work while I have yet to conclude mine. Day after day. As dawn broke, following the incident involving the white-clothed knife woman on Yunda Road 2 nights prior, news of yet another event at Zhengzhou Airport surged to the forefront of trending topics once more. Last night, a homicide occurred at Zhengzhou Airport, where the victim was brutally stabbed through all 5 limbs. After a lapse of 21 hours, Zhengzhou has once again witnessed a heinous murder. The knife wielded by the woman in white has been located. It pierced the throat of another victim, from Yundu Road to the airport. Our city is being systematically slaughtered. In the comments section of the video news, during the rush hours on the subway and buses, nearly everyone is discussing these 2 atrocious murders that have transpired in Zhengzhou over the past few days. What has happened to this world? How much hatred must that woman harbor towards that man? It's terrifying. Utterly terrifying. I happened to disembark from my flight at that very time yesterday. My goodness, you cannot fathom how gruesomely that individual perished. The frenzy with which that woman stabbed was unimaginable. How gruesome. How does it compare to the woman in white? The methods of the crimes are strikingly similar, both involving a bone knife. Yet the woman in white inflicted the wounds upon herself. Whereas at the airport, it was a case of murder by another. Rest assured, the woman who wielded the knife has already been apprehended. It is said she hails from Kaiyuan province. 2 lives lost in 2 days. This place, Zhengzhou, seems rather sinister. Am I the only one who has noticed that the knife used at the airport and Yundu Road is the same? just the foolish rhetoric of the editor. It's likely just a knife of the same model. Point one must ask, why must one use a bone knife to stab? Because, compared to an ordinary knife, a bone knife possesses sufficient length, capable of both slicing and stabbing, making it suitable for both piercing and dismembering when used on a human body. Thus it is. While discussions online are fervent, Yang Ning lies sprawled on the floor of his shop, fast asleep. For an entire day, his spirit doll store remained closed. When he finally opens his eyes, the sun is nearly set. Observing the sunset outside, Yang Ning stretches and makes his way to the bathroom for a shower. With a splash, a gaggle of little spirits materializes and rushes over. Some turn on the faucet, others grab body wash and shampoo. Some test the water temperature, while others prepare clean clothes and slippers. Each attending to their designated tasks. 15 minutes later, having finished his shower and donned fresh attire, Yang Ning sits at his writing desk, taking out a few small stones, several coins, and a turtle shell. Arranging them on the table, that he positions the stones in a suggested bagua formation according to the celestial and terrestrial directions, placing the turtle shell in the center. Finally, he tosses the coins onto the arrangement with a flourish. With a clatter, as the coins hit the ground, Yang Ning's brow furrows slightly. Goodness gracious, how impressive. 1, 2, 3.9, 10, 11. Can this trip yield 11 auspicious connections? Done. Yang Ning turns to the circle of little spirits beside him and says, these past few days have been a bit excessive. Let us lay low for a while. At the Cang'er City police station, 6 in the evening. Uncharacteristically, there is little to attend to today. Lei Ming stands on the balcony, watching the sunset while smoking a cigarette. Once he finishes, he prepares to clock out on time. Suddenly, his phone rings. Instinctively, Lei Ming furrows his brow and answers, hello, what is it? Lei Dui, a significant matter has arisen. That Yang Ning, whom you instructed me to keep an eye on, has booked a plane ticket. Lei Ming's eyes twitched involuntarily. His first thought was, damn it, this kid is planning to run away. Where is he headed? Ah, yes, he is flying to Cayenne, with his flight landing tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock. Lei Dui? Holy crap. Lei Ming flicked away the burning cigarette, but that had singed his fingers. I've got it. He hung up the phone and turned to gaze at the setting sun, silently expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much. At least he had the foresight to purchase a ticket for tomorrow. Time to clock out. Lei Ming realized that a slight tremor had crept into his previously robust voice. Chapter 32. The Innocent. I am willing to pay any price. After Lei Ming departed, the other officers in the precinct gradually followed suit. Finishing their shifts, as the sun sank below the horizon. The entire police building was gradually enveloped by the night, save for a few rooms still illuminated by the duty personnel. Splash. In the supply room, Wang Jiang commenced his usual routine of cleaning the mop. The police building boasted 6 floors, and every evening Wang Jiang diligently cleaned the upper 3 levels before clocking out, ensuring he returned before dawn the following day to tidy the lower 3 floors and all common areas before the start of the workday. Originally, this task was assigned to 2 individuals, as Wang Jiang had a partner. However, after that partner resigned, Wang Jiang sought the approval of the team leader to bring his wife on board. It was not an insurmountable issue. A few packs of cigarettes sealed the deal. Yet, when the time came to commence the work, Wang Jiang's wife never appeared, and he found himself alone each day. Initially, the team leader voiced his concerns, but ultimately acquiesced to Wang Jiang's persistent requests, allowing the matter to fade away. Thus, Wang Jiang single-handedly shouldered the cleaning duties of the precinct while earning 2 salaries. He had been performing this role for 4 or 5 years, though it was exhausting to rise early and toil late. He was grateful for the steady income. Although he was merely a temporary worker, his combined wages surpassed those of many regular officers. The precinct housed several vacant rooms, and he had a dormitory adjacent to the evidence room. Yet he never took residence there. On this particular day, nearing 50, Wang Jiang carried his bucket and mop, diligently cleaning the corridors of the upper 3 floors as usual. By the time he finished, it was already past 8 in the evening. Standing in the corridor, he enjoyed a cigarette, preparing to conclude his shift. The idol appeared ominously dark, depicting a grotesque, corpulent figure riding upon a large carp. This idol had been gifted to Wang Jiang by an elderly man, whose ghastly appearance resembled that of a vengeful spirit, instilling fear with his terrifying visage. One of his hands was severed at the wrist. Wang Jiang had never forgotten that unsettling face. It was precisely the old man's extraordinary countenance that compelled Wang Jiang to acquire this idol. The elderly man had informed Wang Jiang that the idol represented a wealth spirit, requiring incense offerings to manifest its power. Thus, over the years, Wang Jiang had made it a ritual to offer incense every few days. Now, he lit another stick, carefully holding it, and bowed deeply 3 times in reverence to the wealth spirit idol before placing the incense in the burner and performing 3 more bows. As Wang Jiang prostrated himself while murmuring fervent prayers, he beseeched the deities for their blessings. Grant me wealth, grant me wealth, grant me wealth. Just as he finished his 3rd bow and prepared to rise, a sudden and violent noise erupted from the adjacent room. Startling him, he looked up to see the statue of the wealth deity he worshipped trembling slightly. Is the table shaking? Wang Jiang lowered his gaze and indeed noticed that the table was quaking. Not due to an uneven leg, but rather the entire table was vibrating from the tremors of the idol. This revelation jolted him, and having barely risen, he immediately knelt once more, exclaiming, "Divine spirits, grant me your blessings. Bless me to prosper." Bang! Another loud noise emanated from next door, even more intense than before. This left Wang Jiang utterly bewildered. Could there be someone next door? But that was the evidence room. Thud, thud, thud. The table began to shake more violently, and Wang Jiang could now distinctly see the idol on the table quivering fiercely. Wang Jiang, lacking formal education, could only conclude that the idol he had revered for years had manifested its power. Bang! Without considering the renewed commotion from next door, he knelt down in a fervor, imploring the deity, "You must bless me with wealth. I desire riches. Divine spirits, I have devoted so many years to you. Surely you have manifested your power. Assist me in my quest for prosperity. I will continue to honor you. I shall offer you an abundance of incense." Incense? Yes, yes, incense. I am willing to give you everything I possess. Just grant me wealth. I wish to support Ying in her graduate studies abroad, providing her with the finest education. Divine spirits, as long as you allow me to prosper, I will pay any price. Any price. Even if it means my demise, I would willingly accept it. I beseech you, bestow your blessings upon me. My request is modest, merely. Wang Jiang hesitated for a moment, then exclaimed, "Bang!" This time, the noise from the evidence room caused him to shudder, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Divine spirits, I only need 2 million. That is sufficient. I implore you, allow me to prosper." He then knocked his forehead against the statue multiple times in fervent supplication that in his fervor. Wang Jiang was oblivious to the transformation occurring in the idol he revered so deeply. The once fearsome visage of the rotund figure riding a carp began to shift from its menacing expression to one of trepidation. The malevolent spirit continued to batter against the evidence cabinet with such force that the entire iron structure rattled against the wall, producing a cacophony of bangs. Just as Wang Jiang retrieved a substantial handful of incense sticks, nearly 100, and ignited them, the fury on the spirit's face vanished in an instant. The forceful impact against the iron cabinet echoed in the air, as the mischievous doll, with an air of arrogance, placed its hands defiantly on its hips. A silent yet audacious laughter dancing across its face, in the heart of Zhongzhou. At number 24 Yundu Road, around 8 o'clock, the wind chimes in Yang Ming's shop rang incessantly. One hand occupied with stuffing a meat sandwich into his mouth, and the other scrolling through short videos on his phone. Yang Ming intermittently exclaimed, "No, no, I shall reiterate this, little ghost. Do not forge malevolent ties with the innocent. Otherwise, I swear I shall unleash upon you." What the hell, my friend? Are you planning to set their building ablaze? It was a hopeless situation. All Yang Ming wished for was that his friend could temper his greed. Suddenly, Yang Ming looked up, his left thumb rapidly tapping against the other 4 fingers. Ultimately, he exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. There's still time. I can make it. Half an hour later, in Cang'er City, Wang Jiang pedaled furiously on a shared bicycle towards home when, out of nowhere, a Bentley sped past him. In the blink of an eye, the luxury vehicle nearly brushed against him, barely avoiding a collision. Startled, Wang Jiang shouted, "Are you blind?" Yet, the occupants of the car were oblivious to his outburst. For in mere seconds, the Bentley had already surged forward at a breakneck speed. With a thunderous crash, moments later, the Bentley collided violently with the mountainside. Even so, the driver seemed undeterred, flooring the accelerator, as if the car were a roaring beast determined to ascend the hill. Eventually, the vehicle careened up only to tumble back down, crashing onto the road below. The trunk of the Bentley popped open, and a large suitcase tumbled out, landing directly in front of Wang Jiang, who was still pedaling his bike. The suitcase cracked open at one corner, revealing stacks upon stacks of cash. Ding dong. A notification sound echoed from Wang Zhang's phone, yet he paid it no mind. Before him lay only the side of the suitcase brimming with money. Chapter 33. If I were not here, you would all be a menace. Supplement to previous chapter. Under the heavy shroud of night, the silence of the mountain path was pierced by the alarm of the Bentley. As Wang Zhang cautiously approached, he could hear muffled cries of distress emanating from within the vehicle, mingling with the acrid scent of alcohol and blood that hung in the air. Help! Help! Please! Help! As he passed the suitcase with its slightly ajar lid, he contemplated checking on the individuals inside the car, but as he stepped over the suitcase, his feet became rooted to the ground. The occupants of the vehicle were unaware of his presence. He could easily seize the suitcase and make off with it, but what if they caught a glimpse of his face? That would complicate matters beyond measure. With a sense of trepidation, Wang Zhang took a step back. At that moment, cries for help echoed. Save me, please. I beg you, save me. The occupants of the Bentley seemed to have realized that someone nearby was in distress, as the pleas grew increasingly urgent. Call for an ambulance. I have money. I can offer you a substantial sum. Trembling, Wang Zhang fumbled for his phone, pressing the numbers for emergency services, yet just as his finger hovered over the dial button, a flicker of malevolence crossed his eyes. Why forego the 2 million right before him in favor of a mere empty promise? It was 2 million. It could resolve all the troubles he currently faced. Wang Zhang cast a glance at the overturned Bentley side mirror, and in the dim glow of the street lamp, he caught sight of a bloodied young man staring back at him, their eyes locking in a moment of shared recognition. In that instant, Wang Zhang took a deep breath. In the city of Zhengzhou, on the cloud-laden road in the dead of night, the warm yellow glow of Lingwa's small shop offered a comforting sight to passers-by. Yang Ning cradled Yame's head as he sat behind the door, gazing out at the serene, late-night street. Behind him, a dozen little spirits formed a semicircle, none daring to move. The dolls on the shelves, whether malevolent or benevolent, appeared remarkably well-behaved. He gently rubbed the round head in his arms. Yang Ning murmured to himself, a young rich heir, intoxicated and speeding every few days. An honest, humble janitor would never cross paths with this affluent scion. The janitor borrowed fortune, thus the heir's wealth fell into his lap. While the janitor's life may not lead to great riches, he at least enjoyed a life free of misfortune. However, by borrowing luck, he inadvertently invited calamity into his fate. The janitor fails to comprehend that borrowed fortune must be repaid. Thus, he shall face retribution for his borrowed luck, and similarly, the little spirits who assisted him without revealing this truth shall also be punished. Forming malignant ties with the innocent warrants even greater punishment. Those who err without remorse and deliberately sever connections with me. So, I say to you little spirits, you cannot escape my grasp. While I am present, you may still perform some good deeds in the mortal realm. If I were to depart, each of you would become a harbinger of disaster. Upon concluding his words, the little girl nestled in his arms, the spirits behind him, and even the dolls on the shelves all displayed expressions of sheer terror. Trembling violently in response. In Cang'er City, at a seaside bar, the pulsating rhythm of music resonated through the air. Even in the late hours of the night, the bar was alive with energy. Half drunk, Lei Ming lay sprawled on a sofa. Deep in slumbered, in his drowsy state, he heard his phone ring. Hello? Hello? Lei? There's trouble. The voice on the other end belonged to Zhang Donglei. It's not related to Yang Ning. There's been an accident on Tiandong Road, with signs of a possible homicide. The moment he heard the word homicide, Lei Ming jolted awake. What's the exact address? I'm on my way. I have already sent it to you. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lei Ming arrived at the crime scene. Pedaling a shared bicycle, observing the small blue bike he rode, Zhang Donglei inquired, Captain Lei, are you exercising in the middle of the night? Had a drink, Lei Ming replied, locking the bike by the roadside. He approached and continued, I spotted one at the intersection and decided to ride it over. What's the situation? Zhang Donglei handed Lei Ming the police tablet, stating, the deceased is named Zhang Chao. A local wealthy heir. He was driving under the influence, met with an accident, and perished. Arrangements have been made for his family, but we discovered marks on the victim's head that are likely to be man-made. The assailant was rather brutal. It appears they used a rock to violently crush the victim's skull, resulting in excessive bleeding and death. Lei Ming glanced at the victim's information on the tablet and asked, how was the scene investigation? Any valuables in the car? Zhang Donglei sighed. This is a major road, an open scene. We can only check the surrounding surveillance. There wasn't too much loss in the vehicle. But the trunk was ajar, likely due to a malfunction from the impact, causing items to spill out. Lei Ming surveyed the area and suggested, "Let's wait until morning to inquire at the victim's home," but refrained from disclosing the possibility of homicide. Zhang Donglei nodded. Understood. Not long after setting off, the officer in the passenger seat suddenly pointed to someone by the roadside, saying, Isn't that Lao Wang? It is him. I remember now. He lives in Jinsua village and indeed travels this route to work. Is he heading to work so early? Let us give him a ride." As the officer driving pulled over, he leaned out the window, calling, "Lao Wang, get in." Wang Jiang, struggling with a heavy suitcase, noticed the police car, and his expression shifted slightly. However, since it was still dark, the occupants of the car did not perceive anything amiss. He shook his head. "No, you go ahead." The officer, puzzled, responded, "Aren't you headed to the station? It's on our way, come on." Wang Jiang shook his head again, insisting, "No, I need to go somewhere else first." The driving officer replied helplessly, "Is that so? Well then, we'll be on our way." As the police car drove off, Wang Jiang let out a sigh of relief, but shortly thereafter, the police vehicle stopped again. Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei alighted and approached him warmly. Lei Ming even grabbed the suitcase Wang Jiang was pulling. "Brother Wang, don't be shy. Wherever you're going is just a matter of pressing the gas pedal. Let us go. I'll give you a ride." Yes, we're all colleagues in the same department. We see each other every day. Come on, don't stand on ceremony. Let me help you with that suitcase." "Oh, this suitcase is quite heavy." "Haha, it's a branded one." "Isn't it? This piece of luggage must not be cheap." Chapter 34. Given this scenario, it hardly seems fit for a mere death penalty to begin with. Bang! With a dull thud, the suitcase caused the entire police vehicle to sag slightly. Lei Ming clapped his hands and looked at Wang Jiang. "Old Wang, what on earth did you bring to work that's so heavy?" Wang Jiang grinned. "I plan to stay in the dormitory at the station for a few days. So I brought some things." The officer beside him jested. "Have you stopped accompanying your university student partner?" As several of them chatted while getting into the car, Lei Ming and a few others could not restrain their curiosity. "Old Wang," Lei Ming remarked, "at your age, seeking out a university student for romance. Does that seem appropriate?" "Damn. What? Are you envious?" Wang shot back. "I see you all wish to be like old Wang. I've heard your partner is preparing for graduate studies." "Is that true?" another officer inquired. "Brother Wang, could you impart some wisdom? How did you manage to charm her? Look at me, a young lad in my 20s, and still single." Shortly thereafter, as the police car entered the city, the officer driving asked, "Old Wang, where are you off to?" "All right." The police vehicle rolled into the precinct as they alighted. Wang Jiang nimbly scurried to the rear of the car. When others approached to assist him, he repeatedly declined, insisting on hauling the hefty suitcase up to the dormitory on his own. Observing his retreating figure, Lei Ming, Zhang Donglei, and two other officers gathered together. Lei Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "That suitcase, what brand are those two letters?" "Louis Vuitton," Zhang Donglei replied. "It must cost several tens of thousands." One officer chimed in, "You can find replicas of that brand everywhere. It's not worth much." Zhang Donglei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, replicas hold little value." He then mused, "Perhaps he simply switched to a new suitcase today." Lei Ming gazed intently into Zhang Donglei's eyes and said, "That makes it all the more suspicious." With that, he gestured for the two officers nearby to depart, while turning to Zhang Donglei and adding, "A person like old Wang usually carries his belongings in a burlap sack," suddenly switching to a suitcase. "Even if it were a replica, he should cherish it dearly. Yet look at the condition of that suitcase. It appeared almost new, yet was battered and caked in mud, as if it had just been salvaged from that ill-fated Bentley." Zhang Donglei's face immediately registered shock as he whispered to Lei Ming, "What should we do? Let us take a look at what's inside that suitcase when he is not in the dormitory." "Is that appropriate? If that suitcase is at his home, it might not be suitable, but bringing it to the precinct dormitory is another matter. Do you understand?" "Understood. What is happening? Is that smoke rising over there? Is it on fire?" "By the evidence room." "Hurry, go extinguish the flames." The early morning light was just beginning to break, and the precinct was still sparse with personnel when thick, billowing smoke began to pour from a room on the upper floor. It was Wang Jiang's room. At that moment, Wang Jiang was drenched in sweat, visibly anxious, clutching the half-burnt incense from the previous night, bowing before the statue of Kai Shun, murmuring, "Let me get through this ordeal. Don't let those officers discover my secrets. Let me get through this. Bless me, O Divine Spirit, bless me. As long as I can pass this trial, I will do anything, even if it means my life." Suddenly, amidst the dense smoke, Wang Jiang heard a violent noise emanating from the adjacent evidence room once more. The evidence cabinet leaning against the wall contained a green-faced, ghostly doll, its body entwined with two strands of dark energy, hands perched defiantly on its hips, adorned with an eerie, sinister grin. Bang. It lunged headlong into the interior wall of the cabinet with a violent crash. In the heart of Zhongzhou, at number 24 Yundu Road, lies the Lingua Boutique. Whether one seeks malevolent spirits or benevolent ones, acquiring these dolls necessitates a form of sustenance. Some require the lighting of incense. Others demand prayers, while some necessitate periodic offerings of blood. Each doll possesses its unique disposition. Some revel in witnessing laughter, others in tears, some delight in acts of benevolence, while others take pleasure in malevolence. Rest assured, however, that anyone fortunate enough to procure a doll that delights in malice is unlikely to be virtuous themselves. If a good soul visits my establishment, they will leave with but a single benevolent doll. Conversely, should a nefarious individual arrive, the outcome might be far less predictable. Each night, they guard my abode. Yang Ning, yawning as he waved a red-clad Zhongwen doll, introduced his business to a group of genuine little rascals, children, not spirits. Just moments ago, while he was enjoying his breakfast, a woman had barged in with this group of children, claiming she needed to assist a colleague in distress, and without further ado, deposited the children in Yang Ning's care. Before departing, she issued a stern warning, stating she had already alerted the police, who would soon arrive, advising Yang Ning against harboring any ill intentions towards the children. Just as Yang Ning was about to refuse, the woman had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, as she left, the patrolling officers on Yunda Road arrived at his door. Now, the two young officers were engrossed in listening to Yang Ning narrate tales of his dolls alongside the children. Officer A remarked, "Young Master Yang, your storytelling about the lady in white is remarkably resourceful." Officer B added, "Indeed, the incident occurred right on this street. Aren't you afraid that Zhongwen might come looking for you tonight?" Yang Ning lifted the red-dressed doll resembling Zhongwen, and, placing it against his face, inquired, "Gentlemen, you aren't from the Criminal Investigation Department, are you?" The two officers shook their heads in unison. "Nor from the Major Crimes Unit?" They replied negatively again. "Then it seems you aren't Special Police either." The officers exchanged glances, one of them replying, "We haven't graduated yet. We're merely interning at the grassroots station. That explains it." Yang Ning pointed towards the shop in trance and said, "Allow me to share a little secret. There are at least 20 plainclothes officers on this street right now. Do you believe that?" The two intern officers wore bemused expressions, remaining silent. Yang Ning continued, "Don't believe me?" The children eagerly nodded, each piping up in their sweet voices, "I believe you. I believe you. Young Master Yang, I believe you. Young Brother Yang, can you give me that red doll to play with? I want one too." With a mysterious smile, Yang Ning declared, "Whoever reaches the shop door first shall receive it. I shall bestow it upon them." Upon hearing this, the children immediately surged towards the entrance, and at that moment, an exaggerated spectacle unfolded. On the roadside, a man and a woman were selling pancakes, while a lady selling fruits nearby, and an aunt across the street peddling icy porridge, along with a girl listening to music at the entrance of a convenience store, and several seemingly random passers-by, all rushed towards Yang Ning's shop. Each of them shouted in unison with a signature phrase. "Don't move. Raise your hands. The police are conducting an investigation." Yang Ning, with an expression of helplessness, glanced at the two intern officers in his shop, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Now, do you believe it?" The two interns, having never witnessed such a scene, were drenched in sweat and dared not move an inch. Within mere seconds, they had mentally attributed every villainous identity they could conceive to Yang Ning, given the spectacle before them. It was evident that anything less than a death sentence was unworthy. Chapter 35, Where, oh where, is my good fortune? From the moment that woman sent several children into Yang Ning's shop, all the plainclothes officers on Yunda Road were sweating profusely. Upon seeing those children swarm out, their hearts raced to their throats. Thus, the subsequent scene unfolded. Watching the throng of officers rushing in, Yang Ning yawned in boredom. He had grown accustomed to the police's special attention. After all, exceptional individuals naturally attract notice wherever they go. After confirming that the children were merely playing games with Yang Ning, the leading officer, visibly pale, led the group away without so much as a word to Yang Ning. Leaving behind two interns to assist in watching over the children, Yang Ning took out a red string adorned with a chubby doll the size of a finger, tied it onto the boy's wrist, and said, "There you go, you're the best. What is your name?" The boy glanced at the red string on his wrist, then at the red-clad Zhongwen in Yang Ning's hand, reluctantly replied, My name is Chenlele. Master Yang. I want that one. Next time, I promise to give it to you. Yang Ning tidied up the items on the table, picked up the little boy, and stepped outside, turning off the lights and locking the door. He said to the two officers, "Well, I am closing for the day, my apologies." The two interns exchanged glances at the time, which was just 10 in the morning, and awkwardly smiled. Oh, all right, take care." After Yang Ning left, the two officers looked at each other, both drenched in sweat. Good heavens, who is this person? When he mentioned 20 plainclothes officers, I didn't believe it. Surely there must be 20, right? No. I checked. There were only about 10. That's just what you two saw. Only about 10. At that moment, a woman with a striking figure and decent looks walked by the two interns, rolling her eyes at them. You two are such novices. The way you just behaved is truly embarrassing for the police. The young officer's face flushed with anger. What do you do? On what grounds do you criticize us? The woman raised her hand to display her credentials. And both interns froze in astonishment. Major Crimes Unit? Instantly, the interns gazed at the woman with eyes filled with admiration. The woman, named Lin Xiaoxiao, was beckoning several children to leave together. Just moments ago, she had left those children in Yang Ning's shop. A few minutes later, Chen Tao, filled with trepidation, glanced at the children and, upon confirming that none were missing limbs, turned to the woman with an angry reprimand. How could you leave our colleagues' children with that eccentric Yang Ning? Are you out of your mind, Lin Xiaoxiao? With an air of calm, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. Did you not receive the notification? There was someone on the rooftop of the adjacent block threatening to end their life. While I was helping you manage all these little ones, I also needed to rush to the scene. What else could I do? Besides, I know you all were secretly monitoring him, which is why you felt safe leaving them there. It would have been far more perilous elsewhere. Chen Tao inquired. What became of the person threatening self-harm? Is it Su Hu's sister? Yes, it's that girl, and we managed to save her, she confirmed. Chen Tao remarked. It seems that the girl is destined to live. Indeed, she truly has a remarkable fate. Lin Xiaoxiao then asked. Have you made up your mind? This afternoon, when he goes to Kaiyun, will you send someone to follow him, or shall I? Shaking his head, Chen Tao responded. I came to inform you of this. From now on, the Criminal Investigation Team and the Serious Crimes Unit will cease all surveillance on Yang Ning. Why is that? Lin Xiaoxiao questioned. Perplexed, is the Bureau starting to give up in the face of an inability to find evidence? Chen Tao lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a long plume of smoke, stating, you could interpret it that way, but I must inform you that someone from above is exerting influence. From above? Yes, someone is safeguarding Yang Ning. PFF. What are you laughing at? I find it amusing that even without protection, what could you truly do to Yang Ning? Chen Tao remained silent as he reached out to a small boy who had scampered over, lifting him into his arms and asking, where have you been playing? The boy, enjoying a popsicle, proudly displayed a chubby doll tied to his wrist with a red string, exclaiming, Daddy, look at my little person. Chen Tao smiled gently, pinching the boy's cheek with affection, his face radiating warmth. That afternoon, a flight departing from Zhongzhou landed in Cang'er City. Upon stepping out of the cabin, Yang Ning felt the sea breeze wafting in from the Songhai. He retrieved a piece of tortoise shell, colloquially known as a turtle shell, from his cloth bag. Gently tossing a few coins in his left hand, he balanced the shell on a finger of his right hand, murmuring incantations. Turtle, turtle, reveal to me. Where lies my good fortune? Suddenly, the turtle shell on his finger tilted slightly, its head pointing towards the northwest. After exiting the airport, Yang Ning hailed a taxi and instructed the driver, head towards the northwest. The driver cast a puzzled glance at Yang Ning, perceiving the turtle shell as merely a sign of youthful whimsy, and said nothing as he drove off in the indicated direction. Quickly, they left the city of Cang'er behind. Gradually, the driver's gaze in the rearview mirror shifted as he noted the boy had spoken to the turtle shell 3 times during their journey. Not only that, but the driver also discovered that every time the boy finished speaking, the turtle shell in his hand would inexplicably spin around, ultimately always pointing in a fixed direction. Unable to contain his curiosity, the driver finally asked, Young man, what is this thing you have in your hand? Yang Ning shook his head and replied, It's nothing special, merely a lazy turtle for guidance. After speaking, Yang Ning inquired of the turtle shell once more, Wang Ba, where is my good fortune? As darkness began to descend, and the vehicle ventured into desolate, remote areas, the driver felt an increasing sense of unease and decided to activate the car radio. Latest report from Cang'er City. This morning, The police department dealt with a minor fire incident successfully. In the early hours, a Bentley accident occurred on Tiandong Road, preliminarily classified as a case of drunk driving. Progress has been made in the murder case at Zhengzhou Airport. The captured suspect, Huang, has confessed to the murder. It is reported that the victim was in a contractual relationship with the notorious white-clad blade woman from the previous day. Listening to the driver's words, Yang Ning could not help but straighten his posture. The vehicle continued northwest until it halted in a deserted, uninhabited town. In the dead of night, the town was devoid of any lights, resembling a ghost town. Gazing at the pitch-black street ahead and then at the incessantly spinning turtle shell in Yang Ning's hand, the driver, who had initially intended to say something, silently closed his mouth. Indeed, such a person arriving at such a place at this hour was rather fitting. Chapter 36. Brother, do you know where the hospital's morgue is located? Today, Lei Ming, the captain of the criminal investigation team in Cang'er City, was occupied all day. He participated in firefighting in the morning, was subsequently summoned to report on the situation, and after lunch, he engaged in the investigation of last night's Bentley case, followed by dealing with reporters. While picking at his box meal, Lei Ming asked Zhang Donglei, "Have you looked into the matter I asked you about?" Zhang Donglei, somewhat helpless, replied, "I did. The room that caught fire was Wang Zhang's dormitory." Lei Ming paused his chewing, asking seriously, "What were the results?" Zhang Donglei pointed to the table and said, "I tell you, Captain Lei, when it comes to food, nothing is more important. You should eat first." Lei Ming remained unmoved. Zhang Donglei forced a bitter smile and said, "You're overthinking it. Firstly, there was nothing in Wang Zhang's suitcase. And secondly, I consulted the deceased's parents this afternoon. His mother, while crying, disdainfully remarked that her precious son would never use such cheap, counterfeit Louis Vuitton. Nothing at all?" Lei Ming nearly spat out his food, exclaiming, "I helped him carry that thing in the morning. It was so heavy. Are you telling me it was empty?" Zhang Donglei shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Indeed, there is nothing at all. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he took the items within and transported them elsewhere. However, the family of the deceased has clearly stated that the Louis Vuitton suitcase does not belong to them. Shouldn't we then eliminate Lao Wang as a suspect?" Lei Ming hastened his pace as he consumed his meal, simultaneously declaring, "I'll summon Lao Wang shortly to inquire further. Tomorrow, perhaps. He has already finished work." "Finished work?" Lei Ming fixed his gaze on Zhang Donglei for a lengthy moment before abruptly asking, "Did he leave carrying a burlap sack?" Zhang Donglei casually responded, "He always dresses in that manner. The dormitory fire was intentional, designed to provide a legitimate reason for an early departure. The suitcase is empty because its contents have already been transferred to the burlap sack." "Old Zhang, can you believe it? A seemingly honest middle-aged man who has lingered in the police force for so many years has learned quite a bit." Zhang Donglei furrowed his brow, pondering, if that is the case, then why did he come to the station this morning? With a resounding clap on the table, Lei Ming exclaimed, "He never intended to come. It was our enthusiasm that brought him here. Initially, he mentioned going elsewhere. Yet when we drove him, he changed his mind." Zhang Donglei, awakening to the realization, suggested, "Then, shall we apprehend him?" Just then, Lei Ming's phone rang. "Hello, this is Lei Ming. Team Leader Lei, there's a homicide at 343, Donyang Street. A black car driver has been stabbed multiple times, but he is no longer in critical condition." "Understood." Hanging up the phone, Lei Ming beckoned to Zhang Donglei. "Let's set aside the matter of Wang Jiang for now. We must head to Donyang Street. There's a homicide." "All right." As they made their way to the parking lot, Lei Ming suddenly felt as though he had overlooked something. He then noticed officers preparing to respond to a call and casually inquired, "What is going on?" The two officers waved and replied, "Team Leader Lei, several parents have reported their children missing. We're going to check it out." "Oh, go ahead." Lei Ming pondered. What could he possibly have forgotten? It wasn't until he drove out of the precinct that it hit him. Zhang Donglei nodded. Yes. Check where he resides, and send someone to keep watch." With a long exhale, Lei Ming sighed. "No need. Let us hope that tonight in Cang'er, all remains peaceful." In the northwest of Cang'er City, in Tongli Town. This town once thrived due to its copper mines, but after the resources were depleted, the town fell into decline. To this day, only a dozen or so households remained. At this moment, Yang Ning stood before the Seoul Hospital in Tongli Town. A small town with merely a handful of families could hardly sustain a hospital. Hence it had been abandoned for many years. The two crooked iron gates were covered in rust, appearing as if they could collapse at any moment. Yang Ning attempted to push open the iron gates, only to find his hands coated in rust. As the gates remained stubbornly shut, Though merely a dilapidated iron door, it now exhibited an unexpected resilience before Yongning. Am I not welcome? I am a rather reserved individual, possessing little else of note. When visiting others' homes, I prefer to scale the walls rather than enter through the front door and greet anyone. Engaging in soliloquy, Yongning circumnavigated to the side of the hospital, effortlessly surmounting the dilapidated wall that had stood in disrepair for many years. Upon landing, he found himself surrounded by weeds reaching halfway up to his torso, punctuated occasionally by the croaks of frogs and the chirps of insects. The sounds of frogs and insects. How dare these creatures revel in their own dominion? The temperament of whatever resides within must be exceedingly lenient. Yongning promptly retrieved the turtle shell from his bag, jabbing a finger at it as he inquired, "Are you quite certain you haven't misled me?" Alas, I am still too benevolent, unable even to utter a couple of harsh words. Curse it, the turtle shell trembled slightly. And Yongning, grumbling, ventured deeper into the hospital. The place he had scaled was a parking lot, and beyond it lay the outpatient building of the hospital. As he stood before the outpatient building, an inkling of trouble washed over him. He took out the turtle shell, addressing it, "Turtle, enlighten me." With a clang, the turtle shell leaped from Yongning's grasp, landing on the ground. He soon discerned that his destination lay below, in the morgue. Yet, where was the entrance to the morgue? Glancing around, he realized that although it was merely a town hospital, searching for it piecemeal would indeed consume a considerable amount of time. "Turtle, are there any living souls nearby?" With a clang, the turtle shell jumped in place. I meant on the ground. The turtle shell jumped again, this time indicating westward. Yongning promptly made his way in that direction, with the turtle shell clanging behind him. "That is the person I long for day and night, whom I cherish profoundly. How shall I express my feelings? Will she accept me?" In the stillness of the night, amidst the overgrown weeds of the abandoned hospital, there existed a patch that had been cleared of vegetation, meticulously tended to. There, a folding chair was positioned, and a man, seemingly around 30 years of age, sat upon it, cradling a guitar and singing with abandon. Clang, clang, immersed in the melody of his own voice, the man remained oblivious to the somewhat jarring sounds encroaching upon him. Gradually, he felt that his song grew ever more melodious, even moving him to the brink of tears. Ultimately, overwhelmed by emotion, he set down his guitar and wept. "Yet, that is the person I long for day and night, whom I cherish profoundly. How shall I express my feelings? Will she accept me?" The man stifled his sobs abruptly, realizing that he had ceased singing, yet the sweet strains of his song continued to resonate in his ears. Clang. The eerie sound sent his heart racing to his throat. Just as his fear intensified, the singing ceased, and a spectral voice emerged from behind him. "Brother, do you know where the morgue in this hospital is located?" Chapter 37. Eye to eye. "Is there someone in this cabinet?" Ah. The warmth emanating from his hand instilled a sense of reassurance in Lu Chao's heart. In a situation that would typically incite anger within Lu Chao, he found himself inexplicably devoid of rage when confronted by the boy before him. Instead, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him, as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. He patted his chest and exclaimed, "Brother, are you trying to scare me to death?" Yongning, with a hint of apology in his demeanor, replied, "I'm sorry. I'm not particularly adept at communicating with others." Lu Chao retorted with irritation, "Then what are you skilled at communicating with?" Yongning merely smiled in silence, wary of inflicting further distress upon Lu Chao. As Lu Chao began to gather his belongings, he admonished, "In the dead of night, in a place like this, refrain from making such jokes. What kind of place for the dead is that for you to venture into?" Yongning's eyes flickered with intrigue. "You know." Caught off guard, Lu Chao stared at the young man, his expression a mix of excitement and agitation. "What do I know? The place for the dead." Yongning pondered before saying, "I possess a rather strong curiosity and am drawn to things others might shy away from." Lu Chao, adopting a serious tone, cautioned, "Young man, I advise you against going, even in daylight. That place is exceedingly eerie." Yongning nodded. "All right, I shall not go. But do enlighten me as to where the entrance lies." Lu Chao hesitated, then replied. Yongning produced 200 yuan notes and said, "I offer you 200. Point me in the right direction." He added with a smirk, "Mind you, these are not spirit money." Lu Chao remained speechless. Moments later, they stood before an abandoned ward in the hospital's rear courtyard. Lu Chao gestured towards the edifice and stated, "The morgue of this hospital is located in the basement of Building 3. I was hospitalized here as a child, and adults often use this place to frighten me." As he spoke, He cast a sidelong glance at the turtle shell in Yang Ning's hand, and his expression subtly shifted. Young master, I strongly recommend you descend only during the day. Why is that? Yang Ning inquired with curiosity. Did something entertaining happen here? Just last month, I too was curious and wanted to explore. Initially, I intended to leave after arriving at the first basement level, but then I descended through the central staircase and found myself in the dimly lit corridor of the first basement. There, on the eastern side, near the staircase leading to the second basement, I saw someone beckoning me. I thought perhaps a scavenger resided below, so I approached to investigate. However, upon reaching the second basement, I discovered it was flooded and reeked terribly. It was utterly impossible for anyone to inhabit such a place. As Lu Chao recounted this, he visibly trembled, his complexion shifting as he continued. At that moment, I felt my spirit leave me. When I reached the first floor, I cast a glance down the central staircase. He then raised his gaze to meet Yang Ning's, adding, "To this day, no one believes what I am about to say next." Yang Ning coughed lightly. "Ahem, at this juncture, your suspense is quite tempting me to strike you." Lu Chao's eyes were rimmed with red, and he trembled as he uttered, I saw it. I saw a naked corpse. Its skin pale and swollen from being soaked, staring up at me through the gap in the staircase from 2 floors below. Our eyes met. Lu Chao fell silent, tears streaming down his face, his sobs echoing through the desolate hospital in the dead of night. After a long pause, he said, "I apologize for causing you to witness this." Wiping his tears away, he lifted his gaze, only to find that Yang Ning had vanished without a trace. In the abandoned third ward, on the first floor, Yang Ning slowly traversed the empty corridor, flanked by open patient rooms. He could discern at a glance that the floor offered little of interest. Merely checking out of habit, without a moment's hesitation, he made his way from the western end of the corridor to the eastern end and descended to the basement level. The air here was noticeably staler than above, laced with a faint odor of decay. It was already night, and being underground, even the first basement level was shrouded in darkness, where one could scarcely see a hand in front of their face. Yang Ning retrieved a candle from his bag and lit it, illuminating a radius of about a meter around him. As he walked through the basement, Yang Ning noticed that most of the rooms were closed, with occasional water stains visible on the floor. In the center lay a vast, empty hall, lined with rows of cabinets. Suddenly, as Yang Ning reached the hall, a loud crash resonated from one of the cabinets not far away. In the eerie silence of the underground hall, the sound was jarringly piercing. Yang Ning remained unfazed. He steadied the candle and moved slowly through the hall, observing that the water stains on the floor were notably more abundant. With some cabinet doors ajar, while others remained shut, standing before an open cabinet door, he leaned in closer, catching a whiff of a pungent odor emanating from within. A faint smile graced his lips as he whispered, "Is there anyone in this cabinet? There is someone in this cabinet. Someone." With a gentle tap on the cabinet, he proceeded to the second one. Employing the same motion, the same smile, he inquired once more, "Is there anyone in this cabinet? There is someone in this cabinet. Someone." The silence was stifling. Yang Ning was an introverted, shy individual, socially anxious. The absence of noise only heightened his delight. With a swift motion, he yanked open the second cabinet door, revealing it to be entirely empty. Unfazed, his smile widened as he continued to the next cabinet. Gliding his hand across the dusty cabinet door, Yang Ning noticed that this particular cabinet was tightly shut. Yet it trembled slightly as if alive. He repeated his previous approach, leaning closer and asking in a chilling tone, "Is there anyone in this cabinet?" After posing the question, he casually tugged at the door, then extinguished the candle in his hand, a peculiar smile lingering on his face as he melted into the shadows of the hall. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In the pitch-black darkness, where one could scarcely see a hand before their face, an inexplicable liquid dripped from the cabinet, pooling on the floor to form small, dark stains. Suddenly, with a faint creak, the cabinet door trembled slightly and opened quietly from within. A face, pale and swollen from water exposure, slowly emerged. Chapter 38. I, the heir of the Spirit Gate, have my principles. With a resounding thud, a damp and bloated corpse tumbled out from the cabinet, glancing around the pitch-black hall in a state of disarray before it began to shuffle forward. Following its departure, a second cabinet soon creaked open, releasing another pallid body that staggered step by step into the gloom. The third, fourth, and fifth corpses followed suit, one after another emerging from the cabinets in the hall, trailing after the first as they descended the staircase on the east side of the floor. The last corpse to leave moved at a slower pace, casting a glance back at the empty hall before its icy form shuddered violently. prompting it to hasten away. Once all the corpses had departed, a clanking sound reverberated as Yang Ning emerged from the shadows, dragging a heavy iron chain behind him. The other end of the chain was fastened to a towering corpse. Yet, at this moment, this figure, distinctly larger than Yang Ning, could only kneel on the ground, crawling forward inch by inch in accordance with Yang Ning's steps. That it emitted low, guttural growls, with an unknown liquid dripping from its body. Reeking of a pungent odor, Yang Ning glanced around before approaching a dust-covered chair and softly inquired, "Where is my breeze?" Suddenly, a gust of air surged through the confined underground space, and in the next moment, the once dusty chair appeared immaculate. Pulling on the iron chain, he drew the towering corpse closer, settling into the chair while gazing down at the kneeling figure, chuckling, "I possess a gentle breeze that can cleanse away all dust." With a forceful tug on the chain, he reeled the corpse nearer, observing its features, now blurred from water exposure, and catching the whiff of its rotting stench mingled with the acrid smell of expired formaldehyde. Yang Ning grinned and asked, "Do you wish for something?" The corpse seemed to be gripped by sheer terror, struggling to retreat. However, with a sudden jerk, the chain tightened around its neck, and Yang Ning pulled it back before him once again, stating with a smile, "As a disciple of the spirit gate, I find the sight of decaying corpses utterly repulsive. That in contrast, I prefer the souls that wander freely after shedding their corporeal bonds. But I must confess, I am a kind-hearted person that I would never initiate harm upon another, provided that individual poses no threat to me. However, since you have caused me harm, do not be surprised when I reciprocate. Do you understand?" The chained corpse nodded frantically, nearly shaking its already decaying neck off. Yang Ning then relaxed his grip on the chain slightly and pointed to the ground, asking, "Tell me, do you creatures revel in such festivities every night?" The corpse nodded vigorously, splattering expired formaldehyde solution everywhere, yet miraculously avoiding Yang Ning. Yang Ning inquired once more, "Have you imprisoned a few living souls down there?" The corpse nodded frantically in response. Clang! Yang Ning abruptly yanked the iron chain, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he exclaimed, Well, you certainly possess audacity. Are the dead not sufficient for your amusement, and now you seek to toy with the living?" Wails of despair echoed as the corpse trembled uncontrollably, shaking its head and waving its hands, seemingly terrified of being misunderstood by Yang Ning. Observing this, Yang Ning found himself at a loss as well. With his formidable abilities to entrap souls, transform spirits into phantoms, and create the extraordinary from nothing, he could conjure countless variations from a single soul. Yet, he was at an impasse when it came to conversing with this lifeless body. Contemplating this, Yang Ning fixed his gaze upon the corpse and queried, "Might I suggest, for the sake of our communication, that I elevate you?" The corpse suddenly froze, and its pallid, murky eyes seemed to flicker with a glimmer of consciousness, its decaying hands clasping together in a desperate plea towards Yang Ning. Yang Ning scrutinized the corpse from head to toe and remarked with a smirk, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Just look at the foul stench emanating from you. It's quite unsanitary, isn't it? Don't you desire a cleaner vessel? One that allows for bathing and the enjoyment of sustenance." The corpse was momentarily taken aback. In all its years of existence as a corpse, it had never before heard that the deceased could bathe or partake in food. Observing the corpse's stupefied expression, Yang Ning decisively stated, "Ah, it seems you are intrigued. Thus, I shall make the decision for you." With that, his expression shifted subtly, and he softly uttered, "Flame." Boom! Crimson flames erupted from the corpse, consuming it entirely within mere seconds, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. Aside from peach blossoms, thunder, and gentle breezes, I also command the element of fire. Yang Ning extended his hand to grasp the drifting ashes, scattering them forcefully until they dissolved completely. Next, he retrieved a paper lantern from the bag slung over his shoulder, igniting it and placing it before him. He performed several hand seals, then waved his hand over the flame of the lantern, causing a tendril of black mist to coil around it. Yang Ning regarded the swirling black mist and inquired, "What kind of vessel do you desire? Ceramic, straw, fabric, leather?" The black mist danced around the flame. Yang Ning furrowed his brow. "What made you consider such materials? It's not out of the question." But the mist pulsated once more. Yang Ning's smile faltered in that instant. This young man, who always bore a smile while playing horror games with Zhang Wen and Su Hu, found his composure shattered by the presence of this black mist. The mist continued to writhe. Yang Ning, suppressing his frustration, articulated each word clearly. "Firstly, I I do not deal in adult merchandise. Secondly, I am a spiritual conjurer, a legitimate heir of the spirit world. While we may not belong to esteemed sects like the Buddhist or Taoist schools, we still uphold certain principles that I cannot, under any circumstances, forge a deceased soul into a lifelike adult toy to be sold to others. Understand, the last 3 words, understand, were nearly ground out between clenched teeth. The black mist immediately sagged in response, and Yang Ning's countenance turned icy. Big Head. That's a fine nickname. From now on, you shall be known as Big Head. With the paper lantern in hand, Yang Ning proceeded towards the eastern staircase of this level. Upon reaching the staircase, he set the paper lantern aside and descended alone to the second basement level. The layout of this floor was similar to the one above, albeit with an increased presence of water stains on the ground and a more pungent odor permeating the air, yet no corpses were in sight. Yang Ning pressed onward, arriving at the third basement level. The floor was covered with an unidentifiable liquid that could easily seep over the heels of his shoes. The acrid scent of expired formaldehyde was so overpowering it nearly brought tears to his eyes. In the pitch darkness, it seemed as though putrid, decaying figures were leaping about. According to Lu Chao's prior account, this third basement was indeed the true mortuary. Chapter 39, A Feast of the Dead. The Revelry of Corpses. 1. With a soft patter, Yang Ning gently lifted his foot, each step stirring up small patches of water. He understood that the stains on the floor were remnants of the expired, deteriorated formaldehyde solution, primarily used to preserve corpses and prevent decomposition. The sheer volume of such liquid on the ground suggested an abundance of restless bodies in this level. As he descended the staircase, the darkness deepened the further he ventured inward, until he could see nothing at all, prompting Yang Ning to halt. From the cloth bag slung over his shoulder, he retrieved a small doll resembling a boy with crimson eyes, closed his own eyes, and murmured softly, "Tong Tong, lend me your spear." At this moment, every lid of the tranquil cabinets in the room had been thrown open, emanating a noxious stench. A cursory glance revealed that this modestly sized chamber was devoid of any occupants. However, Yang Ning stood in the center of the room, turning about, before crouching down to peer into the lowest section of a metal rack. There lay a corpse, pallid and nearly decomposed, drawing breath from a rosy-cheeked boy, continuously inhaling from his mouth. With each breath the corpse took, its decaying flesh visibly rejuvenated, while the boy's vitality waned, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. Suddenly, the corpse, inhaling sharply, trembled violently, slowly turning its head to behold Yang Ning's cultured visage, which was fixed in a disconcerting smile. Instantly, an expression of sheer terror flickered in the dim, lifeless eyes of the corpse, which had rotted almost halfway. Yang Ning gestured with one hand, attempting to instill calm. Yet the corpse showed no sign of tranquility, thrashing its limbs frantically in the foul puddle on the floor. Observing this spectacle, Yang Ning nodded slightly. In the next moment, his smile widened, and he unexpectedly reached out toward the corpse. The creature, huddled in the corner, jolted as if struck by lightning, frantically attempting to burrow deeper into the recesses of the rack. Yang Ning's first grasp met with nothing. It was intentional. He swiftly raised his hand for a second attempt, then a third and a fourth. Each time he reached, the hidden corpse quivered like a startled quail, desperately trying to burrow into the corner. Yet the space beneath the metal rack was limited, offering no refuge for its frantic efforts. Yang Ning appeared increasingly elated, reveling in this macabre game of cat and mouse. Finally, he stealthily extracted a tranquil cabinet from the rack, positioning himself on the panel above, locating the exact spot where the zombie lay concealed, and gently crawled forward, inching his head closer. The corpse hidden below suddenly sensed an eerie silence enveloping its surroundings that it was so quiet that not a sound could be heard. Gradually, it moved its decaying limbs to peer outside. Finding no sign of disturbance, the corpse then heard faint scraping sounds emanating from above. It raised its head, and, through the narrow gap in the panel, beheld those eyes that had instilled such dread, along with the ever-smiling cultured visage, separated by a wooden barrier less than a centimeter thick. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Ning slammed his hand against the panel, unleashing a fierce shout. The corpse beneath the panel trembled violently, emitting low growls that grew increasingly frantic. Yang Ning yanked open the wooden barrier, made a mocking face at the corpse, and reached out toward it. At the very moment Yang Ning's hand was about to grasp the corpse, all movement ceased. The entire body slumped lifelessly to the floor, motionless. Yang Ning was momentarily taken aback. His enthusiasm extinguished on the spot. The shock had rendered the corpse lifeless. With a swift motion, Yang Ning drew the boy upwards. Producing a candle which he ignited, his fingertips brushed against the flickering flame, grazing the tendrils of dark smoke that spiraled upwards from the lifeless body, before ultimately pressing against the boy's brow. Instantly, the boy's complexion visibly brightened with a flush of color. Meanwhile, Yang Ning gathered his belongings, grasping the fire axe as he proceeded towards the next chamber. Is there anyone in this room? Even the deceased count. This chamber, with its door ajar, revealed itself to be empty after a brief inspection, leading Yang Ning to move on to the next room. Is there anyone in here? Even the deceased count. The door to this room was locked from within. Given the previous instance of rudeness that had startled the corpse to death, Yang Ning knocked politely on the door. A subtle smile graced his lips as he remarked, that is rather impolite. Gripping the fire axe firmly, he stepped back before delivering a powerful strike to the door lock. Crack! With a single swing, the lock shattered, and the door swung open. Behind it lay a pale, emaciated girl, quietly resting in a cabinet, while beside her, a corpse with indistinct features pressed its green tongue against its lips, as if just having indulged in a feast. The corpse trembled and recoiled slightly, before suddenly lunging towards Yang Ning. Bang! Splatter! Clatter! Yang Ning observed this scene without flinching, his gaze fixed on the corpse as he was about to depart. He turned once more toward the interior and added, "It is dark outside, and there are legends of a ghost in red who will strangle you by the neck. If there is nothing pressing, it would be wise to remain indoors." The silence within was palpable, eerie in its stillness. Subsequently, Yang Ning traversed two ajar doors and arrived before the final locked door of the mortuary. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Is there anyone in this room? Even the deceased count?" A series of thuds resonated from within. It appears the occupant is quite eager to welcome me inside. Yang Ning aimed his axe at the door lock and struck forcefully, resulting in a resounding crack as the door swung open. Before him knelt a corpse, incessantly bowing in the direction of the entrance. Where Yang Ning stood wielding the fire axe, it was evident that this corpse was earnest in its gestures, having battered its nearly decayed skull in the process. As it continued to bow, it stammered and pointed towards the previously unopened room, seemingly desperate to convey something. Yang Ning wrinkled his brow and remarked, "Firstly, I am one who deals with souls, and I find it difficult to decipher what you, in your state of decay, wish to communicate. Yet, from your body language, I can surmise that you, like the occupant of the locked room, pose no threat to the living, correct?" Bang! 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 The corpse redoubled its bowing, and Yang Ning could even hear the sound of its skull cracking. "I believe you," he replied with a smile, "but alas, having already entered, I cannot leave you behind. While you may not have harmed the living recently, you have done so in the past." With a heavy thud, the corpse's head struck the ground, trembling uncontrollably, frozen in place. Yang Ning, axe in hand, declared, "However, considering your relatively contrite demeanor, I shall spare you from corporeal suffering." The kneeling corpse trembled violently, slowly raising its head to deliver one final, deliberate bow to Yang Ning. He chuckled, "No need for thanks. Flames can wait. I've already utilized them twice today. Let me ponder." The corpse remained silent. I've got it." Yang Ning held the fire axe aloft, its blade poised delicately above the corpse's head. "I am imbued with frost, capable of freezing the wickedness of this world." I shard. With a resounding crack, the corpse began to transform, starting from its limbs, until within a second, it had entirely morphed into a crystalline ice sculpture of a human form. Truly a satisfying masterpiece. Next, Yang Ning gently tapped the blade against the ice sculpture, resulting in a cacophony of shattering ice as it disintegrated into a flurry of pristine shards. That moment. Behind him, a ghost clad in blood-red attire, Zhang Wan, shuddered. Yang Ning, having stepped outside, gazed upon the weathered three red characters inscribed on the double doors of the mortuary, smiling as he remarked, "A perfect work of art deserves to be obliterated." To Yang Ning's astonishment, he unexpectedly heard a raucous, lively melody emanating from behind the door. With a look of sheer surprise, he leaned closer to the crack of the door, straining to listen intently. After a prolonged moment, Yang Ning could hardly believe his ears as he chuckled in disbelief. "These corpses, they're actually throwing a party." Stepping back a couple of paces, armed with a fire axe, he began to dance to the enigmatic rhythm of the music resonating from beyond the door. Suddenly, with a clatter, the lock of the morgue door fell to the ground. The door swung open, revealing a dazzling array of colorful lights pulsating wildly, accompanied by a heart-thumping, electrifying beat that reverberated through his very being, mingling with the overpowering, almost suffocating scent of pungent formaldehyde. Before his eyes lay a scene of frenzied corpses writhing in unrestrained motion. In the distance, he even spotted a stage where several heavily made-up female corpses were striking provocative poses. Yang Ning was utterly astounded. He could not comprehend it. He was overwhelmed with shock in that moment. He yearned to excavate his ancient, immortal master from the earth and pose a singular question. Old man, have you ever witnessed the dead dancing the night away? Wait, that was incorrect. Yang Ning suddenly recalled that his master had already been summoned with the soul lantern, rendering any excavation unnecessary. After rummaging through the bag slung over his shoulder, he finally unearthed the candle that belonged to his master. Lighting it, Yang Ning raised the candle toward the chaotic throng of dancing corpses before him, exclaiming, "Old man, look, did you not always express a desire to witness the grand revelry of the underworld? Today, it has arrived." As the candle flickered, an elderly figure with a face etched in deep, gnarled wrinkles stared in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. With a candle in one hand and an axe in the other, Yang Ning swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, inching closer to the stage. Suddenly, bang, a corpse that was singing, dancing, and rapping collided with him. The corpse uttered a series of muffled sounds, and Yang Ning, unable to decipher its meaning, assumed it was merely apologetic. With a slight smile, he reassured the corpse, "No worries, after all, we're all dead here. Just be more cautious in your next life." With that, he swung his axe in a single fluid motion toward the corpse. Bop, bop. The rhythm continued unabated, as if the other corpses around him were entirely oblivious to this unfolding scene. They danced on, swayed, and reveled, seemingly unaware that amidst this festivity of the deceased, a living soul had intruded. Chapter 41. Come, I shall lead you out. I in the city of Cang'er, district of Tiandong, under the cloak of night. A group of anxious parents surrounded two police officers, each bearing a look of deep concern. "Please, remain calm. Take your time, one at a time. You, sir, please begin. What is your child's name?" One officer endeavored to maintain order as the other began to take down the records. Addressing each parent in turn, "My child's name is Li Hao. A boy, tall and wearing glasses, Zhang Qing. A girl, she is a classmate of Li Hao, just graduated from middle school this year. My child is Chen Wenwen. Also a girl, a classmate of theirs. She mentioned going out to play yesterday afternoon, and then she just vanished. The name of my home is Soon." Two officers completed their documentation, and one of them summarized. There are a total of 10 children, all classmates from the same school, who have just finished their entrance exams this year. They had promised to go out for some fun, but have since disappeared without a trace. The other officer nodded and remarked, 10 individuals are, in fact, easier to locate. Let us first investigate the nearby surveillance footage. Excellent. The whereabouts of the 10 children are relatively easy to track, and within a short time, the two officers managed to discern the movements of the 10 middle school students from the local cameras. They took 3 taxis together, leaving the city by tracing the taxi license plates. The officers contacted the 3 drivers, who informed them that the group had headed to Tongli town, located in the northwest of the city. "Tongli?" one officer questioned, puzzled. "There aren't many people there. What could they possibly want?" The other, slightly older officer shrugged and replied, "Today's youth simply crave a thrill. Let us proceed to Tongli." The younger officer hesitated and said, "Just the 2 of us? What else? We'll go check the situation. If we can't find anyone, we can call for backup." Oh, what does it feel like to dance with a group of corpses?" Li Hao did not know. Zhang Qing did not know, nor did Chen Wenwen. But they were aware of what it felt like to watch a group of corpses dance at this moment. 8 middle school students huddled in a dark, damp corner of the morgue, gazing at a collection of bodies that should be lying quietly in wait for decay, now energetically bouncing and leaping to the pulsating dance music. The makeshift disco lights were dazzling and vibrant, illuminating the pale and rotting faces intermittently in the darkness with a spectrum of colors. The 8 middle schoolers were utterly terrified, each unable to contain their trembling. They longed to escape the cold, odoriferous stains on the floor beneath them, but the moment they dared to move, a corpse would rush towards them, howling and screaming. Those were indeed the dead. Their eyes were hollow and pale, their bodies reeking with a foul stench. some even adorned with decaying flesh. Most terrifying of all was the sudden spark of insatiable desire in their lifeless gazes, as if they could hardly wait to tear these little brats apart. Bite by bite, the very thought of those dead eyes upon them sent fresh shudders through the middle schoolers. When they first stumbled into this place, some of the boys had attempted to resist. But not only did they fail, they were dragged from the basement of the hospital all the way down to the lowest level by these corpses, reflecting on the past couple of days. Despair etched itself across the youthful faces of the students. Amidst the deafening music, one middle schooler quietly asked, "Can we still make it out alive?" The response came in the form of muffled sobs from his companions. Among them, a girl named Zhang Qing raised her head, her eyes reddened, as she gazed beyond the makeshift stage of the morgue, past the frenzied, writhing figures of the dead, towards the tightly shut door of the morgue. Previously, Zhang Qing had discreetly observed several times, only to find that the door remained steadfastly closed. This time, however, Zhang Qing's breath quickened as she beheld the astonishing sight of that door swinging open. Yet, in the next moment, despair enveloped her. She pondered, what difference did it make if the door was ajar? How could she possibly navigate past so many corpses? Suddenly, amidst dazzling beams of light, Zhang Qing caught sight of a gleaming axe. Rhythmically swaying to the music that a resplendent ray illuminated the figure wielding the axe, a seemingly refined corpse. Zhang Qing instantly noticed what set this corpse apart from the others. He was clad in clothing and, quite strikingly, handsome. For a prolonged moment, Zhang Qing gazed at the dapper, composed figure with the axe, realizing he exhibited an air of dominance. Whenever another corpse dared to brush against him, he would swiftly retaliate with a flurry of axe strikes until he reduced the unfortunate soul to mere fragments. Strangely, watching the corpse wield the axe with such fervor filled Zhang Qing with a sense of vindication. At that moment, Chen Wenwen, standing nearby, called out to her twice. "Qing, Qing, that I think I'm seeing things?" Zhang Qing, transfixed by the elegant corpse dancing to the music, inquired, "What is it?" Chen Wenwen's voice brimmed with incredulity. "I believe I spotted a living person among that crowd of corpses, and he was quite handsome." Zhang Qing, Sumyu Chapter 42. Similarly, they now found themselves gripped by fear. Yang Ning extended his hands towards a few middle school students huddled in the corner, terrified to the core. "Do not be afraid." A boy took hold of his left hand, while a girl grasped his right. Behind them, boys held on to boys, and girls held on to girls. "Follow me and do not fall behind." Observing Yang Ning's empty hands, Zhang Qing and Chen Wenwen appeared hesitant, as if they were on the verge of speaking. Yang Ning inquired, "Is there a problem?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qing reached out and took hold of Yang Ning's right hand, asking, "What about your weapon?" Chen Wenwen, holding Zhang Qing's hand, nodded in agreement and queried, "Yes, what about that axe you just used to eliminate someone?" Yang Ning replied, "When have I ever killed anyone? Do not speak recklessly, or I shall sue you for defamation." After saying this, he turned to a slender boy wearing glasses who was closest to him. The boy seemed utterly petrified, his face pale and trembling uncontrollably. Yang Ning frowned slightly, released Zhang Qing's hand, and crouched before the boy, lifting his eyelids to examine his pupils. Yang Ning then rushed into a corner, scrutinizing several quivering corpses before beckoning towards one of them with a finger. The middle school students soon realized that this was the very corpse that had often screamed at them. Now, facing Yang Ning, the corpse emitted a muffled wail. "Despera, I have heard it said that the deceased do not move." With a swift flick of his hand, he summoned forth a flickering flame that appeared out of thin air, igniting the hair of the bewildered boy. In that moment, Yang Ning blew gently at the flame, extinguishing it, as a plume of black smoke surged into the boy's body. Instantly, the boy's gaze became noticeably clearer, as if clarity was returning to his very being. Within mere moments, he regained control over his own body. With a clang, Yang Ning cast aside the fire axe and addressed the others, saying, "You may turn around now." He then extended his hands towards the children once more, saying, "Come, boys, take my left hand, and girls, take my right." The boy, newly restored to his faculties, and Zhang Qing were the first to respond, each taking hold of Yang Ning's hands. The other boys and girls followed suit, grasping the hands of the classmates before them. Once everyone was linked, Yang Ning instructed the 8 middle school students, "As we make our way out, under no circumstances should you let go of each other's hands. As long as you hold on tight, those entities will not dare to harm you. Do you understand?" The 8 students nodded tremulously in agreement. Yang Ning turned and led the 2 lines of boys and girls step by step towards the door of the mortuary. A bizarre scene unfolded. The deafening melody within the mortuary continued unabated, the dark space illuminated by flickering lights, while the dancing corpses swayed with abandon, their decaying forms undulating rhythmically. Yet, wherever Yang Ning tread, the dead would part, creating a path for him. With one hand grasping the boy's hand and the other holding Zhang Qing's, the boy held onto the one behind him, and Zhang Qing grasped Chen Wenwen's hand behind her. Remarkably, Yang Ning led the 8 boys and girls from the innermost depths of the mortuary to the center of the dance floor. At that moment, they stood as the focal point, surrounded by frantically dancing corpses. The 8 children, hands clasped, bowed their heads, huddled together, trembling in fear behind Yang Ning, who, despite his unassuming stature, provided an overwhelming sense of security. Holding the hands of the 2 children behind him, Yang Ning pressed onward. With each step, the throng of corpses parted like waves. With 2 more steps, only a few scattered figures swayed in place as they approached the door marked with the sign of the mortuary. 3 steps. The children behind Yang Ning were gripped with terror, yet before him lay a clear passage. Just as Yang Ning continued his advance, suddenly, the music in the dark mortuary ceased, the once flickering colored lights extinguished, transforming into a bright white light that illuminated the entire mortuary as if it were midday. In an instant, all the corpses, previously absorbed in the pulsating rhythm, came to a halt. They twitched, some decayed, others bearing a remnant of their noses, slowly turning to face Yang Ning. Gradually, all I can no longer endure. My legs have grown weak. Ching ching, it seems I can no longer hold your hand. It is so slippery. Yang Ning gazed forward, a serene smile gracing his lips as he said, "Do not let go." With that, he took another step forward. The encroaching horde of corpses did not retreat this time. Yang Ning, continue onward. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the throng of the deceased, as those who had steadfastly blocked Yang Ning's path momentarily scattered. Yet Yang Ning continued to advance steadily. Behind him, the boldest among them, Zhang Qing, glanced upward in disbelief and asked, "Why are they parting ways?" Yang Ning replied with a smile, "If you saw the dead approaching you, would you not step aside?" Without hesitation, Zhang Qing nodded vigorously. "Of course. I am terrified." Yang Ning maintained his steady pace, a smile upon his face as he softly remarked, in the same vein, "They too are frightened now." Chapter 43. The Painless Rite of Passage for the Dead. MMM. Yang Ning's words seemed to incite considerable fury among the undead, who gnashed their teeth and clawed at the air. Some corpses advanced menacingly toward the middle school students trailing behind Yang Ning, one even grasping the leg of the last girl with its decaying hand. Ah! In her abject terror, the girl's voice became a hoarse cry, utterly inhuman. Yang Ning, who had been moving forward step by step, suddenly halted, smiling as he said, "Is it not better to behave like a proper corpse?" With that, he grasped the hands of the boys and girls behind him, applying a gentle pressure. A surge of warmth emanated from Yang Ning's hands, flowing back through the interconnected hands of the students. Zzz. Suddenly, the girl, who had felt the icy grip of the corpse on her leg, experienced an unexpected relief. The chilling sensation vanished. Yang Ning continued onward, the trembling boys and girls following closely behind. With the previous experience of the corpse in mind, no other undead dared to trouble the children following Yang Ning this time. Thus, Yang Ning led the 8 middle school students through the crowded mortuary. Finally arriving before the grand entrance, the slightly ajar doors swung open automatically upon Yang Ning's arrival, and at last he guided the 8 children away from that chaotic realm of dancing corpses. However, the deceased within the mortuary appeared exceedingly unwilling to let go, clustering together, either standing or crawling, trailing closely behind Yang Ning and his companions. Even a live female corpse descended from the ceiling, making her way toward them. All the undead turned their greedy gazes upon the children following Yang Ning, their previously dull and lifeless eyes now alight with avarice. Yang Ning smiled gently and instructed, "Stay at the back and hold your companions' hands." The 2 children promptly complied. They were now a complete set of 10. At this moment, Yang Ning released the hands of the 2 middle school students he had been holding, slightly turning to gaze back, his eyes traversing the trembling forms of the 10 children, landing upon the throng of corpses surging through the doorway of the mortuary. Instantly, a hint of pathological cruelty surfaced in his seemingly warm and tranquil smile. "It is safe ahead. You may proceed." The 10 children froze in place, shivering in fear, not daring to move an inch. Yet Yang Ning once again declared, "I say, it's safe ahead. You may proceed." the leading boy and Zhang Qing were suddenly jolted, and they swiftly darted away from Yang Ning, one to the left and the other to the right. As they took off, the younger children behind them promptly reacted, each one scurrying past Yang Ning in a flurry. However, with each passing child, a resounding clap echoed, followed by a sharp, stinging sensation on their arms. It felt as though a pair of frigid little hands had struck their arms with force upon glancing down. Nearly all the children noticed a dark, bruised handprint adorning their arms. Only one girl was an exception. Chen Wenwen. She felt a plump, icy hand not on her arm, but rather upon her bottom, just as Chen Wenwen registered the sensation of being struck. A subtle twitch appeared at the corner of Yang Ning's mouth. Sun Daping, that lecherous fool. No, more accurately, that despicable scoundrel. As these 10 children reached the staircase corridor, a chilling, ethereal voice echoed beside them. The handprint on your arms will accompany you throughout your lives. I hope you remember this lesson during your long journey ahead. Do not venture to such places again. Otherwise, next time, there may not be anyone to rescue you. The 10 children turned their heads, only to behold a figure clad in a blood-red garment, hair cascading down, silently standing at the staircase's bend. The children wailed in unison, "We remember, we shall not return. Please let us go. We will never play such games again." Just now, someone struck my bottom. Several children burst into tears, but when they wiped their eyes and glanced back at the staircase, the figure in the blood-red attire had vanished. In an instant, the children, still weeping, hurriedly rushed upstairs. As the last girl exited the building, Yang Ning, having remained in place with his body slightly turned to face the crowded morgue filled with the deceased. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seized a pale, plump boy whose abdomen had been sliced open, intestines spilling forth. Yang Ning tilted his head slightly, gazing at him. "Sun Daping, do you comprehend the nature of your recent actions?" The chubby ghost blinked in confusion. "What actions?" Yang Ning furrowed his brow. "That was lewd behavior. Do you understand the meaning of lewd?" The chubby ghost protested, limbs hanging limply. "She's 14, just graduated from middle school, that I'm 7, in the first grade." Who, upon uttering these words, he cast the charred figure of Sun Dapeo behind him. The tearful little black chubby figure vanished halfway through its flight, while Yame, cradling her head with one hand, also concealed herself. Yang Ning turned and took a step towards the mortuary, smiling as he remarked, "Just now, it seemed you were quite eager to draw closer to me." As he advanced, the mass of corpses recoiled in sheer panic. Yang Ning flexed his neck and limbs, chuckling, "Where is my axe? Who will deliver it to me? I shall reward it with a painless farewell ceremony." Clang. Soon, a crisp sound resonated within the mortuary as one corpse, amidst the fray of the others, fiercely protected Yang Ning's axe and brought it forth. Yang Ning nodded in satisfaction and said with a grin, "Good, you may rest in peace now. Fire." Boom. The corpse that had delivered the axe instantly disintegrated into ashes. Yang Ning, axe in hand, strode forward with a sinister smile into the depths of the mortuary. In that moment, the corpses within erupted in a cacophony of terror. Half an hour later, Yang Ning emerged, a look of contentment gracing his face as he wielded the axe. Gazing up at the starlit sky, he sighed, "Ah, how delightful. If only a game were to commence now, it would be even more pleasurable." With that, he turned around, and in the direction he had come from, a figure clad in blood red stood silently. Beside this figure, Lu Chao trembled uncontrollably, his legs quaking with fear. A foul-smelling liquid dripped incessantly from his trousers. Chapter 44. Before me lies the night, behind me a sea of flames, beneath my feet the path of mortals. Having just engaged in a vigorous bout, Yang Ning felt utterly invigorated. He approached Lu Chao, the axe dripping with cadaverous oil, and mused, "I find myself pondering, what sort of person, after being frightened by the dead, would still willingly come here at night to strum a guitar and sing? TSK, do enlighten me. Individuals like you are a rare breed. Should you not exercise a degree of humility, you indulge in necromancy, which may be a mere quirk of character." But Yang Ning raised the blade of his axe, smeared with corpse oil and reeking of decay, to Lu Chao's chin. "Do you provoke the living with the dead?" Ignoring Lu Chao's pallid visage and trembling form, Yang Ning produced his yellowed tome and opened it. The night breeze rustled, causing the pages to flutter rapidly. Each page was adorned with monochrome figures, but only on the latest page did 12 colorful figures appear. Yang Ning circled Lu Chao slowly, explaining, "This is called the Fate Book. Each colorful figure represents a benevolent connection. Each faded figure signifies a malevolent connection I have neutralized with my benevolence. In our spiritual teachings, we emphasize the interconnectedness of all living beings. And the significance of fate is paramount. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia crept into Yang Ning's tone, and he lamented, "There exists an old wretch who disbelieves. He forges only malevolent ties, never benevolent ones. And now that old wretch finds himself unable to seek life or death. However, there are only 10 children below, and I was initially curious, wondering if I had miscalculated, but now I comprehend." Yang Ning hoisted the axe back onto his shoulder, gazing at Lu Chao, who wore a visage of profound sorrow. Generally speaking, even if a person is deeply malevolent, killing them would still forge a malevolent connection. After that old wretch, you are the second individual capable of achieving such a feat. To nourish the dead with the living, I shall reluctantly classify you as a person that in comparison to you. Those who harvest organs or traffic children seem almost normal, at least they seek monetary gain. Tell me, what exactly do you seek? Yang Ning stepped in front of Lu Chao, fixing his gaze upon his eyes and inquiring, "Pray tell, what do you gain from nurturing such multitudes of the deceased?" A ghastly smile suddenly flickered across Lu Chao's pallid face as he regarded Yang Ning, stating, "The dead possess no convoluted motives. They are easily satisfied and bring me joy." Upon uttering the words "bring me joy," Yang Ning's expression subtly shifted. He took a step back, casting a glance at a certain spot on Lu Chao's body, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is it truly possible?" "Ha!" Lu Chao erupted into an eerie fit of laughter, his face glistening as if he had just emerged from water. Initially, there was slight discomfort, but one grows accustomed to it, and the psychological fulfillment is immensely gratifying. Yang Ning felt a slight wave of nausea. Since completing his training, he had not experienced such sensations for many years. Suppressing his discomfort, he forced a smile towards Lu Chao, stating, "Excellent. Very well. For so many years, I have been the one to feign prowess before others. This time, you have succeeded in showcasing your own before me. Bravo. I must inquire, which sect do you belong to?" Lu Chao trembled suddenly, bowing his head and sealing his lips, remaining utterly silent. Observing this, Yang Ning felt a modicum of relief. His trademark smile gradually returned. "You startled me. I thought you feared nothing." At this juncture, Yang Ning produced the turtle shell intended for divination, along with several copper coins and stones. Upon witnessing Yang Ning's preparation, Lu Chao became agitated, exclaiming, No, my affairs are my own, unrelated to my master. Great One, Venerable Elder, I beseech you, do not harm the others in my sect. I implore you, I alone shall bear the consequences of my actions." Yang Ning lifted the turtle shell, questioning, "How can you bear the consequences alone? How many have you slain in this town? How many have you killed while nurturing corpses?" As he spoke, Yang Ning rummaged through his bag, astonishingly retrieving a calculator. He then proceeded to manipulate the turtle shell, copper coins, and stones while incessantly pressing buttons on the calculator. At a few minutes later, Yang Ning raised his head, presenting the calculator before Lu Chao, revealing a singular figure, 117. Gazing at that number, Lu Chao, already in a state of panic, felt as if struck by lightning, while Yang Ning's words sent shivers down his spine. The Dust Lake Corpse Sect. A branch of the Hakka Corpse Transporters. How is this possible? You possess celestial arithmetic. Lu Chao was filled with dread, staring incredulously at the refined youth before him. Yang Ning shook his head and replied, "No, I do not." He pulled out a doll resembling an ethereal old Taoist priest from his bag and waved it at Lu Chao, saying, "He does." Lu Chao stood in stunned silence for several seconds before asking in sheer terror, "How many of these do you have?" Yang Ning casually gestured, and a faint silhouette of a corpse appeared beside him, the very one he had previously collected. With a calm smile, he stated, "I possess a technique for summoning spirits. Theoretically, I could have countless spirit dolls." Lu Chao asked, "But what about in practice?" Yang Ning, putting away the doll and calculator, shrugged. "In reality, how could there be countless? Thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions. There must be a finite number. Wouldn't you agree? Billions?" Lu Chao was instantly terrified, his voice trembling. Yang Ning quickly reassured him, "I was merely using that as an example. There's no need to be so agitated." He then picked up the fire axe from the ground, smiled gently at Lu Chao, and said, "Rest assured, I'm not so idle as to seek trouble with your sect, provided they do not trouble me first. They ask for you." Yang Ning sniffed, smiling as he continued, "Shall we play a game? You do enjoy the company of the dead, don't you? Conveniently, I've left a few for you below. The game is named out well. Never mind the name. The rules are simple that I will send you to the morgue, where a few corpses you were once fond of will follow you relentlessly. You must keep moving. If you stop, those corpses will bite you. Fear not, your corpse controlling technique will absolutely fail down there. If you wish to converse with the dead, do so with the original, uncontrolled ones. Now that would be truly interesting. He continued. As for the conditions for victory, the police will arrive shortly. If you can hold out until then, you will have succeeded. Yang Ning's smile widened gradually. See, it's quite easy to achieve victory. I assent it. No. I don't want to play. I won't play, Lu Chao screamed, turning to flee, but he evidently forgot about the ghost Zhang Wen that had been lurking by his side. With a resounding slap, Zhang Wen's ghostly claw struck Lu Chao's face. Lu Chao felt darkness engulf him, and when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the damp, dimly lit infirmary on the third basement level. Surrounding him were several swaying corpses inching ever closer. Outside, Yang Ning casually tossed the fire axe into the infirmary building, preparing to leave, when suddenly he paused, furrowing his brow, and remarked, "You truly bring shame to the corpse transporters." In the depths of the third sublevel, Lu Chao found himself unable to escape even a single step, his legs buckling beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Instantly, the lifeless corpses surrounding him surged forward in a frenzied assault, tearing at his flesh with ravenous abandon. Within a mere minute, the once vibrant Lu Chao had been reduced to a quivering skeleton, sprawled upon the ground. Meanwhile, a dark mist coiled around Yang Ning's fingertips as he advanced a few steps. His back turned to the hospital building and spoke softly, flamed out in an instant. The entire structure of the hospital erupted in flames from top to bottom. At that moment, Yang Ning commanded once more, larger, with a thunderous roar. A towering inferno erupted from the ground, engulfing the hospital in its entirety, reducing the multi-storied edifice to mere ashes within seconds. Bathed in the fierce glow of the raging fire, Yang Ning strode forward, facing the endless night ahead, while behind him lay a tumultuous sea of flames. Beneath his feet stretched the path of mortals. Chapter 45. The dead wait upon him. In Cang'er City, Dongyang Street, two paramedics lifted a blood-soaked middle-aged man onto an ambulance. Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei stood nearby, taking notes from the victim's family. Zhang Donglei looked at a woman and inquired, "Are you saying that a man carrying a sack attempted to get into your vehicle, and when your husband refused, the man stabbed him?" The woman nodded rapidly, her face a mask of terror. Yes. That man looked utterly bizarre, his complexion as pale as death, with dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept in days. And he was drenched in sweat, as if possessed. Zhang Donglei probed further. What was he wearing? His upper body was clad in a once white shirt that had turned yellow with age, while he wore antiquated trousers and sandals on his feet. He had a slight hunch and was carrying a sack. As the woman's description unfolded, Zhang Donglei exchanged a glance with Lei Ming, who promptly retrieved a photograph from his phone to show the woman. "Is this him?" The woman immediately nodded fervently. Yes, that's the one. You must go and apprehend him." Lei Ming inhaled deeply. The image on his phone was that of Wang Jiang. Zhang Donglei suggested, "Should we issue a notice to apprehend him?" Lei Ming, feeling a surge of agitation, nodded. You'd think he was at least, employed there. How could he have transformed into this? Zhang Donglei lamented. Who knows, a perfectly normal person. Dingling. At that moment, Lei Ming's phone rang. As he glanced at the caller ID, a wave of unease washed over him. "Hello? What's the matter?" "Captain Lei, over here in Tongli." "What's with the hesitation? We have a fatality here. A building in an abandoned hospital has caught fire. The basement remains unscathed, but in the third sublevel, we discovered. Hold on a moment, Captain Lei." On the other end, Lei Ming could hear the sound of deep breaths, followed by the officer speaking rapidly. "In the third sublevel, we found a person who was literally bitten to death within the last hour. When we arrived, he was still alive, a mere skeleton adorned with flesh, convulsing as he lay there." Upon finishing his words, the officer over there seemed to have shed an immense psychological burden, beginning to gasp for air, while a dull thrum resonated in Lei Ming's mind. The latter, taken aback, remarked, "It must mean we have arrived." "Do you suspect him?" This lacks any foundation." Lei Ming pointed to his own forehead and said to Zhang Donglei, "I suspect Wang Jiang, but that too is unfounded." Half an hour later, in Tongli town, Lei Ming encountered the lifeless body of Lu Chao, Contrary to the grim descriptions provided by the officer over the phone, Lu Chao's body was at least still adorned with several chunks of flesh bearing bite marks. Following the previous incident involving a dismembered victim, the forensic expert, Sister Wang, from the Cang'er City police force, clearly exhibited a greater degree of composure this time. She removed her gloves and approached Lei Ming, stating, "The time of death does not exceed 2 hours. The causes of death are numerous: infection, excessive blood loss, excruciating pain, external bite injuries, and there are even traces of psychological trauma." "Bite injuries? Psychological trauma?" Lei Ming inquired. "Can you ascertain what creature inflicted the bites?" Without hesitation, Sister Wang replied. "A human." As she spoke, she produced a series of photographs to present to Lei Ming. The bite marks had already been documented. As for the psychological trauma I mentioned, you may observe the reflective light in the deceased's pupils. Lei Ming meticulously examined the bite marks before flipping to the pupil photographs that he scrutinized each one. In the first pupil photograph displayed a close-up of the deceased's face, where a noticeable chunk of flesh was absent. However, when focusing solely on the pupil, aside from a faint glimmer, there was nothing discernible. Turning to the second image, which provided a minor close-up of the deceased's eye, the lighting and angle rendered the specific reflection unclear. The third, fourth, and fifth images continued to display indistinct close-ups of the deceased's pupils. It was evident that the forensic expert had ardently attempted to capture the last scene witnessed by the deceased, yet had not succeeded due to the inadequacies of the photographic equipment. Finally, in the sixth close-up photograph of the deceased's pupil, Lei Ming distinctly saw the reflection of a pallid, decaying visage. At that moment, an officer beside him remarked, "Numerous dismembered bodies have been discovered in the basement. Judging by the wounds, it appears they were inflicted with the fire axe found in the basement, which is yet to be located." Zhang Donglei instinctively commented while gazing at the photographs in Lei Ming's hands. Could it be that the deceased was lying atop the corpse? Otherwise, why would he be face-to-face with a dead man? A pallor swept over Lei Ming's face as he pointed to a bright point of light in the deceased's pupil photograph. Saying, "Look at this," Zhang Donglei asked. "What?" Lei Ming responded, "A light. It's the ceiling," Zhang Donglei exclaimed. "The deceased could see the ceiling while alive. Are you suggesting that the corpse was lying atop the deceased?" Lei Ming retrieved the first close-up of the deceased's face, pointing to the area where flesh had been torn away, stating, "Moreover, they even bit off a piece of his flesh." Zhang Donglei was left speechless. Lei Ming took a deep breath and declared, "It sounds utterly implausible, yet the deductions align perfectly. Everything fits together seamlessly." The forensic expert, Sister Wang, approached after tidying up her belongings and said, "I have completed my tasks and will be leaving now. I will request a day off from the team tomorrow." Lei Ming inquired, "Where are you headed?" He continued, "Sister, are you a forensic expert?" Sister Wang nodded at Lei Ming, affirming, "Indeed, it is precisely because I am a forensic expert that I am acutely aware of the sinister nature of this case. There is an additional infection involved in the cause of death. Expired formalin. Residual traces of that substance can be found on each bite mark. That I have detailed this in my report. I am leaving now." As she departed, Lei Ming sought out the 2 officers who had arrived at the scene first, along with the 10 children who had fled from there, to gather information. The 10 middle school students insisted that a cultured and handsome older brother had led them away. Yet when Lei Ming probed for a description of this older brother's appearance, none of the students could recall any details. Eventually, the officer responsible for collecting evidence at the scene approached to report that no suspicious traces had been discovered. They had only found a charred fire axe in the ruins of the already burned-down building. The fire axe, reduced to charcoal, crumbled to dust with the slightest touch, making it impossible to retrieve any fingerprints or similar evidence. Growing somewhat agitated, Lei Ming removed his hat and gazed out the car window. On the desolate roadside at this late hour, he spotted a refined young man in a white shirt signaling for a ride. That delicate and cultured face was instantly recognizable to him. It was Yang Ning. Chapter 46. Midnight revelries at the mortuary. In the driver's seat, Zhang Donglei slammed on the brakes, causing the police car to skid to a halt. Lei Ming in the passenger seat remarked in disbelief, "Old Zhang, what has you so worked up?" Zhang Donglei stammered, "Captain Lei, it's Yang Ning. It's that kid." Lei Ming nodded. "And then what? Do you want me to help you ask for an autograph?" Zhang Donglei scratched his head awkwardly. Lei Ming leaned out the window and called to Yang Ning. "What on earth are you doing in the middle of the night, trying to scare people?" Yang Ning stepped forward and replied, "In this godforsaken place, it's impossible to catch a ride at this hour. Could you give me a lift?" If he were an ordinary person, Lei Ming would have easily allowed him to get in. But this was no ordinary individual. Lei Ming decisively refused, saying, "It's not very convenient. We have a mission." Bam! Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Ning had pulled open the car door and climbed in, fastening his seatbelt with a click. "Thank you, officer." Unfazed, Lei Ming discreetly touched the firearm at his waist, responding, "No need to thank me. I had no intention of letting you in." Yang Ning wrinkled his nose at his own unpleasant odor and disdainfully remarked, "Oh, I know. You officers are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. No need to pretend with me. Driver, let us go. I'm staying at the Cayenne Four Seasons Hotel, the one on Jiabwa Avenue." Zhang Donglei was taken aback. Lei Ming chuckled coldly. "What do you think we are? A taxi?" Yang Ning shook his head resolutely. "Please don't say that. I refuse to believe that officers would charge for helping someone in the dead of night." Observing the increasingly ashen countenance of Lei Ming, Yang Ning added, "Of course, if you are insistent on taking me, I cannot refuse. However, I would like to post a short video. Would that be agreeable to you?" Lei Ming gestured for Zhang Donglei to drive, to which the latter furrowed his brow and remarked, "What on earth is that smell on you? It's utterly repugnant." Without waiting for Yang Ning to respond, Lei Ming in the passenger seat coldly interjected, "The scent of death," mingled with a hint of expired formaldehyde. With a resounding clap, Yang Ning struck the seat of Lei Ming's passenger side, exclaiming, "The professionals truly are remarkable. Let me tell you, I just went to a mortuary for a midnight rave. What a blast. But I must admit, I'm feeling a bit weary now." With that, Yang Ning leaned back against the seat and promptly drifted off to sleep. As the soft sound of his snoring filled the air, Lei Ming signaled Zhang Donglei to reduce the speed slightly. He himself reclined his seat, extending his hand to gradually unzip the tote bag slung over Yang Ning's shoulder. It was merely a plain white tote, somewhat austere in appearance, devoid of any superfluous pockets or zippers, just a single opening revealing its contents. Inside lay an assortment of oddly shaped figurines, a tattered book, several candles, and a stack of what appeared to be origami-like objects. This was all that Lei Ming discerned within Yang Ning's bag. Suddenly, he felt a chilling sensation as if an invisible, frigid hand had clasped his outstretched fingers. At that moment, Zhang Donglei slammed on the brakes, startling Lei Ming. He quickly glanced in the rearview mirror, but saw nothing. The police car was enveloped in silence. Both Zhang Donglei and Lei Ming remained mute, with only the intermittent sounds of Yang Ning's gentle snores breaking the stillness. Zhang Donglei grinned and remarked, "It's nothing, just my old age playing tricks on my eyes." Lei Ming's eyes flickered with curiosity. "Oh, what did you see?" Zhang Donglei self-deprecatingly replied, "I might be a bit paranoid. Discussing such things at this hour isn't ideal." Lei Ming feigned nonchalance, saying, "I enjoy listening to ghost stories at night, so go on." After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Donglei frowned and said, "Just now, I saw in the rearview mirror that a child holding your hand." Lei Ming. In an instant, Lei Ming was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his forehead like rain. As they lapsed into silence, a folded note fell from Yang Ning's bag with a soft thud. Approximately 20 minutes later, the police car came to a halt in front of the Cayenne Seasons Hotel on Jiabwa Avenue. Just as Yang Ning stirred awake, he stretched languidly and remarked, "Have we arrived already? That was quick. Thank you, officers." With that, he unbuckled his seatbelt, swung open the car door, and exited, leaving Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei exchanging bewildered glances. Zhang Donglei commented, "Well, this kid certainly isn't shy." Lei Ming remained silent, reaching down to pick up the note that had fallen to the floor of the back seat. It bore an address, 44 Tonglei Town. Zhang Donglei questioned, "What does this mean?" Lei Ming gazed out of the car window and noticed that in this brief moment, Yang Ning had already vanished without a trace. He looked at the address on the note and said, "It means we must make another trip to Tonglei." As Zhang Donglei turned the car around, barely covering 50 meters, suddenly, the car's communicator blared to life. "Police vehicle, attention, a homicide has occurred in the alley behind the Cayenne City Hotel on Jiabwa Avenue. Your vehicle is the closest. Proceed immediately for support." Lei Ming was taken aback. "Another homicide? This is unbelievable." Zhang Donglei, while adjusting the car's direction, shook his head and said, "Such incidents typically occur only a few times a year. Yet today there have been several." The two exclaimed in unison, "Is it a haunting?" Zhang Donglei retorted angrily. Lei Ming refrained from uttering phrases like, "I hope tonight's Cang'er is safe in the future. It's a bad omen." Lei Ming responded, "Am I to blame? Step on it. That alley up ahead. Stop. Now." The two exited the vehicle and hurried into the alley, whereupon they witnessed the following scene. In the dark alley, beneath the dim yellow streetlight, a slightly hunched middle-aged man was vigorously swinging a burlap sack. Beside him stood three tattooed young men with vibrant, multicolored hair, each wielding a fruit knife, mercilessly stabbing the middle-aged man. The man swung the sack in a desperate attempt to fend off the trio. But the frenzied youths, driven by bloodlust, showed no fear. Instead, their knives sliced through the burlap, creating gaping holes. Suddenly, a cascade of 100 yuan bills erupted from the man's sack, swirling in the night breeze like autumn leaves. The fluttering bills, at first glance, resembled ghost money raining down from the heavens, landing upon the middle-aged man, who was being relentlessly stabbed, and upon the youths, whose eyes were glazed with rage. The middle-aged man muttered fervently, "This is my money, my money. I want to send Ying abroad for her studies. I want her to have a good life. This is my money. Get away from me." The three young men continued to stab him, blood spraying from the wounds, taunting, "Now this money is mine. Let go. If you don't, I'll stab you to death. Even if you let go, I'll still stab you. Die, you worthless dog." Just then, Ming and Zhang Donglei arrived on the scene. Witnessing that the victim was Wang Jiang, they rushed forward with urgency. "Stop! Cang'er police! Don't move! Stand against the wall!" The bloodthirsty youths turned at the sound, and in the chilling night breeze, the bills danced in the air, obscuring their vision. The three, knives in hand, glared fiercely at Ming and Zhang Donglei. Without hesitation, Ming fired a warning shot. Bang! The sound rang out as the first warning. "Drop the knife. Stand against the wall." Amidst the chaotic and hurried footsteps, the second warning echoed. "Don't move." Under the dim streetlight of the alley, the cold gleam of the knives sparkled ominously. Final warning. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. Clatter. The knives fell to the ground. A little boy gleefully nodded. "All right, you wait for me here." Having uttered those words, it leapt into the dim glow of a nearby street lamp and vanished from sight. Gazing into the boundless abyss of the night, Yang Ning smiled subtly and murmured, "Tonight, we shall cleanse our domain." Chapter 47. Scaring Oneself? In the dead of night, at the Cang'er City police precinct, Officer Sun Ming yawned as he patrolled the station. Following the recent fireworks incident, the higher-ups mandated that the officers on night duty bolster their vigilance, requiring them to conduct rounds within the precinct every 2 hours. Clutching a flashlight, Sun Ming traversed the various floors of the building, meticulously inspecting every potential safety hazard. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, fatigue overwhelmed him, prompting him to wash his face in the restroom. As he turned on the faucet, splashing water onto his face, he scrubbed his skin while staring into the mirror, through the gaps between his fingers. Sun Ming suddenly perceived a strikingly unfamiliar visage reflected back at him. Though it was undeniably his face, whether due to the lighting or the toll of sleeplessness, it appeared pallid to an alarming degree. In fact, at first glance, he scarcely recognized the person staring back was indeed himself. Leaning closer to the mirror, tilting his head slightly, the reflection mimicked his movements. Sun Ming raised his hand, gently grazing the surface of the glass, feeling the chilling touch beneath his fingertips. Yet, he could distinctly see that the reflection did not reciprocate his gesture. Instead, it fixated on him with an eerie smile. In that instant, a resonating hum echoed within his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. When he collected his thoughts and looked back at the mirror, he realized his fingers were not brushing against the glass but rather resting upon the tiles below. Thus, in the mirror, he only beheld his upper body, obscuring his hands from view. A wave of relief washed over him. At that moment, clarity surged within him, banishing all traces of drowsiness, and he found himself robustly chastising his reflection. "Foolish creature, scaring yourself like that?" Observing the identical movements and expressions of his mirrored self, Sun Ming grinned broadly, amused. After washing his face, he turned to leave, blissfully unaware that while he had departed, the reflection remained, still gazing at the world beyond the glass, maintaining that unsettling smile. Moments later, the mirrored Sun Ming slowly approached the surface, and a pale, bloodless, bald boy emerged from the mirror, glancing around before cheerfully exclaiming, "Wrong place, just a tad." Then he turned and vanished back into the mirror. Sun Ming continued his patrol that he passed the room where the fire had previously ignited, pausing to peer inside. Traces of the incident lingered, and the acrid scent still permeated the air. Confirming all was well within, he proceeded onward, heading towards the evidence room. Managed by designated personnel, it was naturally deserted at this late hour. Sun Ming merely glanced through the glass door before intending to leave. But as he took 2 steps away, suddenly, a loud bang echoed from within the evidence room. What was that sound? He used his electronic access card to unlock the evidence room door, stepping inside to turn on the lights. When, at that moment, bang, a strange sound once again echoed from within the evidence room. Sun Ming immediately became alert. He refrained from turning on the lights and instead retrieved his baton from his waist, cautiously making his way towards the evidence room. Bang! Inside the evidence room, rows of evidence cabinets stood silently in place. Nearby, a few police officers' workstations were visible, one of which held a small dressing mirror. As Sun Ming approached the door of the adjacent room that was ablaze, a fleeting glimpse of a bald child appeared in the mirror. At that very moment, the evidence room began to reverberate with a series of thuds. Sun Ming had just reached the threshold of the evidence room, and naturally, he could not see what lay within. In the innermost recesses of the evidence cabinets, a pale, bald little boy stood grinning at a cabinet before him, exclaiming, "Ming Ming, I've come to take you to see Cheng Cheng. Hee, those 2 fellows next to you are in for it. Cheng Cheng is going to deal with them. Let us go. Your 4 companions, along with all of us, miss you dearly." Sun Ming, holding his baton, quietly materialized on the exterior of the evidence cabinets. He had already stealthily inspected the initial rows of cabinets without finding any suspicious traces. Only the final row remained. Fortunately, there was nothing amiss there either. Yet, Sun Ming had just confirmed that the thudding sound had indeed originated from this very evidence room. Could it be a rat? Mataran with a resounding slap to his own face, Sun Ming muttered to himself, "It seems I am truly a bit weary." Meanwhile, outside the police station, several street lamps flickered ominously, and with each flicker, the faint visage of a bald little boy could be discerned within the lamp's shade. This unsettling phenomenon spread from the police station, extending into the distance, and soon reached the exterior of the Cayenne Four Seasons Hotel. Inside the hotel room, Yang Ning observed with curiosity a statue of a rotund, dark-skinned man riding a large carp. Even as Wang Jiang fled with a sack full of money, he did not forget his statue of the wealth spirit. However, having been stabbed from behind, he could no longer concern himself with such trinkets. The expression of the statue was somewhat grotesque, yet at that moment, it appeared rather endearing to Yang Ning that he turned it around before him and inquired, "Hey, can you move?" The black-skinned figure on the fish dared not stir. Yang Ning furrowed his brow. "You can't even move? How clumsy. Should I just toss you aside and find a new figure?" In the next instant, with a click and a snap, the seemingly inanimate statue of the rotund man on the fish slowly turned its head towards Yang Ning. Yang Ning, startled, slammed his hands on the table. "What? You can move? A freak." The black figure remained silent. Yang Ning stared into the dark, glossy eyes of the figure and asserted, "Firstly, I can confirm you are definitely not a ghost, nor a celestial being. And you have no connection to any benevolent spirits, so, if I am not mistaken, you are indeed a demon, or perhaps a spirit." Upon hearing the word demon, the black figure gave a slight nod. The moment Yang Ning realized he was dealing with a demon, his interest waned. He had plenty of such spirits he referred to as demon children. The defining characteristic of these demon children was their bizarre abilities. There was nothing beyond their reach, much like ghost children. Demon children could also inflict backlash upon their supplicants, though not as ferociously. Finding communication with this rotund figure on the fish overly cumbersome, Yang Ning decided to wait a moment longer. Soon after, the lights in the bathroom began to flicker erratically. Yang Ning yawned and cursed, "Come out already." Clutching the pale-headed little boy, he peeked into the room to confirm that no one else was present before stepping out. The little bald boy no longer wore his previous cheerful demeanor. Yang Ning glanced at him. "Did you frighten someone?" The little bald boy nodded in affirmation. It's not too serious. After all, he's a police officer with strong resilience. Just be more cautious in the future." The little boy's pallid complexion eased slightly as he approached, placing a trembling green-faced doll on the floor before Yang Ning. As soon as the doll hit the ground, it knelt before Yang Ning, continuously bowing its head, the sound echoing throughout the room despite its diminutive size. Yang Ning gently blew a breath towards the doll, and a faint, human-shaped shadow emerged from it. The doll ceased its bowing, and instead, the shadow began to bow before Yang Ning. Yang Ning, visibly displeased, remarked, "Cease your kowtowing. Your prostrations will not grant me longevity. Do you truly believe I would show you mercy?" The shadow quivered violently, its form fading slightly. With his eyes half closed, Yang Ning continued, "You performed admirably in the matter concerning Zhang Hui. I had intended to reward you. Yet, Look at the predicament you have created. While others offer incense to the deities they have summoned, you could not refrain from intruding. Did you find delight in usurping their offerings, so much so that you forgot the rule I set forth? Forbidding you from forming attachments without my consent. The shadow trembled on the ground, paralyzed with fear, silently absorbing Yang Ning's admonishment. With his left hand outstretched, Yang Ning gently articulated, in truth, Wang Jiang bears some blame as well. His avarice led him to commit heinous acts. However, he would not have had the opportunity to do so had you not provided it. He could have lived a life of modesty and peace. Yet your manipulation of fortune has allowed him but a fleeting taste of wealth, and even that experience was far from pleasant. Wang Jiang lacked the fortitude to withstand your trials, but those who cannot endure should not meet their demise. For it is the human heart that is most fragile when tested. As he spoke, Yang Ning's left hand gradually clenched into a fist, causing the kneeling phantom to tremble even more violently. With a smile, he remarked, in the presence of one who desperately craves wealth, the allure of 2 million in cash is overwhelmingly potent. It magnifies the depths of human desire, leading one towards chaos and madness. Wang Jiang was not inherently wicked but became so under your insidious influence. Congratulations, Shaoqing. You have grasped the essence of causing harm. Should you choose to employ this method in the future, it will surely yield results. Thus, I cannot allow you to remain. With that, Yang Ning's hand clenched forcefully, and with a resounding crack, the shadowy figure on the ground disintegrated into dust. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind swept through the hotel room, causing the curtains to snap violently. On Yang Ning's refined and handsome visage, lightning flickered in his eyes. Crack. Outside, the sky transformed, thunder rumbling ominously. Within the room, the fierce wind rustled Yang Ning's white garment, sending shivers through the statues of the wealth spirit on the table. The shadow kneeling on the floor, and the bald young boy standing nearby, all trembling uncontrollably. The frequency of the shadow's kowtowing was akin to that of a motorized machine. Yang Ning maintained a serene smile, his gaze unwavering yet charged with latent energy. His voice, soft yet laced with undeniable conviction, declared, as stewards of the celestial order, we, at Lingmen, cannot recklessly harm the young spirits of those without enmity. Proceed onwards. Crack. At that moment, a thunderous clap resonated from the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, the lightning in Yang Ning's eyes vanished. Wait, is this not scientific? He mused. Alas, there is something unclean about Wang Jiang's entourage. Turning to gaze out the window, not entirely sure whether he addressed the shadow or others, he remarked, to encounter such misfortune, your life is indeed fortuitous, with a gentle tap on the armrest of his chair. The next instant, suddenly, a torrential downpour engulfed Cang'er City, cascading like a deluge. In the room, the shadow kneeling on the ground raised its head, tears tracing down its green face, adorned with fangs. Yang Ning gazed out at the torrential rain of the night and spoke softly. Congratulations. You survived, but you must thank the one whose life you nearly extinguished. Outside the emergency room of Tsanga Hospital, Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei were anxiously awaiting news. At the very moment the storm began to rage outside, the door to the emergency room swung open, and a doctor wearing a surgical mask emerged, nodding to the two men. It's all right. The patient has stabilized and is no longer in critical condition. My goodness, it was perilously close. Dozens of stab wounds. Yet miraculously, none struck a vital organ. The most dangerous cut grazed the edge of the lung. It's truly a miracle. As they listened, Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei's expressions grew increasingly dramatic. They had witnessed firsthand the three spirited young men viciously stabbing Wang Jiang, relentlessly intent on his demise. How on earth did he survive that? Chapter 49. The Diary of Death. The five red spirits merge into one in Yang Ning's room. The shadow curled into a ball at the head of the bed, trembling alongside the stout black figure on the table. Yang Ning lit a candle, extending his hand over the flickering flame, its light dancing erratically. As two wisps of black energy coalesced before him, he retrieved a charming porcelain doll, palm-sized, from the white cloth bag slung over his shoulder, addressing one of the black wisps. From now on, you shall inhabit this body. The black mist obediently nodded, gradually solidifying into a pale little ghost. Yang Ning fixed his gaze upon her, and she mirrored his stare. After a prolonged moment, the duo, one human and one ghost, spoke in unison. Long time no see, Yang Ning remarked. Ming, you're still just the same. The little ghost replied, Chung, you've grown up, how delightful. Yang Ning nodded. Indeed, did you see? That person has paid the price. I witnessed it. Last time, When I didn't go with you and let you take Bing Bing and the others first, it was so I could see with my own eyes the punishment of the one who led us away. Yet provided us nothing to eat. As the little ghost spoke, she surveyed the surroundings, and soon 4 more small spirits, 2 boys and 2 girls, materialized. The 5 little ghosts held hands and bowed in unison to Yang Ning, saying, "Thank you, Cheng." These 5 were the very children who had been starved to death in the basement by Zhang Hui. Unlike other spirits, they had not endured the physical agony of having limbs severed, heads decapitated, or hearts extracted. Yet they had experienced the harrowing journey from life to death in their most vulnerable, yet memory-laden age. Huddled together tightly in the corner of the basement, the 5 little ones watched as the staircase leading to the outside world was slowly sealed off with cement. Perhaps at that moment, they did not fully comprehend that the cement concealed their final hope for survival, or perhaps they did, yet felt utterly powerless against their frailty in such dire circumstances. The diary they held became the sole source of solace for the 5 children throughout their entire ordeal from life to death. "It's so dark. The staircase is blocked. How will he bring us food now? Oh, he won't bring us food anymore." Mingming's diary. Yang Ning stifled a yawn and remarked, "Well, no need to thank me. You all go ahead and play. By the way, Mingming, do you still wish to write in your diary?" Mingming blinked and replied, "Everyone mentioned in my notes, except for you, has perished. What more can I write?" "You can write, but that notebook can no longer be used," Yang Ning said with a smile, producing a brand new notebook, igniting it with the nearby candle flame. He chuckled. "Just refrain from casually writing names in the future. If you must write." Mingming interjected eagerly, "I know. I need to seek your permission first, or it'll end up like that little Ching." Yang Ning nodded and blew gently towards the flickering flame in his hand, which suddenly leaped fiercely, reducing the entire diary to ash in an instant. Simultaneously, the little ghost named Mingming found herself in possession of an identical notebook. With a look of delight, she opened it. And without any apparent action, crimson words began to materialize on the first page, as if inscribed by a blood-stained pen. "Thanks to Chengsheng for granting us rebirth. He is the light of our lives. Henceforth, should anyone bully Chengsheng, ahead we shall transform into vengeful spirits to devour their flesh, to prey upon their kin, and bring misfortune upon their bloodlines, forever binding their descendants." Below the text were 5 small, blood-red childlike faces, each wearing an eerily similar smile. Mingming climbed onto Yang Ning's lap, eagerly displaying the blood-red words. "Chengsheng, look, isn't it moving?" Yang Ning was momentarily speechless, pondering. What is this? A twisted form of affection. Well, I'm truly touched. Touched indeed, but I'm quite tired and ready for sleep. You all go play, just don't frighten the others. As he spoke, Yang Ning lifted Mingming off his lap, spreading his arms wide, and declared, "Time for sleep." Suddenly, his entire being felt as if it had been torn into fragments, and a gentle little ghost appeared, patiently helping Yang Ning out of his clothes. The exquisitely delicate, yet cracked-faced golden-haired ghost stood by, holding a nightgown in wait. Mingming watched in wide-eyed fascination, while the shadow beside her, and the plump figure fishing nearby, continued to tremble. The first page of the diary in Mingming's hands gradually revealed a line of text. "I wish Chengqing could become one of my kind." Before the sentence could complete, Yang Ning interjected, "No, you don't wish that." With a whoosh, flames erupted from Mingming's diary, incinerating the first page entirely. Mingming sat by the window, seemingly aggrieved, resting her chin on her small hands as she stared blankly at the torrential rain outside. Her 4 little companions experienced the same transformation. Lying in bed, Yang Ning mused, "Goodness, 5 red vengeful spirits merged into one. Well, at least it's just 5. If it were really thousands of red-clad vengeful spirits amalgamating, I might not stand a chance." The night swiftly passed, and by dawn, the rain had ceased. Having stayed up late the previous night, Yang Ning found himself without a morning. As the sun gradually ascended outside the window, Yang Ning exhibited no inclination to rise from his slumber. He even unconsciously shielded his face from the sunlight. Ming, who had spent the night by the window, seized this moment to open her diary. And a series of crimson characters materialized. July 19, torrential rain, daytime as dark as night. The instant the blood-red words finished appearing, the sunlight outside abruptly vanished, the freshly risen sun swiftly obscured by dense clouds. And the downpour, which had paused for less than half an hour, resumed its relentless assault. The dawn sky loomed ominously, resembling the depths of night. Clang! Nearby, the statue of the god of wealth, which had been neatly positioned on the table, trembled throughout the night and finally toppled over, producing a thunderous sound. Clutching her diary, Ming cautiously approached, gazing at the portly black figure resembling a fish on the ground, her expression morphing into a Yang Ning-esque smile. Am I disturbing Orange's slumber? Do you wish for death? At that moment, the once trembling statue of the god of wealth ceased even its quaking. Minutes later, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, ultimately halting before Yang Ning's door. Inside the room, the pale little ghost, Ming, eerily rotated her head, her arms crossed over her chest, and the already open diary revealed more blood-red words. Rainy days are perfect for slumber. Sleep well. Thud. Thud. Two distinct thuds resonated from outside the door, followed by an enveloping silence that descended upon the entire Cayenne Four Seasons Hotel, a stillness so profound it felt as though no one remained. Chapter 50. Arriving 30 years early. She deserves you. Please leave a 5-star review. For the entirety of the morning, it seemed as though the sky had collapsed over the city of Cang'er. The day was shrouded in thick clouds, rendering it as dark as night, with torrential rain pouring down. Only when Yang Ning awakened and playfully smacked the little ghost, Ming, who lay across his legs, did the downpour begin to subside. Concurrently, the hotel staff, who had been sleeping soundly, including the cleaning lady and guests from other rooms, began to stir awake. The expressions of everyone in the hotel reflected sheer disbelief as they glanced at the time. That I slept the entire morning? My heavens, I have clients to meet. Wait, did I truly sleep the whole morning? The supervisor didn't notice? I slept the whole morning. How did the staff below not realize? I slept the whole morning. I didn't clean the rooms. And the guests didn't check out? In unison, everyone exclaimed, what on earth? As the hotel staff resumed their bustling activities, Yang Ning, feeling rather awkward, discreetly slipped out of his room, though the downpour had ceased. A light drizzle still fell from the heavens. Yang Ning held a transparent umbrella, making his way along the coast of Shanghai towards Jinsua village in the southern district. Along the way, he paused to enjoy a bowl of pea powder, and by the time he arrived at Jinsua village, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Jinsua village, where Wang Jiang resided, was quite distant from his workplace at the police station, making it rather inconvenient. As he traversed the damp, slippery paths of the village post-rain, Yang Ning produced a turtle shell, balancing it on one finger, and inquired, oh turtle, do enlighten me. Where resides Wang Jiang? The tortoise shell spun ceaselessly on Yang Ning's finger, showing no inclination to indicate a direction. Yang Ning gazed at the shell in his hand and remarked, there are 2 reasons for this occurrence. Either this tortoise shell has grown weary of life, or it is genuinely lost. He lifted the shell before him, his tone laced with incredulity. Good heavens, you cannot truly be tired of life, can you? After all, you are but a tortoise shell. If I were to squeeze you, you would indeed perish. The empty shell, seemingly devoid of life, began to tremble as if it had suddenly gained sentience, only ceasing when a look of epiphany crossed Yang Ning's face. So you were indeed lost. That must mean I have posed the wrong question. Yang Ning glanced around, squatted by the roadside, and retrieved some copper coins and pebbles, arranging them into a rudimentary 9-square grid on the ground. Finally, placing the tortoise shell in the center, he surveyed the surroundings. The misty rain enveloped the area, leaving it desolate. With his right hand, he brought his index and middle fingers together and swiftly sliced through the damp fog, igniting a spark that landed upon the tortoise shell. Clang! The shell, stung by the sudden heat, leapt high into the air, performing numerous flips before Yang Ning caught it deftly in his hand, offering no hint of remorse as he said, my apologies, I misunderstood you earlier. Now, let me inquire once more. O tortoise, where might Hu Yingying's home be? With that, he released the shell, allowing it to tumble onto the ground. This time, the tortoise shell pointed him in a direction. Collecting the stones and coins, Yang Ning rose and declared, lead the way. Clang! The tortoise shell bounded ahead, taking him far forward. After several clangs, Yang Ning found himself in a narrow alley, where a few elderly women sat beneath the eaves, engaged in casual conversation. The moment Yang Ning appeared, their gazes converged upon him. But oh, what a handsome young man. Are you here on a trip? You've taken a wrong turn. There are no attractions here. This is merely a village. Yang Ning offered the women a slight smile as he picked up the tortoise shell and moved forward. As he passed by the elderly women, one, who had been silent and appeared somewhat daft, stared intently at him. Just as he was about to walk past, she slowly spoke, her tone steeped in nostalgia. Child, had you come here 30 years ago, There was a girl in this alley who would have been worthy of you. He stood before a door that faced the street, devoid of a courtyard, glancing at the lock and then at the tortoise shell in his hand, confirming that this was indeed the place he sought. He leaned in closer and asked, may I enter? The door quivered slightly, and Yang Ning smiled. Thank you. I understand it may be inconvenient for you, so shall I open it myself? The door trembled once more. However, just as Yang Ning attempted to reach for the handle, the very women who had been seated at the alley's entrance approached him. Young man, what is your relation to this household? They have no one during the day. You must come back in the evening to find them. What brings you here? If there's nothing, then don't bother their household. It's rather ominous. You arrived too late. It would have been better if you had come 30 years ago. Ominous? Upon hearing these two words, Yang Ning felt a surge of energy, and after a moment's contemplation, he inquired of several aunties, is it common for this family to be haunted by the sound of a woman's weeping? At Yang Ning's question, the expressions of the aunties shifted dramatically, and they nodded in unison. Yang Ning chuckled and said, I possess a method to resolve this issue, but I require your assistance. The aunties exchanged glances and nodded in succession, saying, Young man, are you truly a master? Can you really solve this? We often hear that sound. It's quite unsettling. How can a man's residence be filled with a woman's cries? If you have the ability, then do proceed. You arrived too late. That girl from 30 years ago deserved you. Seeing that the aunties were in agreement, Yang Ning took out his phone and dialed a number. Shortly after, 3 firefighters arrived, carrying iron clamps, whose door is unyielding. Yang Ning pointed at the wooden door before him and said, This door is stuck. The firefighters approached and observed that it was merely a common iron chain hanging on the door. With a twist of the iron clamp, it snapped. With a decisive crack, the firefighters severed the chain and, with a gentle push, the door swung open. Inside was a room largely devoid of decoration, a relic from the last century. Featuring antiquated tables and chairs, an old television, and vintage propaganda posters, all exuding a strong sense of nostalgia. However, amidst this room stood an exceedingly modern double-door refrigerator. The firefighters glanced at it and smiled at Yang Ning. Young man, your home is quite nostalgically arranged, Yang Ning replied. This is not my home, firefighter. Then, is it your friend's home? Yang Ning shook his head. No, I do not know the owner of this house. The firefighters were instantly incensed. Why did you summon us to open this door then? Yang Ning gestured towards the aunties and said, They entrusted me with this task. I was asked to tidy up this place. As it is rather unkempt inside, the firefighters turned to the aunties, who had previously insisted that Yang Ning handle the situation. They suddenly wilted, each one hastily defending themselves. Yes, he claimed he could exorcise spirits. And that is why we allowed him to intervene. Indeed, we never said he should open someone else's door. Correct, this is purely his endeavor. Alas, how regrettable, 30 years too late. Listening to the aunties' justifications, one firefighter turned to his companions and said, Call the police. He then fixed his gaze on Yang Ning, positioning himself between him and the now open door. Yang Ning complied, stepping aside and remaining still. However, he unexpectedly asked, Is that all right? Which sent a chill down the spines of the firefighters. Shortly thereafter, 2 police officers arrived. After a brief inquiry, the officers quickly grasped the gist of the unfolding events. One of the officers approached Yang Ning, a heart-wrenching expression upon his face, and said, Look at your age. Are you even 20? With such good looks, why must you engage in these petty acts of thievery? As he spoke, he gestured toward the room behind the door, adding, Moreover, do you truly believe that such a household possesses anything of value worth resorting to such underhanded tactics to steal? Upon hearing this, the nearby women began to point and murmur about Yang Ning, while only the elderly lady continued to gaze at him with a silly grin. Yang Ning smiled and replied, The room holds an unsettling atmosphere. I merely came to tidy it up. The officer chuckled, pointing toward the room. Come now, where exactly is this unsettling atmosphere? Show me. Yang Ning stepped forward, addressing the officers, firefighters, and the several women present. Everyone here witnessed it. I did not set foot inside that room, correct? The 2 officers glanced at the others, and whether it was the firefighters or the village women, they all nodded in agreement. The officer affirmed, Yes, we understand. What is missing from this house is of no concern to you. Yang Ning then inquired with a smile, But what if something is found that shouldn't be? The 2 officers exchanged glances. And one, somewhat impatiently, retorted, That is also none of your concern. Yang Ning nodded. That is good. He then turned and entered the room, heading straight for the large double-door refrigerator, standing to the side. He flashed a subtle smile at the crowd outside. I have obtained the owner's consent, so everyone, take a good look. With that, Yang Ning yanked open the refrigerator door. Inside the freezing compartment, the original dividers and boxes had all been removed, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Dressed in a summer school uniform from the previous century, her arms wrapped around her knees as she curled into an ice sculpture, frozen solid. The girl's entire body was pale, her face a deep shade of blue. Clearly a lifeless corpse. In an instant, the faces of the two officers turned ashen. The firefighters collectively gasped. What the hell? The women stood frozen in place, as if electrified, their limbs numb and shivering uncontrollably. Only the seemingly daft elderly lady clapped her hands, bouncing with glee, her toothless mouth wide open as she shouted, "Ha! It's her! It's her! If only she had come 30 years earlier, she would have been worthy of you. She is worthy of you. Worthy of you." Chapter 51. Seeing you so healthy, I am reassured. Name, Yang Ning. Occupation, Spirit Summoner. The officer responsible for taking the statement looked at Yang Ning strangely and asked, "How did you know that there was a corpse hidden in Wang Zhang's refrigerator?" "I could smell it." The officer tapped the desk with his pen, incredulous. "Smell it? Is your sense of smell that keen? The corpse is frozen solid. It hasn't begun to rot. How could you possibly smell it?" "People's bodies differ. Some conceive before marriage, while others remain childless even after 3 years of wedlock." Officer. Opposite him, Yang Ning wore his signature serene smile and said, "If you're in need, I have a delivery doll here. Quite effective. Available for just 50,000 a year." The officer's expression instantly shifted. How do you know I need it?" Yang Ning gestured for him to calm down. "I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. I did not claim you needed it. I am merely aware that you are unmarried. However, one must always consider the possibility, yes?" "Utter nonsense. Stop diverting the topic." Though the officer spoke with bravado, his eyes betrayed a slight evasion. "So, why did you go to Jinsu village?" "For tourism." "Why did you have the fire department break down the door?" "I detected the smell of decay." "How could you smell it?" "People possess different physiques. Some, even unmarried. Available for just 50,000 a year." The officer, now lacking indignation, glanced at the surveillance monitor. A voice crackled through his earpiece, prompting him to rise and say, "All right, you may leave." Yang Ning also looked up at the monitor and replied, "Thank you, Captain Lei." Having gathered his belongings, he exited. In another room of the police station, Zhang Donglei regarded Lei Ming with a somewhat complicated expression. "Ahem, Captain Lei, if I recall correctly, you were married, weren't you?" Lei Ming shot him a sidelong glance. "What are you implying?" Zhang Donglei counted on his fingers. "I believe I contributed to your wedding expenses. That was 3 years ago. So, in that context," noticing the increasingly hostile look in Lei Ming's eyes, Zhang Donglei quickly amended. "Not wanting children at this time is perfectly normal. Whether it's been 3 years or 30, a lifetime without children is completely acceptable." Amidst their silence, a voice from outside interrupted. The officer who had just taken Yang Ning's statement was on the phone. "Shaoli, did you tell anyone about your pregnancy? We aren't even married yet. It sounds terrible if you spread it around." "What? You didn't say anything?" "Well, never mind. I'll hang up now." Just like that. Inside the room, Zhang Donglei appeared quite embarrassed, muttering to himself, "Oh dear, is there really such a thing as a living deity? How could a mere child possibly know everything?" Right then, Lei Ming, seemingly lost in thought, casually inquired, "Have you investigated the body?" Zhang Donglei nodded. "Yes, Hu Yingying, deceased for nearly 30 years. She studied diligently in college, suffered from sleep deprivation, and ultimately succumbed to a myocardial infarction. A death registration was filed back then. It is said the girl's greatest wish was to attend university and pursue her master's at the same place Suzhima did. In Cambridge. He continued, "This Hu Yingying was a classmate of Lao Wang in high school. The exact nature of their relationship remains unclear. Lao Wang's associates have yet to regain consciousness, but it is likely a tragic tale of love." He then looked at Lei Ming and added, "This has no connection to Yang Ning whatsoever. 30 years ago, how old was he? His parents were probably not even adults then." Lei Ming let out a bitter smile as he picked up a yellowed photograph of Hu Yingying and remarked, "So, the university student that Lao Wang has been jesting about is actually a girl who has been deceased for 30 years. Zhang Donglei sighed. To love someone so deeply that one continues to cherish them even 3 decades after their death. Lao Wang truly. A profound silence enveloped them. Subsequently, Lei Ming retrieved a stack of photographs, the subject of which was Lu Chao, the valiant individual known for his peculiar affinity for amicably conversing with the deceased. This considerable collection, encompassing hundreds of images, featured selfies of Liu Chao during his acts of violence, snapshots of his interactions with corpses, and even images of him performing some sort of ritual before the lifeless bodies. These photographs had been unearthed by Zhang Donglei from number 44, Tongli Town, an address previously discovered by Lei Ming from Yangning SBAG.AS. He continued to peruse the photos. Lei Ming suddenly slammed his palm down onto his desk, exclaiming in anger, "How is it that Yang Ning knows everything?" Everything. At this, Zhang Donglei quickly interjected. "Oh dear, my hearing isn't what it used to be. Captain Lei, what did you just say?" "I said nothing," Lei Ming retorted curtly before rising to leave. No sooner had he stepped out than the officer who had been taking Yang Ning's statement rushed in. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Donglei preemptively stated, "I know what you want to ask, but hold off for a moment. Let me inform you directly." "Yes." The officer was momentarily taken aback. "Really? Captain Lei has been married for 3 years without children?" Zhang Donglei merely lowered his head in silence, prompting the officer to inquire, What's wrong?" The officer's expression shifted dramatically. No, Captain Lei, I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he hurriedly exited. Lei Ming turned to Zhang Donglei and asked, "Old Zhang, how is the compilation of information regarding the children who were abducted, including Yang Ning and his group, coming along?" "It's done." Zhang Donglei produced a document and handed it to Lei Ming. The individuals marked with a triangle symbol were the deceased, and many of the contacts were unreachable. Furthermore, in cases of child trafficking, aliases were often employed, complicating the identification of the perpetrators. Lei Ming scrutinized the densely packed list, his brow furrowing as he inquired, "Among those we can trace, is there a child who has suffered severe harm, and whose buyer is still in Cang'er?" Zhang Donglei pondered for a moment before nodding. "Indeed." He swiftly pointed to a name on the list, saying, "This one, though it's an alias, we have managed to ascertain their true identity. He has a son with congenital heart disease." After leaving the police station, Yang Ning looked up at the sky. The rain had ceased, but darkness had descended. He stood motionless at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Shortly thereafter, a BMW sped past him, nearly splattering him with mud. Observing the vehicle, a gentle smile gradually spread across Yang Ning's face. "President Bai, it is a pleasure to see you. Knowing you are in such good health brings me comfort. However, tonight is not feasible. I have a date with a beautiful lady this evening. Perhaps tomorrow. Mr. Bai, I hope you have sweet dreams tonight. Otherwise, there may not be another opportunity in the future. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a slender little boy, holding onto his trouser leg and hiding timidly behind him, peeked out, casting a fearful glance at the BMW that was nearly obscured by the night. The boy appeared pale, all over, seemingly lacking nothing at first glance, save for a fist-sized wound on his chest. The place where the heart ought to be was hollow and empty. Chapter 52. Who would gossip about a dead person? The gentle patter of rain continued to fall from the heavens. Departing from the police station, Yang Ning meandered along the damp streets under the cloak of night, ultimately discovering a funeral home on a secluded lane. Initially, he intended to hail a taxi, but after attempting to stop 2 cars, the drivers shook their heads and drove off. Upon seeing what he was carrying, he contemplated asking the 2 little boys to hold it for him. But after glancing at the meager 10 or so good fortunes he had painstakingly gathered, he sighed and shook his head, deciding against it. After all, being a kind-hearted person, he preferred to rely on himself rather than burden others. By the time he arrived at Jinsu village, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The sky had darkened, and the rain was still falling lightly. The narrow paths of the village were devoid of any soul, and every household was shrouded in silence. Occasionally, a dog would bark, but even that fell silent as Yang Ning passed by. Even the imposing black wolf dog that typically roamed the village was unusually quiet that night. Resembling a mere small hound, he stood before the street-facing house once more. The door, bearing the police seal, swung open automatically without waiting for Yang Ning to make a move. That he stepped inside. And behind him, the door closed itself. The moment the 2 doors fully closed, the sound of the rain outside suddenly intensified, and the temperature in the room plummeted several degrees. In the pitch-black room, where not even a hand could be seen, Yang Ning remarked, "Ahem, it's a bit dark." He shook his head. No, the voice in the darkness seemed somewhat puzzled. "Then who are you?" Yang Ning, feeling slightly awkward, suggested, "Shall we turn on the lights to converse? Otherwise, in this darkness, with just a man and a woman, It could easily lead to gossip that a stunningly beautiful face, tinged with a shade of blue, gradually materialized beside Yang Ning. Exhaling a chilling breath that brushed against his ear, who would gossip about a dead person? Yang Ning, unaccustomed to this audacious ghost who dared to blow air at him, turned and reciprocated with a puff of breath. Huh! Instantly, the ghost dissipated like smoke. With a pop, a faint flame ignited in the corner of the room, revealing a lovely girl wearing a school uniform from the last century, holding a candle and staring intently at Yang Ning with lifeless eyes devoid of any divine light. Illuminated by the dim glow, Yang Ning took a seat at the square table within the room, gesturing towards the chair opposite him. No need to be formal. Please, have a seat, the girl replied coldly. Senior, this is my home. Yang Ning placed the items he was carrying on the table. Not for long. They will be confiscated. Also, please do not refer to me as senior. I am several decades younger than you. The girl, pale and with a bruised complexion, obediently approached and sat opposite Yang Ning. She kept her legs together, resting her hands on her thighs, exuding an air of profound unease. Yang Ning inquired, Wang Jiang did not perish because you forged a Yin talisman for him, did you? And was that presence that recently appeared beside me a Sha, besides the Yin talisman? Do you have the capacity to conjure Sha as well? The girl nodded and replied, after my demise. Wang Jiang cared for my parents and maintained our home, tirelessly, year after year. Though we could not be united in life, I wished to fulfill his desires in death, ensuring he had this every day. Year after year, gradually, I found myself endowed with this ability. Yang Ning exclaimed, You mean your Sha can serve a man? Is that not chilling? The girl retorted, Would you like to give it a try? I could conjure one for you. Without hesitation, Yang Ning responded, Yes, please. With a gentle breath, the girl summoned an ethereal apparition, nearly identical to herself, as if woven from mist. The apparition delicately grasped Yang Ning's hand, and instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Even the worldly wise Yang Ning was momentarily astonished. What might this capability signify? With a hint of excitement, he asked, Could your Sha adopt a different form? The girl smiled slightly. And in the next instant, the figure holding Yang Ning's hand transformed into a celestial maiden. Yang Ning, taken aback, stammered, cough. You are Hu Yingying, correct? I see that I came here today for two matters. The first is to express my gratitude. Thank you for saving Wang Zhang's life, thereby indirectly saving my little brother, Xiaoqing. Come forth and bow. From Yang Ning's shadow emerged a figure, kneeling beside him and solemnly bowing to the girl. Meanwhile, Yang Ning ignited yellow paper and tossed it into the fire pit, along with some ingots and paper money, stating, These offerings are but a token of gratitude from Xiaoqing. Thank you. As the flames danced, the girl gradually adorned herself with shimmering gold ingots and notes, yet she did not cast a glance at them. And what is your second matter? Yang Ning fixed his gaze upon the girl and said, For your safety, I believe it is unwise for a wandering spirit like you to remain here as a divine summoner. I can take you away, reconstruct your essence, and grant you a new life. You will no longer need to linger in this darkened room. What price must I pay? She inquired. You would remain by my side. He replied that, Oh, do you wish to marry me? She teased, though your demise was tragic. Your aspirations are rather fanciful. The girl fell silent for a moment. May I refuse? Yang Ning seemed prepared with his response. As he continued to burn paper for her, I neglected to mention another aspect of my identity. I am a descendant of the Spirit Gate. Though not from a prestigious lineage, I cannot simply ignore a wandering spirit. If you declined, he turned slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, then I would have no choice but to send you on. Rest assured, I have always been exceedingly merciful towards spirits like you who have done no harm. It will be swift and painless. The girl, feeling aggrieved, murmured, If that is the case, why do you still offer me a choice? Yang Ning appeared nonchalant, declaring, Of course, I hold a profound respect for the choices of others. As he spoke, the yellow paper, joss sticks, and other offerings in his hands had been consumed by flames. The plethora of spirit money lay scattered around the girl. Yet she did not cast a single glance in their direction. With a resigned sigh, she rose and said, In that case, shall I gather my belongings? Yang Ning was taken aback. You have things to collect? Who doesn't he possess a few assets? As she waved her hand, a large redwood chest materialized. When the chest opened, the spirit money on the ground began to swirl and fly into it of its own accord. Yang Ning observed, astonished, as the chest brimmed with an assortment of spirit money, its depths obscured from view. He comprehended why the girl had deemed his meager offerings unworthy of her attention. glancing at the white fabric bag slung over Yang Ning's shoulder. She pointed to the chest and remarked, "Like your bag, this chest is also a spiritual artifact, with an internal space roughly equivalent to that of a basketball court. Currently, it is filled to about 70 or 80% capacity with spirit money. I wish to exchange this chest and its contents for a condition. Would that be acceptable?" While spirit money held no significance for Yang Ning, the chest was a different matter entirely. "What do you desire?" The girl replied, "I wish for the person killed by Wang Jiang to be revived, so that Wang Jiang may escape the death penalty." Yang Ning pondered for a moment before responding. That wealthy heir is perpetually driving under the influence. Allowing him to live would only endanger others. Thus, he shall remain paralyzed from the waist down, living a half-life. The girl replied, "Deal." Yang Ning nodded, his expression calm, unaware that he had just made a fateful decision regarding another's life. Utilizing the last flicker of flame in the brazier, he retrieved 2 photographs and set them alight. One depicted a man clad in a white suit, sporting sunglasses. The girl inquired, "What are you doing?" Yang Ning smiled and replied, "Just bidding farewell to some old acquaintances, and tomorrow, I shall sever the ties of fate." Chapter 53. I wish to hear your heartbeat. 1. Bai Xiong had been experiencing a persistent twitch in his right eye lately. This peculiar occurrence had begun about 4 or 5 days prior, particularly after the news broke of a gruesome murder involving 46 stab wounds at the Dongfang Dream Villa. The victim was someone Bai Xiong recognized, or more accurately, someone his father knew. At that time, Bai Xiong was merely 4 or 5 years old, plagued by discomfort in his chest. It felt as though a power source had been implanted in his heart. Each time it activated, waves of radiating pain coursed through him. As Bai Xiong matured, the intensity of this pain escalated, eventually leading to episodes of breathlessness. One day, his father took him for a medical examination before visiting Mengdongfang City to meet someone. To this day, Bai Xiong vividly recalls the man's appearance. A seemingly honest uncle, clad in a floral shirt with only 2 buttons fastened, revealing a neck adorned with a Buddhist talisman. The uncle smiled at Bai Xiong and asked, "Child, does your heart discomfort you?" Bai Xiong nodded in response. The uncle squatted before Bai Xiong, gently holding his small hand as he said, "Shall I find you a good one, Hui Shu?" At that moment, Bai Xiong did not comprehend the meaning behind the uncle's words. Nearby, his father prompted, "Quickly thank Uncle Zhang Hui." Bai Xiong obediently replied, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang Hui." The uncle tenderly patted Bai Xiong's little face and smiled, saying, "Good boy, it's a small matter. Leave it to Uncle." Some 6 months later, one day, the Uncle Zhang Hui, whom Bai Xiong had glimpsed only once in Mengdongfang City, arrived at their door accompanied by 2 individuals, carrying a wriggling burlap sack. Bai Xiong distinctly remembered that day when Uncle Zhang Hui entered, smiled at him, and said, "Congratulations, little one." He then handed a document to Bai Xiong's father, casually stating, "A perfect match." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiong's father promptly handed over a suitcase filled with money, which he had prepared earlier. It was then that Bai Xiong first realized that his father, despite his modest salary, was quite wealthy. Later, he came to understand that although his father's income was not high, he had the ability to assist many people in ways that others could not, earning him both wealth and respect. Subsequently, right before his eyes, Uncle Zhang Hui untied the burlap sack and, as if lifting a puppy, extracted a small boy who was roughly the same size as Bai Xiong. The boy was named Xiatian. Over the next 2 to 3 years, Xiatian grew up alongside Bai Xiong, and they became very close friends. The 2 children often played a game in which they would lie on each other's chests to listen to one another's heartbeat. Xiatian would always cheerfully say to Bai Xiong, "I want to hear your heartbeat." Joyful moments, however, are fleeting, and everything came to an abrupt halt when Bai Xiong turned 8. That summer, his father took them on a trip to southern Thailand. In a top-tier private medical institution, Bai Xiong and Xiatian lay in adjacent hospital beds. A group of kind-looking uncles and aunts in white coats surrounded them, including Bai Xiong's father. "Mr. Bai, we have conducted our examinations, and your child is a perfect match for the donor heart you brought. We can commence the surgery at any time." Bai Xiong and Xiatian glanced at each other, both unaware of the so-called donor. At that moment, Bai Xiong's father approached Xiatian's bedside, a hint of sorrow on his face, and asked, "Child, Bai Xiong is your good friend, isn't he?" Xiatian nodded with wide eyes. "That he is ill now. Would you be willing to help him live?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiatian nodded vigorously. Bai Xiong's father smiled and stepped back, turning to nod at the doctor in a white coat. The doctor approached Xiatian, asking, "Do you understand what you are about to face?" Xiatian slowly shook his head. The doctor pointed a pen at Xiatian's chest and gestured towards Bai Xiong, saying, "You will give him your heart, and he will live, while you will die." Fear gripped Xia Tian. He hesitated, wondering, why must it be me? The doctor smiled gently and replied, "When it comes to fate, who can truly say?" Summer hesitated for a considerable moment, casting a glance at his dear friend, believing that Bai Xiong would speak on his behalf. Yet, the piercing gaze emanating from the adjacent hospital bed continually darted towards his heart. Suddenly, Summer was engulfed by panic. He realized that the carefree and joyous days of the past few years had merely been a prelude to this very moment. Once, Summer thought that he had merely distanced himself from his biological parents, exchanging them for wealthier, more benevolent guardians. However, he now recognized the profound error in his assumption. "I want my mother. I want my father. I refuse to relinquish my heart to another. I refuse," Summer cried out vehemently, leaping from the hospital bed. But he was merely an 8-year-old child. The doctor swiftly grasped him with one hand, and in his moment of chaos and helplessness, pointed towards the door of the ward, saying, "Child, run. Once you cross that threshold, no one will covet your heart." Thus, Summer turned and dashed towards the door, his small mind racing with thoughts of what he would do once he escaped. How would he eat? How would he contact his parents? He was filled with dread as he noticed the adults around him laughing heartily at his plight. He continued to run, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Run again and again, yet still he ran. Gradually, as his tiny body grew weary and his feet could move no longer, he comprehended that no matter how hard he struggled, a mere wave gazing ahead at the road. Bai Xiong cast a fleeting glance at the roadside and noticed a boy clad in white standing at the entrance of the police station, who appeared rather dashing. Bai Xiong scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, what good is being handsome?" Isn't he still standing in the rain by the roadside? Cursing under his breath about the folly of wearing white on a rainy day, he pressed the accelerator. And with a roar, the BMW splashed mud as it sped past Yang Ning. With a smug expression, he glanced in the rearview mirror at the boy in white, relishing in his misfortune. Suddenly, Bai Xiong's countenance shifted dramatically. He slammed on the brakes, and in an instant, the BMW skidded into the guardrail due to the slick road. The woman in the passenger seat was rendered speechless with fright, while Bai Xiong's face turned ashen. He fixated on the rearview mirror, where he saw the boy in white holding the hand of a pale-faced little boy, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Xia Tian. Despite the passage of years, Bai Xiong still vividly remembered Xia Tian's visage. Chapter 54. I longed to hear your heartbeat, too. As the night descended and the rain pattered softly, the accident occurred right outside the gates of the police station in Cang'er City. In a daze, Bai Xiong exited the vehicle, standing in the rain and feeling the chill of the droplets. The boy's hands were empty. Where was the pale-faced boy? A sense of unease washed over him, and he touched his forehead, which felt unusually hot. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, he heard the rhythmic sound of his heartbeat, and a wave of pressure enveloped his chest, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. The echoes of his youth resurfaced. He braced himself against the car door, gently patting his chest. It had been over a decade since he experienced such a sensation after that surgery in Nantai. Why was it returning today? Reflecting on the fact that he had seen Xia Tian in the rearview mirror moments ago, Bai Xiong felt an unsettling aura surrounding him. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Dada, what's wrong?" Bai Xiong's brow furrowed slightly as he detected an unusual hint of panic in his father's typically composed voice. "Dad, my right eye has been twitching lately, and I feel uneasy. Plus I keep having nightmares. Could I borrow the Buddha pendant you received from that human trafficker 2 years ago?" Silence filled the line. "Dad? Oh, the Buddha pendant. You don't know about Zhang Hui's incident, do you? Are you still daring to use his things? Go to Jiming Temple and get yourself a jade Buddha." "Dad, are you joking? The items from Jiming Temple can't compare to your Buddha pendant. I've seen its miraculous powers with my own eyes. That was just a coincidence. Stop being superstitious that I have matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now." Beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Bai Xiong cursed under his breath. Damn it. Even at his age, he is still so afraid of death? Just wait. In the deep of night, outside Jinsou village, Yang Ning departed from Hu Yingying's home, holding a transparent umbrella. The dimly lit path on this rainy night made him appear solitary. A figure walking alone in the shadows. In truth, he was indeed a person traversing the world. Yet he was not alone. Hu Yingying gazed tremulously at the group of mischievous little spirits frolicking around Yang Ning, as well as the vivid red light that occasionally emanated from his bag, rendering her utterly unsettled. She even discerned that among the little spirits surrounding Yang Ning, 5 were subtly glowing with a crimson hue. Additionally, Yang Ning was shrouded in 3 dark mists, each representing a malevolent spirit, none of which were to be trifled with. Among them was a little spirit named Xiaoqing, who had brought calamity upon Wang Jiang. While the other 2 exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity and a palpable stench of decay, Hu Yingying could comprehend the presence of Xiaoqing as Yang Ning's spirit, but what did the other 2 signify? Trembling, she inquired, "Master Yang, why do you carry so many malevolent spirits with you?" Upon hearing the phrase ever-bright lantern, Hu Yingying suddenly stumbled. Yang Ning, having walked through the darkness, had arrived at dawn that he stood beneath a lavish apartment building in Cang'er City, which offered a view of the Songhai Sea. Quietly waiting beneath the eaves, his umbrella retracted. The streets were eerily silent before the dawn of a rainy night, devoid of any pedestrians, beside Yang Ning. A pale little hand tugged at his clothing, and a gentle little female ghost, resembling delicate fragments fused together, appeared. She looked up at Yang Ning and said in a sweet voice, "Chengcheng, it's time for breakfast." In the next moment, a golden-haired little female ghost, exquisite yet marred by cracks, materialized, holding a towel, and declared, "Chengcheng, it's time to wash your face. You must become a refined little gentleman today." Nearby, Sun Depeo, who was playfully tugging at his own intestines, cast a disdainful glance at the 2 adorable little spirits and bellowed, "Chengcheng, it's time to relieve yourself." Xinyame, clutching her head with one hand and a roll of toilet paper with the other, blinked her sparkling eyes and said, "Chengcheng, I've prepared the paper for you." After stating this, she lifted her head and scanned the surroundings, glancing at the spot where Yang Ning stood, and sweetly remarked, "It seems we won't need to flush today? While it's convenient, it does appear somewhat exposed to the wind." Meanwhile, Hu Yingying observed the scene before her with trepidation and asked, "Master Yang, are you living like an emperor?" Yang Ning stretched lazily and replied, "These little spirits are still young. They need to move around more, or else they'll become useless." In that moment, Hu Yingying felt a sense of despair regarding her future as a spirit. Throughout their journey, Yang Ning posed 3 questions to Xiatian. "Do you really have to do this? Can't we be more straightforward? Goodness, are you some kind of sadistic spirit who tortures others like this? If we are to ensure that our Mr. Bai enjoys a good night's sleep, we must follow through. After all, goodness gracious." In the opulently decorated Seaview apartment above, Bai Xiong awakened in a king-sized bed measuring 1.80 meters. Beside him lay a young and beautiful girl. For someone like Bai Xiong, who existed at a level beyond that of a wealthy heir, a Seaview bedroom, luxury cars, and stunning girls were merely standard fare. He may not have been beaten half to death by Wang Jiang. And while Zhang Chao, who drives a Bentley, possesses considerable wealth, he undoubtedly lives a more comfortable life than Zhang Chao. Upon opening his eyes, Bai Xiong felt a singular sensation, exhilaration. He had slept splendidly last night. This does not refer to any other kind of delight, but solely to the joy of a restful slumber. Donning the Buddha amulet from his bedside, Bai Xiong rose from his bed and retrieved a can of chilled beer from the refrigerator. He ventured out onto the balcony, gazing at the vast sea shrouded in morning drizzle and the distant Eerie mountain, welcoming the morning breeze as he took a hearty swig of his icy beer. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Bai Xiong furrowed his brow, pondering who could be visiting so early in the morning. He approached the door and activated the visual intercom, revealing a young man in white standing outside. The boy appeared quite handsome and cultured, yet Bai Xiong found himself irked by such demeanor. Nevertheless, he was momentarily lost in thought, as if he had seen the boy somewhere before. Ding dong. The doorbell continued to chime, but Bai Xiong remained still. Ding dong. The incessant ringing caused a shift in Bai Xiong's expression. Ding dong. He plopped down onto the floor, his face devoid of color. Through the intercom system, he could clearly see the boy standing outside, his hands motionless, while the doorbell continued to ring. That moment, the boy slightly lifted himself onto his toes, adopting a condescending posture as he smiled at the camera of the visual intercom. From Bai Xiong's perspective on the floor, it appeared as though the boy was smiling directly at him through the door. Chapter 55. I want to hear your heartbeat. 3. Ding dong, thump, ding dong, thump. Unbeknownst to him, as Bai Xiong sat on the floor, he felt an uncanny synchronization between the ringing of the doorbell and the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He even harbored a premonition that when the doorbell ceased, so too would his heartbeat. Sitting on the floor, Bai Xiong was drenched in sweat within mere seconds. A chilling breeze swept past him, and at that moment, a warm sensation emanating from his chest brought him a modicum of comfort. He glanced down to see the Buddha amulet he had received from his father. However, before Bai Xiong could catch his breath, The seemingly refined face staring at him through the visual intercom suddenly spoke. The voice emanated from outside. Is anyone inside? Sitting on the floor isn't good for your health. Bai Xiong, just when he felt entirely weak and limp, it was as if he had been jolted by a knife to his behind. Propelling him from the ground in a flash, he steadied himself against the wall to avoid falling, holding his breath and attempting to create the illusion that he was alone in the room. At that moment, Bai Xiong could not fathom the source of his fear, yet an overwhelming dread consumed him. With his eyes closed, memories of the summer he had shared with Xia Tian flooded his mind. The boy who had held Xia Tian's hand was just outside the door. So where was Xia Tian? Ding dong, thump, ding dong, thump. The doorbell continued its relentless ringing, and Bai Xiong felt his heartbeat truly synchronize with its cadence. He elongated each breath, hoping that by doing so, the frequency of the doorbell would diminish, yet that if your heart isn't strong, don't hold your breath. It could lead to complications. Listening to the sounds emanating from outside the door, Bai Xiong's eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, you truly know so much. Bai Xiong gently rose on his toes, wishing to leave, but the voices outside were relentless, haunting like specters. It seems the master within has no intention of granting us entry. Then we shall simply have to unlock the door ourselves. In that moment, Bai Xiong felt as if struck by lightning. What had he just heard? A refined young man clad in white, bearing a white tote bag over his shoulder. Why would that boy use such a term? As Bai Xiong was engulfed in dread, with a sudden click, the security door that stood between him and Yang Ning swung open of its own accord. Yang Ning appeared before Bai Xiong, holding a square gift box. Today, his smile lacked the usual tranquility and naturalness, replaced instead by a hint of awkwardness, as if he were forcing it. It seems gifting is truly not my forte. Upon seeing Yang Ning, Bai Xiong glanced at the door that had opened by itself and stuttered. Do you have something to discuss? Yang Ning sighed softly and inquired. Mr. Bai, did you sleep well last night? Bai Xiong instinctively nodded, simultaneously taking 2 steps back, his instincts urging him to maintain distance from Yang Ning, while his peripheral vision caught sight of his phone. Yang Ning smiled faintly, holding the gift box in one hand and gesturing towards the adjacent room, saying, Do you wish to call the police? No need for a phone. A shout will suffice. They are right next door. He then pointed in another direction, stating, There are also officers this way. He gestured behind him, indicating the room directly opposite Bai Xiong's, adding, And over there as well. In any case, if you yell, at least 30 officers will hear you. Bai Xiong. Bai Xiong wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring, Oh okay. Yang Ning nodded with satisfaction, saying, That's good, Mr. Bai. Here's the situation. Someone has asked me to deliver a gift to you, along with a few words. Bai Xiong's voice caught in his throat. Is it's Xia Tian. He glanced behind Yang Ning, retreating as he spoke. Are you here to collect a debt on behalf of Xia Tian? Yang Ning shook his head. Collect a debt? No, we are not here to take anything from you. He bent down to place the square gift box inside the door, explaining, This is a small gift from your dear friend, along with a few messages he wanted me to convey. He continued. He harbors resentment towards your father and the surgeon who operated, yet he bears no ill will towards you. He also mentioned that you did nothing wrong. After all, you were merely 8 years old at the time, and you are not the one who should bear the consequences. Finally, he added, he said that as Yang Ning reached this point, he abruptly paused, his smile subtly shifting. As for the last message, you shall hear it from him yourself. In that instant, Bai Xiong felt a sudden heaviness in his chest, as if something had been placed upon it. A cold, chilling voice whispered against his heart, I wish to listen to your heartbeat. Bai Xiong, overwhelmed with terror, lowered his gaze, only to behold the boy, purchased by his father to have his heart extracted years ago, pressing his ear against Bai Xiong's chest, completely motionless. The boy bore a conspicuous bloodstain, the size of a fist, upon his body. Ding dong, thud, ding dong, thud. Bai Xiong abruptly noticed that the doorbell in the room had not ceased ringing for a moment. Yet, as the boy leaned against Bai Xiong's heart, the chime fell silent. Moments prior, across the hall from Bai Xiong's room, Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei, accompanied by several elite officers, were intently observing the surveillance footage, all prepared to rush out at a moment's notice. On the monitor, the corridor lay deserted, yet none of the officers allowed themselves to relax, for they had seen on another camera that the elegantly dressed boy in white had already made his appearance downstairs. By the time Yang Ning ascended the stairs to the floor where Bai Xiong's room was located, the armed officers had already positioned themselves behind the door, when Yang Ning stood before the entrance to Bai Xiong's room. He was less than 2 meters away from Lei Ming and the others, Lei Ming, gazing at the screen, pointed towards the door and commanded in a hushed tone, "Everyone, remain concealed until the suspect makes a move. Today, we must catch him in the act." However, what puzzled Lei Ming and his team was that, despite the door being ajar, Yang Ning remained in the corridor, taking not a single step into Bai Xiong's room. Suddenly, Yang Ning bent down in the hallway, as if placing something inside Bai Xiong's room. Lei Ming immediately instructed, "Zoom in, let us see what he has placed in Bai Xiong's room." The surveillance footage magnified. Yet nothing was revealed except for a fleeting white shadow. Following this, Yang Ning continued to linger outside the door, not entering the room, leaving the officers feeling impotent. Shortly thereafter, Yang Ning departed. From the moment he appeared to his exit, he had not stepped foot inside Bai Xiong's room. Once Yang Ning had left, Lei Ming approached and knocked on Bai Xiong's door, but there was no response. As the door was unlocked, Lei Ming, accompanied by several officers, called out a few times before entering. Upon entering the room, Lei Ming found Bai Xiong sitting vacantly on a balcony with a view of the sea, cradling an opened gift box in his hands. As Lei Ming approached, he discovered the box contained a mass chapter 56. "If you insist on doing this, then our fates are intertwined." Name, Yang Ning. Occupation, exorcist. Having just emerged from the police station yesterday. Today, Yang Ning found himself back inside. The officer conducting the interrogation was none other than Officer Zhang, who had questioned him the previous day, accompanied by a female officer taking notes. Due to the lack of concrete evidence, they could only engage in questioning rather than formal interrogation. The exchange between Officer Zhang and Yang Ning unfolded. "Why did you go to the global apartment?" "I merely strolled over." "What were you doing upstairs?" "I did not ascend." "Is there any evidence?" "Shouldn't it be your responsibility to present evidence proving that I went upstairs before you can question me?" Officer Zhang smirked coldly. "Many of my colleagues witnessed you going upstairs. And we have surveillance footage." Yang Ning fixed his gaze on the camera in the corner, stating, "First, officers cannot serve as witnesses in cases they are involved in. Second, I do not believe you possess any surveillance." The footage from other areas was crystal clear, yet only Yang Ning's face appeared distorted. Lei Ming lit a cigarette for himself and took a deep drag, saying, "I recall that when we were at the scene, everything seemed fine." Zhang Donglei nodded. "Indeed, there were no issues. So how did it become problematic now?" Technician Wang mentioned that, upon reviewing the original footage, it had been distorted from the very moment it was recorded. "What about the surveillance in the elevator of the apartment?" "The same, distorted." "What about the fingerprints on the gift box that Bai Xiong was holding? The footprints at the scene?" Zhang Donglei fell silent, while Lei Ming furrowed his brow, demanding, "Speak. Why are you hesitating? There are only Bai Xiong's fingerprints on the gift box and the footprints at the scene. Cough. They all belong to our own people." This time, it was Lei Ming's turn to be silent. He finished his cigarette in a few puffs, covering his head in silence. After a moment, he lowered his hand and glanced at the surveillance monitor, only to find Yang Ning already looking at him. Lei Ming rose abruptly and headed straight for the adjacent interrogation room, signaling for Officer Zhang and the female officer to leave, turning off the recording device before sitting down opposite Yang Ning. He fixed his unwavering gaze on Yang Ning, who greeted him with a benign smile, exuding an air of innocence. After a long silence, Lei Ming broke it. "Bai Xiong is somewhat unruly, but he has never committed a crime. And he seldom even bullies others." Yang Ning nodded slightly. "Oh." Lei Ming furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you think he deserves to die?" Yang Ning's smile remained unchanged as he blinked slowly, responding, "Captain Lei, the recording may be off, but the surveillance remains active." Lei Ming, puzzled, replied, "Isn't this irrelevant to you? I thought you could also distort the internal police video." Yang Ning chuckled. "That would be too disrespectful to you." Lei Ming picked up the intercom and instructed someone to turn off the surveillance in the interrogation room. Watching the red light on the monitor extinguish, Yang Ning gradually spoke, "Captain Lei, Bai Xiong should have died many years ago. He has prolonged his own life at the expense of others, and with each additional day he lives, he causes further injustice to the souls that have departed." Lei Ming appeared to be incensed by Yang Ning's words. His anger barely contained as he hastened his speech to inquire, "Do you believe you possess the authority to judge another's life?" Yang Ning shook his head and replied, "No, I do not." Lei Ming's pace quickened further. "Why do you persistently challenge the authority of the police?" Yang Ning reiterated, "No, I do not." With a resounding bang, Lei Ming slammed his palm onto the table, nearly losing control as he shouted at lightning speed, "Then why did you murder Bai Xiong?" Yang Ning wore a languid expression, casually responding, "Because he deserved to die." That moment, Lei Ming shuddered, while a slight smile graced Yang Ning's lips. reaching into his inner pocket. Lei Ming produced a recording pin flashing with a green light, currently in operation. At this juncture, his demeanor was remarkably composed, devoid of the earlier emotional outburst. Across from him, Yang Ning's smile remained unchanged. Lei Ming pressed the playback button on the recording pin. And apart from static, nothing else was audible. The corners of Lei Ming's eyes twitched repeatedly as he stood in silence for an extended period. After a considerable pause, his facial muscles twitched slightly, and he quivered as he said, "Yang Ning, do you believe that I can send you away without needing evidence, even make you face a firing squad?" Yang Ning nodded without hesitation. "I believe so. However, Captain Lei, should you proceed in that manner, our fates will intertwine." "What kind of fate?" "Accursed fate." Lei Ming remained rooted to the spot, while Yang Ning glanced at his surroundings, noting only a bottle of mineral water that he smiled and remarked, "Captain Lei, are you thirsty?" After a glance at the bottle of water on the table, Lei Ming rubbed his face with both hands. "What would you like to drink?" Yang Ning pondered momentarily and replied, "Coke, sugar-free, and chilled." A few minutes later, 2 bottles of sugar-free Coke were delivered by Officer Zhang. Lei Ming opened both bottles, taking a sip from each before exhaling towards Yang Ning. The smile vanished from Yang Ning's face. Watching Yang Ning's once nauseating smile fade, Lei Ming finally chuckled. He pushed the 2 bottles of Coke towards Yang Ning, leaning over the table and looking down at him with a mocking expression. "Drink if you wish, or don't." With a sudden force, the 2 open bottles were overturned, spilling their contents across the table. Lei Ming sensed a drop in the surrounding temperature. Yang Ning too stood up, bracing himself against the now sticky table. Gazing intently at Lei Ming, his refined and handsome visage once again adorned with a smile. "Thank you for the Coke, Captain Lei. I have prepared a gift for you as well." From a tote bag slung over his shoulder, he retrieved an electronic clock and placed it on the table, setting a countdown for 60 minutes. The clock began its countdown. Observing the timer dwindling to 59 minutes, Yang Ning lightly tapped the edge of the clock with his finger, smiling at Lei Ming as he said, "Captain Lei, from this moment onward, for every hour I spend here, you shall receive a precious gift. Today, you might find yourself quite busy." Raising his hand to indicate one, he declared, "Now, this is the first." The very moment Yang Ning finished speaking, Lei Ming's phone vibrated with a low hum. Meeting Yang Ning's gaze, Lei Ming retrieved his phone. In that instant, the light in the inquiry room illuminated both Yang Ning and Lei Ming, casting one in shadow and the other in brightness. Yang Ning shrouded in darkness, while Lei Ming basked in light. The informant reported that someone had fled with an object resembling white flour. Lei Ming fell silent, and Yang Ning raised his hand, subtly waving his index finger before Lei Ming's eyes, indicating the number 1. Unfazed, Lei Ming understood immediately and promptly dispatched a team. After hanging up, he grasped the intercom, instructing, "Li Sun, take your team to Chongqing Street." Beep, beep, beep. An hour later, the electronic alarm rang. "Captain Lei, a homicide on the 15th floor of Jiangning Building. The victim is named Li Chun. The scene appears to be an underground casino." Yang Ning smiled and flashed a 2-finger sign at Lei Ming. Beep, beep, beep. Another hour passed, and the electronic alarm sounded once more. "Captain Lei, another homicide at Jiakwei Park in the Northern District. The victim is named Uha.I in the police office." Zhang Donglei observed the video before him and remarked, "The gift box bears only Bai Xiong's fingerprints. And the footprints at the scene. Cough. They all belong to our own personnel." As Zhang Donglei's voice echoed in his ears, bang. Lei Ming, who had been cradling his head, suddenly stood up from his seat. Panting heavily, his expression blank as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was not in the inquiry room, and the person before him was not Yang Ning. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was precisely 1 minute before his scheduled meeting with Yang Ning in the inquiry room. Had he just experienced a dream? The others in the office turned to look at Lei Ming, with Zhang Donglei asking, "What's wrong, Captain Lei? Feeling a bit fatigued? Perhaps you should take a short rest?" After instructing to investigate those individuals, Lei Ming turned and departed. In the inquiry room, Lei Ming placed 2 bottles of chilled, sugar-free cola before Yang Ning and inquired, "Do you need me to help you open it?" Yang Ning smiled and shook his head. "No, thank you." As Lei Ming settled into the seat opposite him, Yang Ning grinned, saying, "I was planning to bring you a few more gifts, but how is it that you can't handle just the 3rd one?" "Captain, this is all credit to you." A sudden shiver coursed through Lei Ming's body, and when he looked at Yang Ning again, he appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Ning chuckled. "Don't take it to heart, Captain Lei. I was just talking nonsense. I fell asleep and had a dream about you." Chapter 57. I am a medium. It's quite reasonable to have some skills, isn't it? The burly proprietor, robust and muscular, had just taken a box of frozen fish from the refrigerator when two police officers entered the shop. The proprietor squinted slightly, wiped the sweat from his brow with the towel around his neck, and approached to inquire, "What brings you here?" One officer began to speak. "Is there a person named Chien? But before he could finish, the other officer suddenly pulled him back, saying, "Boss, it's a routine check. Please present your identification." The proprietor nodded, replying, "Sure, just a moment. I'll fetch it right away." After speaking, he approached the wall and ascended a movable staircase within the fish store, reaching the small loft he had constructed himself. Once he arrived there, he fell silent, prompting two officers to exchange glances and inquire, "Boss, are you there?" Without hesitation, the two officers quickly climbed the staircase, only to discover another set of stairs in the loft, leading through a hole he had secretly opened in the roof directly to the rooftop. When the officers burst onto the rooftop, they were met with the sight of the fish store owner sprinting away with a handbag in hand. You think you can escape? On Chang'er Street, several officers, having already laid an ambush under Zhang Donglei's command, sealed off all nearby exits, while the two officers on the rooftop steadily advanced forward. Gradually, Zhang Donglei, accompanied by several officers and a multitude of auxiliary police, ascended to the rooftop, pointing at the fish store owner as he proclaimed, "Chien Si, surrender now. You cannot flee." The fish store owner, his face contorted with rage, retorted, "How did you find me? I've hidden here for 5 years without a single flaw. So what if I killed a family? Today, I will fight you to the end." With that, he brandished a knife from his handbag and charged at the nearest officer. Yet, before he could even swing the knife, a swarm of officers overwhelmed him and pinned him to the ground. With handcuffs secured, Zhang Donglei retrieved his phone and called Lei Ming. "Captain Lei, we've got him. There's definitely something amiss. His name isn't Chien Nong. It's Chien Si that he was responsible for the massacre 5 years ago near the bridge. For the past few years, he has been hiding under an alias while selling fish on Chang'er Street." Half an hour later, on the 25th floor of Jiangning Building, a group of special police officers suddenly stormed into the only company on that floor, discovering that, apart from a few pretending to be working outside, the company was secretly operating a casino. Staring incredulously at the confiscated gambling equipment, Zhang Donglei exclaimed into the phone, "Captain Lei, we've finally located the 4th establishment run by those gamblers from Nanlo. It's about time we caught this bunch of scoundrels. The ringleader is named Li Chun." Another half hour later, gazing at several kilograms of flour unearthed from the park's janitorial supply room, Zhang Donglei felt utterly stunned. "Captain Lei, you're simply remarkable. This Yuhai truly knows how to hide things." Within the police station, Lei Ming held his phone, listening to Zhang Donglei's voice filled with near admiration. "Captain Lei, you're simply extraordinary." He immediately felt overwhelmed. Opposite him, Yang Ning smiled and said, "Captain Lei, you should be pleased. You've accomplished a great feat." With a long sigh, Lei Ming exhaled deeply, pressing his forehead and replied, "I will report truthfully to the higher-ups, stating it was your intelligence that led to this." Yang Ning shook his head, responding, "No need. It was merely a few words. I'm not in one of a commemorative banner." Lei Ming fixed his gaze on Yang Ning's eyes for a moment before unexpectedly uttering, "Thank you." "Thank you for what?" Yang Ning replied nonchalantly, "I've hardly contributed much. It's you officers who risk your lives to apprehend criminals. Moreover, you do so much more in your daily duties. Compared to you, my small act of kindness is insignificant." Lei Ming, "Thank you for your recognition of our work." Yang Ning smiled faintly, remaining silent. The two soon fell into a spell of silence. Suddenly, Lei Ming posed a question that he wished he could slap himself for asking. "Yang Ning, do you truly believe there are supernatural entities in this world?" Yang Ning resolutely shook his head and replied, "Not for you. Please have faith in science." "Not for me?" he inquired. "Well, those fanciful notions have no bearing on you," Yang Ning countered, blinking and adding with a smile. "Isn't they're saying, if you have no guilty conscience, you need not fear ghosts knocking at your door." Lei Ming fell silent for 2 seconds before asking, "What if one does have a guilty conscience?" Yang Ning shrugged. "Who can say? How did you just enter my dream?" Lei Ming gestured towards the door. "You may leave now." Yang Ning patted his leg, saying, "My legs have gone numb. Please wait a moment." "Suit yourself. Just don't treat this like home," Lei Ming replied as he stood and walked towards the door. Suddenly, he feigned nonchalance and turned to Yang Ning, saying, "Even if you can send dreams, how did you know those 3 pieces of information? You were so clear about the names and places. Oh, Lei Ming nodded, shifting the conversation. And how did you extract Bai Xiong's heart? Yang Ning blinked and said, I am a medium, but if you wish to inquire about such matters, I must admit I am utterly clueless. Without uttering another word, Lei Ming turned and left. Yang Ning sat in the interrogation room, retrieving an electronic clock from the bag slung over his shoulder, muttering to himself, having given you the gifts, I cannot be dismissed from this place too soon. The countdown on the clock showed 1 hour and 42 minutes remaining. Yang Ning glanced at the time and said, let us wait. Lei Ming furrowed his brows and asked, why? What are you waiting for? Yang Ning raised 3 fingers. Captain Lei, I've given you 3 gifts. Is it too much to sit here a little longer? Lei Ming immediately understood Yang Ning's implication, his expression shifting to one of realization as he looked at the electronic clock on the table. You provided me with 3 clues, not because I woke at the 3rd clue, but because you only needed to stay here for 3 hours. Yang Ning replied with mild exasperation, could you not be so astute? Lei Ming leaned closer. What will happen in an hour and a half? Yang Ning's smile gradually turned enigmatic. Captain Lei, why don't you go ahead and busy yourself? We can wait together later. Lei Ming took out his phone and made 2 calls, then pulled out the chair opposite Yang Ning, sitting down once more. Time ticked by slowly. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic alarm clock that had once appeared in Lei Ming's dream resonated. Snap. Yang Ning pressed it down with one hand, pointing towards the outside of the interrogation room with a smile. Captain Lei, listen. All Lei Ming could hear was a commotion outside, seemingly a man shouting furiously. Where is the murderer? What are you officers doing? Find the perpetrator. Who is it that has slain my son? I shall make him pay with his life. At this moment, a tempest of fury surged in Lei Ming's eyes. While Yang Ning remained as tranquil and composed as ever, Captain Lei, it seems there is a commotion outside. Chapter 58. Before him, the golden figure of the Buddha appeared dim and lackluster. Behind him, damn it. Are you all merely idlers? What use are you to me? Where is the murderer of my son? Where is he? An elderly man, clad in a white suit and appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. Forcefully burst into the police headquarters, his eyes reddened and resembling a rabid dog, kicking down doors in search of his quarry. A few police officers followed him, but their visibly troubled expressions indicated they dared not impede the man. Soon, he discovered the interrogation room where Lei Ming and Yang Ning were stationed. Since this was the only room occupied, the old man naturally targeted Yang Ning, charging into the room and demanding, You are the one who killed my son, aren't you? With that, he raised his hand, intending to deliver a slap to Yang Ning's face. However, this action did not intimidate Yang Ning, but it did terrify Lei Ming, who was seated opposite him. You dare to strike him? Are you aware of his record? He leaves a trail of death wherever he goes. 6 lives lost. The police forces of 2 regions are powerless against him. Without further ado, Lei Ming lunged forward to push the man aside. Old Bai, please, remain calm. Calm? What the hell does that mean? The old man struggled to shove Lei Ming aside, but unlike the other police officers who hesitated, Lei Ming stood firm, refusing to yield an inch. Left with no choice, the old man pointed at Yang Ning over Lei Ming's shoulder, cursing, I know you. You little brat. Word has spread in the underworld. Zhang Hui was killed by you, wasn't he? And his entire family too, right? Well then, you may think you're invincible, but I am not afraid of you. Listen well, kid. Right now, this Lei fellow is blocking me, but these people cannot protect you forever. As he spoke, the old man's fury intensified, his eyes blazing as if they might burst from their sockets. He roared at Yang Ning, whether it be the Emperor of Heaven or the King of Hell. Whoever has killed my son shall pay in blood for their crimes. Blood for blood. By the time he finished his tirade, the old man appeared on the verge of fainting, his rage palpable. Meanwhile, Yang Ning, seated in the interrogation room, merely languidly cleaned his ears, never once casting a glance at the old man. Ultimately, Lei Ming ordered several officers to carry the nearly unconscious elder away, hastily shutting the interrogation room door behind him and glaring intently at Yang Ning. With an innocent expression, Yang Ning remarked, Captain Lei, I am not under any suspicion at this moment, and I have just contributed to the security of Cang'er. However, my personal safety is now at risk. So I leave my fate in your hands. Lei Ming replied, Are you certain you want me to handle this? Yang Ning nodded. Indeed, that in less than 5 minutes, a young female officer escorted Yang Ning out through the back entrance of the police station. Gazing at the modest iron gate, Yang Ning inquired of the vigilant female officer beside him, Does this count as me having entered through the back door of the police station? The officer, with a stern expression, remained silent. Yang Ning attempted to take a step towards the main entrance of the precinct, But the officer swiftly intervened, pinching her earpiece as she stated, "Mr. Bai Chong is still within the precinct. You cannot proceed. Is it that I cannot go as long as he is here?" The officer nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is a directive from Captain Lei. You two are not permitted to meet." Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Yang Ning retorted, "Then why not have him leave?" The officer coldly replied, "Because, in comparison to you, he requires greater protection." Yang Ning countered, "And what of me?" The officer turned her gaze aside, smirking, "You are quite capable. You do not require it." "Well, I must admit, I appreciate that sentiment." With a slight sniff, Yang Ning straightened his posture. "So, where shall we go now? It is already 2 in the afternoon. Perhaps we should have a meal? Anywhere but the precinct will suffice. I have already eaten. Then shall we visit Chongwen Temple to offer incense? As you wish." With that, Yang Ning led the way, followed closely by the officer as they made their way to Chongwen Temple. Along the journey, the officer continuously reported Yang Ning's coordinates via her Bluetooth earpiece, which filled him with a sense of pride. Indeed, exceptional individuals always attract attention. The officer merely curled her lip in silence. Chongwen Temple is a renowned tourist attraction in Cang'er City, famed for its twin pagodas, and it also serves as a Buddhist temple. Upon their arrival at 3:05, the officer noted the surprising lack of visitors, both worshippers and tourists alike. Following Yang Ning into a side hall, he lit a stick of incense from a nearby incense box, placing it in the burner without any ceremonial gestures, and simply turned to leave. The officer, curious, asked, "Aren't you going to pay your respects?" Yang Ning paused, pointing at the Buddha statue, and blurted, "They are from different sects, and being mere clay statues, they are unable to respond. It seems pointless to bother them." The officer, in the Bodhisattva hall, Yang Ning merely offered a single stick of incense, while the officer found herself momentarily entranced by the Bodhisattva seated upon the lotus pedestal. Subsequently, as they exited the hall, the officer's complexion turned pale. The sky outside had inexplicably darkened. Upon checking her phone for messages, her face drained of color. Hours earlier, just as Yang Ning and the officer entered the Bodhisattva hall, he had turned slightly and departed with a subtle smile. The officer, seemingly oblivious, remained rooted to the spot. Yang Ning navigated the temple with ease, making his way toward a locked hall from which the sound of chanting emanated. Upon reaching the entrance, without any sign of hesitation, he forcefully pushed the ornate doors open with a resounding crash. Inside sat dozens of monks clad in robes, all reciting scriptures in unison. However, at the moment the doors swung open, the harmonious chanting abruptly ceased. The sound of beads cascading to the ground echoed incessantly, filling the air with a cacophony. One by one, the monks, whose breaths were steady and expressions devout, were suddenly engulfed by panic. Their bodies drenched in cold sweat, the bolder among them managed to maintain their meditative postures, while the timid had already prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Yang Ning stepped over the threshold and strode in, speaking as he walked. "My apologies, esteemed masters, but you see, my little companions cannot contain their energy in a place such as this." He continued forward, arriving at the statue of the Buddha at the front of the grand hall. Gazing up at the figure before him, he turned to the old monk beside him, who was striking a wooden fish, and said, "Master, the police have forbade me from meeting a certain individual. So I must trouble you to close the temple for half a day today. As for the one wishing to offer incense, let him go to the Jimming Temple on the mountain instead." The old monk, clutching his small wooden stick, found himself unable to strike it down, his hair and beard as white as snow, with long white eyebrows cascading down from the corners of his eyes, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. If only he were not trembling as if caught in a fit. "Ning Shizhu," he replied, "since the establishment of our Chongwen Temple, we have never closed our doors. To hastily close the temple may invite divine retribution." With a clang, the small hammer fell to the ground, seemingly exhausting the old monk's entire strength. Yang Ning chuckled, "I traverse this wretched place with an aura of the supernatural, and your deity dares not even show its face. Come now, simply close the temple and let it bestow upon me some punishment." As he spoke, Yang Ning leaned slightly, whispering into the old monk's ear, "Fear not. Should it dare to punish you, I shall ignite it." The already trembling old monk was suddenly seized by an even more violent shiver, hastily bowing his head, fiddling with the beads in his hands while repeatedly chanting Amitabha. At that moment, Yang Ning smiled and picked up the small hammer from the ground, lightly tapping it on the wooden fish. The sound reverberated, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the monks in the hall, their beads intact, dropped them to the floor, creating a series of cracking noises. Yang Ning leaned in close to the old monk, as if whispering to an old friend after years apart. Master, if the temple doors are closed too late, then our fateful encounter shall arrive. The old monk, as if jolted by electricity, suddenly sprang to his feet and hurriedly dashed towards the temple door. As the old monk ran, the others followed suit. The dozens of monks within the hall rushed toward the exit in a frenzy. Bang! The temple doors shattered. At this moment, Yang Ning stood tall, gazing directly at the golden Buddha statue before him, casually tossing the small hammer to the ground, his aura of the supernatural unfurling unabashedly. In the expansive hall of the Buddha, Yang Ning stood erect, a sliver of the setting sun pierced through the thick clouds, illuminating his back through the shattered temple doors, casting his shadow upon the altar. In that moment, before him, the towering Buddha statue dimmed in radiance. Behind him, a terrified throng of monks scrambled to escape. Chapter 59. A serene encounter at Jiming Temple. A bowl of rain outside the door drip, drop. A single raindrop fell at the entrance of the Jiming Temple on the mountain, splattering in all directions. Inside the temple, Master Jingyun held a bowl of collected rainwater, opening the temple doors to place it outside. For several years, it has been a tradition at the Chicken Crying Temple that whenever it rains, a bowl of rainwater is placed outside the gate. If the rain persists the following day, another bowl is to be set out. It is said that the origin of this custom dates back to several years ago, when a young and beautiful female pilgrim from afar visited the temple, reportedly in search of her son in Kaiyun province. She would burn incense at the temple every morning and evening, while during the day she would venture out to seek her child. On rainy days, unable to descend the mountain, the pilgrim would sit outside the temple's grand entrance, holding a bowl, gazing longingly at the mountain path, her lips murmuring incessantly, "Son, where are you? Where are you? Mother has come to find you." Over time, the abbess of the temple took the pilgrim in as a nun, bestowing upon her the Dharma name Jingyu, hoping that she would reunite with her son. The nun speculated whether Jingyu had found her child and departed, or if she had given up her search. One day, however, the police from the foot of the mountain arrived with the grim news: Jingyu had died. Her body had been discarded in a ravine, having suffered violent assault during her lifetime. From that moment on, the abbess decreed that a bowl of rainwater would be placed outside the temple on rainy days. If the bowl remained full, it signified no trouble. Conversely, if the water had evaporated despite the clouds, it indicated a visitor was at hand. Eventually, the abbess who had sheltered Jingyu passed away. Yet the new abbess chose to uphold this tradition, perpetuating it year after year. At this moment, Abbess Jingyun set down a bowl brimming with rainwater, reaching for the one left outside the previous day. To her surprise, it felt remarkably light. She discovered that the bowl was empty. Suddenly, a gentle knocking echoed. "Who is it?" Abbess Jingyun inquired, but upon looking up, she saw no one. Just as she was about to close the door while holding the bowl, a soft, melodious voice called out, "Good abbess, may we borrow some water to drink?" Upon glancing down, she beheld two children, a boy and a girl, their cherubic faces charmingly rosy. The girl clutched a notebook, while the boy covered his heart with his hands, a trickle of water staining the corners of his mouth. At 4 in the afternoon, outside the police station, a resounding bang echoed as Bai Chong forcefully slammed the door of his Audi. Seated in the back, his eyes bloodshot, he peered through the rain at the nearby Tsang'o police station. Humph, humph. Does the one surnamed Lei wish to protect that boy? Even in retirement, there is nothing within Cang'er's territory that I cannot accomplish. No one I cannot eliminate. With each word, Bai Chang's expression grew increasingly ferocious until, quite suddenly, he became choked with emotion. From around his neck, he produced a golden Buddha amulet, closing his eyes as he sobbed. Xiao Xiong, Father is sorry. If only I had given you the genuine amulet, perhaps you wouldn't have died. But this is the only one I possess, and I too fear death. Thus, if you seek this from me, I can only offer you a defective one, but rest assured, Xiao, I will avenge you. Tears streamed down his face, and when Bai Chong opened his eyes again, he resumed his former menacing demeanor. Whoever killed my son shall pay with their blood. Blood for blood. Bang. With a forceful slap against the seat before him, he bellowed at his driver. The driver, trembling with trepidation, stammered, "Mr. Bai, where are we going?" Bai Chang, his eyes bloodshot, wiped the tears from his face and gazed at the police headquarters through the curtain of rain, saying, "That fellow Lei claims to have captured Yang Ning. Does he think that just because I have aged, I can be easily deceived? Ha. Well, since he is destined to die, letting him linger for a few more days matters not. Today, we shall first offer incense for the deceased, to Chongwon Temple." The driver nodded vigorously. "Yes, sir." At the police headquarters, Lei Ming and Zhang Donglei observed the departing Audi with furrowed brows. Zhang Donglei expressed his concern. Captain Lei, Mr. Bai is a retired elder from the government residence. If anything happens, Lei Ming glanced at his phone and nodded. Yes, I've already instructed Yang Lan to closely follow that young man. Rest assured. Just as he finished speaking, a voice message arrived, succinctly stating, Chongwen Temple. Lei Ming picked up his phone, responding, Understood, Yang Lan will proceed as planned. Notify me immediately if that young man changes locations. The voice replied promptly. Yes, at 4:20, due to the drive, Bai Chang swiftly arrived at Chongwen Temple. However, after decades of visiting, he was taken aback to find the temple gates firmly shut. Even the driver expressed his confusion. Why is Chongwen Temple closed today? I've never seen this before. Bai Chang snorted coldly, disembarking and striding directly toward the temple entrance, with the driver hurriedly following, holding an umbrella for him. Upon reaching the gates, Bai Chang raised his hand and struck the temple doors forcefully, shouting, Open up for me. Damn it, I've offered you so many incense sticks. Today, I come to pay respects to the dead, so let me in. Soon, a quavering voice emerged from within the temple. Apologies, Mr. Bai. The temple is not receiving guests today. Not receiving guests. Normally, Bai Chang would have been incensed enough to smash the door, but today, he lacked the inclination. Instead, a lecherous smile crept across his face as he recalled that Jiming Temple was quite an enticing place, particularly with its charming abbess and nuns. I had my fun there once. Even played them to death. Jiming Temple, perched on a mountain, was difficult to navigate on a rainy day, and the driver dared not speed. By the time they arrived, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Typically, Jiming Temple also closed its doors to visitors on rainy days. But as a smaller establishment, it could not afford to offend someone of Bai Chang's stature. With just a phone call, Abbess Jingzhen reluctantly opened the temple gates. Alongside Abbess Jingyun to welcome Bai Chang were several nuns, as well as 2 lost children who had wandered up the mountain today. Upon entering the temple, Bai Chang's gaze roamed over the nuns with little restraint, playfully patting one on the backside and pinching another's hand. Showing no signs of modesty, the nuns felt discomfort. Yet, given that Bai Chang had not crossed any further boundaries, they found it difficult to voice their displeasure. Jingyun, feeling helpless, could only send the 2 children away, saying, Be good, go play in the Buddhist hall for a while, and come back later. The 2 children obediently nodded and left hand in hand. Bai Chang inquired, What are you doing? Jingyun explained, Those 2 are the children who got lost in the mountains today. I plan to let them stay overnight, and if their parents don't come looking for them, I will take them to report it tomorrow. Blushing, Jingyun defended herself. Bai Lao, please, don't speak nonsense. Nonsense? What am I saying that's nonsensical? Bai Chang grasped Jingyun's hand and remarked, The nuns here are not so different. They just wear a robe with a bit of fun added. A few years ago, I tried it once, Shirtai. How about we give it a go tonight? As he spoke, he pulled Jingyun's hand towards a nearby room. No, stop. Let go of me. I will call the police. It seemed that Jingyun's shout had a significant effect, as Bai Chang halted his actions. Jingyun hurriedly freed herself from his grip and stood aside, still shaken at a first glance. The nun appeared familiar to Jingyun, but she could not recall who it was. Before she could ponder further, Bai Chang grinned and said, This is quite intriguing. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. With that, he strode forward. Jingyun rushed to block him, but was intercepted by Bai Chang's driver and bodyguard. She shouted towards the nun, Run! The young and beautiful nun smiled slightly, remaining rooted to the spot. At that moment, an elderly nun suddenly exclaimed, Shirtai, that looks like Jingyu. Instantly, a young and lovely face flashed in Jingyun's mind. Jingzhen screamed, rushing forward to stop Bai Chang. Bai Lao, that's Jingyu, it's Jingyu. Slap. Bai Chang struck Jingzhen across the face, cursing, Bah. Today, I simply want to sleep with a nun. Nothing will stand in my way. He then cast a glance at his bodyguard, commanding, Don't let them ruin my fun. Yes, chapter 60. That is how you stuffed me under the bed back then. The air was still perfumed with lingering scents. Bai Chang trembled with excitement, advancing with large strides, his face quivering as he let out lewd chuckles. When he stood at the door, he was surprised to find there was indeed a bed in the room. This only heightened his amusement. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder echoed from above, startling Bai Chang. However, he dismissed it with a curse and stepped into the room. It was evident that this room was meant for pilgrims seeking refuge, furnished simply with a bed, a cupboard, and a square table. Yet, Bai Chang could not find the graceful figure that had just entered. He scanned the room and realized there were only 2 places to hide, the cupboard and beneath the bed. At that moment, he distinctly heard some movement coming from under the bed. He coldly chuckled. What's this, little nun? Are you trying to play hide and seek with Bai? Huh? Look at you. Upon uttering his words, he lunged towards the space beneath the bed, and instantly, a chilling stench of decay assaulted his senses. The darkness beneath the bed enveloped him, and Bai Chang felt an icy dread wash over him. Why did their tear-filled eyes meet? It was for no other reason than the two ghastly visages that loomed before him, one large and one small, two faces of the deceased, one to the left and the other to the right. Fixated upon Bai Chang, who had plunged headlong into the abyss beneath the bed, the larger corpse bore a greenish face with white pupils, tears of blood streaming down its visage. The smaller one was hollowed, its chest gaping, devoid of a heart. Bai Chang's countenance paled immediately. His fear was not confined to these two specters. There was something far more terrifying. What could be more dreadful than encountering a ghost beneath the bed? It was the fact that he was intimately familiar with this specter. Almost instantaneously upon catching sight of the larger face of the deceased, Bai Chang recognized the individual. Throughout his life, he had not extinguished many lives, and the one he had cruelly toyed with was none other than her, the very nun who had once sought him out, claiming to have purchased her child, the one who, with tears streaming down her face, had demanded the return of her son, stubbornly lingering at his doorstep, a beautiful yet foolish woman. The next moment, a shrill scream erupted from Bai Chang's lips, as if he had lost his very soul. Retreating in a frantic frenzy, yet, the temperature around him seemed to plummet several degrees. Bai Chang found himself convulsing, his limbs devoid of strength. What sent shivers down his spine was the sight of the woman he had so heartlessly discarded. Inching ever closer towards him, pale and frigid, adorned with mottled patches of decay, her corpse-like face bore two streams of blood tears, and her lifeless white eyes fixed upon him with an unyielding gaze. Her lips, tinged with a deep blue hue, parted slightly, and a voice laden with resentment echoed forth, infused with an unrestrained ferocity. "This is how you cast me beneath the bed, da-da." Bai Chang's wails were like the cries of a tormented soul, devoid of any human sound. Outside, the onlookers were immediately startled. The bodyguards, witnessing this, wore expressions of cold amusement, remarking, "Do not fret. This is merely the beginning. Soon it shall become even more lively within." The nuns' faces paled in unison. Yet only Jing Yun hesitated, saying, "Did I not hear that the one screaming in agony is Bai Chang?" The bodyguard, with a sardonic grin, replied, "Master, are you jesting with me? Are you unaware? When a person is gripped by sheer terror, their screams are indistinguishable between genders." A wave of silence enveloped the crowd. Suddenly, another round of blood-curdling screams erupted from within, more harrowing than before. The nuns trembled in fear, hastily retreating. At that moment, a series of piercing screams rang out from within. And now everyone discerned the anomaly. Those anguished cries unmistakably belonged to a man. Was it not Bai Chang? The bodyguard's expression shifted, turning ashen, as if he had swallowed something vile. Yet, the door remained resolutely shut, impervious to any attempts at opening. The anguished wails of Bai Chang crescendoed, each one more desperate than the last. The bodyguard, now in a panic, dared not intervene. He could only feign authority from outside, shouting, "Old Bai, are you all right?" Inside, upon the frigid floor, the two malevolent spirits grasped Bai Chang's legs, their ghastly forms hunched over him, relentlessly feasting upon his essence. These vengeful specters were devouring Bai Chang's vital soul. As his 3 souls and 7 spirits were torn asunder by these malevolent entities, Bai Chang's visage turned ashen. The shrieks that escaped his lips reverberated with a fervor that could shake the heavens. After a brief moment, the woman, resembling a vengeful specter, contorted her face into a mask of fury. She lifted her head and let out a harrowing wail. "Whoever has slain my son shall pay with blood for blood. Blood, debt, blood, repayment." Outside the door, the security guard felt a sense of eerie familiarity with her words. Yet, the speaker was not his employer, Bai Chang. Suddenly, a beam of golden light illuminated the room at the Cang'er police station. At 5 o'clock, Lei Ming inquired once more to the female officer Yang Lan, who was following Yang Ning, only to receive the same answer. "Chowan Temple.at 6 o'clock, he asked again, and the response remained unchanged. Even the tone mirroring the previous one. A sense of foreboding washed over Lei Ming. He promptly dialed Yang Lan's voicemail, but the call did not connect. Instead, a cascade of uniform 2-second voice messages flooded his phone, each echoing Yang Lan's voice, repeating with near-identical intonation, "Chongwen Temple, Chongwen Temple, Chongwen Temple." Lei Ming swiftly pocketed his phone, donned his jacket, and shouted to the office. "We have a mission. Follow me." The criminal investigation team set off directly towards Chongwen Temple. However, just past 6 o'clock, during the peak of rush hour and amidst the rain, the roads were choked with traffic. What should have taken 20 minutes turned into a 30-minute ordeal by the time they arrived. It was nearly 7 o'clock, and the gates of Chongwen Temple stood firmly shut. Lei Ming approached and knocked. A monk answered, stating, "The temple is closed to visitors today. We ask for your understanding." Lei Ming immediately presented his credentials, inquiring if a colleague and a boy in white attire had visited. The monk hesitated but nodded. "Yes, it was indeed because of them that we closed the temple." Lei Ming pressed urgently. "Where are they?" The monk shrugged. "I don't know. There are so many halls in the temple. Perhaps you could look for them inside." Just as Lei Ming was about to lead his team inside, his phone rang. "Hello, this is Lei Ming. Captain Lei, there's a report from Jiming Temple that 2 children have gone missing, and someone seems to have encountered a supernatural disturbance." It was relayed from the police center. Though the specifics were unclear, they requested our dispatch. "You handle the coordination. I have matters to attend to." "No, Captain Lei, it's Bai Lao over there. Should I still coordinate?" "What?" Upon hearing Bai Chang's name and the mention of supernatural disturbances, Lei Ming immediately replied, "No need. I'm on my way." Chapter 61. The storm at Chongwen Temple. He instructed 2 officers to remain behind in search of Yang Lan, while he led the others swiftly towards Jiming Temple. However, upon arriving, Master Jingzun and Bai Chang's bodyguard informed him, "Bai Lao has already left. He drove away himself." Yet, the bodyguard added, "But officers, Bai Lao did seem to be in a rather troubling state. He appeared as if possessed, his face pale as wax, surrounded by dark circles." Listening to their descriptions, Lei Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He had a foreboding sense that Bai Chang's life was in grave peril. At the foot of the mountain, inside a nearly reckless Audi, Bai Chang's complexion was as pale as death, his eyes devoid of pupils, revealing only the stark whiteness of his sclera. The frigid atmosphere within the car was chilling enough to freeze a soul. Yet through the rearview mirror, one could discern 2 malevolent spirits, one large and one small, entwined around him with relentless tenacity. The larger ghost, drenched in blood, had a ghostly visage marred by tears of crimson. Whispering sinisterly into Bai Chang's ear that if Master Jingyun were present, she would undoubtedly recognize her as Jingyu, the very woman who had once sought her son in Kaiyun. The smaller ghost cackled eerily, lifting its icy hand to repeatedly claw at the region of Bai Chang's heart, chanting in a sing-song manner about not grasping it, as if attempting to extract something from within him. It was summertime, yet the presence of these 2 vengeful spirits drained the vitality from Bai Chang, whose life force waned gradually. The Buddhist amulet adorning his chest emitted a faint glow with each flicker. A portion of his vitality would be restored. However, this resurgence was swiftly siphoned away by the 2 spirits, leaving him perpetually ensnared in a ghostly grasp. Time slipped by unmeasured until a sudden screech of brakes jolted him from his stupor. Bai Chang stumbled from the vehicle, disoriented, and lurched forward, crashing into a puddle with a resounding splash. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he raised his gaze to behold the firmly shut gates of Chongwen Temple ahead. It was past 7 o'clock, the sky thick with dark clouds and heavy rain, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Passers-by were few and far between, and those who did notice the ashen-faced elder sprawled upon the ground hurriedly averted their eyes. A young mother, escorting her child beneath an umbrella, paused momentarily as the little boy, clutching her hand, exclaimed, "Mommy, that auntie and that little friend are hurting that old grandpa." The mother turned to look, only to find that apart from the prostrate Bai Chang, there was no sign of any auntie or child. Her expression shifted rapidly, and she scolded, "What nonsense are you speaking on this gloomy day?" With that, she scooped up her child and hastened away. A low, pained groan escaped Bai Chang's lips as he lifted his gaze toward the temple gates, his pallid eyes fluttering weakly, with great effort. He raised a hand, inching toward the temple as if something within could salvage his very existence. Inside Chongwen Temple, the usual clamor of monks partaking in their evening meal was absent. A profound silence enveloped the sanctuary. Even the raindrops hesitated to make a sound as they fell upon the tiled floor. Suddenly, the faint sound of footsteps echoed, accompanied by the rhythmic clink of stone against stone. "Amaba." A long, ancient voice pierced through the rain. Transcending the hall of Buddha, an elderly monk, clad in a robe and bearing a visage etched with deep, bark-like wrinkles, appeared at the temple entrance, approaching with deliberate steps while holding a Zen staff. He had not emerged from within the temple but rather approached from the side, braving the persistent drizzle. As the old monk reached Bai Chang, he leaned on his staff, one hand resting before him. and spoke, "Benefactor Bai, it is fortunate that your amulet has preserved your spirit. Otherwise, you would have already been lost to the void on the ground." Bai Chang gradually raised his hand towards the old monk, seemingly in a gesture of supplication. The old monk's face, lined with withered skin and creased wrinkles, trembled slightly. He glanced behind Bai Chang and spoke, "You two are indeed pitiable souls. However, this place ultimately belongs to the Buddhist realm, and Bai Shizhu is the incense master of my temple, enjoying a longevity tablet here. As a practitioner of compassion, I shall not hold your transgressions against you for the grievous harm you have inflicted today. Depart swiftly." Gue Jingyu lifted his head, his ghostly visage marred by blood and tears, and glared fiercely at the old monk, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. In an instant, the ancient trees within Chongwen Temple rustled violently in the storm. The old monk's complexion shifted to one of alarm. Turning around, his anger surged. "You wretched spirit, do you insist on causing harm before me? Do you think there is no one to stand against you in Chongwen Temple?" With a resounding clang, the old monk struck his staff forcefully against the ground, causing the golden rings on his staff to chime melodiously. Immediately, Gue Jingyu clutched his icy head, his ghostly face contorted in immense agony. Meanwhile, Xia Tian appeared unaffected, crouched upon Bai Chang's back, laughing heartily, his small hands playfully reaching for Bai Chang's heart. He, still can't catch it, not caught again, uncertain of what he was attempting to seize. The chilling little hand continued to grasp at Bai Chang's back, each attempt making Bai Chang's visage grow increasingly tormented. The old monk used the rhythmic sound of his staff to push Gue Jingyu back. Yet he refrained from taking any action against Xia Tian, instead gently coaxing, "Little one, this grandfather has already been punished. Shall we not know when to stop?" Xia Tian tilted his tiny head, glancing at the old monk. And once more his cold, ghostly hand gripped Bai Chang's back. He, still can't catch it? The old monk patiently persuaded. "He bears a protective Buddhist talisman. You cannot reach his heart. Dear child, let us practice mercy and spare him. Shall we?" An odd expression flickered across Xia Tian's small, ghostly face as he looked down at the bloodied cavity in his front, then lifted his gaze toward the old monk, saying, "Cheng Cheng. I told you the same thing." Upon hearing the name Cheng Cheng, the old monk shuddered, turning once more to glance behind him. He found the temple door still tightly shut, and continued addressing Xia Tian. "Indeed, you see he has already stated he cannot catch it. How could you possibly do so? Be obedient. Let us cease this game, all right." Just then, Xia Tian's little ghostly hand grasped Bai Chang's back again, causing Bai Chang to tremble all over. He suddenly raised his head, looking at the old monk with eyes full of desperation. The playful expression on Xia Tian's ghostly face began to fade into a contemplative one as he quietly uttered, "Hey, this time, I caught it." The old monk's expression shifted immediately. "You little ghost, how audacious of you to overstep your bounds." He prepared to raise his staff, when suddenly the tightly shut temple door creaked open, revealing two trembling monks. Yang Ning yawned as he stepped out. "Master Ju Ming, long time no see." He greeted the old monk with a smile, one hand behind his back and the other extended forward as he exited the temple. In the gaze of the old monk, filled with profound terror, Yang Ning slowly clenched his outstretched hand, and as he released it, a mound of golden powder cascaded from his grasp like grains of sand. "Ah, what is this?" The old monk hastily turned his attention to Bai Chang's neck, where he beheld that amulet which had tirelessly bestowed life upon Bai Chang, now reduced to mere fragments. As the golden grains completely scattered, Yang Ning spread his fingers wide, exerted a slight force, and with a resounding crack akin to thunder, startled the monks behind the temple door, causing them to flinch. Above Yang Ning, on the temple door, a blood-red ghostly handprint appeared on the plaque inscribed with the words Chongwen Temple, which had weathered countless storms over the years. Instantly, the old monk's trembling body swayed in unison with the plaque, both shuddering in the wind and rain. Chapter 62. Today, even the Buddha cannot save him. "Ha! Yang Ning, you've arrived." The old monk awkwardly waved at Yang Ning, attempting to appear familiar, yet his feet involuntarily retreated 2 steps. He even accidentally stepped on the body of Bai Chang, the incense master who enjoyed a long-lasting position. Yang Ning turned his gaze, smiling, and remarked, "Master Jiuming, please keep your distance from my little ghost. It has a penchant for seizing hearts, so be cautious not to be accidentally harmed." The old monk hesitated, and as he pondered, a series of faint cracking sounds emanated from above the temple door. The plaque bearing the blood handprint emitted a sound of profound agony, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Upon witnessing this, the old monk quickly leaned on his staff and declared, "I shall step aside. I shall step aside." Only after he had distanced himself did the echoing sound from his staff fade, allowing the ghost Jingyu beside him to emerge from its state of distress. It immediately directed its gaze towards Xiatian, observing her cheerful demeanor, and only then did it cast a sinister glare at the now unrecognizable Bai Chang on the ground. Xiatian's ghostly hand rested on Bai Chang's back, and with a beaming smile, she inquired of Yang Ning, "Orange, may I take it out?" Yang Ning casually replied, "If you wish, then let it remain there a little longer." "Very well." Xiatian turned to the ghost Jingyu beside her, grinning with a sense of pride as she proclaimed, "Mama, I caught it." At that moment, the expression on Jingyu's ghostly face grew complex. One moment, she glared at the motionless Bai Chang, filled with resentment and malice. And the next, she gazed at the smiling Xiatian with a gentle countenance, overflowing with love and tenderness. Suddenly, a flame ignited at Yang Ning's fingertips, and with a flick, it landed atop Jingyu's head, producing a thick plume of white smoke. In mere seconds, although Jingyu still bore the visage of a fierce ghost, the menacing expression had vanished, and her once vacant and numb eyes now sparkled with vitality akin to that of a living being. She looked at Xiatian, who shared her ghostly form, with a hint of astonishment, and then cried out, "Xiaotian, Mama has finally found you." Jingyu embraced Xiatian, sobbing uncontrollably, while Yang Ning turned to the old monk and remarked, "Master Jueming, what a poignant scene this is, wouldn't you agree?" The old monk lowered his head, gazing at the rain-soaked ground, and said, "Yang Ning, might we negotiate a little? In light of my long-standing acquaintance with your master, might you show me some consideration?" The anguished cries of Jingyu pierced through the curtain of rain, while the plaque above the entrance of Chowan Temple creaked ominously. The vivid crimson handprint became increasingly conspicuous. Yet Yang Ning remained silent. The old monk trembled as he raised his head, proclaiming, "Bai Chang contributes more to our temple's offerings than all the other devotees combined. That year, when our temple underwent renovations and funds were scarce, it was thanks to his assistance that we secured approval from above. Each year, on the first day of the lunar month, he is the one to light the first incense to I am aware he has committed some wrongful acts. The deceased have passed. Why must the living suffer for their transgressions? A monk should embody compassion. Yang Ning, I urge you to embrace kindness." Yang Ning, offering no response, retrieved his benevolence ledger and counted. He still possessed 11 threads of good karma. Suddenly, an unknown turtle shell beneath his feet jolted. The old monk chuckled self-deprecatingly. "At my age, my days are already numbered. You need not squander your good fortune on me. Your capabilities far surpass that old madman. And had I not been aware of my limited time, I would not have dared to face Bai Chang today. Even at your behest to close the temple. I have spent my life reciting scriptures and chanting. And while Bai Chang may be your nemesis, he is a source of merit for me. Yang Ning, I do not implore you for benevolence. I have encountered many who do. Today, grant him mercy for my sake." An old man in his 90s. Would you? As he spoke, the old monk unexpectedly adjusted his monk's robe and knelt before Yang Ning. In his lifetime, he had only knelt before his parents and the Buddha. This was the first time he had shown such profound respect to a junior. Yet, Yang Ning's brow furrowed slightly as he replied softly, "Master, what a grand gesture. Do you truly believe that one act of kneeling can bargain for a life? Is it even possible? Today, even if your Buddha were to appear in person, he could not save him." Crack. A fissure appeared in the plaque above the temple door behind Yang Ning. The old monk, panic-stricken, wished to utter more, but Yang Ning was no longer inclined to listen. Turning to the child in his mother's arms, he smiled and said, "In his life, now. Hee. All right." Summer giggled softly, her tiny ghostly hand gently grasping the area behind Bai Chang's heart. It seemed as though nothing was seized, yet as her hand gradually lifted, she suddenly yanked with force. Hee. A heart, pulsing vigorously along with its bloodied arteries, appeared in her small, spectral hand. Jingyu, momentarily composed, was now utterly taken aback at the sight of her son's trophy. In that instant, though she was a specter, she resembled a human more than ever. However, upon hearing Summer's words, the once vanished vengeful spirit re-emerged with a grotesque visage upon her lifeless face. "Mother, it was this grandfather who took the thing inside me and transferred it to his son." Ah. As Jingyu's face began to contort, she cast a glance at the lifeless eyes of Bai Chang, now utterly cold, which burned with intense resentment and ferocity. Rising to her feet, she lunged forward. This time, the vengeful spirit's gnawing did not consume a soul, but rather savored the flesh of Bai Chang, devouring him alive. Previously, her consumption of Bai Chang's soul stemmed from the instinct of a malevolent spirit. Now, her hunger for his flesh sprang from a mother's hatred for her child's murderer. The primal urge to tear into his flesh was a manifestation of human nature. You have slain my son. I demand blood for blood. Blood for blood. Listening to Jingyu's anguished wails, Yang Ning silently glanced at the old monk beside him. With Baichang dead, the old monk was engulfed in despair. He knelt, dazed, on the ground. And to Yang Ning's astonishment, tears flowed from his murky old eyes. When he turned to Yang Ning, his voice trembled with profound dread. That little ghost possesses ghostly divine powers? You not only transcended the restrictions imposed by the crimson-clad vengeful spirit, but you even managed to cultivate ghostly divine powers. What is this ghostly divine power? Yang Ning furrowed his brow and replied. Is a ghostly hand that retrieves objects from a distance truly worthy of being called divine power? And ghostly divine power at that. Master, your nomenclature is rather fashionable. I assent it. The old monk let out a long sigh. Shaking his head in silence, and with great deliberation, he began to rise, slowly making his way back into the temple. As he passed through the temple gate, the plaque above it began to tremble violently. Yang Ning stepped forward, and with a resounding crash, the precarious plaque fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Inside the temple, the old monk's legs gave way, and he collapsed, his eyes vacant. Yang Ning took out the affinity ledger, only to discover that his good karma had diminished by 4. Baichang's life accounted for 1 good karma, while that venerable monk, who had steadfastly recited scriptures until the age of 90, accounted for 3. Yang Ning smiled faintly and sighed. A monk who has devoted an entire lifetime to reciting scriptures and chanting can ultimately be exchanged for just 3 good karmas. Chapter 63, Welcome to Our World Indeed. Age had taken its toll, and with the departure of his most devoted disciple, the old monk had lost his spirit. For a man over 90, the absence of will meant that passing away could happen in the blink of an eye. As for why he was worth 3 good karmas, perhaps it was due to the few souls he had inspired during his long life of recitation, or perhaps dedicating a lifetime to the ancient Buddha was, in itself, a form of virtue. The question of whether his desire for incense and merit was right or wrong remains ambiguous. The old monk lay motionless on the ground, and Yang Ning remained silent. The nearby monks did not even dare to approach and lift him. It was only when Yang Ning waved his hand that they hurriedly carried the old monk away, outside the temple. Beside Baichang's corpse, Jingyu raised her hand and gently brushed her fingers across Xia Tian's face. Xia Tian, Mother has been searching for you. It has been such a difficult journey. Xia Tian blinked, too young to comprehend the hardships embedded in Jingyu's words. Cradling Xia Tian in her arms, Jingyu turned to Yang Ning and said, Thank you, Master. Yang Ning's gaze softened as he smiled and replied, No need for thanks. Your resentment is nearly dissipated. Time is short. Bid farewell to your son. Tears glistened on Jingyu's ghostly visage, yet this time they were not the chilling blood tears of before. She gazed intently at Xia Tian, seemingly unable to satiate her longing, wishing to etch his image wholly into her eyes and heart. Child, mother must depart. Xia Tian was but a small boy when he last parted from Jingyu, too young to retain many memories of her. However, he understood that this woman before him had traversed thousands of miles from the distant central plains to seek him out, and upon learning of his tragic fate, she had willingly transformed into a vengeful spirit to feast upon human flesh. He ran towards Yang Ning, grasping the hem of his clothing, pleading, Qingqing, can we keep my mother with us? Yang Ning shook his head, stating, having been a wandering spirit for over a decade, and never once offered sustenance. Her resentment has nearly run its course. Once she dissipates today, only a fleeting remnant will remain. It is utterly impossible for her to stay in full. That a shadow of melancholy crossed Xia Tian's face, while a serene smile appeared on Jingyu's ashen countenance. Grateful to the master for advocating on behalf of her son, and thanking him for granting Xia Tian the chance to witness the beauty of this world once more. His life is far too brief. I ask for nothing more. As she spoke, her ghostly form began to gradually fade. Yang Ning stepped forward, sighing, This world is indeed splendid, though it seems a tad unjust for you both. If you wish, I can transform your lingering resentment into a blessing spirit, encasing it within a doll, which, if summoned by others, could offer protection. At this moment, Xia Tian chimed in, and it could also earn some money. Yang Ning replied, Ahem. Well, Sister Jingyu, you know, the beauty of this world often requires a monetary foundation. His voice dwindled, revealing an unexpected shyness. Jingyu chuckled, Master, I am your senior by a few years. I comprehend your words. If I still possess any value, feel free to take it by now. Jingyu's entire form had transformed into a thin wisp of shadow, and in the final moments of her ghostly existence, her gaze remained fixed upon her son until she completely faded, transforming into a wisp of ash that danced into Yang Ning's fingers. At this moment, it was 7:30, 8 o'clock, in the Bodhisattva Hall. Suddenly, the policewoman Yang Lan, who had been lost in thought while gazing at the statue of the Bodhisattva, was jolted awake. She immediately turned to survey her surroundings, relieved to find Yang Ning smiling at her. "Shall we go?" he asked with a grin. "Yes, yes." The ice-cold demeanor of policewoman Yang Lan melted away as she beheld Yang Ning's handsome, refined features, her heart racing. Upon exiting the hall, she suddenly turned pale. She vividly recalled that when she first arrived at Chongwen Temple, it had only been 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This meant that she had been lost in thought in the Bodhisattva Hall for 5 hours. Yang Lan was at a loss for words, feeling a chilling breeze at her back. Glancing around at the deities and guardians in the surrounding halls, she felt as if they could spring to life at any moment. "Sister, shall we move?" As soon as Yang Lan stepped out of the gates of Chongwen Temple, she noticed the police lights flickering through the veil of rain, with officers swarming the perimeter, accompanied by armed special forces. Clad in raincoats, the officers were carrying a stretcher, transporting the unconscious Bai Chang and the elderly monk from the temple, while others gazed at their surroundings in palpable fear. To be precise, they were looking at Yang Ning, who stood beside her. Yang Lan could not spot Lei Ming among the crowd of dark-clad officers. Her gaze fell instead on Zhang Donglei and an unfamiliar man attired in leather. This man stood in the rain, holding a black umbrella, and even in the darkness, he wore sunglasses. The voice of Zhang Donglei, enveloped in an inexplicable dread, broke through the chaos. "Yang Lan, stay away from him. Keep your distance." "What?" Yang Lan glanced at Yang Ning beside her. Hastily stepping aside, with a soft thud, Yang Ning unfurled a transparent umbrella to shield himself from the downpour. Striding confidently through the puddles in front of the temple, behind him, Yang Lan's gaze remained fixed upon him. As if enchanted, Yang Ning approached the leather-clad man. He glanced at the crowd of officers and asked with a smile, "Where's Team Lei? Where has he gone?" The man in sunglasses remained silent. Lighting a cigarette, nearby, Zhang Donglei interjected, "Team Lei is ill and has taken leave." Yang Ning nodded. "Is that so? How unfortunate." After speaking, he turned to leave, when suddenly the man in leather spoke. "Qintao has been subdued by the person behind you. Lei Ming could not contend with you, so allow me to entertain you instead." The man revealed a black leather wallet, opening it to display his credentials: Special Affairs Management Bureau, Captain of the 3rd Special Operations Team. "Chao Mingliang, have you heard of the Special Affairs Bureau?" Yang Ning paused momentarily before responding. "You're new here, aren't you?" Chao Mingliang appeared slightly taken aback. "How did you know?" His tone turned icy as he continued. "The seniors are quite occupied. I am more than capable of handling you myself." "Indeed. Busy." Yang Ning nodded. 6 second-tier operatives with shadowed pupils, and not a single one is available. They must be exceptionally busy. "Wouldn't you agree, Captain Chao?" The pupils behind Chao Mingliang's sunglasses constricted sharply. "You don't know about us?" Yang Ning produced a photograph, placing it before Chao Mingliang. It depicted a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit. "Whether I know about you is of little consequence. Since you've entered the fray, shall we engage in a little game?" Yang Ning smiled. "My next target is the individual in this photograph. Of course, I don't mean to kill him. Do not misconstrue my words as evidence. What I intend is to present him with a small gift, akin to the one he once bestowed upon my companion years ago. What do you say, Captain Chao? Care to play?" With deliberate care, he slipped the photograph into the pocket of Chao Mingliang's jacket, giving it a gentle flick. At this gesture, Chao Mingliang shuddered involuntarily, placing a reassuring hand on Chao Mingliang's slightly trembling shoulder. Yang Ning spoke in a calm, melodic tone. "If you lack the courage to play, perhaps you should take a page from your predecessors. Your ability to take on this case is not merely due to luck or your superior's favor. Rather, it is because no one in your bureau dares to handle my affairs." Having spoken, Yang Ning chuckled softly, patted Chao Mingliang's face, and turned to depart. In the dark, rainy night, a figure clad in white advanced under an umbrella, while the officers ahead parted ways with a rustle. "The unfortunate rookie, welcome to our world." The note bore the visage of a smiling ghost. Chapter 64. "Rookie, this is the first lesson I impart to you." That very night, in the police dormitory, having just arrived in Cang'er and witnessed the incident at Chongwen Temple, Chao Mingliang found himself unable to sleep. He switched on the desk lamp and examined the photograph that Yang Ning had placed in his pocket once more. The special administration's authority surpassed that of the police, rendering the retrieval of a person's information a trivial task. The man in the photograph was named Lu Xiao, the principal of Qingqing Middle School in Binhai City. After pondering for a moment, Chao Mingyang, through the internal system, promptly issued a notification to the Binhai police, urging them to intensify their investigation and surveillance of Lu Xiao in the coming days. Your ability to take on this case is not merely a stroke of luck, nor is it due to your superior's favor. Rather, it is because none in your department dared to accept my matter. Chao Mingyang felt a surge of indignation. Gifted with an innate sharpness of perception far beyond the ordinary, he had entered the secretive agency of the Special Administration through an exceedingly rigorous selection process, expecting to embark on a path of triumph. However, to his dismay, the very first case he was assigned had been so egregiously mishandled right before his eyes. Unable to tolerate this, he pulled out his phone and dialed a senior colleague's number in the middle of the night. "Hello? Who is this? Senior, it's me, Chao Mingyang." "Who? Chao Mingyang? Are you still half asleep, Senior?" Yes, I am a bit groggy. Please don't call." Click. Beep, 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 listening to the busy signal echoing in the receiver. Chao Mingyang felt bewildered. He tried calling again, only to find the line had been disconnected. "Chao Mingyang, that wasn't the special department supposed to look out for each other? Are colleagues really so indifferent after hours? Moreover, does the special department even have a concept of clocking out?" Finding one senior unresponsive, Chao Mingyang attempted to reach another. After all, there were plenty of second-tier seniors within the special administration. This time, the call was swiftly answered. Hello, Senior. It's Chao Mingyang. Senior? Oh, little Chao, what is it? Speak up. Senior, I would like to inquire whether our special administration has had any prior contact with Yongning. Indeed, we have. Why was there contact? What was the outcome? I'm afraid, little Chao, that your third-tier special operations clearance does not allow you to access this information. Even I, with my second-tier clearance, would not be privy to this matter unless I had personally participated in its execution. Chao Mingyang hesitated. All right then, Yongning mentioned today that among the 6 seniors in the department with exceptional visual talents, none dared to take on this task. Is that true or false? False. You need not concern yourself with that. Chao Mingyang instantly exhaled in relief. I suspected as much. How could those 6 seniors be afraid of him? Of course, it's not just those 6 who fear him. In our entire department, aside from you, no one dares to take on this assignment. Chao Mingyang. Ahem. Well, young Chao, I seem to have spoken too much. It is you young people who possess vigor and determination. Work diligently, for the future belongs to you. With that, I shall hang up. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Chao Mingyang found himself bewildered once more. Before long, an incoming call interrupted his thoughts. He glanced down and saw it was his mentor from the bureau, a first-class special agent, a genuine practitioner of the Tao. Chao Mingyang promptly answered, "Hello, master. Are you looking for me?" On the other end of the line came a voice that radiated tranquility. "Mingyang, have you encountered that Yongning, master? Have you divined this?" "Divine? It's quite straightforward. Based on the timeline, it's easily deducible. Allow me to impart a few words. Pay close attention." Chao Mingyang felt a surge of excitement. "Please, master, go on." "First, not every case can be resolved." Chao Mingyang. "What do you mean by that?" "Listen and contemplate. I have another point to make." "Yes, please continue." "Second, everything must adhere to protocol. One must never act recklessly. This rule is of utmost importance. Do you comprehend?" "Understood, master." "And what about Yongning, his master?" "Known as the Old Madman. Had an unknown real name, and no records could be found in the system. There were several unsolvable cases that local police had handed over to them, yet they too were at a loss until they sought him out. Essentially, once he arrived at the scene, no case remained unsolved." Chao Mingyang, puzzled, inquired, "And what of his disciple? Does Yongning possess such abilities?" Silence enveloped the line, and after a long pause, Chao Mingyang heard his master sigh. Yongning's capabilities far surpassed those of his master. To enlist his master to solve a case, one must summon him to the scene. Yet to engage Yongning, one only needs to bring a lock of the victim's hair. He tosses a turtle shell onto the ground, and lo and behold, everything becomes crystal clear. However, that all changed after the earthquake. The road to his village was severed and, as far as I know, remains unrepaired. I wonder how that old madman is faring." Chao Mingyang, still perplexed, remarked, "Master, I have discovered that Yongning was purchased by that old madman. How does this work? First, there was no evidence at the time. Second, no one has reported the case until now. Third, we are not the police. We are the Special Management Bureau. Do you understand?" Chao Mingyang sighed. "Very well, master, I understand. Do you have any further instructions? That master and disciple duo is quite uncanny. Particularly Yang Ning. When you interact with him, be cautious of your surroundings, mirrors, windows, pools, and even beneath your feet. You may encounter unexpected surprises. For instance, right now, take a look at the window. Is there not someone peering in at you? Chow Mingliang. Struggling to comprehend his master's dark sense of humor, he raised his gaze towards the window and was startled to find a figure staring back at him, their face frozen in terror. Ah! Chow Mingyang emitted a piercing scream. For those with heightened senses are often more easily startled by the very things they overlook. Their sensitivity is overwhelming. Outside the window, Zhang Donglei stood there, his face a mask of terror as he gazed inside at Chow Mingyang. He stammered, attempting to articulate his words, yet found himself rendered speechless. Upon recognizing Zhang Donglei, a furious Chow Mingyang dropped his phone and stormed out, bellowing, "What on earth are you doing here at this hour?" Zhang Donglei swallowed hard, his right hand trembling as he raised two fingers holding a phone, and stuttered, Captain Chow, you left your phone in my car, dough." A look of guilt washed over Chow Mingliang as he reached for his phone. But just as it touched his hand, his expression shifted dramatically, turning ashen in an instant. With a loud thud, the phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Chow Mingliang whirled around and dashed back into the dormitory. Casting his gaze upon the table, there, it lay barren, save for a single photograph turned face down. It was the very picture that Yang Ning had previously placed in his pocket. However, this time, the words on the back had changed, and the signature remained that grinning, crimson-faced specter. Chapter 65. The most effective way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. Chow Mingliang gripped his phone tightly, seated by the window, trembling uncontrollably. His gaze frequently darted towards the window, fearful that another visage expressing horror might suddenly appear. In truth, Zhang Donglei's expression at that moment was entirely understandable. In the dead of night, delivering a phone, he witnessed Chow Mingliang holding a photograph to his ear, conversing with himself. When combined with the recent events, it would undoubtedly elicit some psychological shock. Yet the psychological turmoil that Chow Mingliang endured was far more intense than that of Zhang Donglei. Just moments ago, after Zhang Donglei departed, Chow Mingliang had called his superiors. This time, he genuinely used his own phone, and the result was identical to his initial experience, where he used a photograph as a phone. The first superior merely uttered a confused, yes, I'm a bit lost, don't call anymore, before abruptly hanging up, and subsequent attempts yielded only a deadline. The second superior responded, "Of course. Who do you think is brave enough for that? In our entire department, aside from you, no one dares take on this task." The third, his own mentor, cautioned, "Not every case can be solved. Everything must adhere to the rules. Never act recklessly. This is of utmost importance. Do you understand?" However, unlike before, his mentor refrained from instructing him to look out the window, instead reiterating, "As long as you follow the rules, you will be safe." Following this, Chow Mingyang recounted his recent experiences to his mentor. In the end, his mentor said nothing before hanging up, and Chow Mingyang chose not to call back. He fully comprehended the feelings his mentor was grappling with at that moment, a sense of utter despair and dread. Lowering his head, he pressed the phone against his forehead, taking deep breaths in an effort to quell his inner fear. Creak, creak. Yet, the sounds of the night wind stirring the window set his highly sensitive nerves on edge. With each creak, Chow Mingliang's hands trembled more violently. Since the moment he discovered his extraordinary talent, it was the first time he felt that sometimes being different from the ordinary might not be a blessing. After a prolonged period of despair and fear, Chow Mingyang finally emerged from his negative state. Standing before the mirror in his room, he gazed at his reflection and resolutely declared, "The most effective way to conquer fear is to confront it head-on." Holding up the photograph, he looked at the principal of Benhai City Cha-Ching High School and gritted his teeth, articulating each word with determination. "It begins with him. I will not allow you to succeed." After parting ways with Chow Mingliang, Zhang Donglei took out his phone and called Lei Ming, briefly recounting the events of the afternoon. On the other end, Lei Ming appeared to be gravely ill, managing only a few words before losing his strength. "All right, I understand. If the superiors have said so, then let us leave it to Captain Chow. Old Zhang, I'm feeling unwell all over, devoid of any energy. Well, I won't say more. Let us end the call. At that moment, Zhang Donglei added, "Captain Lei, today Yang Ning booked a ticket to leave for Kaiyun province." Captain Lei, the previously feeble voice of Lei Ming suddenly gained vigor. "He is leaving. When?" Zhang Donglei replied, Captain Lei, it sounds like your condition has improved a bit. That Yang Ning is my ailment. Let us get to the point. When is he departing? In 2 days. Captain Lei? Oh, my head is starting to ache again, and I still feel unwell. Old Zhang. I'll hang up for now. If anything comes up in the next couple of days, contact Captain Chow. If there is nothing, don't reach out to me, and especially don't if it's urgent. All right, take care. Huh? What's wrong? Zhang Donglei looked up at the police station building. It was nearing the latter part of the night. Yet the lights in the criminal investigation office were still aglow. What is going on? Is there someone still here at this late hour? I'll go have a look. Old Zhang, it's quite eerie lately. Just ask in the group chat. Why are you heading over there in the dead of night? Can't we expect thieves to break in? Regardless, I'm going to check it out. I'm hanging up. Okay. After ending the call, Zhang Donglei made his way towards the brightly lit police office. In the dead of night, the entire building was shrouded in darkness except for the duty room on the first floor. He greeted the patrolling officer and, out of habit, quietly ascended the stairs. Although it was unlikely for thieves to target the police station under normal circumstances, there were always audacious criminals who reveled in the cover of darkness. Upon reaching the third floor, where the criminal investigation office was located, Zhang Donglei first pressed himself against the wall to listen. The night breeze rustled softly, accompanied by the gentle patter of raindrops against the glass. From within the office, a series of rustling sounds emerged. Someone seemed to be writing. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Donglei thought it peculiar that anyone would be working overtime at such a late hour. He tiptoed forward and peered through the window, where, under the soft glow of a yellowish desk lamp, female officer Yang Lan appeared to be in a trance, pen in hand, scribbling on a stack of white papers before her. Upon encountering Yang Lan, Zhang Donglei immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. He strode forward and knocked on the office door. Yang Lan, what are you up to? Startled, the female officer inside the office looked up at Zhang Donglei. Her demeanor shifting to one of panic. No, nothing, she stammered, hastily gathering the white papers strewn across her desk and cramming them into a drawer, locking it with a click. Grabbing her handbag, she hurriedly exited the room. Avoiding eye contact with Zhang Donglei as she kept her head down, Zhang Donglei observed the desk lamp still aglow within the office, perplexed. Why the rush? The light is still on. He shook his head, moving towards Yang Lan's desk, ready to switch off the lamp when his gaze fell upon a white paper that had fluttered to the floor. Upon picking it up, he noticed a phrase penned in black ink. Is there truly such a thing as love at first sight? Zhang Donglei couldn't help but chuckle, bending down to retrieve the paper. So romance is in the air, he mused. However, in a fleeting moment, the smile faded from his face. On the reverse side of the paper, he discovered it was densely inscribed with a name, Yang Ning at the Cayenne CG Hotel. In Yang Ning's room, she lay on her bed, rummaging through her white cloth bag. She produced a small cartoon doll, wrapped in peach blossoms, from within. At that moment, petals were gradually emerging from the doll. Yang Ning sighed, addressing the doll. Well, Peach Blossom sister, could you possibly tone down your powers? Or perhaps raise the threshold a bit? The condition for triggering your magic seems a tad too easily attainable if it activates after just 10 minutes of alone time. The cartoon doll affectionately rubbed against Yang Ning's finger. Shaking its head vigorously in refusal, exasperated, Yang Ning plucked off one of the newly sprouted petals and tossed it to the floor. Before the petal could touch the ground, it withered and vanished into thin air. In the next instant, the peach blossom doll began to cry, incessantly patting Yang Ning's finger with its adorable little hands. In response, Yang Ning, resembling a heartless cat, flicked her hand dismissively, casting the doll into her white cloth bag. Meanwhile, below the police station, as Yang Ning removed the petal from the peach blossom doll, Yang Lan, the female officer, descended the stairs in a fluster. She shivered as though doused with cold water, feeling an icy chill throughout her being. In disbelief, she touched her own face and muttered, Yang Lan, have you lost your mind? Falling for someone in just a day? Ugh. With a sense of relief washing over her, she departed with a lightened step. Chapter 66. All right, Lei, we'll take you right to the airplane. The next 2 days passed in a blur. During this time, Yang Ning climbed Erzhan Mountain, cycled around Song Lake, and even managed to revive a certain individual, the wealthy heir who had been killed by Wang Jiang, leading a life that was both joyful and fulfilling. On the morning of the third day, Yang Ning awoke. After gently shifting Qin Yame's head from her embrace, she made her way to the bathroom. With a splash, the day began anew. The shower automatically activates. Adjusting the water temperature with precision, towels are neatly arranged by themselves, toothpaste is perfectly squeezed, the toilet lid lifts autonomously, and toilet paper is effortlessly torn off. The invisible orchestrations create an illusion of a series of fully automated operations. Yet, upon closer inspection, one realizes that it is a group of mischievous little spirits frolicking within the confines of a modest bathroom. Among them, the most industrious is Xia Tian, whose exquisitely delicate face bears the marks of scars. Followed by Sherwin, a gentle little specter with a fragmented form, while Ming Ming, Xiaoguang Tu, and Hong Hong are the laziest. Hong Hong, a small boy with blood-red hands, delights in being an invisible pair of hands for Yang Ning, assisting him in pinching others. Xiaoguang Tu peeks into the mirror, doing nothing at all. Ming Ming clutches her diary, standing in the corner, simply gazing at Yang Ning. However, her four little companions are busily engaged in tasks such as washing clothes, handing over towels, and squeezing toothpaste. The most dedicated among them is Sun Depang, who vigilantly guards the toilet and the roll of paper, forsaking even his intestines in his focus, his eyes glimmering red like radar. Scanning the surroundings, Qin Yimei, with both hands cradling her head, finds herself unable to assist much. Aside from them, there are two more. One is a little turtle, its limbs severed halfway, who enjoys crawling about using its remaining half-elbow and thigh, cheerfully exclaiming, "Do I not resemble a little turtle?" Over time, this moniker has stuck. The little turtle has no relation to Yang Ning's shell. Sherwin's body was also pieced together by Yang Ning with adhesive. The other is a little zombie, emaciated like a dry stick. Having been extracted from its mother at mere months for the purpose of ancient practices, it possesses a diminutive stature, slightly larger than an ordinary hand. In life, she was a girl who could not speak, a type of dry corpse, fearful of water and fire, rarely venturing into the bathroom. With the assistance of these little spirits, the fully automated routine, including bathing and relieving oneself, concludes in half an hour. When Yang Ning emerges from the bathroom, he is once again the impeccably refined young man, devoid of even a speck of eye gunk. As he steps out of the hotel, two police cars await him. Lei Ming opens the car door and approaches, beaming as he exclaims, "Little Yang, are you leaving today? Let me give you a ride." "Oh, what splendid weather we have today, huh?" Yang Ning furrows his brow and responds, "Aren't you unwell? You appear radiant and full of energy, not at all sickly." Lei Ming awkwardly replies, "Ahem. Well, I'm in great health, recovering swiftly." Yang Ning nods. "Ah, then your family must be quite harmonious. Yes? Do you have children? How old are they?" Lei Ming. Observing Lei Ming's discomfort, Yang Ning can't help but chuckle as he strides towards the police car, casually glancing at the one behind before opening the rear door and getting in. Seeing this, Lei Ming hurriedly follows suit, igniting the engine and accelerating away, fearful that Yang Ning might decide to disembark. Once Lei Ming's vehicle departs, 4 or 5 individuals emerge from the police car behind, led by Chao Mingliang and Zhang Donglei, who head straight for the hotel lobby. Upon entering, Zhang Donglei presents his credentials at the front desk. "Hello, police business. The individual named Yang Ning who just checked out, what room did he occupy? Please do not clean it yet." The receptionist was exceedingly cooperative as Chao Mingliang and several police officers arrived at the door of the room. Before even stepping inside, Chao Mingliang's expression suddenly shifted. He turned and struck the wall with a punch. This unexpected action startled Zhang Donglei and the other officers. "Captain Chao, what's wrong?" Chao Mingliang sighed and replied, "Let us call it a day. There's not a trace left inside." Zhang Donglei objected. "That's impossible. If he had slept on that bed, there would surely be some strands of hair or flakes of dandruff left behind. Even a piece of toilet paper could yield his DNA, as long as we extract the same DNA from the crime scene. Wouldn't that serve as evidence?" Chao Mingyang offered a wry smile and said, "My senses are inherently acute. I can discern every detail in this room that I can tell just by the scent. If you don't believe me, go take a look for yourself." Zhang Donglei hesitated. "What about that night 2 days ago?" Chao Mingliang glared at Zhang Donglei, insisting, "Not that night. It was merely an accident." "Do you understand what an accident is?" Zhang Donglei hurriedly bowed his head. All right. Indeed, just as Chao Mingliang had asserted, the room was utterly immaculate. From the bedroom to the bathroom, there was not a single sign of occupancy, as if no one had ever dwelled there. Zhang Donglei even took a moment to inspect the bathroom wastebasket, confirming, nothing here." The situation left the officers at a loss for words. On the airport road, Lei Ming was driving ahead while Yang Ning sat in the back, scrolling through short videos. Throughout the journey, Lei Ming glanced at Yang Ning through the rearview mirror, appearing as if he had something to say, yet Yang Ning remained unresponsive. As they neared the airport, Lei Ming cleared his throat and inquired, Xiaoyang, I've heard your little one is quite talented." Without lifting her gaze, Yang Ning replied, "Not talented." This left Lei Ming at a loss for further conversation, and they traveled in silence until they reached the airport. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Yang Ning walked ahead while Lei Ming followed. Lei Ming, feeling somewhat nostalgic, remarked, "Well, since we've come this far, I might as well escort you through security. It's not much of a detour." Yang Ning picked up her phone and stated, "I need to make a call. I'd prefer you not to overhear." Lei Ming quickly took a few steps back, saying, "No problem. I'll keep my distance. Just go ahead and call. I'll keep an eye on you." Yang Ning dialed a video call, and when the connection was established, a hazy scene appeared on the screen. A bald man clad in a loose robe, adorned with tattoos from his face down to his upper body, clasped his hands together and respectfully addressed the camera. "Master Xiaoyang, how may I assist you?" Yang Ning smiled and said, "I have a favor to ask. Could you help me with a personal matter on your end?" The man in the video trembled with excitement, exclaiming, "Master Xiaoyang, please command me. It is my fortune to alleviate your worries. Just a moment." Yang Ning said as she opened her photo gallery and sent a picture of a person. After viewing the image, the man responded promptly, "Master Xiaoyang, please hold on." Subsequently, a flurry of voices could be heard from the video. "Fei Tua, come here. Is this person from your end?" "Master Simi, indeed. This individual is affiliated with me. He is a surgeon who operates an underground medical facility, specializing in organ transplants." "All right, please wait a moment." In the video, the individual turned to Yang Ning and inquired, "Master Xiaoyang, what would you like him to do?" Yang Ning retrieved the fate book, glancing over it, noting there were still 7 auspicious ties remaining. With a serene expression, a gentle smile gracing his lips, he replied in a calm tone, "Let us torment him a bit, then send him on his way. Please have his ashes sent to me." The person in the video bowed slightly towards the camera, revealing a dark blue cobra tattoo on the crown of his bald head. "Rest assured, Master Xiaoyang, I shall ensure your satisfaction." Thank you. No need for such formalities. Chapter 67. Someone in the elevator. Sabai Dimai, Sawas Di Ka, Nantai, Dingli Private Clinic. Although termed a clinic, it is, in fact, a small hospital catering exclusively to high-end clientele. The owner of the clinic, Gao Yang, having just completed a surgical procedure, changed out of his scrubs and prepared to indulge in a meal. Once, he was merely an ordinary surgeon in a third-tier city in Xia country, earning a modest salary of around 10,000 a month. With departmental bonuses and incentives, he could amass an annual income of 300,000 to 400,000, leading a relatively comfortable life. Yet, he found such a life unsatisfactory. How much could one truly earn with just 10,000 a month over a lifetime? The affluent dread death the most, and now Gao Yang could earn in a single surgery what he once made in a year. Even so, those seeking his surgical expertise were lined up in droves. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the smile on Gao Yang's face broadened. He recalled the patients he had served over the years, along with those from whom he had extracted organs, trading one life for another. This sense of wielding life and death in his hands instilled within Gao Yang a morbid sense of satisfaction. After all, the human body is a treasure trove. Ding dong. Just then, the elevator door slid open, and a man in a suit hurriedly rushed out, his head bowed, colliding directly with Gao Yang. "What are you doing?" Gao Yang glared at the man, exclaiming, "Are you so engrossed in your phone that you fail to notice those around you?" The man quickly offered a sheepish grin. "My apologies, Mr. Gao." "Mr. Gao?" Gao Yang retorted angrily. "How many times must I remind you to address me as Dr. Gao while at work?" Yes, my apologies, Dr. Gao." The man clasped his hands together, bowing repeatedly in apology, revealing a tattoo just below his collar from his suit. Gao Yang was puzzled as to when such a person had joined his clinic. He resolved to be more observant in the future. All right. Stepping into the elevator, just as the doors were about to close, Gao Yang noticed an odd smile spreading across the man's face. As he reached to press the elevator button, he realized it was unnecessary, for the elevator had already begun its descent automatically. He pressed the button for the first floor, but it did not illuminate. The elevator continued downward. Gao Yang froze, pressing the first floor button repeatedly, yet it remained unresponsive. As if broken. He attempted to engage other floor buttons, but none would light up. The elevator kept descending, the numbers indicating the floors morphing into gibberish. The sense of panic began to swell within Gao Yang. In a frenzy, he pressed every floor button, and finally, one lit up. The door open button. Ding dong. As the elevator door slid open, it was unmistakably daytime outside, yet the scene beyond the threshold resembled the depths of night, illuminated only by the faint glow of the lights within the elevator cabin. A man stood outside, head bowed, his complexion pale, clad in an oversized hospital gown adorned with a circle drawn across his chest. The moment Gao Yang glimpsed the hospital attire, a jolt of fear surged through him, rendering his legs weak and immobile. The man, seemingly oblivious to Gao Yang's presence, stepped into the elevator silently, and without any apparent action, the doors closed automatically, continuing their descent. Although the scorching July heat of Nantai should have enveloped him, Gao Yang felt a chilling cold coursing through his body, perhaps exacerbated by the brisk air conditioning within the elevator. Yet, as he wiped his brow, he discovered it was slick with beads of sweat. Before long, the familiar chime echoed once more. When the doors opened again, a girl stood outside, similarly attired in a voluminous hospital gown, with a circle marked on her abdomen. In an instant, Gao Yang's mind erupted with a deafening noise, causing him to recoil slightly, pressing himself against the icy walls of the elevator. Paralyzed with fear, the girl entered the elevator, the doors closed behind her, and the descent resumed. Gao Yang's teeth chattered uncontrollably as he covered his mouth with his hand, striving to suppress any sound, bracing himself in silence. Soon, the chime rang out again. The doors parted to reveal a small boy, likewise dressed in a baggy hospital gown, with a circle emblazoned on his chest. The moment he recognized the boy's features, Gao Yang bit down hard on his fingertip. The boy, appearing oblivious to Gao Yang, stepped into the elevator, which continued its downward journey. Time seemed to stretch, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting few seconds. When the chime resounded once more, this time, a woman stood outside the doors. She, too, wore an oversized hospital gown, though devoid of any markings. Her circle was etched upon her face, encircling her eyes. The elevator persisted in its descent, and it seemed that every few moments, another figure clad in a hospital gown would emerge. These individuals, varied in gender and age, shared a singular trait. They all donned hospital attire, each adorned with a circle, whether prominent or subtle. Before long, the elevator was filled to capacity. Gao Yang found himself cornered, his complexion drained of color, rendering him a ghastly shade of pale. Yet, the descent continued. The hospital gowns were all too familiar to Gao Yang. They mirrored the style from his own clinic. He harbored a peculiar habit. When extracting a person's heart, he would draw a circle over their chest. When removing kidneys, he would encircle the area beneath the ribs. And when harvesting corneas, he would outline the contours of the eyes with a circle. Ding! The familiar chime echoed yet again, this time heralding the arrival of a girl of around 10 years old. She wore a loose hospital gown, marked with circles at her chest, abdomen, and on either side of her ribs, as well as on her left side and back, with additional circles framing her eyes, nose, and mouth. Gao Yang's memory jolted. He recalled this girl vividly. On that fateful occasion, he had harvested every organ of hers that could be sold, from her vital organs to her eyeballs and even her jawbone. In truth, those adorned with merely a circle are but a minority. The majority resemble this girl. At Cang'er Airport, several security personnel preparing to take over their shifts proceed from the working corridor towards the security checkpoint. Wei, you have lived in Nantai, Haven Tu. I've heard that Jiangtou is quite popular there. Indeed, I know a master of Jiangtou, Master Semi, who is exceptionally renowned, among the top in all of Nantai, and possesses remarkable skills. Really, if you have the time, could you assist me in acquiring something? Of course, but do keep in mind that Master Semi's services do not come cheaply, no matter, as long as it is effective. The group of security personnel continued their conversation as they settled into their respective posts, completing the shift change. The security officer named Wei gestured for the individuals passing through to place their mobile phones and other electronic devices into the designated tray. Amidst the line of security checks, a string of phone ringtones resonated, revealing a video call from Yang Ning. Donning his headphones, Yang Ning connected the call. The bald man, whom he had spoken to only recently, bowed deeply with great respect, exclaiming, "Master Yang, my disciple has already ensured the subject is under control." As he spoke, he slightly turned, revealing the motionless figure of Gao Yang, lying on the ground, his face ashen. "I heed your words. After a few sessions of Jiangdo practice with him, I will send him on his way." Yang Ning was somewhat taken aback by the efficiency of the other party. So soon, the man on the other end chuckled. "How could I dare to keep you waiting for matters you entrusted to me?" Yang Ning pondered for a moment before responding, "All right then, since it is now July, there is no need to settle this year's protection fee, I mean, this year's affinity." The man hastily replied, "Master Yang, I have already transferred this year's benevolence fee to you. 3 million, not a cent less." Yang Ning smiled broadly. "Ah, you certainly have your calculations in order. I can hear it from here." The individual in the video suddenly became flustered and immediately prostrated himself before the phone's camera. "Master Yang, I absolutely did not intend for you to owe anyone a favor. I have always sent the benevolence fee at the beginning of July, just like this year. You may verify the transfer date. Yang Ning closed his eyes momentarily before opening them again, speaking softly. Very well, just give me a heads up in the future. Instantly, the man in the video was overwhelmed with joy. At that moment, it was Yang Ning's turn to pass through security. Hello, please place your phone here, instructed the nearby security officer. Certainly, Yang Ning replied, complying by placing his phone in the tray. Thus, the security officer named Wei Wei beheld the scene on the phone screen. The individual she referred to as one of the foremost masters of Jiangtou in all of Nantai was kneeling before the seemingly gentle and refined young man. Chapter 68, heads fixed on their necks. Each resembling a monster at Zhengzhou Airport, the throngs of people flowed incessantly. A group of individuals clad in black suits appeared, courteously escorting everyone from a VIP lounge. Some were reluctant to leave, prompting the group to assign one individual to watch from a short distance. Soon after, a middle-aged man emerged, pushing an elderly person in a wheelchair, followed closely by a meticulously made-up woman and several bodyguards. A group of individuals occupied more than half of the entire lounge, and the elderly appeared to be somewhat disoriented, murmuring incoherently, unable to articulate a single clear sentence. A middle-aged man, pushing the elderly in a wheelchair, glanced at the time and inquired of the woman beside him, "Are you certain this is the right flight?" The woman nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes, it will be landing soon." The middle-aged man entrusted the elderly's wheelchair to a bodyguard, crouched down, and said, "Father, Master Yang is about to land. I will go wait for him. Please stay here for a moment, and once Master Yang arrives, you shall meet Yame." The elderly emitted a few more faint sounds, and the middle-aged man seemed to understand, nodding as he reassured, "Rest assured, I will clarify everything. I will treat Master Yang as a benefactor of our Qin family." Only then did the elderly in the wheelchair appear to settle a little. Subsequently, the middle-aged man and the woman departed the VIP lounge to wait in the arrival corridor. Approximately 20 minutes later, a flight from Cayenne province touched down. It was not until all the passengers had disembarked that Yang Ning emerged from the jet bridge at the tail end of the crowd. A few flight attendants observed Yang Ning's retreating figure, commenting, "That young man is quite handsome. He looks so refined. Don't you think his hand gestures while walking seem a bit peculiar? Indeed, it does appear a bit odd. As though he were holding someone's hand. Oh my, is it really necessary to be so frightening in broad daylight?" In reality, Yang Ning was indeed holding the hand of a small child, Qinyame. With one hand cradling her head and the other grasped by Yang Ning, gazed intently at him with her adorable little face, asking, "Orange, why are you holding my hand?" Sun Doping said that holding hands means you have to take responsibility. Yang Ning sighed. "Your grandfather has come to see you. I will take you to meet them." With her head tilted in a peculiar manner, Qinyame blinked and asked sweetly, "Can I not meet them? Why do you wish to avoid them? They seem so strange, their heads fixed to their necks, each one resembling a monster." Yang Ning paused, bending down to look closely at Qinyame. "And what about me?" The small child replied innocently, "Yours can be taken off. You can't fool me. You played that game with me last time, but you haven't played with me these past few days." In an effort to reassure Qinyame that she was perfectly normal, Yang Ning had indeed removed his own head to play with her before, even sealing their secret with a pinky promise. "I've been helping Xia Tian these past few days. I haven't had the time to keep you company. But you're not helping Xia Tian now. All right, this weekend, we shall seek out the person who initially played the head removal game with you and play together." "Yay, that sounds great." Yang Ning adopted a slightly more serious tone, saying, "From this moment on, for the next half an hour, please ensure that your head does not detach from your neck, all right? After all, if those peculiar individuals were to see us, normal people, they might struggle to accept their own shortcomings." Qinyame murmured, "Oh, they must be so pitiful." "Indeed, which is why we must not provoke them. Do we have an understanding?" After saying this, Yang Ning released Qinyame's hand. The young ghost placed her head backward on her neck, her hands cradling it, and inquired, "All right, you see, am I now akin to those monsters? I shan't provoke them, shall I?" Yang Ning, rendered speechless, retorted, "Is this how I usually instruct you? Which side, the one with eyes, nose, and mouth, should be facing?" Qinyame widened her eyes, pondered for a couple of seconds, and with a childish voice replied, "It should be on the side where the buttocks are not visible." "Precisely. Now, see if you can still spot your behind." Upon hearing this, Qinyame lowered her head, and with a resounding thud, her head detached from her neck. Skillfully, she retrieved her head and repositioned it on her neck, asking, "Cheng, is it all right now?" "Yes, let us proceed. Remember, half an hour. Keep your head steady. It must not fall again." "Understood." Yang Ning strode forward, while Qinyame, hands supporting her head, followed closely behind with an eager gait. Before long, Yang Ning encountered Chun Yamei's parents, the middle-aged man and woman who had previously wheeled an elderly gentleman to the airport. Upon spotting Yang Ning, both turned their gaze toward him. Yang Ning smiled and said, "Brother Chen, sister-in-law, where is the old gentleman, whom you can't see now?" The two middle-aged individuals exhibited a slight loss of composure. Momentarily speechless, the man, Chen Yamei's father, remained relatively calm, while the woman, Tang Wanqing, Chen Yamei's mother, had tears welling in her eyes, large droplets streaming down her cheeks, regaining her composure. Chen Chong opened his arms for an embrace with Yang Ning, exclaiming, "Master Yang, it has been quite some time. You have finally chosen to leave that dreadful place, and you have grown." Upon his utterance of the words "you have grown," Yang Ning felt indifferent, yet Tang Wanqing could no longer contain herself, breaking into tears as she lamented, "If only Yamei were still here, she too would have grown so much." Chen Chong, with reddened eyes, scolded, "What are you crying for? If you must weep, do so elsewhere. Do not disgrace yourself here." After this, he gestured to Yang Ning, "Master Yang, the old gentleman is over this way." As Yang Ning began to approach, Chen Chong halted him, saying, "Master Yang, before you meet the old gentleman, I must convey two matters." "Go ahead," Yang Ning replied. Chen Chong glanced around, leaning closer to Yang Ning as he whispered, "The police have been subdued on our end. They will no longer monitor you. However, I have received word of a certain Chao Mingliang emerging from the shadows. Be cautious." Yang Ning smiled and responded, "I have already crossed paths with him. He is still lacking." Chen Chong nodded, "That is good to hear. The old gentleman has one question he insists I clarify." He rubbed his reddened eyes and continued, "Master Yang, the old gentleman has indicated that his time is limited, and he believes that meeting Yamei will be his final act. Will his departure affect your benevolent connections?" Yang Ning halted, stating, "He approached me of his own accord. Even if he departs, it is his decision and will not impact my good fortune. However, are you certain you wish for them to meet? The old gentleman is correct. His vitality is nearly extinguished, and this meeting could very well result in a permanent farewell." Chen Chong, with eyes glistening, managed a bittersweet smile, his face betraying a sense of reluctance, yet he declared, "Let them meet." In the VIP lounge, several bodyguards clad in black suits noticed Yang Ning's arrival. Among them, two slightly older men shivered simultaneously, their legs turning to jelly. The elderly man seated in the wheelchair had not taken his gaze off Yang Ning since the moment he laid eyes on him. With a gentle smile directed at the old man, Yang Ning retrieved a soft cloth doll from the white bag slung over his shoulder. Upon observing this, Chen Chong commanded all the bodyguards, "Turn around. Do not look in the mirrors or the glass. This is for your own good." The bodyguards promptly complied, some even positioning themselves to shield the views of others lingering in the lounge. Subsequently, Yang Ning touched the doll's forehead, and in an instant, the temperature in the VIP lounge plummeted several degrees. Chen Yamei, cradling her head in her hands, made her appearance. Yang Ning cleared his throat gently, and Chen Yamei blinked, remaining motionless. "Yang Ning, what?" Chen Yamei, Yang Ning, at a loss for words, remarked, "Call him Grandpa. He is your grandfather." The next moment, Chen Yamei extended her icy little hand to grasp the trousers of a bodyguard who had his back to her, and in a sweet voice, called out, "Grandpa." Suddenly, the bodyguard's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 69. I have always been low-key, humble, and unwilling to claim mastery. Excuse me. The child is still young. Do not take her words to heart. Security, what are you saying? Do I dare to take her words to heart? Yang Ning stepped forward to assist the security guard to his feet, taking Chun Yamei by the hand and leading her to the elderly man in the wheelchair. "This is your grandfather." Chen Yamei attempted to look up, but was gently pressed down by Yang Ning, as her way of lifting her head would have genuinely raised it, separating it from her neck. Yang Ning pulled a chair over for Chen Yamei to stand upon, allowing her to meet the old man's gaze without needing to look up. The elderly man, with clouded eyes, fixed his stare upon the little girl before him and began to utter sounds. This time, Chen Yamei, without needing Yang Ning's prompting, called out sweetly, "Grandpa." The old man slowly nodded, his lips quivering as he reached out a frail hand to gently caress Chen Yamei's cheek. Chen Yamei blinked and looked towards Yang Ning, appearing somewhat bewildered. Yang Ning said, "Did I not teach you how to speak?" Chen Yamei replied, "I thought I forgot." Yang Ning sighed. "Then just say whatever comes to your mind." Chen Yamei gazed at the old man, hesitated for a moment, then mustered her courage to boldly declare, "Grandpa, I am very happy living with Changqing. You need not worry that if you are unable to continue, Then you may rest assured and depart. Yang Ning. The old man's parched lips curled upward slightly, and his clouded eyes began to glisten with moisture. Nearby, Chun Yame's parents were present, and Yang Ning stepped back a few paces, granting the family some space. After approximately half an hour, the elderly man lay still in the wheelchair. Tang Wanqing was in tears, while Chun Chong approached Yang Ning and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Little Master Yang, it has been years since we last met. The old gentleman wishes to speak with you." "Very well." Yang Ning gently pushed the wheelchair to the side and took a seat beside the elderly man. The frail old man, whose vitality had nearly extinguished, lifted his trembling hand, resembling the withered bark of a tree, and grasped Yang Ning's hand. With great effort, he managed to utter a few words. Be careful." Yang Ning softly patted the old man's hand and replied with a smile, "You need not worry about me. Surely, you are familiar with my nature that I have always been low-key and humble, though I do not dare to call myself a master. I consider myself unrivaled in this world. There have been threats to my safety in the past, but thanks to your blessings, such concerns will not arise again." The elderly man nodded slowly, tears in his eyes, gazing at Yang Ning in silence for a long time. After entrusting the old man to the Qin couple, Yang Ning waved goodbye to the elderly man while holding Chun Yame's hand and turned to leave. As he watched Yang Ning and Chun Yame's receding figures, the light in the old man's eyes gradually faded, until, at last, the clarity in his gaze was completely extinguished. The old man had departed, leaving this world behind. Although Yang Ning possessed the ability to revive the dead, the old man's life force had already concluded. Even if he were to be revived, he would inevitably succumb once more. Exiting the airport, Yang Ning waited for a while in the parking lot. During this time, several taxis passed by, but he chose not to board any of them. It was not until a man wearing sunglasses and a mask, obscuring his face entirely, drove up that Yang Ning smiled faintly and raised his hand, saying, "Driver, please stop. Take me to Yunda Road." Upon recognizing Yang Ning, the driver suddenly pressed the accelerator, attempting to speed away. However, with a loud clunk, the car stalled just as it began to move. Yang Ning showed no hesitation, boldly opening the door and taking a seat. "Driver, to Yundu Road." After a few days, encountering the young man in white who had previously been involved in an accident, the driver silently adjusted his sunglasses and tightened his mask before restarting the engine and hitting the road. Yang Ning glanced at him in the rearview mirror and remarked, "This trip will likely require." The driver quickly interjected, "Yes, indeed. The weather is quite pleasant today. Please refrain from speaking. Just sit tight. Otherwise, it may lead to trouble." Yang Ning reassured him, "Rest assured, I will be just fine." The driver replied, "I was referring to you being in danger." "I meant myself, Yang Ning." Then in the Cang'er City police station, Chao Mingliang placed his belongings in the police car and turned to Lei Ming, saying, "Captain Lei, I kindly ask you to expedite the matter I entrusted to you." Lei Ming nodded. "Do not worry. Barring any unforeseen events, I shall depart tomorrow for the investigation." "Excellent. Inform me of any updates as soon as possible." After Chao Mingliang settled into the passenger seat of the police car, he rolled down the window and continued speaking to Lei Ming. "I came to Cang'er in a hurry, alone, but things will be different moving forward. My team is already assembled at the coast." He sighed. "Captain Lei, do you believe I can prevail against him?" Lei Ming hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. "If you are already harboring such doubts, I fear you may find victory elusive." Although Lei Ming's words were veiled in subtlety, they were far from indirect. Chao Mingliang displayed a trace of a resigned smile, waving farewell to him. After the police car departed, Lei Ming's phone rang. "Captain Lei, the mailroom has a package for you." In the past, upon receiving a package, Lei Ming opened it to discover a doll within, fashioned in the likeness of a benevolent fairy. Accompanying the doll was a note inscribed with a singular phrase, 50,000 a year. Simply place it in your bedroom. Beneath this message lay a bank account number, under the name Yang Ning. In the principal's office of Chongqing Middle School in Binhai City, Liu Xiao, as a middle school principal, is often quite occupied. Yet, in recent days, Liu Xiao has been plagued by an unsettling sense of unease. The source of his distress traces back to a gruesome murder case in Cang'er City. The victim, Zhang Hui, was brutally stabbed 46 times. Liu Xiao had previously engaged in business dealings with Zhang Hui. Within just a few days, this once vibrant middle-aged man appeared notably haggard. He found little pleasure in food and sleep. Consumed by the fear that he might meet a similar fate as Zhang Hui, his nerves were frayed, and on several occasions, he found himself dialing 119, yet hesitated to press the call button. He reasoned that even imprisonment would at least ensure his life was spared, but he was reluctant to relinquish his current comfortable existence. The greater fear loomed over him, the thought that if he were to enter confinement, all his past deeds might come to light, leading to a death sentence. Just as he trembled in uncertainty, a call came from an unfamiliar number. As he gazed at his phone, Lu Xiao hesitated, pondering whether it was merely a nuisance call or if, upon answering, the caller would threaten his life. Ultimately, he decided to answer. Principal Lu. Is it? Yes. Who are you? Do not concern yourself with my identity. That I will arrive in Binhai tonight. And I present you with two choices. First, I can bring the police to find you. Second, you can come to me, armed with your evidence, and we can discuss matters privately, perhaps securing your safety in the process. You may either accept my terms or that you have witnessed Zhang Hui's fate, have you not? Lu Xiao trembled in silence, while the voice on the other end continued. Principal Lu, from the speed at which you answered the phone and your now rapid and unstable breathing, I can discern that you are deeply frightened. Hence, I surmise you will choose option 2. Am I correct? Lu Xiao, quaking, inquired. Who are you? How do you know so much about me? Me. Worry not. I am simply an individual who harbors great discontent towards certain vigilantes and possesses senses that are distinctly heightened. My name is Chao Mingyang. Chapter 70. Life can be reduced to a simple choice. Upon entering, the long-awaited sound of wind chimes tinkled incessantly. Beneath the chimes stood 3 souls of the deceased. One was a young man of approximately 30, his head bearing a gaping wound. Another was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 50s or 60s, her body flattened and smeared with blood and fragments of bone. With visible tire marks upon, Yang Ning waved his hand and said, Grandmother, young lady, you harbor no grievances nor obsessions. Although the situation is tragic, it cannot be blamed on others. It is best to let go. The young lady gazed at Yang Ning with tear-filled eyes, exclaiming, Master, I regret it. I do not wish for my own, and I am merely 21 years old. Do you believe I still have a chance to live again? Yang Ning shook his head and replied, Your family has acted with remarkable efficiency. Your body has already been cremated. There is no opportunity left. Cherish the next life. The young lady, disheartened, lowered her head and gradually transformed into a wisp of shadow. Yang Ning beckoned with his hand, and a flicker of flame suddenly ignited in the air, only to extinguish in an instant. The young lady vanished completely. Next, the elderly woman among the 3 departed souls clasped her hands together and said to Yang Ning, Young master, I wish to send a dream to my family. Would you be able to assist? Yang Ning nodded, saying, No problem. It will cost 50,000 for each instance. How would you like to pay? The grandmother replied, Young master, how do you think I can pay? Yang Ning, puzzled, responded, You should pay in whatever manner you see fit, as long as you have the money. Just specify a payment method, and I will handle the rest. However, the 50,000 I mentioned is not ghost money. It must be currency used by the living. I do not accept ghost money. The grandmother was astonished. I am dead. How could I possibly pay? Yang Ning smiled slightly. There is nothing you cannot accomplish if you set your mind to it. The grandmother then suggested, Then, what about online banking? Very well. Yang Ning affirmed. He retrieved a small wooden figure from the white cloth bag resting on his shoulder. With deft movements of his carving knife, he swiftly shaped the figure into a human form. Wrapping it in yellow paper, Yang Ning performed a gesture above the grandmother's head and then touched it to the wooden figure. Suddenly, the yellow paper ignited, charring the entire figure. By the way, it would be best to explain this to your family, to prevent them from causing me trouble. The grandmother, filled with gratitude, assured him, Certainly. With that, she transformed into a shadow and vanished amidst the tinkling wind chimes. Finally, Yang Ning turned his attention to the young man whose head was half missing. Before he could speak, Yang Ning took the initiative and said, Your obsession is quite profound. It can be forged into a spirit doll. Alarmed, the young man tilted his head, declaring, I must protect Fang Fang, ensure her safety and happiness. Yang Ning paused momentarily before inquiring, You do realize she was the one who caused your demise, correct? The young man nodded. And what of it? I love her. Yang Ning pressed on, You are aware that she is currently residing in the house for which your parents made the down payment, the very house you are still paying off. With another man, correct? The young man nodded again. And what of it? I love her. Yang Ning continued, You understand that she is also deceitfully extracting money from your parents under your name, do you not? Your parents are simple, hard-working farmers. Earning their retirement funds is no easy feat. The young man still nodded. And what of it? I love her. What are you trying to say? Taking a deep breath, Yang Ning stated. Brother, Since you love her so dearly and you are now deceased, then why not bring her down to accompany you? In that instant, Yang Ning's words struck like lightning, piercing through the young man's heart, which had already turned cold. The moment you depart, no other man in this world is worthy of her. Upon your exit, the one you cherish most is left in a state of desolation, unable to find solace even in the simplest of needs from others. Tell me, does she not suffer? Yang Ning slowly circled around the young man, his voice gentle yet chilling, reminiscent of a specter whispering from the underworld. Consider this. What right does that man have to reside in your home, spending your and your parents' money, while reprimanding the woman you hold dear? The crux of the matter is that he is utterly inadequate. Just think about it. Your beloved, who once held your heart, has exchanged it for such a worthless wretch? I believe she must have been beguiled by him. Of course, we cannot harbor hatred towards our beloved. Yet we can certainly detest that man. He, through deceit and trickery, has stolen everything from you, blinding the eyes of your dearest, while failing to care for her properly. Now, tell me, do you not feel resentment? As Yang Ning spoke, the young man could no longer suppress his clenched teeth. His eyes, once filled with disillusionment and sorrow regarding love, began to ignite with fervent resolve. The spirit's determination stemmed from grievance. Once such feelings arise, they burn fiercely, akin to a wildfire sweeping across the plains. The more suffocating the death, the stronger the resentment. Previously, this young man's grievances were quelled by his obsession, but now, Yang Ning had reignited them. Observing the emotional transformation on the young man's pallid face, Yang Ning turned to the side. Zhang Wen, where's your knife? Clad in blood-soaked red, Zhang Wen appeared, her voice ethereal. At the airport, it remains with Huzi. Yang Ning closed his eyes and slightly tilted his head. In the next moment, a bloodied bone knife materialized in Zhang Wen's hand. Even she, the wielder of the knife, was momentarily taken aback. Yang Ning extended his hand, and Zhang Wen promptly offered the dripping knife with both hands. This was a blade once wielded by a vengeful spirit, stained with resentment. The stronger the grievance, the sharper the knife. Go. Bury that wretched love of yours, and do not allow your beloved to remain alone in this world. Go. Only you are deserving of her. Your love for her is profound. Let her come down and accompany you. A throng of little spirits observed Yang Ning as he recited softly to the young man, exclaiming in unison, "It's happening. It's beginning again. Do you think this time that coward will don the red attire? Absolutely. Ever since Cheng forged the first red garment, there has been no failure. Come, with Changzi in command, I, Sun Daping, assure you Ching will not fail. I bet my eyes for a day, Ching will succeed. I shall wager my hands. I shall stake my heart. I bet my face. Cheng is invincible. I have small bits all over me. I'll use a hairpin, and I too believe Cheng will not fail." Thus, this group of little spirits played their games, none daring to bet against Yang Ning's triumph. In a corner, 5 individuals remained uninvolved, Mingming and her 4 companions. The quartet sat in unison, hand in hand, behind Mingming, who cradled a notebook, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yang Ning. Suddenly, she spread her hands, and the notebook opened of its own accord. A line of blood-red text appeared. "Unhappy, yet again. Someone in red is about to come forth to share with me." Preceding this line, the notebook was densely filled with rows of blood-red words. "Unhappy. He did not notice me today. Unhappy. A female ghost has joined him, and she is inexperienced, only a burden to him. Unhappy. That group of little ghosts is rather bothersome. Unhappy. I have suddenly realized that I like him, not the companions I once had. Happy. He noticed me today. Unhappy. He hardly ate today. Happy, because he too is happy today. Happy. The old fellow is dead. From now on, only I shall be his true love. INACF in Binhai City." Chao Mingliang, clad in leather and adorned with sunglasses, awaited Liu Xiao. He stared out at the bustling street, lost in thought. That moment, a line from an unknown film playing on the CAF's television echoed. Life can be distilled into a simple choice: either busy oneself with survival or hasten toward demise. Chapter 71. A calm and warm night. This night in Zhongzhou was remarkably tranquil. Beneath the calm lay a touch of warmth. A young man, awakened in the dead of night to use the restroom, encountered his mother, who had perished in a car accident, sitting in the living room, engrossed in her phone. Their eyes met, and the bloodied mother broke into a smile. "Son, I still have a few bank card passwords to tell you. I left unwillingly." The son was instantly moved to tears, exclaiming, "Mom, let us talk." Upon seeing his mother, marked with tire tracks and blood, he quickly waved his hands, insisting, "I won't go. Absolutely not. Mom, you can leave in peace. Mom. The son, overwhelmed with emotion in his dreams, felt utterly distraught. It wasn't until the next day that he discovered, within his deceased mother's phone notes, several bank card passwords, along with a transfer message indicating 50,000 had been withdrawn just past midnight the previous night. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine. He scrambled to his mother's memorial in the living room, kneeling before it, unable to rise for a long while. Besides the son, on that fateful night, there was a woman who had just murdered her boyfriend. Engaging in disdain, the woman, her face contorted in terror, angrily exclaimed, "You! When did you bring the corpse here? Are you out of your mind to place it here? Isn't it frightening in the dead of night?" The man, trembling, stuttered, "Are you sure it wasn't you who moved it?" The woman slapped him sharply on the head, retorting, "You fool, that thing doesn't work, and neither does your brain. Do you think I could possibly move it?" The man fell silent, yet his body quivered even more violently. The woman, dissatisfied, queried, "What do you mean by that? Can't you hold on for longer? Just a couple of shakes, and you think you can get back up?" If it were that effective, those selling blue pills would have gone bankrupt long ago. At that very moment, the man's face transformed into a mask of sheer terror, for he had seen the corpse in the cabinet shift slightly. "Fong, I believe the master was right," he uttered in a state of panic, biting down on his own hand. The woman delivered another slap, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, why are you calling her Fong like that?" "Just like that silly fool." The corpse in the cabinet trembled violently. The man, now reduced to tears, shrank deeper into the covers. Fong, I miss you. Can you come with me?" The woman, visibly displeased, retorted, "Come with you? Where to? Where can we find another free place to live? Do you really think there are that many fools in the world?" With that, she kicked the man, declaring, "Get lost. I'm going this world. Only I am worthy of you." The woman slightly tilted her head, gazing at her reflection through the translucent sliding door of the bathroom. Behind her was a pair of eyes that once looked upon her with indulgence and affection. Yet now those eyes were marred by veins threatening to burst, resembling a vengeful specter brandishing a bloody bone saw. No, it was indeed a vengeful spirit. With a swift motion, the bone saw plunged down from the top of the woman's head. Reminiscent of her commanding that man to drive an iron rod into the head of the corpse lying in the bathtub before her. Number 24, Yondalu, Yang Ning's little shop. The wind chimes tinkled melodiously in the night. Inside the shop, several stout candles flickered on a long, floor-length desk, and upon closer inspection, one could discern each dancing flame exuding wisps of black smoke. Yang Ning smiled faintly and blew gently at the candles. Instantly, the flames roared to life, filling the shop with chilling, anguished screams. Within the glow of the first candle, an elderly man with a shock of white hair appeared, writhing like a madman, his voice hoarse and increasingly piercing. In the light of the second candle, Zhang Hui, consumed by despair, emitted heart-wrenching cries that sent shivers down one's spine. The third candle illuminated Lu Chao's pallid visage, a face that had long mingled with corpses, his screams laden with terror that overshadowed his agony. The fourth candle, Bai Chang. In truth, Bai Chang did not merit comparison with the first three, but upon recalling her mother's plight during summer, Yang Ning granted him a reprieve. The four soul lamps stood in line, their flames flickering dimly. Yang Ning yawned. Finding the cacophony of screams utterly delightful, he turned to the little spirits nearby and said, "I've been quite busy these days. My back aches. Come and give me a massage." A dozen little spirits swarmed around him, some kneading his back, others wringing his legs, while a few offered foot massages. Afterwards, Yang Ning addressed Hu Yingying, "My dear, could you summon a few female spirits to dance and liven up the atmosphere?" Kneeling beside him, Hu Yingying inclined slightly, then raised her head and exhaled a few breaths, summoning 3 graceful female spirits to dance within Yang Ning's little shop. The wind chimes beckoned souls at the entrance. Little spirits massaged nearby. The soul lamps flickered softly, echoing the wails of malevolent spirits. A cool breeze wafted through, as one reveled in the sight of the dancing spirits. Yang Ning's life was characterized by a singular theme. A living hell. Chapter 72. I apologize if I startled you. I hope it doesn't trouble you too much. I in the latter half of the night. The wind chimes jingled gently. He dispersed the dancing spirits, allowing the little ghosts to amuse themselves, while he condensed the flames of the candles into tiny embers, closed the door, and laid down to sleep on the floor. Yang Ning was not particular about his sleeping environment. Regardless of where he found himself, he could always slumber peacefully. He dozed until noon, awakening at 12 o'clock. After a thorough automatic wash, he ordered takeout with the assistance of a few little spirits and then took out a piece of water-patterned jade to carve a doll-like figure for Hu Yingying. With a physical form, she would no longer be a wandering soul, but would possess a stronger ability to survive. After all, merely being a transient spirit left one vulnerable to sudden demise by lightning. Having tended to Hu Yingying, Yang Ning had 3 more matters to address. Point 1 is a figure known as Ditu, a wandering soul he extracted from the underground corpse repository in Tongli Town. The other, a young spirit named Xiaoqing, is intended by Yang Ning to temporarily exist as an incorporeal ghost as a form of punishment. Additionally, there is the stout, dark-skinned fellow riding a fish. He is a spirit, the effects of which remain uncertain, and communication with him is presently impossible, so Yang Ning decides to store him in the shop for the time being, with a wave of his hand. A swirling black mist begins to rise, within which the faint outline of Daito's former self can be discerned. In the past, he had suggested to Yang Ning the idea of being transformed into a silicone toy for women, a proposal that Yang Ning had firmly rejected. As a successor of the Spirit Gate, how could he engage in such frivolities? However, following last night's incident involving Fangfang's admirer, Yang Ning suddenly conceived a new idea. Perhaps it is indeed feasible to fashion Daitu into such an object, but not as a toy for women. Rather, it could serve as a talisman to enhance a man's combat prowess. In other words, a toy for men. Upon articulating this thought, Daitu within the mist shook his head vehemently. But did his protest hold any weight? Yang Ning reached into the white cloth bag slung over his shoulder and retrieved an object resembling a tree root. With a carving knife in hand, he made swift cuts, and a remarkably lifelike mountain shape emerged. However, this mountain had a certain grandeur to it. Next, Yang Ning produced a small refining furnace, and with a swift motion, he struck the lid, igniting a flame within. He then tossed the protesting Ditu into the furnace and retrieved a doll resembling a kindly old grandmother with a cane, saying, "Granny Bed, lend me a touch of your spiritual essence, the kind that benefits men." Yet, the once gentle visage of Granny Bed now bore an expression of indignation, not anger in the traditional sense, but a disappointment akin to that of a teacher frustrated with a wayward student. Yang Ning chuckled and stated, "The last selection made by Sister Tao was unsuitable. Let us choose another." At this, Granny Bed's petite face flushed with indignation, and she raised her cane to tap Yang Ning's finger. A single tap caused a swelling to form. Yang Ning, exasperated, replied, all right, I will be swift. Please, no more urgings." After bidding farewell to Granny Bed, Yang Ning made a grasping gesture over the previously drawn circle and inserted it into the refining furnace. Approximately half an hour later, Daitu emerged from the furnace, transformed into the desired form. He was no longer a wandering spirit, but had become a talismanic spirit. Subsequently, Yang Ning gave Daitu a hearty slap, sending him into the carved mountain shaped like a tree root. The figure that emerged was a well-dressed, somewhat handsome man, who upon entering Yang Ning's shop, surveyed his surroundings before removing his shoes and sitting cross-legged on the carpet opposite Yang Ning's desk. Between the desk and the carpet, 4 stout white candle holders flickered with flames. The man initially stared at the 4 candles for a moment before addressing Yang Ning with his purpose. "Young master, do you possess any spiritual dolls that can help a man display his prowess?" Just a moment. With a smile, Yang Ning presented a turtle shell he hadn't shown in days, along with a handful of copper coins scattered across the table, instantly revealing the man's ancestral lineage to Yang Ning. Wealthy, indulgent, with a penchant for fleeting romances, he was handsome with a commendable emotional intelligence, leading to a premature depletion of his vitality at a young age. However, I have not committed any heinous acts that would disturb the heavens, thus I am able to invoke the blessings of the spirits. In the presence of the man, Yang Ning turned to the shelf on the southern side of the store and inquired, "Are you willing?" What followed was a scene that filled the man with unimaginable terror. Suddenly, a root carving in the shape of a mountain on that shelf began to sway. This utterly frightened the man. He attempted to rise, but his legs gave way, causing him to plop down onto the ground. "I apologize for startling you. I trust you won't take offense." The man, his face pale, shook his head vigorously. Yang Ning smiled as he stood up, approached, and placed the mountain sculpture, which had only been carved a few hours prior, onto his desk, saying, "Mr. Zheng, this doll meets your needs, and it is willing to protect you." Upon seeing the majestic mountain peak, the man was immediately captivated, taking several seconds to respond. "How did you know my surname is Zheng?" Yang Ning chuckled. "I momentarily lost my train of thought and happened to guess a surname. It seems I was correct." The man appeared somewhat speechless. "Is it really possible to guess something like that? By the way, my name is Zheng Bin. Young master, how do I go about invoking it? How much affinity is required?" Yang Ning replied with a smile. "It's quite reasonable. 50,000 a year." The man named Zheng Bin's expression turned peculiar. Young master, this affinity is rather expensive. Yang Ning took a paper shopping bag, placed the sculpture inside along with a card, and handed it to him, saying, "You may take it for a trial. If you are not satisfied within 7 days, you can return it at any time. If you are pleased, please ensure the affinity is fulfilled." Zheng Bin, pointing at the shopping bag with an incredulous look, stammered, "I can just take this with me." Yang Ning nodded with a smile. Indeed, Zheng Bin accepted the bag. "Aren't you afraid I might default?" Yang Ning chuckled. "Your name is Zheng Qianxiang, not Zheng Bin. You are a director at a publicly listed construction materials company, with an older brother and a younger sister. Your parents are alive and well, residing in Luocheng, while your hometown faces south and is currently unoccupied. As your parents enjoy retirement in Zhongzhou, you have purchased a spacious flat for them near Beilong Lake. Currently, you are involved in improper relationships with 4 women, one of whom you know has other suitors, yet you do not mind, as she is the chairwoman of your company, and your directorship is entirely thanks to her." As Yang Ning spoke, the color drained from the man's face. "Master, you." The astonished man looked at the refined young master before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of the uncanny emanating from his white attire. The white cloth bag, and even the candles before him, all exuding an inexplicable eeriness. The room filled with spirit dolls made him shiver involuntarily, and his gaze drifted northward. He had distinctly noted upon entering that the shelves on either side of the store displayed signs, one labeled blessings and the other malevolent spirits. Yang Ning spread his hands and said with a smile, "I apologize for my momentary lapse. I hope you don't mind." The man, trembling, retrieved his bank card and said, "Master, let us conclude the affinity. I will do it now. After all, you mentioned it can be returned within 7 days. "Correct." Yang Ning nodded subtly. A few minutes later, the man, in a state of panic, hurriedly departed from Yang Ning's quaint little shop, clutching a handbag. As he watched the man leave, Yang Ning lightly tossed the turtle shell in his hand, softly sighing. "Well, the work is done. This has been the only client likely to make a purchase in the past fortnight. Now I can indulge in some leisure." Glancing down at Chen Yamei, whom he was guiding with his other hand, he smiled and said, "Go fetch my phone to book tickets. We shall venture to the seaside." "All right," Chen Yamei exclaimed, bounding away with a skip in her step. At the coastal Tianyu Seaview Hotel suite, a woman seated at a computer spoke rapidly. "Boss, the tickets are booked. In 2 days, the high-speed train will arrive at 4:20 p.m. Beside her, Chao Mingliang, sitting on the sofa, looked up in astonishment. Realizing that he was finally coming, he stood and approached the window, gazing out at the expansive sea, his entire being radiating excitement. He retrieved a lighter, intending to light a cigarette. However, despite several attempts, the wind outside proved too stubborn, and he could not ignite it. The weight of pressure bore down on him like an insurmountable mountain, akin to a blade poised to strike. Chapter 73. If you do not obey, there are fates worse than becoming a ghost. The 2 days flew by swiftly, and on the morning of the 3rd day, Yang Ning rose early, had breakfast, secured the shop, and made his way to a nearby residential complex. Upon entering, he took out the turtle shell in his hand. Following its guidance to Building 7. Standing before the door of room 801, he listened intently to the sounds within. A faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Just as I thought. Who could ever take her from you now?" Inside room 801, merely a wall away from Yang Ning, a chilling atmosphere prevailed. Despite it being the height of summer in July, the room felt as frigid as the depths of winter. One figure clad in red, the other in crimson, a male and a female, 2 vengeful spirits trembled as they clung to one another. Mere seconds ago, they had been locked in a fierce struggle. "Fool, even as a ghost, you won't let me rest. Then I shall tear you apart too. Return my Wang Dalong to me." The female ghost's face twisted with malice, wishing nothing more than to rend the half-clad male spirit to pieces. "Fong Fong, I have become a ghost. What difference does it make if you tear me apart? You fancy Wang Dalong, don't you? Fine, from now on, I shall be Wang Dalong." The male ghost, draped in white, bore an expression of unwavering devotion, allowing the female ghost to claw at him, embodying a love that would endure even unto death. For 2 days and nights, this pair of tormented spirits had been embroiled in their tumultuous conflict, creating such a cacophony that the neighbors above and below had begun to complain. At that moment, Yang Ning's voice resonated from outside the door, causing both spirits clad in red to shudder simultaneously, unable to utter a single coherent word. "Fool, fool, outside, outside." The female ghost gestured for silence, and the 2 spirits ceased their actions. Terrified of attracting Yang Ning's attention, soon, all was silent outside. The half-red-clad malevolent spirit gradually relaxed, but just then, a gentle voice resonated from behind the two specters. A man and a woman, a figure clad in white, emerged within the darkened room. Yang Ning had stealthily appeared behind the two spirits. With a refined and delicate countenance adorned by his ever-present serene smile, he placed a hand upon their shoulders, warning them that should they disobey, a fate far worse than becoming a ghost would befall them. As his palm made contact with their shoulders, both the male and female spirits shuddered in unison. The male spirit exclaimed, "Ah!" The female spirit followed suit with a cry. But she quickly stifled it, turning to reveal a grotesque visage. Seizing a bone knife from the ground and lunging it toward Yang Ning, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yang Ning's eyes. Behold, there was no need for refinement. The innate ferocity of the red-clad specter was evident. He relished such entities, those who were malevolent in life and became fearsome spirits in death. Raising a hand, he effortlessly blocked the glinting blade with a single finger, smiling as he uttered a single word. Thunder. Crack. In the dim, putrid room, a bolt of lightning illuminated the space, striking the red-clad female spirit and nearly shattering her very soul. In an instant, the once mighty specter was left charred and blackened. Clang! The bloody bone knife clattered to the floor, while Yang Ning's finger, pale yet tinged with a rosy hue, remained unscathed. With a flick of his wrist, the bloodied knife vanished from sight. He had long forgotten the last time he had deep-fried a ghost in an oil pot. Yet the haunting cries from the cauldron remained vividly etched in his memory, though they paled in comparison to the sounds elicited by a soul lantern. Having spoken, he opened the door to depart, courteously shutting it behind him. Inside, the half-red-clad male spirit cradled the barely alive female spirit. Despair etched upon his face. Why did you provoke him? Outside the door, Yang Ning affixed a doll the size of a fingertip, inconspicuous in appearance, to the door of room 801 before turning to leave. Unable to summon his usual designated driver, Yang Ning was left to select one at random. Heading to the high-speed railway station, he dozed throughout the journey, and upon disembarking, the distinctive scent of the seaside city enveloped him, invigorating his spirits. However, for some, tension gripped them instantaneously. Chow Mingliang scrutinized the surveillance footage connected to the police intranet, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Ning. If his stare could slay, Yang Ning would have perished countless times already. Keep a close watch on him. Contact the guards, Lu Zhao's team, and ensure they remain vigilant. Track the target's location at all times. Regardless of the outcome, we must secure victory in this round. Understood. Thus, Chow Mingliang and his cadre of Special Management Bureau personnel became engrossed in their tasks. The target exited the high-speed railway station and entered a taxi. The driver's information was promptly acquired and recorded. The target proceeded onto Binhai Avenue, heading toward the city center. The taxi maintained a normal speed. Meanwhile, at Lu Zhao's residence in the city, observing the several individuals clad in black uniforms around him, along with the two officers nearby, Lu Zhao noticed that the moment a green light illuminated on the earpiece of the leading figure, the breaths of these individuals became slightly hurried. He quivered as he inquired, "So, that person has arrived, hasn't he? The one who killed Zhang Hui?" Among the group, the one seated beside Lu Zhao, a rather unassuming individual, handed him a peeled orange, saying, "Mr. Lu, there's no need to be anxious. You have already met our chief. He is a third-level special agent from the Bureau of Special Affairs, or to put it in simpler terms, he possesses extraordinary abilities. Rest assured, he will ensure your safety and facilitate your entry into prison." Trembling uncontrollably, Lu Zhao could hardly fathom that he would one day harbor such a longing to step into a prison. Seated in a taxi, Yang Ning arrived in the coastal district. The driver glanced at the refined young man in the backseat through the rearview mirror, somewhat puzzled, yet considering the prospect of earning money. He thought, why not? All right. The door of the suite at Tianyu Hotel swung open abruptly, and several officers entered. Among them, a police officer in his 40s stood beside Chow Mingliang, both observing the surveillance footage on the screen ahead. Perplexed, what does this mean? Chow Mingliang furrowed his brow, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. He must be waiting for someone. Waiting for whom? Chow Mingliang shook his head. I can only speculate. The specifics elude me. Upon hearing the word speculate from Chow Mingliang, the expressions of the officers nearby shifted slightly. To them, this temporary superior, emerging from the enigmatic unit they had only just heard of, seemed rather unreliable. At 6 in the evening, bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun over the sea, Yang Ning finally alighted from the vehicle. He made no effort to conceal his intentions, turning off Binhai Avenue onto a side street and proceeding forward. The sound of crashing waves echoed behind him, while ahead lay a bustling barbecue stall, thriving with patrons. Behind the stall stood a high-rise residential complex offering a view of the sea. Lu Xiao's home was located there. Standing before the barbecue stall, Yang Ning gazed upward, a peculiar smile gradually forming on his face as he looked in the direction of a surveillance camera. Slowly lifting his hand, he signaled a 2 to the camera. In the suite at Tianyu Hotel, Chao Mingliang silently regarded the footage of Yang Ning signaling 2 at him. Beside him, the officer in his 40s took a deep breath and remarked, "Captain Chao, it seems he is addressing you with that gesture, too." Chao Mingyang was momentarily speechless. "Officerly, your translation is commendable, but please refrain from translating next time. Thank you. Too kind. Too kind." Chapter 74. Waiting for someone on the Seaside Road. Seaside Road is a gently sloping street that culminates at Bihai Avenue by the shore. On this street, the barbecue master expertly grilled skewers, the sizzling oil dripping down, filling the air with a rich aroma of grilled meat. 2 middle-aged men sat at the roadside, chatting amiably while enjoying their skewers. Clinking beer bottles together. "How have you been lately, Songzi? Don't even mention it. Chang'e, you still don't know. Damn it. Never mind, it's all in the past. Life must continue, and we ought to focus on the brighter side. Hey, Chang'e, look over there. There's a fool making a peace sign at the camera." 2 men, one clad in black and the other in white short sleeves, turned their heads towards Yang Ning, who was playfully gesturing with a 2 at the surveillance camera. The 2 men exchanged amused glances, bewildered by the antics of today's youth. After completing his playful gesture, Yang Ning ambled forward at a leisurely pace, as though he were awaiting someone's arrival. Just as he approached the 2 men indulging in skewers, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air, and a police car came to a halt beside him. The abruptness sent the 2 men into a state of panic, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. As if their souls had fled, they whispered urgently, Songzi, they can't be here for you, right? I have no idea." Chang'e, the 2 men sat there, quaking in their boots, their skewers halfway to their mouths forgotten. Chao Mingyang, leading several officers, stood before Yang Ning, displaying his credentials. "Xiao Yang, we meet again." With a gentle gaze resting on Chao Mingliang's face, Yang Ning smiled and replied, "It warms my heart to see you overcoming your inner fears and standing before me with such apparent composure. After all, this indicates that you are at least not a complete waste of space." Chao Mingliang. At the 2 men feasting on skewers, at the officers behind them, but in that moment, aside from Chao Mingliang, everyone looked at Yang Ning with expressions that screamed in capital letters. Impressive. Though Chao Mingliang was not in police attire and appeared relatively youthful, his posture clearly indicated he was leading the officers, commanding respect. Yet, here was this refined young man boldly uttering such audacious words to someone of his stature. The 2 men munching on skewers exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Songzi, it seems our era has come to an end. Chang'e, stop boasting. Your lifetime of glory pales in comparison to that kid's moment just now." Faced with Yang Ning's high praise, Chao Mingyang found himself momentarily at a loss for words to counter. Deep down, he was genuinely terrified. Upon seeing Yang Ning veer onto this street from Bihai Avenue, he had indeed contemplated dispatching his subordinates to handle the matter directly. Yet, in the end, he chose to confront it himself. Unwilling to allow this enigmatic boy, not yet 20, to become an indelible shadow in his psyche. Behind Chao Mingliang, several officers discreetly spread out, encircling Yang Ning. They had gleaned from their temporary superior's reaction that today's adversary was far from ordinary. A flicker of panic flashed in Chao Mingliang's eyes as he realized the situation was gradually slipping from his grasp. However, recalling his preparations over the past few days, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. Wiping his face, he picked up the radio and commanded, "Bring them down. Relocate." Before long, behind Chao Mingliang and directly facing Yang Ning, personnel from the Special Administration Bureau escorted Lu Xiao out of the residential complex. This was a deliberate arrangement by Chao Mingyang. He aimed to ensure that Yang Ning witnessed the spectacle of Lu Xiao being taken away by his men. In this round, I have triumphed. The more he spoke, the bolder he became, taking a step toward Yang Ning as if to flaunt his victory, producing the photograph Yang Ning had given him. "Do you realize how many surveillance cameras were observing you the moment you disembarked from the high-speed train today? Are you aware of how many officers and firearms are concealed on this very street? Do you know where the sniper of the SWAT team is hidden atop which building? Little Yang, I have made extensive preparations for this day. I am determined to prevail over you." I want you to understand that you are not omnipotent. At the very least, you cannot judge who should be condemned based solely on your own volition. Because you lack the qualification, those 8 simple words caused Chow Mingliang's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Naturally perceptive, he stood there, able to detect the scent of faux lamb meat being grilled by the owner of the nearby barbecue stall. He noticed, from the corner of his eye, that the 2 individuals skewering meat nearby were undoubtedly suspicious. He could feel the humidity in the air with his fingertips, sensing that rain was imminent. The sound of crashing waves ahead indicated that a crab had been washed ashore. However, he could not detect even the slightest trace of frustration stemming from failure in the refined and gentle features of the person before him. Nor in those soft yet powerful eyes. There was not even a hint of negativity. Instead, he sensed an air of superiority emanating from them. Instantly, the courage that Chow Mingliang had painstakingly mustered shattered into pieces. Ahead, Lu Xiao, under the comprehensive protection of the Special Administration Bureau's elite forces, approached the CAR.AT. That moment, countless vigilant eyes were fixed upon Yang Ning. Yet, Yang Ning merely waved her hand lightly, letting out a playful giggle. A faint sound of a girl's laughter echoed in Chow Mingliang's ears, and he suddenly cried out in alarm. No, no. He stepped back repeatedly, pointing at Yang Ning's hand that had just waved, exclaiming, "Why has the temperature suddenly dropped? What have you just released?" Simultaneously, Lu Xiao, who had reached the car and was about to get in, cast a glance toward Yang Ning. He sought to discern the nature of the person who had come to take him away after the demise of Zhang Hui. However, what he saw was not Yang Ning but a cute little girl, pale and running toward him with her head tucked under her arms, so adorably headless. Moreover, this charming little girl was someone he had encountered years ago, a familiar face. In that instant, the color drained from Lu Xiao's face. He was exceedingly fearful of death, preferring imprisonment over the prospect of dying. Now, confronted by that headless girl rushing toward him, he could only think one thing. The girl from back then had come to claim his life. In a life-or-death situation, how much strength can a person desperate to survive muster? Not much. At this moment, Lu Xiao felt his legs weakening, rendering him incapable of taking a single step. However, as the headless girl drew ever closer to him, and he successfully took his first step, his life and death potential erupted. With a forceful shove, he broke through the protective barrier of the Special Administration Bureau's agents, and Lu Xiao dashed towards the far end of Jianhai Road. The agents were utterly unprepared for Lu Xiao's sudden flight, having assumed he willingly sought imprisonment. Consequently, their attention was wholly diverted elsewhere. In that fleeting moment, they truly allowed Lu Xiao to escape. Nearby officers and agents from the Special Administration Bureau immediately pursued him. But they were unable to catch up, for Lu Xiao was running for his life. As he sprinted, he cast glances back at the headless little darling racing towards him. Indeed, that little darling was Chen Yimei. At that moment, Yang Ning spoke again to Chow Mingliang, marking the 3rd utterance since his arrival on this street. It's summer now, the heat is oppressive, and everyone enjoys a drink. Suddenly, from the end of the long street, the roar of an engine pierced the air. Chow Mingliang's expression shifted dramatically. He exclaimed, "No, no, no, it can't be this coincidental." Behind him, a white sedan, out of control, careened into Jianhai Road like a mad beast. Bang. He knew the car had come to a halt. Having struck someone, he understood that the individual had been launched into the air, soaring high and landing far away, meeting a gruesome fate. How high? Up indeed. It seems we are merely a hair's breadth away. Thus, Commander Chow, do not be too quick to despair. Admittedly, I do harbor a semblance of that sentiment. However, what I truly wish to convey is, Yang Ning paused momentarily, his refined and delicate visage still adorned with a smile. Yet his voice abruptly turned frigid. Tonight, 2 lives shall be extinguished, twice. Therefore, you still possess one more chance. As the waves crashed tumultuously upon the maritime route, the sea breeze grew increasingly biting. Chapter 75. Lowering and raising one's gaze. Eyes like vengeful spirits, the sudden and harrowing car accident had drawn most of the police officers on site to maintain order, leaving only a few from the Special Management Bureau to observe Yang Ning, as if bracing for an impending threat. A couple of officers stood nearby. "Who else do you intend to kill?" Chow Mingliang's voice trembled with fear and disbelief. Lu Xiao was already deceased. Who else could this Yang Ning possibly wish to slay? In response to Chow Mingliang's inquiry, Yang Ning shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "Captain Chow, your directness renders our conversation rather dull. After all, it is merely a game, and a bit of cerebral engagement makes it all the more entertaining. Furthermore, let me remind you, I merely mentioned that 2 lives would be lost tonight. I never claimed I would be the one to take them. Do not cast aspersions upon my character. Chow Mingyang. Having concluded his words, Yang Ning turned his attention to the duo seated nearby, their skewers untouched, wearing expressions as if possessed. The sudden car crash had transpired at the street corner, and while most had hastily departed, these two remained motionless, seemingly entranced. Yang Ning first directed his gaze towards the brother clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, who appeared on the verge of slumber, standing up to face Yang Ning. My good sir, how much would it take to resolve your current predicament? Would 200,000 suffice? Yang Ning's tone suggested a casual inquiry. However, the brother, almost asleep, shook his head after a brief moment of hesitation. Yang Ning, feigning disappointment, remarked, 200,000 is insufficient? Then please, do take a seat. The brother in white complied. Yang Ning then turned his attention to the brother in black, inquiring, and you? Would 200,000 suffice? Without an ounce of hesitation, the brother in black nodded affirmatively. Yang Ning smiled, extending his hand towards their table, and with a clatter, a beer bottle toppled beside the brother in black. Although the brother's expression mirrored that of someone nearly asleep, his movements were swift and decisive. Without a moment's pause, he seized the beer bottle and hurled it towards the head of the brother in white. With a resounding crash, shards of glass and crimson blood erupted forth. Disregarding the bewildered Chow Mingyang, Yang Ning turned to the nearby officers, stating, Officers, we have a case of willful injury. Apprehend him. A few officers, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, quickly regained their composure and rushed forward to subdue the assailant in black. At that moment, Yang Ning's smile gradually morphed into something sinister as he faced Chow Mingyang. Lowering his head slightly, he rolled his eyelids back, revealing two pallid orbs devoid of pupils, resembling a vengeful specter. The very next moment, the words that escaped his lips as the mere sound of Yang Ning's voice seemed to age him significantly in an instant. That countenance, undeniably youthful and handsome, belied words that flowed forth like those of a decrepit elder. Poetry and spirit intertwined, enveloping him. In that fleeting moment, a sense of familiarity washed over Chow Mingyang once more. He felt the temperature around him plummet, as if a sudden presence had emerged beside him. A faint, melodious laughter of a girl echoed subtly in the air. Shortly after this sensation manifested, Lu Xiao, as if confronted by a ghost, fled in a frenzy, and now, in an instant, Chow Mingyang trembled, retreating in rapid succession. What do you intend to do? What have you unleashed again? Yang Ning remained silent, simply standing there, head bowed, then lifting his gaze to meet Chow Mingyang's. His pallid, ghostly eyes, coupled with an eerily sinister smile, sent a chill coursing through Chow Mingyang's very being. Yet soon, a far more terrifying event unfolded. Suddenly, the man in black, restrained by several officers, slightly lifted his head, rolling his eyes to reveal a pair of ashen orbs, mirroring Yang Ning's posture as he fixed his gaze upon Chow Mingyang. Two individuals, one large and one small, distinct in appearance, yet at this moment, their demeanor was indistinguishable. In a flash, a spark of insight illuminated Chow Mingyang's mind. Yang Ning tilted his head slightly, chuckling. It seems Director Chow has made a guess? How delightful. No, after concluding his remarks, the personnel from the special administration and the police began to disperse. Soon, Chow Mingyang found himself seated before a computer. Fixated on the surveillance screen before him, the monitor displayed the entrance to the hotel room occupied by Yang Ning. As he stared at the screen, Chow Mingyang murmured to himself, another death tonight? In prison again. Let us see how you manage that. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang with a sharp chime. Hello? Captain Lee. What is the update? Apologies, Captain Chow, but we cannot release Wang Song. Wang Song? The one who assaulted someone with a bottle tonight. He is a fugitive, with a history of violent crime, having murdered two individuals before. Chow Mingyang felt an immediate chill run through him, an inexplicable fear washing over him, to the extent that he momentarily forgot the procedural norms of police investigations and anxiously inquired, Are you saying that Wang Song will be going to prison tonight? Not quite so fast. There is a procedure to follow. He'll first be taken to the detention center before being sent to prison. The detention center? Upon hearing this term, Chow Mingyang promptly instructed his subordinates, investigate. Find out who connected to Lu Xiao is currently at the detention center. After giving the order, he once again picked up his phone, saying, Thank you, Captain Lee. It's no trouble. However, Captain Chow, I have a photograph that you might find intriguing captured by the scene's surveillance. I'll send it over for your perusal. Great. After hanging up, Chow Mingyang opened the photo sent by Lee Fei. In the image, Yang Ning was seen lowering and then raising his gaze, his pale eyes, resembling those of a specter, staring directly at him. Meanwhile, the man in black, pinned to the ground by an officer, wore a similar expression. Chow Mingliang had previously noticed this scene, but had failed to recognize its significance. However, the next moment, he beheld the image of the white-clad man, bloodied and battered from a bottle strike, also looking down, his eyes rolling back in a ghostly manner, fixated on him. The resemblance to Yang Ning was uncanny. How had he overlooked this detail? No, that couldn't be right. His senses were typically sharp. How could he have missed it? Chow Mingliang realized that his overwhelming anxiety and terror had clouded his perception, causing him to disregard the beaten individual. An immediate wave of icy dread swept over him from behind. He hastily dialed Li Fei again. Captain Li, what about the other individual? He was released. He is the victim and has no prior record. He previously worked as a bodyguard for wealthy families and was let go after providing a statement. The matter of compensation was never brought up during mediation, so no such discussions occurred. Released? Just as Chow Mingliang fell into a daze, the surveillance footage displayed a sudden movement. The door to Yang Ning's room swung open. Yang Ning himself emerged, turning towards the camera, offering a slight smile and raising 2 fingers in a peace sign. Chapter 76, Qingshan Hospital. The hearse in the night. The late-night coastal boulevard remained lively, flanked by a beach resort on one side and a bustling seafood night market on the other. Chow Mingliang sat in a rather inconspicuous black sedan, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Yang Ning, who stood by the roadside ahead. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, and he was uncertain of Yang Ning's intentions for being out at such an hour, yet an increasingly acute sixth sense warned him this could not bode well. Gazing at Yang Ning's ethereal white figure against the backdrop of night, Chow Mingliang murmured, "You would do well to be compliant. Should I discover the slightest breach of conduct on your part, I shall see you imprisoned." Though initially intended as a menacing threat, a sudden wave of trepidation washed over Chow Mingliang as he uttered these words. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Yang Ning was merely biding his time, awaiting the moment he was incarcerated? What if he intended to commit murder within the prison walls? The very notion sent a shiver down his spine. This man was exceedingly cunning. He had almost fallen into a trap. At that moment, Chow Mingliang's phone chimed. Upon answering, he heard, "Captain Chow, we have located the information you requested. Lu Zhao's mother has never been released from prison." "Which prison?" he inquired. "Qingshan Prison, locally. It is often referred to as Qingshan Hospital, a facility for the incarceration of criminally insane individuals." Just as the voice on the other end was about to continue, a white sedan came to a halt before Yang Ning, evidently a ride-hailing vehicle. Yang Ning entered the car and departed. Chow Mingliang, unable to bear listening to his subordinate's report any longer, hastily interjected, "I have urgent matters to attend to. Please communicate via text or voice message." With that, he ignited his own vehicle and followed suit. Initially, the white car carrying Yang Ning traveled at a leisurely pace, allowing Chow Mingliang to keep up without difficulty. However, in a moment of distraction, the white vehicle suddenly surged ahead, creating a considerable distance between them. In a panic, Chow Mingliang pressed down on the accelerator to avoid losing sight of it. Yet, before long, he noticed that the gap was widening once more. He quickly pressed the gas pedal again. Thus, the 2 cars, a stark contrast of black and white, trundled along the coastal avenue, one in front and the other in pursuit, at a steady pace, alongside the coastal road. A man with a scar by his eye, engrossed in idle banter with several young women, cast a glance towards the thoroughfare and spotted Chow Mingliang's black car. His expression shifted to one of surprise. As he peered further down the road, a sudden shock overcame him, causing him to plop down onto the ground, his face drained of color and beads of sweat forming on his brow. The young women nearby turned their heads in curiosity, some expressing concern, while others laughed. Each of them possessed striking beauty, yet the man paid no mind to any of them, trembling as he stood. "Excuse me, I need to make a phone call," he stammered, withdrawing a distance before dialing a number. "Hello, boss. Is the newcomer from Team 3 in Beihai for a mission?" On the other end, an older man's voice replied. "I am not certain. He is involved with the case of the old madman's apprentice. But one thing is clear. He is audacious." The man nodded. "Indeed, he is remarkably bold." The voice on the line paused for a moment. "What, have you seen something?" Hesitating, the man touched the scar on his eye. "I dare not speak of it. I fear I may not live to see dawn. You know, we all have a few stains on our hands. And should that Yang Ning come knocking, it would spell disaster." He emphasized the gravity of the words "it would spell disaster," his voice tinged with tremor. "Yes, it appears that the newcomer is quite clean. which is why he volunteered for this task, and the Bureau consented. As long as he adheres to the rules and does not act recklessly, you should be safe from significant trouble. Chief, could you kindly send me that fellow's birth date and time? We are colleagues after all. If you can assist him, please do. All right, I will inquire with the old Taoist from Group 3 to please be cautious. It would be best if. I understand. I understand. I am leaving Binhai right now. Furthermore, you must ensure that the Bureau is prepared for psychological assistance. I shouldn't have to remind you of that. Ever since the new recruit began taking on assignments, Sister Lin has been shadowing him daily. Chao Mingliang is currently the most at-risk individual in the entire Bureau, both in terms of life and mental health. Fine, fine, I won't say more. I will lend him a hand, and then leave immediately. My heavens, encountering such a terrifying scene while attempting to enjoy a seaside vacation is utterly absurd. The more you speak, the more curious I become. What exactly did you witness? I will tell you once I have departed from Binhai. Please update quickly. I can hardly sleep at night. The white car ascended the cross-sea bridge, heading towards a small island in the ocean, with the black car trailing behind. As they reached the midpoint of the bridge, the black car driven by Chao Mingyang suddenly halted. He sensed something amiss. Chao Mingyang was certain that his senses were being affected, for the sound of the waves beneath the bridge was diminishing. Peering ahead, he noticed the white car gradually distancing itself, albeit at a leisurely pace. After a moment's hesitation, Chao Mingliang gritted his teeth and resumed pursuit. As he drove off the bridge, he could distinctly feel his senses severely dulled, nearly akin to that of an ordinary person. However, glancing at the white car ahead, recalling Yang Ning's reference to the number 2, and remembering Yang Ning's nearly humiliating remark about wanting to kill someone, stating that even if he were imprisoned, he could still kill him again, Chao Mingliang clenched his jaw and pressed on. Before long, Chao Mingliang saw the white car in which Yang Ning was seated stop before a large iron gate. A figure emerged from within, bowing to Yang Ning, and then the gate swung open, allowing the white car to enter. Chao Mingliang parked his vehicle in an inconspicuous spot by the roadside and cautiously exited. Upon stepping out, he realized the area was overgrown with weeds, nearly reaching his waist. As if it had been years since anyone had visited, he bent down and stealthily approached the imposing iron gate. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras on the gate, and he slowly edged nearer. He noticed 2 crooked white signs hanging on either side of the gate. The original text had completely faded, but someone had scrawled new, hasty words in red paint over them. One sign read Qingshan Prison, while the other proclaimed Qingshan Mental Hospital. Qingshan Hospital? Isn't that the prison where Lu Zhao's mother is incarcerated? How could Yang Ning so easily gain entry? Could he be colluding with those inside? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chao Mingyang took out his phone to check for messages from his subordinates, only to find none and no signal either. Just as he pondered how to infiltrate the prison, he suddenly noticed a small door ajar beside the large iron gate. Standing beside the small door was a person, staring directly at him. It appeared to be the same individual who had bowed to Yang Ning's car moments earlier. Chao Mingliang was startled, instinctively reaching for his identification. However, that person remained motionless, and thus, Chao Mingyang did not move either. He and the figure stood in a standoff under the nocturnal sky for quite some time, sensing an oddity in the air. The pallor of the individual's complexion seemed excessively pale. Gradually, Chao Mingyang advanced, and a gust of night wind swept through, accompanied by the rustling sound of paper. It was then that Chao Mingyang discerned that the figure by the small gate was a paper effigy. Could it be that he had merely been seeing things? Had he truly witnessed this paper figure bowing to Yang Ning? The sensory disarray in this place was indeed rather troublesome. Chao Mingyang cautiously surveyed his surroundings, passing by the paper figure and entering the prison through the small gate. Adjacent to the gate was a guardhouse, and as he walked by, he glanced inside to see a guard fast asleep. He meticulously felt his way forward when suddenly, a rustling sound erupted behind him. This time, there was no wind, yet the sound of paper scraping against itself echoed ominously. Chao Mingliang's countenance shifted dramatically. He hurriedly distanced himself from the paper figure and ventured deeper into the prison. He arrived at a building situated in an expansive parking lot, where a solitary white vehicle was parked. As the night breeze stirred, the sound of rustling paper returned. The security booth nearby stood eerily vacant, and Chao Mingyang cautiously approached the vehicle that Yang Ning had arrived in. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a paper-made hearse, the kind traditionally burned for the deceased, in the driver's seat. A paper figure turned its head to gaze intently at him, the drawn features on its face appearing remarkably lifelike at that moment. "Boss, That is an actual paper-made white hearse. On the highway leading out of Binhai City, a man with a scar at the corner of his eye spoke into his phone while driving. Yang Ning is seated in the back. And in the driver's seat, there's a paper figure gripping the steering wheel, flanked by 2 red-clad vengeful spirits holding it aloft. That's 4 in total. For red-clad spirits carrying the vehicle, each time those 4 red figures took a step. They covered hundreds of meters in an instant. And our newly assigned foolish colleague. No, our newly assigned valiant colleague, the brother Chao Mingliang, was foolishly tailing them, pressing the accelerator relentlessly. My heavens, it truly exemplifies that saying, while one soars ahead, another chases after life. It's downright reckless. Chapter 77 Grandma Zhao, Orange, and I have come to visit you. Within the confines of Qingshan Hospital, Chao Mingyang traversed the parking lot and finally laid eyes on Yang Ning. Her white garb stood out starkly against the darkness of the night. From Chao Mingliang's perspective, he observed Yang Ning with her head bowed, engaged in conversation, yet he could see no one across from her. Stealthily, he inched closer as he drew nearer. Yang Ning's words became increasingly discernible to Chao Mingliang's ears. Tonight, she will undoubtedly experience the agony of death, the very same torment you felt. Perhaps, she may even suffer a tad more. Chao Mingliang cautiously peered over, and in the enveloping darkness, it appeared as though Yang Ning was conversing with an invisible presence, immersed in the eerie atmosphere of Qingshan Hospital. This unsettling scene sent chills coursing through Chao Mingliang's body. Suddenly, a sharp, clear sound rang out from behind him. In the silence of the night, such a noise was exceedingly jarring, startling Chao Mingliang to the core. He hastily concealed himself while casting a glance towards the source of the sound. To his astonishment, he beheld a silver bowl rolling across the ground, ultimately coming to rest before Yang Ning. What transpired next was utterly bizarre. The bowl appeared as though it had been lifted by an unseen hand. Lying flat before Yang Ning, while a sharp dagger materialized in his grasp. Observing this, Chao Mingyang swiftly retrieved his phone, activating the night mode to capture the moment of Yang Ning wielding the knife. To him, that dagger was likely the instrument of Yang Ning's nefarious deed that very night. Yet, reality often defies expectation. Yang Ning, with the dagger, made a small incision on his own hand, allowing a bowlful of blood to drip into the silver vessel. As he bled, he murmured softly, "If the torso remains intact, within 7 days, a mere breath from me will suffice. After 7 days, within a year, a single drop of blood will do, for something that has endured for decades. A substantial sacrifice is required. However, your esteemed elder has shown me kindness. To ensure his departure is peaceful, this is but a trivial matter. Speaking of which, Lu Xiao is indeed remarkably filial, managing to preserve this object in pristine condition for decades. TSK, yet how could he have foreseen?" Yang Ning's words trailed off, and then, beneath the levitating silver bowl, a series of tinkling laughter echoed, a giggle that sent a shiver down Chao Mingliang's spine, for he had heard it before, just prior to Lu Xiao's demise. Soon, the laughter faded, and cautiously peering out, Chao Mingliang discovered that Yang Ning had already departed. Quietly advancing, he slipped through an iron gate that had been ajar, finding himself before a building reminiscent of a hospital ward. This place served as both a psychiatric institution and a prison, with iron gates and such ward-like structures not being out of the ordinary. Yet, Chao Mingliang was perplexed by the lack of security here. The guard at the main entrance dozed off, the security booth in the parking lot was unstaffed, and the iron gate connecting the prison's interior and exterior was alarmingly accessible. Was there truly no one to oversee it? Filled with suspicion, Chao Mingliang endeavored to employ his senses to gauge his surroundings, yet to no avail. Ever since traversing that expansive bridge, he found his senses dulled to those of an ordinary person, perhaps even less acute, as he struggled with this newfound insensitivity. Just as he pondered this, footsteps echoed from behind him. 2 guards passed through the iron gate, surveying their surroundings, prompting Chao Mingyang to retreat into a dark corner. Shortly thereafter, a more distinct sound of footsteps approached from outside the gate, accompanied by a cold, commanding voice. "This is entrusted to you." A figure clad in a white short-sleeved shirt was ushered in through the iron gate. The sight of this individual startled Chao Mingyang. It was the very same man in white who had been struck on the head by a beer bottle earlier that evening. Instantly, memories flooded back. He had only focused on Yang Ning and the man in black, who had regarded him with ghostly eyes, neglecting the presence of the man in white. It was only later, upon receiving photographs from Team Leader Li, that he realized this man bore an identical expression to Yang Ning's at that moment. Had it not been for Team Leader Li, he would have truly overlooked this figure. At that moment, the 2 guards exchanged words. "Which ward is this?" 0421. Alright. Let's go. First register, then deliver it. Once the guards departed, Chow Mingliang immediately rose and hurried towards Ward 0421 in the front building. He could already surmise that the person Yang Ning intended to kill was located within that ward, and this man in white was merely a tool for murder. Hypnotized by Yang Ning, almost in a single breath, Chow Mingyang ascended to the 4th floor, arriving at the door of 0421. Due to the prison security features, all the doors in this ward building were reinforced iron doors. Just as Chow Mingliang pondered his next course of action, footsteps echoed from the direction he had come. Someone was approaching. Instinctively, Chow Mingliang sought refuge, when suddenly, the door to room 0421 swung open from within. Without giving it much thought, he swiftly slipped inside. Before him lay a dormitory-like room for 12, with 3 sets of bunk beds aligned against each wall. To his right, the upper bunk of the middle bed was vacant, while the other beds were occupied by individuals. Yet, it seemed no one had noticed his presence. Listening to the increasingly near footsteps outside, Chow Mingyang steeled himself, climbed onto the empty bed, and lay against the wall. He pulled a blanket over himself. Soon after, a rustling sound reached his ears, and he felt someone ascend to his bed. However, that person seemed oblivious to his presence, merely lying down beside him and burrowing into the blanket without any significant reaction. Suddenly, it dawned on Chow Mingliang that he was in a mental hospital, where the occupants were, to varying degrees, afflicted with psychological issues. Before long, the footsteps halted at the door of 0421, and with a series of clicks, the iron door swung open, indicating that someone had entered. It appeared to be more than one person. 2 distinct footsteps, one light and one heavy, paused before his bed. Chow Mingliang instinctively pressed closer to the wall, all the while sensing the figure nestled beneath the blanket behind him mimicking his movements. In the next instant, a voice emerged from beneath his bed, sending a chill down his spine. Hee. Ching, is that you? Is it really you? Chow Mingyang heard the eerie giggle of the little girl again. Moreover, he discerned the name Ching, Yang Ning's nickname. What could this mean? It signified that Yang Ning was also in this room. What would transpire next? Chow Mingliang's breath quickened. Perhaps he was on the verge of obtaining the incriminating evidence against Yang Ning for murder, right here tonight. Shortly thereafter, he indeed heard Yang Ning's voice. Yes, it was unmistakably her. She must be addressed as Grandma Zhao. Grandma Zhao, Chung and I have come to play with you. A brief silence enveloped the room. Chow Mingliang then heard the sound of some liquid being poured onto something. Following that, a voice filled with age and frailty echoed, Spare me, spare me, spare me. I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I beg you. I implore you. The girl giggled. Hee. Grandma Zhao, what are you babbling about? Chung and I are here to play with you. Yang Ning's voice chimed in. Yes, we have come to play with you. An elderly woman. Play what? Yang Ning. Yame, what do you enjoy playing? The giggling girl. Grandma Zhao? Look at me. I shall show you something amusing. Subsequently, the elderly woman emitted a series of terrified shrieks. Don't come any closer. I was wrong. Please, stop searching for me. I beg you. I shall bow to you. Wah. As she spoke, the elderly woman began to weep. Hearing the commotion from the lower bunk, Chow Mingliang felt utterly bewildered. He gradually turned over, retrieved his phone, placed it by the bedside, revealing a corner of the camera aimed at the lower bunk. Suddenly startled, Chow Mingliang swiftly pulled back the blanket. He beheld a cold corpse curled beneath his covers, trembling uncontrollably on the coastal highway. The scar-faced man continued his phone conversation. The voice on the other end inquired, How did you assist that young man? The scar-faced man chuckled. I obscured his 5 senses. Thus, even if he encounters something horrifying tonight, he shall not suffer any tangible harm. Quite commendable. You possess my style. In times of peril, you never abandon your comrades, just as I have never forsaken you. Indeed, do you not see with whom I associate? Just as the scar-faced man was about to say more, suddenly he slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. He began to tremble violently, his complexion paling and sweat beading upon his brow. On the phone, What's wrong? What's happening over there? The scar-faced man wiped the sweat from his face, speaking in a state of utter panic. Boss, something seems to have gone terribly awry. Don't panic. What's the matter? Don't hang up. I wish to see what frightens you so. The scar-faced man felt his entire body tense up, removing his hands from the steering wheel, clutching himself tightly, choking back tears as he said, Boss. Yang Ning, he has discovered me. He broke my concealment. In an instant, silence enveloped both ends of the call. The next moment, a loud click, Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead, abruptly disconnected. The scar-faced man. Chapter 78. The sounds from the lower bunk. What a delightful sensation. Qingshan Hospital, Ward 0421. Chao Mingliang gazed at the corpse sharing his bed, hesitant to move. What deterred him further was that the corpse seemed even more terrified than he was. It clutched his phone, covering the light emitted from the screen, cowering beneath the blanket while trembling, simultaneously signaling him to be quiet. Then it pointed towards beneath the bed, and the expression on that palette. Emotionless corpse transformed into one of heightened fear. Suddenly, a pang of sympathy struck Chao Mingliang for this corpse. What could it be so afraid of? He contemplated leaning over to peer below, but just as he intended to move, the corpse's icy hand grasped his arm tightly. The once frightened visage of the corpse abruptly morphed into one of frenzied rage, glaring intensely at Chao Mingliang. It seemed that if Chao Mingliang dared to move, it would drag him down into the depths of despair with it. Chao Mingliang suddenly realized that the bizarre entity before him was not a threat to himself, but rather to the even more enigmatic being lurking beneath. A chill swept over him, prompting him to obediently lie down. At that moment, the corpse raised another icy hand, gradually pulling the blankets from each of them, a human and a ghost, upward, ultimately enveloping both in a shroud of darkness, sealing off all light. Gazing at the corpse so near, Chao Mingliang felt his eyes redden, tears threatening to spill. The sensation was undeniably surreal. It had returned. Consequently, Chao Mingliang perceived the corpse beside him as increasingly captivating. The sounds emanating from beneath the bed persisted. The aged woman's voice continuously pleaded with the giggling girl. Please spare me. I beg you. I was wrong. I truly was. The playful girl's response was, Cheng, what should we do? Grandma Zhao says she was wrong. Yang Ning interjected. What should we do? We came to play with her. It's time to begin. The laughing girl chirped. All right, Grandma Zhao, look. I shall perform a special trick for you. Bang! Gurgle! Simultaneously, the aged woman's voice abruptly halted, as if someone had pressed the pause button, her breath ceasing. She must have been startled by something. After several agonizing seconds, Chao Mingliang heard the old woman's breathing resume, only to be followed by an ear-piercing shriek. It seemed she had witnessed something terrifically horrifying, her screams echoing endlessly. As her voice grew hoarse, the laughing girl inquired, Cheng, Grandma Zhao appears to be terrified. Can't she react like us? Yang Ning replied, Of course she can, but she requires a little assistance. The laughing girl asked, Should I go up and help her? Yang Ning responded, Not yet. I have not begun. Subsequently, apart from the old woman's utterly terrified breaths, Chao Mingliang began to hear a series of sharp cracking sounds emanating from the lower bunk. For some reason, this noise sent a shiver down his spine. He immediately focused, listening intently. He discerned that the cracking sounds originated beside the bed, not from atop it, indicating that the aged woman had yet to be attacked. However, the unsettling cracking continued, intensifying with alarming rapidity, sending goosebumps racing down Chao Mingliang's back. What on earth was Yang Ning doing? Finally, the faint yet frantic cracking ceased, replaced by a sudden, crisp crack that rang out, splat. So upon hearing that sound, the lifeless figure beside Chao Mingliang seemed to be granted a reprieve, as it swiftly emerged from beneath the blanket and leapt from the bed. Its whereabouts became a mystery. However, the moment it touched the ground, Chao Mingliang could no longer sense its presence. The departure of that figure was fortuitous. Stealthily, Chao Mingliang pulled aside the blanket and peered below. He beheld two individuals standing at the foot of his bed, one a man of considerable stature, the other a small girl. Both were slightly bent forward, clutching something in their hands as they gazed at the elderly woman in the lower bunk. From Chao Mingliang's vantage point, he could only discern their backs, and to his astonishment, he noted the absence of Yang Ning among them. Yet he had distinctly heard her voice. His senses had returned. There was no mistaking it. At that moment, Yang Ning's voice echoed once more from the lower bunk. Grandma Zhao, do you find our game enjoyable? Would you care to join us? The giggling girl chimed in. Grandma Zhao, I've heard you're very eager for me to become like this, and you've repeatedly asked your son to do so. Hee. Grandma Zhao, your son has succeeded. The elderly woman's voice, hoarse and feeble, pleaded. I was wrong. Spare me. Grant me mercy. Yang Ning's tone turned icy. Grandma Zhao, are you attempting to bargain with a ghost? The giggling girl asked. Ching, who is the ghost? Yang Ning replied. Do you think it is you? The girl retorted cheerfully. Of course not. I am a little fairy because I do not make messes. Yang Ning laughed. All right, let us not just entertain Grandma Zhao. Let us invite her to play with us. You go help her. Okay. Next, Chow Mingliang heard a faint tremor as the bed shifted slightly. Presumably, the little girl had hopped onto the lower bunk. No. Don't. Please no. I was wrong to spare me. Spare me. The elderly woman's cries for help resounded anew. At this point, Chow Mingliang resolved to descend and rescue her. However, just as he rose, he was confronted by a gruesome sight. An eviscerated head held aloft by two blood-stained hands. Positioned at the edge of his upper bunk, blood dripped from the head, pooling beneath a headless corpse. The manner in which the blood dripped suggested that the decapitation had just occurred. This head was familiar to Chow Mingliang. It belonged to the man in white from the duo he had encountered on the street. The one who had be her head cannot be removed. The aged woman murmured, I was wrong. For a moment, Chow Mingliang beheld the grotesquely smiling head cradled in its hands before him, and he slowly parted his lips. Then exert yourself a bit more. Can you trust Granny Zhao? Hearing this voice, Chow Mingliang was seized by an overwhelming dread, covering his mouth with his hands and biting down fiercely on his own finger. It was Yang Ning's voice. The words spoken by that head were identical to Yang Ning's. As terror engulfed him, from the lower bunk came the sounds of cracking. Spare me. I was wrong. Crack. Splatter. Once again, the sound of blood gushing and limbs tearing echoed. Chow Mingliang even felt a powerful surge of blood rushing towards the bed beneath him. The giggling girl exclaimed in panic. Ah, Chung Chung, Chung Chung. I am covered in so much blood. My clothes, they're turning red. The man, who was fixated on Chow Mingliang, maintained that eerie smile and spoke in an identical voice to Yang Ning. It's all right. Red clothes are quite appealing. In that instant, Chow Mingliang was filled with fear. He felt dizzy, his vision filled with twinkling stars. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Someone tapped on the window. Overwhelmed with trepidation, Chow Mingliang turned to look, only to see the real Yang Ning standing outside in the corridor, smiling and waving at him through the glass. That face was refined and handsome. The smile was serene and sunlit. The gaze was gentle yet filled with strength. Yet, upon seeing this face, this smile, this gaze, Chow Mingliang felt that life was shrouded in darkness and despair. Chapter 79. Do not let her hold the wrong head. Yang Ning gazed at Chow Mingliang in the room and chuckled. If I were to let you see nothing at all, that would be rather dull. Sleep well. Good night. The iron door of room 0421 creaked open, revealing Chun Yamei, drenched in blood, emerging without her head, where her petite, adorable head should have been. There now rested the head of an old woman. The old woman even imitated Yang Ning's previous demeanor, rolling her eyes in a manner that displayed nothing but the whites. Yang Ning remarked, if you two wish to play, do indulge a little longer. However, Sherwing, when you leave, do remind Yamei not to let her hold the wrong head. The old woman nodded at Yang Ning, pondering if this was indeed the one who had harmed Yamei. This was the true culprit. After speaking, Yang Ning turned to gaze at the night outside, offering a faint smile to the rigid and numb Chow Mingliang sprawled on the bed before departing. He walked onto the cross-sea bridge, sitting by the railing, welcoming the sea breeze as he took out a book of fates. Upon seeing the yellowed pages, now reduced to just two colorful figures, Yang Ning's smile vanished entirely. Subsequently, due to that deeply affectionate brother, he had lost two benevolent ties, specifically that brother devoted to Fong Fong. Yesterday, Lu Xiao, one the white-clad brother, tonight's Granny Zhao, particularly the loss of this Granny Zhao's benevolent tie made Yang Ning feel slightly suffocated. No worries, no worries. Fate comes and goes. Closing his eyes, Yang Ning could only comfort himself in such a manner. The sea breeze wafted gently, and he lay upon the railing of the cross-sea bridge, succumbing to slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the dawn was breaking. This place was exceedingly remote. Only with the light of day could one hope to catch a ride. As for that hearse, it was truly uncomfortable to sit in. Moreover, what if the sight of 4 individuals in red robes carrying the vehicle frightened others? Thus, Yang Ning had endured the night on the railing of the cross-sea bridge. He yawned and gazed ahead, noticing the red and blue lights flashing alternately at the other end of the bridge. It was a police car. 2 officers parked beside Yang Ning and, stepping out, inquired with a tense expression, "Young man, what troubles you?" Yang Ning paused for a moment, then pointed towards the island in the distance, saying, "There is someone over there who is in a worse predicament. You should hurry over. If you delay, I fear they may need to be taken directly to the hospital. Over there." The officer's expression shifted immediately, and one of them hopped back into the car to drive ahead, leaving the other officer, with concern etched on his face, to ask Yang Ning, "Young man, have you had breakfast? Would you like me to take you to eat?" Yang Ning, somewhat perplexed by the officer's intent, yawned again and replied, "Thank you, but I'm not hungry right now." "Not hungry?" The officer continued. "Then what do you wish to do? I can accompany you. Shall we play a game together?" Yang Ning was taken aback. "Wait, what do you mean?" The officer cautiously replied. "It's nothing, but, could you please step down from the railing?" Yang Ning. The realization dawned on him. The officer was concerned he might fall into the sea. How dare he look down on him? With a slap against the railing, Yang Ning sprang to his feet. His sudden movement startled the officer, who rushed forward, grasping Yang Ning to pull him away from the bridge's edge, and then scolded him fiercely. "What are you doing? Are you joking with your life? Do you think your parents worked so hard to raise you for this? Are you really going to waste your life like this?" Yang Ning managed a sheepish smile and replied, "Yes, you make a valid point." With that, he snapped his fingers in the direction of the island, offered a polite smile to the officer, and turned to walk back towards the bridge. He strode ahead while the officer followed closely behind. As Yang Ning approached the end of the cross-sea bridge, the officer called out one last time, "Young man, I understand that life can be difficult, but your life is just beginning. Live well, don't do anything foolish again." Yang Ning waved his hand and continued on his way to AT. That moment, the voice of a colleague crackled through his walkie-talkie. "Old phone. We need backup. Homicide." Upon hearing the word homicide, the officer's expression dramatically changed. Shortly after, several police cars arrived, and Li Fei stepped out with a grave demeanor. Just yesterday, there had been an incident at sea, which could at least be considered an accident. However, today's situation did not appear to resemble an accident at all. Two officers sequentially stated. "This morning, while on patrol, we discovered a boy lying on the railing of the cross-sea bridge. We approached to investigate, and the boy mentioned that someone inside Qingshan Hospital was feeling despondent, prompting me to go over. Following the footprints on the ground, we uncovered 2 corpses and 1 person." Qingshan Hospital? As Li Fei spoke, he glanced into the police car occupied by the 2 officers, and his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Captain Chow." Sitting in the back of the police car was indeed Chow Mingliang. At that moment, Chow Mingliang's complexion was pale and frightening, appearing extremely weak. Upon hearing Li Fei's voice, he slowly opened his eyes, took a couple of deep breaths, and said, "Li, Captain, there are issues at Qingshan Hospital." Li Fei stepped forward, urging, "Captain Chow, please tell me, what did you discover inside?" Chow Mingliang raised a finger and stated, "First, this place has lax management, allowing outsiders to enter freely. Second, there are individuals colluding with the staff here, facilitating the entry of outsiders, specifically men, into the women's prison. Thirdly, last night, in room 0421, 3 people died, but there should be 4 corpses. Lastly, Captain Li, the person I mentioned who is colluding with the hospital is none other than Yang Ning." Chow Mingliang expended nearly all his strength to finish his statement, yet upon hearing his words, Li Fei and the officers behind him turned ashen. Li Fei tentatively suggested, "Captain Chow, perhaps you should think it over again? Are you sure you haven't misremembered?" Chow Mingliang slowly shook his head and replied, "No, there's no need to think. I experienced it all firsthand." For a moment, Li Fei and the other officers exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Ultimately, Li Fei took a deep breath and turned to Chow Mingliang, saying, "Captain, Qingshan Hospital has been abandoned for at least 20 years, at the very least." "What?" Li Fei's words seemed to awaken Chow Mingliang instantly. He stared wide-eyed, bloodshot eyes fixed on Li Fei, his jaw trembling uncontrollably. "Abandoned for 20 years, or at least 20 years. Then what was it that he witnessed last night? Those guards, the patients lying in other beds in room 0421. Observing Chow Mingliang's reaction, Li Fei discreetly signaled his subordinates and said to Chow Mingliang, "How about we go take another look, Captain Chow?" Suddenly, Chow Mingliang's eyelids twitched. He sensed a deeper meaning in Li Fei's words. Instinctively, Chow Mingliang blurted out, "I didn't kill anyone." He intended to say Yang Ning, but then he hesitated, questioning whether Yang Ning had actually committed murder, but it seemed he hadn't. After all, Yang Ning was outside the room. Inside was himself. With a long sigh, Chow Mingliang felt a weight lift. Beside him, Li Fei, with a grave expression, inquired, "Who killed them? What were you doing here in the dead of night?" At this moment, Li Fei no longer exhibited the pretense of polite insincerity towards Chow Mingliang. He regarded him with the scrutiny befitting a suspect. Chow Mingliang was momentarily taken aback, covering his pale, numbed face with his hands. He exhaled a breath of warmth and rubbed them together, saying, "Please, give me something to eat." Moments later, buns and soy milk were delivered into Chow Mingliang's hands. He grasped a bun with one hand and brought it to his mouth while retrieving his phone with the other. which rang incessantly. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Li Fei remarked. This location is at sea, devoid of base stations, resulting in poor signal reception. At times. This leads to information congestion. As he munched on the bun, Chao Mingliang opened a voice message. Captain Chao, Lu Zhao's mother is named Zhao Mingxue. She was admitted to Qingshan Hospital over 30 years ago and never returned until her death. Qingshan Hospital is a facility for the confinement of mentally ill offenders. Equipped with psychiatric medical personnel and facilities, hence its name. However, this institution ceased operations 22 years ago and has since remained abandoned. We discovered that Lu Zhao's family is not originally from Binhai but from Zhangzhou. In the generation of Lu Zhao's great-grandfather, they were well off, but as fortune waned, he became a traitor and was subsequently killed by a guerrilla fighter surnamed Chun, along with his son, Lu Zhao's mother. Zhao Mingxue was a child bride raised in their household. Following the deaths of Lu Zhao's great-grandfather and grandfather, the family could no longer stay in Zhongzhou and relocated to Binhai. We have also acquired information regarding Zhao Mingxue from local departments. She resided in room 0421 of Qingshan Hospital and remained there until her untimely death due to heart complications. She never left the facility, but I have already sent you her photograph. Captain Chao, do you require anything else? As Chao Mingyang gazed at the photograph on his phone, it slipped from his grasp with a clatter. His other hand, trembling while clutching the bun, repeatedly attempted to bring it to his mouth, only to falter, ultimately brushing it against his nose. Tears began to well in his eyes. The tears, intermingled with snot, streamed down his face. The nearby officers observed him with furrowed brows, although they remained silent. Their eyes betrayed a hint of disdain. Chao Mingyang was acutely aware of their judgment, yet he uttered nothing, for these individuals could not fathom the harrowing ordeal he had endured the previous night. In fact, he found himself somewhat eager to witness their forthcoming reactions. A few minutes later, his subordinates arrived. Upon seeing Chao Mingliang, covered in dust, his complexion ashen, and his gaze vacant, an image of utter terror, the personnel from the Special Administration Bureau were left in a state of shock. The third-level special agents, compared to ordinary individuals, possessed almost supernatural abilities. How could such a person transform into this wretched state in just one night? A woman appearing to be in her 30s or 40s covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, Captain Chao, what did you experience last night? As she approached and gently patted his shoulder, finally encountering someone familiar, Chao Mingyang broke down in tears. After his fit of weeping subsided, feeling somewhat relieved, he reached into his pocket and slowly produced the photograph Yang Ning had given him. The text on the back of the photograph had changed once more. Now I understand why no one in your department dares to take on my case. Retreating midway is a manifestation of cowardice. We shall meet at the next crime scene, shall we? Smiles. The signature remains that blood-red smiley face. In Chao Mingliang's vision, the smiling ghostly face gradually overlaps with the ever-smiling visage of Yang Ning. Moments later, a group arrived at Qingshan Hospital, disregarding the overgrown weeds, and headed straight for Ward 0421. Along the way, Chao Mingliang glanced around, and the more he looked, the graver his expression became. Upon reaching the door of the ward, Li Fei peered inside, then promptly turned to instruct a young officer to survey the surroundings, forbidding anyone other than the forensic expert from approaching. However, he could not restrain Chao Mingliang, for the authority of the Special Administration Bureau surpassed that of the police. Entering the room, Chao Mingliang surveyed the space where he had spent the night before. He did not look at the two corpses, but instead focused on the bed where he had rested. It was covered in dust, with a blanket atop, yet it was evident that someone had lain there. Chao Mingliang glanced at himself. Equally covered in dust, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. Binhai City is slightly larger, more prosperous, and more populous than Cang'er City. Thus, the forensic experts here have encountered more than those in the Cang'er police team. Coincidentally, the forensic expert dispatched from Binhai for this task is also a lady surnamed Wang. Lady Wang regarded the two headless corpses in the room with a slight frown before cautiously entering. Meanwhile, Li Fei arranged for personnel to investigate the deceased's identities, while Chao Mingliang coldly smiled. Yes, investigate. There will be surprises. In less than a few minutes, an officer approached and said, Captain Li, we have identified one of the deceased through fingerprint and DNA comparison. It is Wu Chang, who was just released yesterday after being struck on the head by a bottle wielded by Wang Song. Li Fei inquired, what about the other? The officer frowned and replied, we are currently comparing appearances. We cannot identify them through fingerprints or DNA. Cannot identify? Yes, The lack of identification suggests they are either undocumented or elderly individuals, as their fingerprints and DNA are not in the database. After all, such data collection has only gained traction in the last decade or so. But Li Fei turned to Chao Mingliang, intuition guiding him to believe that Chao Mingliang knew the identity of the deceased. Meeting Li Fei's gaze, Chao Mingliang offered a self-deprecating smile. "Don't look at me, Captain Li. You should investigate for yourselves that I fear you won't believe me if I tell you to." Li Fei turned away, choosing silence. Shortly thereafter, Lady Wang emerged and informed Li Fei, "Preliminary tests indicate the time of death was approximately 6 hours ago. Both victims share the same cause of death. They were not forcibly decapitated. However, the male victim, estimated to be around 40, exhibited unusual arm movements, resembling an act of pulling his own head from his neck. The female victim appears to be in her 50s, and she was decapitated by another individual. Of course, this is merely an initial assessment. I will conduct a more thorough examination later." Li Fei nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Wang. It's no trouble at all." After approximately 20 more minutes had passed, an officer rushed in, his face a mask of panic, and handed his phone to Li Fei, exclaiming, "Captain Li, we've identified another victim, Zhao Mingxue." Li Fei exchanged a glance with Chao Mingyang, took the phone from the officer, and looked at the screen. In the first second, he was merely observing the display. By the 5th second, he was momentarily taken aback. The 8th second, his eyes widened as he scrutinized the phone screen for several seconds. By the 15th second, a glimmer of shock appeared in his eyes as he raised the phone toward the officer, a look of incredulity on his face. The officer's facial muscles twitched slightly as he nodded helplessly, saying, "Indeed, Captain Li, I have confirmed it. It is definitely her." Holding the phone, Li Fei turned and entered the room, personally comparing the lifeless body of the elderly woman lying on the bed with the photograph on the phone. In that instant, an expression of profound horror crossed his face, leaving him momentarily speechless. Behind him, Chao Mingyang chuckled. "What's the matter, Captain Li? Can't believe it." Li Fei shuddered slightly, feeling a chill wash over him. After over 20 years in the profession, he had witnessed numerous tragedies. Truthfully, such a gruesome act was not beyond his comprehension. However, gazing at the decapitated corpse in the video, a man clad in white forcefully wrenches his own head from his body, while the woman on the bed recoils in terror, seemingly being yanked down by an invisible force. The eerie imagery sends shivers down the spines of Li Fei and all the officers present. They have witnessed many gruesome deaths, but this, where the individual wears a grotesque smile while dislocating his own head, is an unprecedented sight for them. Most alarmingly, after removing his head, the man raises it aloft as if in a display of triumph. Upon seeing the abject terror on the face of the person above, the officers cast sympathetic glances toward Chao Mingliang, exclaiming, "Captain Chao, you truly are remarkable." Later that morning, at the Binhai City police station, Yang Ning is summoned for questioning. Standing at the entrance, he sniffles and sighs, pondering, what was that saying again? Suddenly, beside him, the youthful voice of Chun Yamei chimes in. Outstanding individuals draw attention wherever they go. Yang Ning nods in agreement. "Yes, precisely, let's go." Inside the interrogation room, Li Fei observes Yang Ning before glancing at his phone. Moments earlier, he had been added to a small group chat with 2 others, who greeted him with a smirking dog emoji. The 2 individuals are Chun Tao from Zhongzhou and Lei Ming from Cang'er, both of whom have been involved in recent events that Li Fei has heard whispers of. Instead of the customary inquiries that would typically ask Yang Ning for his name and occupation, Li Fei opts for a moment of mutual silence, allowing the tension to linger. Shortly thereafter, having freshened up and changed attire, Chao Mingliang arrives, donning sunglasses as he takes a seat beside Li Fei. With a hint of confusion, Li Fei inquires, "Captain Chao, why wear sunglasses indoors?" Chao Mingliang replies, "It's a habit. Let us begin." That he raises his head, ostensibly gazing at Yang Ning. Yet his focus is actually fixed on the chair Yang Ning occupies. The sunglasses serve not only as protection against the sun, but also as a shield for his gaze. As soon as Chao Mingliang settles in, Yang Ning greets him with a smile. "Ah, I didn't expect to see you so soon. I must have miscalculated my timing. My apologies, Officer Chao." Chao Mingliang comprehends the underlying implication of Yang Ning's words. Exiting midway is a sign of cowardice. The photograph bearing that message still lingers in his mind. However, in the next moment, Chao Mingliang's expression shifts dramatically. A crime scene. Now, here, he suddenly recalls that there is still someone detained at the station. "Li team?" Chao Mingliang exclaims in a near panic, startling Li Fei beside him. "Captain, what is the matter?" Chao Mingliang grips Li Fei's shoulders urgently. The other person, the man in black who assaulted someone with a bottle on the high road. Is he here in the station? Li Fei nods, attempting to calm him. Captain, please remain composed. That individual is named Wang Song. He is currently in the detention room. Rest assured, he won T escape. Chao Mingliang, filled with fervor, responds, I know he won T escape. However, Captain Li, even if he himself confesses to all the murders, it is still necessary to have evidence to prevent him from taking the fall for someone else before he can be sentenced to death. Is it not? Li Fei's words were unfinished when Chao Mingliang began to tremble violently. A look of sheer terror manifested upon his face, as he vigorously sniffed, horror rising in his eyes, turning to Yang Ning as if he had seen a ghost. Yang Ning, however, merely offered him a faint smile. Captain Chao, what is the matter with you? Li Fei beside him inquired soothingly. Shall we go check on Wang Song first? Bang! Chao Mingliang slumped back into his chair, mumbling as if he had lost his soul. It's too late. The scent of blood has already emerged. Captain Li, we must go collect the bodies. Li Fei cast a peculiar glance at the two, hastily rising to leave. After Li Fei departed, Chao Mingliang suddenly jolted, unwilling to remain alone with Yang Ning, and hurriedly dashed out to catch up with Li Fei. The two hastened to the detention room, only to find Wang Song in perfectly good condition, unharmed. Li Fei looked at Chao Mingliang, who opened the door, stepped inside, and carefully examined Wang Song's neck, even holding up 2 fingers to ask, how many is this? Having been detained overnight, Wang Song was bewildered by the antics of the two, questioning, Sir, what is going on? Chao Mingliang immediately exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Li Fei approached and patted his shoulder, saying, Captain Chao, you seem overly tense. Chao Mingliang nodded, suddenly recalling Wang Song's status, and asked, You are a fugitive, aren't you? Wang Song reluctantly nodded. Being a fugitive implied that the evidence was irrefutable. He had merely escaped during the arrest. Chao Mingliang chuckled. Genuinely pleased, wiping the sweat from his forehead, he sincerely congratulated Wang Song. Congratulations, Wang Song. Chao Mingliang sighed. Congratulations, you can meet your demise with a bit more dignity. Yang Ning raised a finger at Chao Mingliang, upon which a crystal-clear droplet of crimson blood glistened. My apologies, Captain Chao. The wound from last night's bloodletting has yet to heal. Chao Mingliang resumed his seat opposite Yang Ning. Are you toying with me? Yang Ning shook his head. I made it very clear that I miscalculated. Is that not satisfactory? He smiled, saying, Captain Chao, do not be too anxious. I mean you no harm. Li Fei observed the dramatic shift in demeanor between the two, and was about to reprimand Yang Ning when Chao Mingliang raised his hand to stop him, saying, Captain Li, I will handle the record. You may step out, he added. You saw the footage from this morning. This matter falls under the jurisdiction of our special administration, and the police cannot interfere. Li Fei nodded and exited. Only 2 individuals remained in the interrogation room. Chao Mingliang shut off the surveillance, addressing Yang Ning. I will just take a statement, and then you may leave. Regarding the incident at Qingshan Hospital, I appreciate the camera. Otherwise, I would indeed have been in trouble that I have no official business. But there is a personal matter I wish to consult you about. Yang Ning decisively refused. I know what you wish to inquire. Do not inquire. I shall not divulge. Suddenly, Chao Mingliang cast a terrified glance towards Yang Ning's side, where, in his perception, there was not. However, Yang Ning raised his hand, making a pulling gesture, accompanied by the clinking sound of sliding iron chains. At the other end of the chains was an elderly man, bound and clad in blood-stained red. Chapter 82. The next crime scene? Here it is. Before Chao Mingliang, a flash of red darted past. Yet he could neither see nor sense it, for in comparison to his 5 senses, his 6th sense was rather feeble. Upon that bloodied red garment was an aged visage. Typically, that ghastly face was sinister and malevolent, having once savagely bitten off several chunks of flesh from the red-clad Zhang when at Zhengzhou Airport. But now, upon seeing Chao Mingliang, that old face softened slightly. Regrettably, Chao Mingliang remained oblivious to all of this. He spoke with a hint of urgency. I know you possess the ability to commune with spirits. Could you assist me in discerning his whereabouts? Yang Ning shook his head. I cannot divine. For I am not a fortune teller. Chao Mingliang hesitated. Was he previously with the Special Affairs Bureau? I do not know. What level of special operative was he? Inquire with your colleagues. You wouldn't suggest he is not beside you? Would you? Yang Ning pondered for a moment, but in the next instant, he realized that his contemplation had already provided Chao Mingliang with the answer. for someone whose senses were extraordinarily acute. The demeanor exhibited during his own contemplation could reveal far too much, as expected. Chow Mingliang smiled, finally gaining a slight advantage over Yang Ning. His eyes glimmered with intensity as he scanned both sides of Yang Ning, asking, "Is he on the left or the right?" Yang Ning paused, then replied, "Tong Tong. Handle this." That a pair of crimson eyes manifested beside Yang Ning, causing Chow Mingliang to momentarily daze. In the next moment, he turned to Yang Ning and asked, "You wouldn't imply he is not beside you, would you, Chow Mingliang?" It was evident that he felt somewhat disheartened, but immediately he raised his hand, pointing to his temple, saying, "My sixth sense tells me that someone has tampered with my memories." His eyes, tinged with red, scanned both sides of Yang Ning, inquiring, "Is he on the left or the right?" Yang Ning, Tong Tong, come, make this feel more natural. Chow Mingliang experienced another moment of disorientation. He looked at Yang Ning and said, "There are no official matters. I merely wish to consult you about something personal. We have no private matters to discuss." Chow Mingliang blinked, stunned for a few seconds, then picked up his phone to show Yang Ning the time, saying, "Just now, I was momentarily distracted, and 3 minutes slipped away. What transpired in those 3 minutes?" As he spoke, he chuckled, "Little Master Yang, it seems this time I have truly triumphed, hasn't he it?" Yang Ning. Chow Mingliang, with eyes still tinged red, gazed at Yang Ning, asking once more, "Is he on the left or the right?" Yang Ning pointed to the record sheet before Chow Mingliang and asked, "Have you completed your notes?" "Having completed my task, I shall take my leave. I am rather busy and have no time for idle chatter with you." This time, Chow Mingliang fell silent, gazing intently at Yang Ning for quite a while. This made Yang Ning feel a tad embarrassed, prompting him to release old Chow once more. The figure of old Chow in red appeared on Yang Ning's left side, yet Yang Ning, mischievously, remarked to Chow Mingliang, "He is on the right." Consequently, Chow Mingliang turned to his own right, which was, in fact, Yang Ning's left. Yang Ning. The intense exchange of glances between red-clad old Chow and Chow Mingliang, though the latter merely stared into thin air, evoked an immediate surge of emotion, causing tears to well up in his eyes, which left Yang Ning in astonishment. Chow Mingliang knelt before the empty space on Yang Ning's left, bowing several times, and declared, "Father, may you rest well. I shall do my utmost to ensure Yang Ning is imprisoned to face justice." Suddenly, a gust of wind struck him, producing a sharp crack against his face, making Chow Mingliang feel as though he had received a resounding slap. He was not foolish. He understood that others in the Special Bureau were reluctant to take on Yang Ning's case. His initiative to volunteer stemmed from his desire to uncover his father's whereabouts. His father had vanished in Cayenne province, thus he held particular interest in the experts from that region, previously uncertain about Yang Ning's involvement. He had now become convinced after the events at Qingshan Hospital last night. Allowing a moment for the two to gather themselves, Yang Ning rose and said, "Captain Chow, once the record is complete, I shall take my leave." Trembling all over, Chow Mingliang slowly nodded. As Yang Ning approached the door, he suddenly called out, "Please, treat him kindly." Yang Ning pondered for a moment and replied, "Shall I see him off then? You should be well aware of what he is. His presence in this world will only bring calamity." Chow Mingliang shuddered, tears welling in his eyes, and said, "In truth, that is the correct course of action." Another fierce gust of wind struck, and Chow Mingliang endured a second resounding slap. Yet, after receiving 2 blows, he stood tall and gazed at Yang Ning, declaring, "I will not withdraw nor concede defeat. Even if you threaten me with him, I shall not yield." Subsequently, he witnessed Yang Ning making a pulling motion, reaching to continue chastising old Chow. Yang Ning chuckled. Confidence is truly delightful. With that, he casually released his grip. Slap, slap, slap. After Yang Ning departed, Li Fei approached, startled at the sight of Chow Mingliang's face, which resembled a swollen pig's head. "Captain, he hit you." Chow Mingliang seized Li Fei's arm, vigorously shaking his head. No, I struck myself." Li Fei remained unconvinced, asserting, "Captain, rest assured, I have ample experience in handling such matters." As he prepared to step outside, Chow Mingliang suddenly shouted, "Stay out of it." Li Fei froze, responding, All right. Just as the two found themselves in an awkward silence, a commotion erupted on the first floor of the police station, with a woman causing quite a stir below. Shortly thereafter, an officer approached, casting a surprised glance at Chow Mingliang's face and announcing, "Captain Li, Wang Song's wife has come to visit. It's quite a ruckus." Li Fei turned and scolded, "What nonsense! She should not be allowed to visit under criminal detention. Let her go. If she refuses, detain her as well. The officer awkwardly replied, "Shall we call 2 female colleagues to escort her out?" "Certainly. Be mindful of the force," Li Fei responded. Moments later, 2 female officers escorted a loud and unruly woman to the entrance of the police station. A curious incident occurred. As soon as the woman stepped outside, she fell silent. Li Fei and Chao Mingyang, observing from above, exchanged glances of astonishment. Chao Mingyang was taken aback upon realizing that Yang Ning stood right at the police station's entrance. Suddenly, a sharp instinct struck him as he recalled Yang Ning's previous words, "Shall we meet at the next crime scene?" To his surprise, they had encountered each other much sooner than anticipated. My miscalculation. "My apologies, Officer Chow," she remarked. Furious, he retorted, "Damn it, this person speaks nothing but nonsense." Without hesitation, Chao Mingliang dashed towards the entrance. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Wang Song's wife had already entered a taxi and departed. Just moments ago, she had been causing a ruckus inside the station, and now she was leaving in silence. This was indeed peculiar. Chao Mingliang turned to gaze across the street at Yang Ning, who offered him a faint smile, her lips moving silently as if she uttered a phrase he could hear clearly. It may have been a miscalculation, but fortunately, not by much. With that, Yang Ning turned and walked away as if guiding a child. Orange, was that sweet teacher just now? Indeed, it was her. Did sweet teacher seem rather agitated? No, she appeared quite calm. Chapter 83. None who are associated survive. Hello? Where to? The taxi driver, Wang Bin, asked while driving, glancing at the woman seated in the back. Please fasten your seatbelt. The woman remained still, silent, as they approached an intersection. Wang Bin inquired again, "Hello? Where to?" The woman slightly moved her neck and replied in a somewhat hoarse voice, "To where?" A chill ran through Wang Bin. Could he have encountered an unstable passenger? Seizing the moment while waiting at a red light, he peered into the rearview mirror. Observing the woman's complexion seemed somewhat off, and her muscles appeared exceedingly slack. Most notably, he noticed her pupils appeared larger than those of an average person. A realization struck him. The pupils of the deceased are typically larger than those of the living. Instantly, Wang Bin felt a shiver in the air within the vehicle. He adjusted the air conditioning slightly higher and asked, "Hello, are you unwell? Do you need me to take you to the hospital?" The woman finally spoke, her voice remarkably calm as she replied, "No, not to the hospital." Relieved that she was able to converse normally, Wang Bin asked, "Then where would you like to go?" "To the sea.to the seaside. Is it to the beach resort?" Wang Bin cast a discerning glance at the woman's attire. She hardly resembled a mere tourist. Dressed in a flowing emerald green gown, she carried a petite handbag from which dangled a diminutive cloth doll, its expression seemingly one of distress. The seaside. The woman reiterated her previous words. And Wang Bin noticed that her complexion had noticeably paled. Without hesitation, he grasped the steering wheel and directed the vehicle towards the hospital. Along the way, the woman lost control of her bladder. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at the emergency center of Beihai Hospital. 2 emergency doctors surveyed the woman lying in the treatment room, their brows furrowing in concern. Her skin had discolored, her muscles completely slackened. The pupils appeared devoid of luster, with incontinence evident, and her blood pressure had plummeted to 0. Her eyeballs had become utterly flattened, yet her body temperature remained close to normal, considering these characteristics alongside her skin tone. They surmised that death had likely occurred not long ago, perhaps around half an hour prior. However, the circumstances surrounding her demise were perplexing. How could one so seemingly healthy and pain-free simply pass away? At least, she appeared to suffer no torment. After a brief silence, the 2 doctors nodded in unison, deciding to inform their superiors to determine whether to contact the police or pursue other avenues. They also needed to update the driver outside. When Wang Bin learned from the emergency doctors that the woman he had brought in had been deceased for half an hour, it felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him. Behind him, Chao Mingliang rushed in, drenched in sweat. Having overheard the doctor's remarks, he felt a twinge of disappointment, but little more that he was already approaching a state of emotional immunity. The Beihai City Police Department. In the Criminal Investigation Office, the core team members had gathered. Li Fei addressed the group. "Let us clarify the relationships among the victims over the past few days." He affixed a photograph of an adorable little girl at the center of a bulletin board, stating, "This is the information provided by Lu Xiao, a girl named Chunyame, who was abducted approximately 12 years ago." He then placed another photograph of a man, the abductor named Zhang Hui, whose fate was already known to all. Cang'er 46 stabs. Next, he displayed Liu Xiao's photograph, revealing that it was Liu Xiao who had contacted Zhang Hui to orchestrate the abduction of the girl. The motive stemmed from a deep-seated vendetta. Liu Xiao's great-grandfather and grandfather had been traitors during the wars of the last century. Killed by Chen Yamei's grandfather, Liu Xiao's mother had harbored this grudge, unable to find peace even until her death, insisting that Liu Xiao seek vengeance against the Chen family. Li Fei proceeded to display the photographs of the individuals involved. Yet, the Chen family was a wealthy and influential clan in Zhongzhou, protected by both money and bodyguards. Thus, Liu Xiao, unable to act directly, resorted to hiring professional traffickers, namely Zhang Hui, during the execution of their plan. Zhang Hui had successfully bribed Chen Yamei's kindergarten teacher and the 2 bodyguards who accompanied Chen Yamei to and from school each day, ultimately accomplishing the abduction. Subsequently, Chen Yamei was sold to Liu Xiao. After Chen Yamei went missing, her kindergarten teacher, along with the 2 bodyguards, all vanished without a trace. In truth, they had sought refuge with Liu Xiao, who was somewhat capable, in order to make a living. For they dared not remain in Zhongzhou, fearing retribution from the Chen family. One of the bodyguards had committed a crime over the years, having killed 2 individuals and subsequently fled. The others had concealed themselves well, with the kindergarten teacher even marrying the aforementioned bodyguard. As the audience listened, someone raised a hand and inquired, "Captain Li, was this incident that occurred 12 years ago?" Li Fei nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed. It was 12 years ago. But just yesterday, 12 years later, he used a red pin to encircle Liu Xiao, Zhao Mingxue, Chen Yamei's teacher, and the 2 bodyguards from the Chen family one by one, stating, 'Yesterday, on the sea route, Liu Xiao met his demise.' One of Chen Yamei's bodyguards, Wang Song, has been apprehended. He is the very bodyguard who fled, and the evidence against him is irrefutable. He is unlikely to escape the death penalty. The other, Wu Chang, also perished last night at Qingshan Hospital. Furthermore, the body discovered last night at Qingshan Hospital belongs to Zhao Mingxue." A heavy silence enveloped the Criminal Investigation Office, and after a moment, someone raised a hand and remarked, "So, to clarify, among all those involved in the abduction of Chen Yamei, aside from the kindergarten teacher, everyone else has died?" Just as Li Fei was about to respond, the door to the office swung open, and Chao Mingyong sauntered in, casually collapsing into a chair. He announced, "Captain Li, when Tian has died, just now, at the city hospital, when Tian was none other than Chen Yamei's kindergarten teacher." Once again, the office fell into a profound silence. A female officer, in disbelief, exclaimed, "But she just left us." "Didn't she?" Chao Mingyong replied, "Perhaps it was after she got into a taxi, or maybe just before. In any case, within that brief moment, a living person has vanished." Another officer gasped, "So, counting Wang Song, who is almost certainly facing the death penalty. Does that mean everyone connected to this is dead, completely?" Chao Mingyong let out a self-deprecating laugh, tilting his head back with a sigh. "Indeed, they are all dead, just like Zhang Hui's family. None of those involved survived." After saying this, he turned to Li Fei and added, "And as for Zhao Mingxue, even those who are already deceased must be resurrected just to be killed again." Li Fei furrowed his brow and asked. Temporarily, Chao Mingyong nodded. "Yes, he has other targets, but they are not in Beihai City, so you need not worry, Captain Li." With that, Chao Mingyong stood up, waved goodbye to everyone, and departed. As they watched his retreating figure, Li Fei and the others felt a sense of weariness emanating from him. Chapter 84. The Painted Face in Red. May I join them in their play? Yang Ning had purchased a ticket for departure in 2 days. He grew up in the Central Plains, sold to Cayenne at the age of 5, and had not seen the sea since he could remember. The inland lake named Songhai and Cang'er City did not count. At the seaside resort, Yang Ning lay on the beach, basking in the sea breeze. Quietly spending the entire afternoon, he remained on the beach, not venturing close to the waves at all. As night descended, the seaside bathing area began to clear out, yet the security guard seemed to overlook Yang Ning entirely, choosing to disregard him. After 10 o'clock, the beach was deserted, save for Yang Ning and the night shift security personnel. The once tempestuous sea, known for its fierce winds and tumultuous waves by night, now appeared unusually gentle, caressed by a mild breeze, with the sound of the waves softly lapping at the shore, as if striving not to disturb the refined youth reclining on the sand. Around 10:30, within the security booth, the guard succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table. In that very moment, Yang Ning opened his eyes, yawning as he remarked, "What a delightful afternoon nap. It has been ages since I felt this at ease, though I am a tad hungry." Glancing around, He pursed his lips and mused. At this hour, I suppose it's quite difficult to have takeout delivered. Suddenly, a surge of waves crashed forth, sending a multitude of items tumbling before Yongning. Remarkably, the force of the ocean was perfectly calibrated, leaving not a single droplet upon him. Scattered upon the ground were an abundance of oysters, sea cucumbers, and scallops, among which were several exquisite purple clam shells. Nearby, a handful of crabs trembled with trepidation, while two palm-sized turtles attempted to flee but found themselves unable to move. Additionally, a few lively squids, some seaweed, and a pair of mismatched, tattered shoes lay strewn about. Yongning regarded the two dilapidated shoes for a moment before another wave surged forth, whisking them away and leaving behind the seafood, while also depositing a few plump shrimp at his feet. Gently washing the remaining items, he expressed his gratitude to the sea with a heartfelt thank you, before releasing his entourage of a dozen or so small companions. Hey, Sun Daping, you start a fire. Xiao Wang, go find a larger restaurant and pilfer some bamboo skewers. Make sure to grab an unopened pack from the kitchen, not from the trash. Oh, and while you're at it, snag some seasoning in a pot. Xia Tian, you'll be responsible for cleaning and preparing these treasures from the beach. Bei and Sherwin, you two shall skewer them and hand them over to Ha Hong for grilling. Mingming and the four little reds, each of you find an automated vending machine and procure a bottle of sugar-free cola for me. Just don't frighten anyone. Once all instructions were given, Yongning reclined leisurely, crossing his legs as he gazed at the stars. The little one sprang into action. Moments later, Hong Hong, her hands flushed from the heat, triumphantly grilled the skewers prepared by Bei and Sherwin. Meanwhile, Chun Yimei sat vacantly beside them, cradling her head in her hands as she watched Bei, whose delicate features were marred by scars, raising her head in a dazed inquiry. Can this be grilled for Chongqing to eat? Having completed his own tasks, Sun Daping mimicked Yongning, crossing his legs as he poked at his belly, exclaiming, "Come on, I'll add a dish for Chongqing too." Xia Tian hesitated, retrieving a beating heart from her chest. Suddenly, a tumultuous wave crashed, depositing several decaying corpses upon the sandy shore. The little one stood in stunned silence. Sun Daping broke the quiet, exclaiming, "Damn it, we were just joking. Is this guy serious?" Xia Tian turned to Yongning, pointing at the cadavers and asking, "Do those need to be cleaned and prepared as well?" Yongning gazed out at the sea and replied, "We're trying to enjoy a meal here, my friend. Could you refrain from bringing such ghastly matters into our midst? I am a disciple of the spirit gate, enamored with souls, and utterly disdainful of these decaying fleshly forms." With a thunderous roar, the waves surged forth, whisking away several corpses and leaving behind a music box. Remarkably, the waterlogged and rotting music box still played a frantic and tense melody. Yongning nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, I do adore such things. Do you have any more?" The waves crashed against the shore in a futile dance, accompanied only by the whispers of the sea breeze. Yongning waved dismissively, stating, "No need to feel embarrassed. This one is sufficient." As he spoke, he clapped his hands upon the sandy beach, summoning forth an iron chain. Drip, drip, vivid crimson droplets fell onto the sand, instantly staining it a deep red. A tall figure clad in blood-red robes, dripping with blood, bowed slightly towards Yongning. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, veiling her upper body, and only when the sea breeze stirred a stray lock did it reveal a painted mask beneath. Yongning accepted the succulent, roasted mantis shrimp handed to him by the figure, glancing at the music box on the beach, and remarked with a smile, "Masked one, your companion is rather exquisite, though not yet fully formed. Have you not always sought a disciple? Consider this a gift." The masked figure's neck twisted oddly as she stepped forward with the grace of a performer on stage, retrieving the music box with utmost reverence. Turning around, she bowed deeply to Yongning. While holding the skewer in his hand, Yongning said, "Take what belongs to you and lend a hand." The masked figure nodded, turning back, her steps mimicking those of a dancer. And with delicate fingers, she appeared as if intoxicated, walking toward the sea. As she distanced herself from Yongning, the sea breeze ceased. Upon her feet touching the water, the waves halted. When her crimson robes were submerged, the ocean fell silent. There was no wind, no tumultuous waves. Under the night's veil, the inky waters transformed into a vivid crimson, and as far as the eye could see, this scarlet sea lay lifeless and still. Suddenly, Yongning shouted after her, "Be careful with that!" Crack, a mere 4 words, resonating like thunder. A purple lightning bolt struck the blood-drenched sea, illuminating the world as if it were day. Instantly, the masked figure trembled. With a crash, the sea reclaimed its nocturnal hue, The wind surged, and the waves roared. The trembling figure in red glided forward, then paused, lowering her gaze to scrutinize the water before her. The mask drew ever closer to the surface. The water reflecting its shadow, though it appeared a mere lifeless mask, it strangely seemed to smile. Clap, clap. Two splashes echoed as the masked figure, with both hands, pulled forth two entities from the depths. Turning, she stepped with the grace of a performer. Swaying her hips as she approached Yang Ning on the shore, in her grasp, she held an elderly man, struggling and filled with terror, alongside a small boy, limp and submissive as she gripped him by the neck. Both the old man and the boy were grotesquely swollen and pallid. It was evident that the boy was frightened of the old man. Yang Ning accepted a skewer of grilled squid from the masked figure, munching on it while addressing the small boy. "Thank you for your hospitality." The young boy glanced at the group of little spirits surrounding Yang Ning and eagerly inquired, "No need for thanks. Are you sufficiently fed? If not, I can bring you more." "Enough, enough," Yang Ning declared, having consumed a squid and taking a swig of cola, exhaling the carbonation, "but I sense no fear emanating from you, which implies you are not afraid of me. So why are you being so kind to me?" The boy turned to the little spirits beside Yang Ning and asked, "May I play with them?" Yang Ning was taken aback, but replied, "Of course you may." He then pointed to an elderly man in red attire, visibly terrified. "You seem quite afraid of him." The boy shivered slightly and confessed, He always wants to eat me." Yang Ning pointed to himself and asked, "Are you not afraid of me?" The boy replied candidly, "You do not wish to eat me." Yang Ning pondered, "Why are you so sensitive about whether others want to eat you?" The boy cast a fleeting glance at the old man, saying, "Since I arrived here, he has always wanted to eat me." Yang Ning turned to the old man and queried, "Is that so?" The old man trembled and replied, "Master, is it not natural for a great spirit to consume a lesser one? If I eat him, I shall be the sole master of this sea, so of course, I wish to devour him." "Master, are you not also consuming squid?" Yang Ning nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you make a compelling point." Thus, he produced a turtle shell and casually tossed it to the ground. Clang! As the shell struck the earth, Yang Ning looked up at the old man, smiling as he remarked, "You not only consume spirits, but you also feast upon humans?" The old man quivered, his already pale face turning a ghastly shade of green. Yang Ning gazed at the bright moon over the sea and cheerfully stated, "Eat him." This time, the painted face behind the mask genuinely smiled. Chapter 85. I wish to remain here, accompanying my sea. Master, spare me, spare me. The old sea spirit's third plea only managed to utter a single word, before his entire spectral form dissolved into a foul, briny wind, drawn into the mouth of the painted figure in red. Concurrently, the melodious tune emanating from the music box on the figure's person grew clearer and more resonant. Subsequently, Yang Ning resumed skewering his own food, while aside from Mingming and the spirit named Ha Hong who grilled for him, the other little spirits and the young sea spirit frolicked by the shore. In the latter part of the night, after tiring from play, a dozen little spirits gathered around Yang Ning, forming a semicircle to sit. Yang Ning began his second meal, relishing the opportunity to indulge in such fresh seafood, a rarity for him. The little spirits observed in silence. Sun DePeo furrowed his brow as he watched Yang Ning consume oysters, muttering, "Strange. Why do I feel such satisfaction watching him eat?" The other little spirits nodded in agreement. A small turtle, its limbs severed, had a genuine large turtle perched atop it, cheerfully proclaiming, "Isn't it always this way? Thus, we never truly need to eat." The other little spirits nodded in agreement once more. However, Sun DePeo, with a perplexed expression, queried, "But why do I not feel satisfaction when he, relieves himself? This defies logic." In a moment of indulgence, Yang Ning set aside the oyster he had been savoring and addressed Sun Depeng. "The ocean is quite entertaining. Might you kindly distance yourself a bit?" Sun Depeng, with a dismissive pout, turned away and began contemplating scientific inquiries while gazing at the stars and moon in the night sky. Yang Ning then turned to the little sea spirit. "From now on, this expanse of water shall be yours alone. No one will wish to devour you again. Are you pleased?" The little sea spirit glanced at the other spirits, feeling a pang of reluctance. "Are you all leaving? We can still play together tomorrow night, but the day after, we must depart." Yang Ning inquired, "How long have you been submerged?" The boy's spirit raised 4 fingers, stating, "I can't recall the exact duration, but I've witnessed snowfall 4 times. It was that old man in the bright red attire who dragged me into the water. He even bit me. It hurt so much that I fell asleep instantly. When I awoke, I found myself living in the sea ever since." Yang Ning fell silent for a few seconds, sighing. And what of your parents? Have they not sought you? The little sea spirit lowered his head, speaking in a somber tone. Once, they did come looking for me. They called my name, but when I ran towards them, they seemed to lose interest in finding me. They fled swiftly, and I could not linger away from the sea for too long without discomfort. So I could not catch up, merely watching them depart. Since then, I have been without a father or mother. Suddenly, he lifted his head, brightening. But during the day, many little friends come to play here, and I can secretly watch them from the sea. Yang Ning chuckled softly. Have you never considered joining them? I have. The little sea spirit's head drooped once more, but whenever I appear, they scream and cry, shouting about a ghost. I search for the source of their fear. Perhaps they meant that old man. Yet, when I approached to play, he was never nearby. Eventually, I ceased my attempts to join them, opting instead to hide beneath the waves and observe their merriment. It's quite amusing, he proudly declared to Yang Ning. On several occasions, I even rescued children who had fallen into the water. I've saved adults too. Yet, some I could not save. That old man is always so menacing. And I dare not intervene when he ensnares someone. Yang Ning began to comprehend the little spirit's plight. Like Chen Yamei, he was oblivious to the fact that he had become a ghost. Still believing himself to be alive, that he gazed silently at the rolling waves, asking, "What is your name?" My parents always called me Xiaobao. Xiaobao, if you wish, I can take you with me. You need not fret about leaving the sea. I shall handle that. Henceforth, you shall never lack for companions. Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with delight as he glanced at the other little spirits, who nodded in agreement. Come along with us, Xiaobao. Indeed, Chengcheng will ensure your days are filled with engaging activities. Absolutely. Yes, your carefree existence by the vast ocean appears rather mundane. Why not join us in assisting Chengcheng? It promises to be delightful. You can witness firsthand how he transforms the living into malevolent spirits, and observe how he converts wild ghosts into formidable phantoms. Additionally, there is free labor involved. From the tone of the little sea ghosts, the small sea ghost discerned their profound happiness. However, Yang Ning grasped the implication of the little sea ghost's words and nodded, inquiring, "Are you certain? If you remain here, one day you shall disperse. I mean, you will ultimately perish in these waters." The small sea ghost chuckled, declaring, "I possess an immense fondness for the ocean. I cherished it in the past. Cherish it now, and shall undoubtedly cherish it in the future. I intend to stay here, accompanying my sea." Yang Ning offered a subtle smile, his hand brushing over the wrist of the little sea ghost, from which emerged a red string upon the ghost's swollen, pale arm. Very well. As long as you find joy, go and play. Oh, splendid. Off to play we go. A throng of little ghosts cheered and scampered away, while Yang Ning reclined on the sandy shore, retrieving his book of connections. Upon departing from Qingshan Hospital, he had 4 benevolent ties. After bidding farewell to Wen Tiantian, 3 remained. Previously, Yang Ning had also given away 2 red strings that could ensure safety. One to Chen Tao's son and the other to a police officer he persuaded on the cross-sea bridge. These 2 red strings had yet to bear fruit, and perhaps they would never do so, thus leaving him without any benevolent ties. However, after gifting the red string to the little sea ghost, Yang Ning immediately gained 2 more connections that are in contrast to the complex lives of Chen Tao's son and the police officer. The existence of the little sea ghost was far less intricate. The addition of 2 benevolent ties in his book indicated that the red string bestowed upon the little sea ghost would undoubtedly lead to the saving of 2 lives, implying that after saving those 2 lives, the little sea ghost would eventually dissipate for various reasons. The timing of this could be a day, a year, or even a century later. Yang Ning could ascertain the exact moment through divination. Yet he chose not to. For the little sea ghost, perhaps dispersing was a favorable outcome. Setting aside the little sea ghost, what left Yang Ning most speechless was the connection with Zhao Mingxue. He revived her, expending a bowl of blood in vain, without gaining a benevolent tie. Yet, in taking Zhao Mingxue's life, he had incurred a loss of 1 connection. How ironic. Perhaps that is simply the nature of life. Where is there ever absolute fairness? Day breaks, night falls, and day breaks once more. It was now the 3rd day, and Yang Ning's time to depart had come. At dawn, Yang Ning and the throng of little ghosts waved goodbye to the little sea ghost in the ocean before turning away. In his hand, he clutched a sea blue jade stone, a gift from the little sea ghost. Recently, Chao Mingliang had fallen gravely ill, confined to his bed. Unable to rise, he lay in the safe house of the Special Management Bureau, rarely venturing out, neglecting food and drink. That morning, just as Yang Ming boarded the high-speed train departing from Binhai, a man with a scar across his eye appeared before Chao Mingliang. He tossed a car key onto Chao Mingliang's lap, stating, "The organization has ordered you to go. Venture into the mountains to retrieve someone. The address has been sent to your phone. This individual can save you." Weak and feeble, Chao Mingliang turned to regard the man. "I recognize you. We crossed paths the night before last, by the roadside of the Binhai team." The scarred man remained silent as he turned to depart. Chao Mingliang retrieved his mobile phone, glancing at an address sent from above.